Pay attention. In the 21st century internet CAF, Lin Hai finishes watching One Piece and gets transported to the One Piece world while playing a game, binding with the flamboyant system. He opens the beginner gift pack, detoxifies after eating the fruit, but ends up with no toilet paper and has to take off his underwear. As a result, he beats a celestial dragon and quickly runs away, even boarding Karp's warship. When Karp invites him, he firmly refuses, which angers Karp. In a 21st century internet CAF in Shenzhen, 19-year-old Lin Hai is staring at the screen having just watched One Piece. He was blown away by Zoro cutting Kaido, and Luffy's Conqueror's Haki was even more thrilling. He snatches the mid-lane Garen and types excitedly, "Brothers, lie down." In the Garen Master, lighting a cigarette, he smooths his hair in front of the screen. So cool. Suddenly, the three opponents ignore him, and before the minions even leave the base, the tower is destroyed. Lin Hai is furious. Do they think Garen is just for show? His hand speed skyrockets as he clicks E to spin triple kill. Lin Hai laughs wildly. Is that it? Good looks and skills to match. He returns to base to buy 2 Doran swords and 5 potions 3 Doran's swords to start. And his opponents are all noobs. Outside, thunder rumbles, and Lin Hai suddenly sees black when he opens his eyes again. He finds himself sitting on a toilet seat. Confused, a voice pops up in his mind, ding. Binding the flamboyant system, Lin Hai immediately understands. He's crossed over. This is the protagonist's script. Ecstatic, he shouts, "Woohoo, let's go." Ding. Binding successful. The host has arrived in the One Piece world, year 1519 of the sea calendar, 1 year before Luffy sets sail. Current location, Sabaody Archipelago. The beginner gift pack has been sent to the spatial backpack. Check your consciousness to view it. Lin Hai is overjoyed. The system gets me. 5-star review. But why is it called the flamboyant system? You're not a beauty. The system retorts, it's just a name, stop talking nonsense. Lin Hai laughs. It has personality. I like it. Open the gift pack. Inside the backpack are a devil fruit, a knife, and a pill. The pill improves physical condition, and the devil fruit is the space fruit. It doesn't fear sea prism stone or seawater and has no side effects. Lin Hai dances with joy. I love the flamboyant system. Must give 5 stars. He grabs the pill and swallows it, then bites into the space fruit. Gurgle. Lin Hai freezes. This fruit is delicious, fragrant, and sweet. But why does it feel like I took a laxative? The system calmly replies, the pill is detoxifying. Lin Hai doesn't have time to listen and quickly lifts the toilet seat after an unknown amount of time. He's dumbfounded, no paper. He urgently calls the system. Do you have any tissues? The system replies, host flamboyant coins 0. 1. Not enough to exchange. Lin Hai is face-palming, thinking it over, and can only take off the underwear he bought from Pinduoduo, finally feeling relieved. Lin Hai looks at the underwear in the trash can that had accompanied him for a long time, feeling heartbroken. Flamboyant system. Quickly open my personal panel. He can't be unfamiliar with the system if he makes a fool of himself. Wouldn't that give readers something to criticize? In the next second, a panel appears that only he can see. Host. Lin Hai strength. 100, currently able to exert 100 pounds agility. 10 fastest running speed, 10 meters per second stamina. 250 flamboyant coins. 0. 1 spatial backpack. Knife sword system shop. Not up to standard, cannot be seen after looking at the panel. Lin Hai is displeased. Is this it? The rewards are too meager. He must try to take advantage of the system. System, think about it. The power levels in One Piece are ridiculous. My classmate watched the Marineford War, and when Whitebeard punched, the phone screen shattered. This world is so dangerous. Can't you give me more life-saving skills? Or at least raise my attributes? The flamboyant system immediately retorts. Host, stop dreaming. This system only assists real skills, must be practiced by yourself. Lin Hai is persistent. Then why isn't Haki on the panel? System, you haven't eaten the pill and fruit, you're just a weakling. Haki? Not yet. Flamboyant coins depend on how flamboyant you are in your actions. The system will reward you. Figure it out yourself. Understand why it's called flamboyant? Interesting, I like it. Lin Hai has a great attitude. If there isn't any, there is no need to force it. He has already grasped the ability of the space fruit. It's somewhat like Law's Nami, able to create a spatial field where he can manipulate the items, but the difference is this fruit can't heal if he cuts with a knife. The opponent is directly finished. Just as he is pondering, footsteps come from outside, and Lin Hai suddenly snaps back. What was he thinking? He has been enjoying himself in the toilet, while smelling this odor for a while. Pushing open the bathroom door, he bumps into a face that deserves a beating wrapped in a bubble, with snot hanging from his nose, looking quite uncomfortable. Lin Hai's mind instantly flashes 2 words. Idiot? Moron? This guy is not an ordinary person, he is Saint Charlos, a celestial dragon who claims to be a descendant of the creator, with power beyond measure. the same one who will be punched away by Luffy a year later. Seeing Lin Hai not only standing but also daring to stare at him, St. Charlos immediately blows up, screaming, "You lowly commoner! Dare not kneel when you see me? Do you believe he'll throw you to feed my pet I bought from the auction yesterday? Damn, what the hell?" Lin Hai's anger flares up, and without thinking, he directly slaps him. With a slap, that guy hits the wall and faints. Realizing what he just did, Lin Hai reacts. "Oh crap, that's a celestial dragon. No wonder he's so arrogant." Looking at the passed out guy, Lin Hai's soul almost flies away, hitting a celestial dragon. "The Marine Admirals will arrive. In no time my abilities are not enough to handle this. I must run immediately." After running a few steps, he stops again. "There must be guards outside. Only this idiot has seen me, so I need to escape quickly." With a strong desire to survive, Lin Hai instantly thinks of a way his space fruit is not just for show. He walks back, spits a mouthful of thick phlegm on his St. Charlos face. "Having hit you, I can't let you off without grossing you out a bit. It's only fair to my looks and to my readers." Room. A circular bubble bursts from his palm, enveloping the bathroom wall with a spatial exchange. Lin Hai instantly teleports outside and runs away. He rushes toward the coast once the Marines find out the celestial dragon has been beaten. The Sabaody archipelago will definitely be sealed off. If that idiot recognizes him, he's completely done for. After dodging the crowd for a while, he spots a woman walking toward the island, not just any woman, but Boa Hancock, the Empress, the world's most beautiful woman and a powerful warlord. Lin Hai knows her background with her temper. Once the island is sealed, she will definitely clash with the Marines. Lin Hai rushes over and shouts, "I just knocked out a celestial dragon. This island is about to be sealed. Don't go in. Hurry and retreat." After saying that, he runs toward the coast without looking back. Hancock and her sisters are initially shocked. Then look at him in disbelief. Who dares to hit a celestial dragon? After a moment, the Empress stutters. "He just said." The green-haired sister pulls her away. "Sister, don't bother. Let's hurry and get on the ship." Reaching the coast, Lin Hai jumps onto a large ship that has just set sail. Wait a minute. Something is off. It has a Navy flag and a dog head emblem. It's definitely a warship. On the deck, Karp is chatting with Akiji, and both big shots immediately notice someone boarding. Quite bold. The soldiers see Karp move and quickly take their positions. Karp walks up to Lin Hai, squinting his eyes and asking, "Kid, who are you? Dare to board my ship?" Lin Hai breaks into a sweat. Karp. This is a legendary big shot, but he quickly calms down. He doesn't know I hit a celestial dragon, and Karp is reasonable. Lin Hai makes up a story. "I'm called the God of Sleep, being chased by human traffickers, and I rushed onto this ship to hide." God of Sleep? Still a god? Karp's eyes instantly turned dangerous. Lin Hai's heart sank. This nickname was what his old friends used to call him. When he was in school, he would sleep during the lessons and even dream about cough. He quickly explained, "My name is Huaxia. D. Lin Hai. D." Karp cursed, and Wardlithus was troublesome. Anyone with a D in their name was never simple. Lin Hai quickly waved his hand. "That's not important. Just call me Lin Hai, Vice Admiral Karp." Karp was stunned. Usually, people trembled in fear when they saw him, but this kid actually dared to be so bold. Lin Hai walked straight to the ship's deck and casually said, "Vice Admiral Karp, could I get a glass of water? I've been running and am dying of thirst." Akiji, lounging in a chair, had a dark expression. "Didn't he see me here? That drink is mine." Lin Hai knew very well the personalities of these two big shots. As long as he didn't lie, didn't become a pirate, and didn't speak ill of others, he would definitely be fine. Akiji took off his eye mask and sat up. "Allah, before drinking, shouldn't you ask the owner?" Lin Hai took another sip and retorted, "Vice Admiral Akiji, you're so generous, you wouldn't mind, right? I've already drunk it, and if I return it, you won't drink it anyway. Since we're both going to drink, asking is pointless." Akiji was left speechless by this logic. What about politeness? Ha ha ha. Karp laughed out loud, sitting next to Lin Hai and slapping him on the shoulder. "Kid, come join the Navy. By the way, how did you get on my ship?" Lin Hai grimaced in pain. "Old man, take it easy. Are you trying to crush me?" Karp was digging in his nose. "Don't mind the details. Quickly tell me, how did you suddenly appear on my ship?" Lin Hai disdainfully replied, "Haven't you heard? Do you know about devil fruits?" Karp and Akiji instantly became interested, with Akiji asking, "What ability?" Lin Hai casually said, "I think it's space-related, not very clear." Akiji muttered, "That ability is not simple." Karp patted his shoulder again. "Kid, come join the Navy." Lin Hai shook his head like a rattle drum. "Join the Navy? What kind of joke is that? It's impossible in this lifetime. If he really went, he'd be done for once the celestial dragons recognized him." To Karp and Akiji, this sounded different. Karp's gaze turned dangerous. "You want to be a pirate?" Lin Hai was taken aback, disdainfully saying, Old man Karp, is there anyone in this world besides humans? The rest are all pigs? Karp nodded. Aren't they? Akiji, Lin Hai, and the eavesdropping Marines all looked at Karp with strange expressions. Karp realized what he had said, feeling both angry and embarrassed. In short, clarify why you don't want to join the Navy. Otherwise, you'll be put on the danger list. Lin Hai quickly said, I've said it, don't hit me. Speak. Lin Hai stood up, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and slowly said, I think your Navy's justice is too blind. Akiji curiously asked, why do you say that? Lin Hai explained, you shout justice every day. Isn't it just to eliminate pirates? Kung Fu retorted, isn't that right? Lin Hai laughed. Haven't you ever doubted yourselves? Do you think all pirates are enemies, all doing evil? But why are there so many pirates? Excluding those who truly do evil. There must be some who are forced by you to become pirates, right? For some purpose. And some innocent adventurers who have never done anything wrong. You don't spare them either. What can they do? Just these, your so-called justice clearly have a lot of bugs. How many people in the Navy act outside the rules? Executing privately based on personal preferences, right? The ship fell silent in an instant. Akainu is a typical example. Lin Hai's words shattered many people's mental barriers like thunder. But once the barriers were broken, a new problem arose. The beliefs that had persisted for many years were about to collapse. Akiji spoke up. What you said is indeed true, but can't we change it? Lin Hai looked at him. Mr. Akiji, many people have their own rigid beliefs, and there are countless interests involved. If we really want to change, the Navy might split directly, understand? Besides, the Shichibukai system, the world government, is just pure comedy. On one hand, it lets the Navy eliminate pirates, and on the other hand, it tries to win over pirates, calling it, ha, it's absurd to the extreme. Looking at the silent group, Lin Hai became more and more passionate. The human trafficking market in Sabeti Archipelago is right next to the Navy headquarters, and it's still legal. Don't you find that ironic? And those celestial dragons, they want civilians to kneel while shopping, and if they fancy someone, they just take them home. Ding. Congratulations to the host for forming a belief, activating Conqueror's Haki. The system prompt sounded, but Lin Hai was so passionately speaking that he didn't hear it. He suddenly shouted, is human life and freedom so easily trampled on? Boom! A terrifying energy exploded from him. A light blue aura instantly enveloped the entire ship, and everyone froze in place. Then, the sailors looked like they had seen a ghost, sweating profusely, their eyes rolling back, one after another fainting. What a spectacular scene. Kung Fu and Akiji, who were closest, felt it most strongly. Karp's eyes widened, and Akiji broke out in a cold sweat. These words are the ultimate question pursued by countless people in this world. After a while, Akiji muttered, hey, Mr. Karp, that was Conqueror's Haki, right? Karp nodded, that's right. This aura, this kid is too surprising. Lin Hai awkwardly scratched his head. They fainted. I'll go wake them up. Otherwise, the ship will sail away. Karp and Akiji watched his back, and Akiji asked, will he become an enemy of the Navy? Karp shook his head, probably not. There is true righteousness in his words. He can't be too bad. What a pity. Akiji fell silent. Given the current situation in the Navy, he truly couldn't stay. The two exchanged glances, and Karp said, we can just ask him later, right? Akiji nodded. On the other side, Lin Hai was sweating coldly. Did I just go overboard? But showing off in front of Karp and Akiji felt really great. He quickly adjusted the system panel. Host, Lin Hai strength, 100 agility, 10 stamina, 250 Conqueror's Haki. LV1, can intimidate, can be released freely, cannot control. Cannot entangle or attack, finesse coins. 0, 1 space backpack. Knife, sword. He secretly peeked at Karp and Akiji's attributes, but all he saw were question marks. After waking up the fainted sailors, Karp shouted, kid, come here. Lin Hai felt uneasy. If this old man forced him to join the Navy, he would rather die than go. It would be better to set sail with Luffy, enjoy the scenery along the way, meet beautiful women. Cough, cough, how carefree. It's rare to be reborn. Let others be the saints and heroes. The three sat down, and Karp asked, according to what you said, does the Navy still have any meaning? Akiji also stared at him. This is a matter related to beliefs. Lin Hai was silent for a moment and smiled. How can it be meaningless? It's precisely because of you that civilians can be a bit more stable. Without you righteous people maintaining balance, wouldn't the sea be in chaos? In an instant, everyone suddenly realized. Akiji muttered, everything has two sides. The Navy and pirates are the same, right, righteous guy? Ha ha ha. Karp laughed heartily, patting Lin Hai on the shoulder. Lin Hai was annoyed. That's enough, old man. It hurts. The sailors ignored his complaints and collectively shouted, Long live justice. Long live justice. After a pause, Karp persuaded again. Kid, come join the Navy. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. It's not that I don't want to go. First of all, I can't get past that mental block. Secondly, with my little body, I wouldn't even know how I'd die if I went. Don't persuade me. Akiji curiously asked. Then what do you want to do? Lin Hai secretly touched Karp's sunbae and said slowly, find a safe place to hide and take a long nap. Duong. Karp punched him on the head, angrily saying, I'm going to wake you up from this fallen state. Lin Hai hugged his head and shouted angrily, stinky old man, I'll be beaten silly by you sooner or later. Are your fists made of iron? It hurts so much, woo woo woo. Karp scratched his head awkwardly and asked Akiji, did I use too much strength just now? The sailors held back their laughter. Lin Hai was crying while secretly eating Karp's sunbae. Karp realized and screamed, my sunbae, pulu pulu. The transponder snail on the ship rang. Akiji asked, should we answer, Mr. Karp? Karp waved his hand. It must be that bastard Sengoku complaining about me. I said I wanted to take a vacation. Ignore him. Ha ha. At the Navy headquarters, a cup fell to the ground, rolling to Kizaru's feet. Kizaru said, Marshal Sengoku, do you want to go over? Sengoku was furious. That bastard Karp isn't answering the phone again. Akiji should be on his ship. I originally called him to handle this. Forget it, Kizaru. He looked at Kizaru. The meaning was clear. Kizaru's glasses flashed, and he slowly said, I heard that the celestial dragons in Sabeti Archipelago were knocked out. And the guard were all confused when they found out. They really dare to hit the celestial dragons. The Navy headquarters can't ignore this, right, Marshal? Don't worry. I'll be back soon. Sengoku. Then I'll trouble you. Back to Lin Hai's side. On the ship, Lin Hai asked in confusion, Karp, old man, where's this ship going? Karp's eyes lit up. This kid doesn't want to join the Navy. Perfect. Just toss him to Windmill Village to hang out with Luffy. Maybe they can become friends. Luffy is pretty lonely on his own. He casually said, I'm going on vacation to see my grandson. How about you? Lin Hai's eyes widened. Staying with the main character Luffy? Life would definitely be explosive. Since he has a system and is a reborn person, this life is destined to be anything but ordinary. The readers wouldn't allow it either. He quickly said, is it safe? If it's safe, I'll go. By the way, is Akiji Admiral going too? Akiji waved his hand. I'm just hitching a ride. I have to handle some business along the way. Lin Hai rubbed his hands. Admiral Akiji, you're tall and handsome. Can you lend me some berries? I'm broke. Akiji's face darkened. How can I refuse such flattery? But he was an old hand at this and immediately shifted. Why don't you borrow from Karp? Karp's face also darkened, glaring fiercely at Akiji. Lin Hai added fuel to the fire. This old man looks like he is not serious. How could he have berries? Hit. I would believe it even if I died, Duong. Karp punched over. Lin Hai got angry. Stinky old man. Did I say something wrong? Do you have berries? Ha ha ha. Karp said seriously, no. Lin Hai was depressed. You don't have it, but you still hit me, TSK. Ah la la. Akiji helplessly said, all right, I have 250 berries. Take it. I'm in desperate need of a loan. I felt Karp's punches. They can hammer mountains and shake the earth. What a sensation. After receiving 250 berries, Lin Hai was overjoyed. Arigato. By the when's mealtime? I am starving. Kropka. Din. Flamboyant function activated. Complete the bold operation of borrowing money from a Marine Admiral. Reward, 250 flamboyant coins, 50 to all attributes. First forced increase in stamina. Check your stats. The system suddenly prompted. So that's how the flamboyant system works? Lin Hai quickly opened his panel. Host, Lin Hai power, 100 agility, 10 stamina, 300, 250-50. Conqueror's Haki, LV1 can intimidate. Freely released, cannot control, cannot entangle. Flamboyant coins, 250. One space backpack, knife, sword. Lin Hai's breath quickened. This is amazing. System, first time reward, normal operation. Seeing everyone busy with their own tasks, Lin Hai couldn't contain his excitement and wanted to indulge again. He boasted to the system. Back in the day, I was well-rounded. In LOL, I could trash-talk teammates while being a top-tier player. The sky's the limit for my flamboyance. Too bad there's no room for heroes here. System. You are indeed flamboyant, but you targeted the wrong person. No rewards. Lin Hai slapped himself. Damn. No rewards. It seems I need to perform bold operations on others. Before he could think further, Karp burst out laughing. You say I'm not serious? You're the one who's serious. I've never seen a fool who hits himself. Ha ha ha. Lin Hai's face darkened, stubbornly retorting, is it wrong to swap mosquitoes? Karp directly grabbed him. Get to the kitchen and help. Ding. Bold operation completed. 40 to all attributes, 400 flamboyant coins. The system's prompt sounded. Lin Hai was stunned and quickly asked the system, how are these rewards calculated? The next day, Lin Hai was awakened by noise outside and went out to see Karp and Akiji there. He yawned. Another day waking up to my own handsomeness. Being so handsome is really a hassle. Ding! Bold operation completed. 40 to all attributes, 400 flamboyant coins. The system prompt exploded. Lin Hai instantly woke up. This is what I needed? I must be flamboyant to the max. Ignoring the dark faces of the few people beside him, he continued to flaunt. Why are you all looking at me? Being handsome is not my fault. I'm also troubled, you know? Ding! Complete another bold operation. 40 to all attributes, 400 flamboyant coins. Karp clenched his fists, holding back. While Akiji exuded cold air, this guy is asking for it. He had already scammed 250 berries yesterday and clearly had no intention of returning it. Lin Hai pressed on. Mr. Karp, Mr. Akiji, with my good looks, won't people be jealous and beat me up? Back in my hometown, a reader was chased for 3 days and nights just for being too handsome, and another girl crashed into a pole because of my looks and got taken in. Turns out being handsome is also a sin. Ding! Flamboyance to the max. Triple critical hit. 120 to all attributes. 1,200 flamboyant coins. Before Lin Hai could fully enjoy his success, bang, bang, Karp and Akiji's fists fell simultaneously. Karp snorted. This brat is asking for it early in the morning. Akiji quickly said, Karp-san, I'm bidding farewell here. He took out a bicycle and used his freezing fruit powers to skate away on the sea. If he didn't leave, he might go crazy. Karp waved his hand, ignoring Lin Hai lying on the deck, and went to drink tea in a recliner. Lin Hai quickly adjusted his panel. Host, Lin Hai power, 150, 150, agility, 100, 1090, stamina, 400, 300, 100, Conqueror's Haki. LV1, can intimidate, freely released, cannot control, cannot entangle, flamboyant coins, 2650. One space backpack, knife, sword. After distributing his attributes, he felt like his body was different, running from the first floor to the 5th floor, his waist and neck, and he wasn't out of breath. After a while, Karp wondered, hey, it was just one punch, it can't be that exaggerated. Right. Lin Hai stood up abruptly. Do I look like I'm fine? Where's Admiral Akiji? Karp pinched his nose. He wanted to do something. Lin Hai asked, are we going to your hometown? Where is it? Karp replied, we're almost there, East Blue, Windmill Village. Lin Hai tried to check Karp's attributes, but it was still a bunch of question marks. The gap was too big. He wanted to grind more attributes, but had no inspiration. Bold operations depend entirely on inspiration. He didn't know how long it had been, but the warship finally sailed into the harbor of Windmill Village. Following behind Karp, Lin Hai couldn't help but complain. Karp, old man, you're a vice admiral in the Navy. With a reputation, how come your hometown is in such a remote area? People might think we're hiding from enemies in the mountains. So embarrassing. Karp turned around with a black line on his forehead. You got a problem? TCH. Lin Hai muttered, I only have 250 berries, and you took 200. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Ah! Karp's expression changed instantly. Don't mind the details. Lin Hai, I'll introduce you to my grandson Luffy later. You two will definitely get along. Lin Hai followed helplessly. He couldn't fight. What else could he do? That 200 berries. It wasn't that he was stingy, but the system store needed the panel to meet the standards before it opened, and flamboyant coins were just numbers right now. Not long after, they saw a house. Karp knocked on the door, but got no response, so he knocked harder. An angry roar came from inside. Which bastard is disturbing my nap? Karp's face darkened. It's me. You got a problem. Dayton opened the door, and, seeing Karp, sweat appeared on her forehead. Karp-san, what brings you here? Just then, Luffy returned, shouting, Grandpa, what are you doing here? Karp was about to speak when Lin Hai cut in, pointing at Dayton. Who is this fat lady? Is she that straw hat bastard's mom? Dayton glared. You little brat, what did you say? Lin Hai grinned. Seems normal. Being called out would make anyone angry. Unlike Karp, this old man. I could scold him, and it wouldn't matter. He's hopeless. Bang. Karp snorted. This kid is too annoying. Is it that serious just for buying snacks with 200 berries? Luffy rolled on the ground, holding his belly. Who is this person? So interesting. Woos. Bang. Karp quickly gave Luffy a hit. Luffy cried out, Grandpa, why did you hit me? I didn't say anything. Karp ignored him and asked Dayton, is there food? I'm hungry. Dayton shot back. Eating it this time? Go find it in the village. Sigh. Karp turned to Lin Hai. Come here, let me introduce you. Dayton exclaimed. Karp, is this your grandson again? Do you think this is a daycare? Stop it. Lin Hai smiled. Do you have a problem with your eyesight? With my looks, how could I be that old pervert's grandson? Get lost. Bang. Karp dragged Lin Hai to Luffy's side. All right, you introduce yourselves. I'm leaving. Luffy was delighted. Really? That's great. Bang. Karp hit him again. Grandpa is leaving. Shouldn't you feel reluctant? You wish I would go, huh? Is that how a grandson treats his grandpa? Luffy covered his head. Sorry, Grandpa. Take care. Karp was satisfied. You two get along well. Dayton looked at Karp's fading figure and didn't dare to speak. This old man is too scary. His punches hurt so much. She shouted outside. You two brats find your own food. Don't disturb my sleep. Bang. The door slammed shut. Lin Hai and Luffy exchanged glances. And Lin Hai said, I am Lin Hai. What is your name? Luffy grinned. I am called. Lin Hai interrupted. Monkey D. Luffy, right? Who doesn't he know? Hurry up. I'm starving. Luffy was momentarily stunned, then laughed. Yuri really interesting. Come on. I'll treat you to a big meal. Lin Hai's eyes lit up. You're really a living bodhisattva. Ha ha ha. Luffy laughed heartily. No need to be polite. Let's go. As they walked, Luffy curiously asked, Are you also my grandpa's grandson? Lin Hai was taken aback and teased him deliberately. Yeah, so you have to call me brother. Luffy looked puzzled. Why? Lin Hai, I'm 19. How about you? Luffy, 16. Lin Hai shrugged. That settles it. I'm older than you. Luffy nodded. Oh, I see. Chatting as they walked, Lin Hai pulled up Luffy's panel. Monkey D. Luffy, protagonist, strength, 1600 agility, 150 stamina, 3000 devil fruit, gum fruit, mythical Zoanika form. Has a protagonist halo, explosive potential, becomes stronger when facing strong opponents. Turns misfortune into fortune. Lin Hai et Lin Shop. Looking at his own panel, it instantly felt less impressive. After walking for a while, Lin Hai complained. The feast you mentioned, it wouldn't be hunting in the forest, would it? Luffy nodded. Yeah. Bear meat is super delicious, and there's tiger meat too. Lin Hai jumped back. Wipe your drool first. Do you want to drown the ants? Shouldn't we eat at a restaurant? Do I have to do it myself? That's too much. Luffy suddenly became serious. Look over there. A giant bear was approaching. Luffy said gravely. This guy's not easy to deal with. Lin Hai stepped forward. Luffy, watch closely. Let me show you my strength without fighting. Luffy paniqued. Danger. That bear is super tough. Before he could finish, Lin Hai activated his Conqueror's Haki. A light blue aura instantly enveloped the area, and the giant bear froze on the spot, sweating profusely, then rolled its eyes and fainted. Luffy wiped his sweat. This aura. It's just like Shanks and Grandpa. He grabbed Lin Hai's arm. Teach me. Lin Hai pressed his hand down. Let's eat first. We could talk about the rest later. After finishing the meal, Lin Hai's face darkened. I only had one bite, and you devoured everything? What about the next meal? Luffy shrugged. As long as it's tasty, it's fine. We can get more next time. Lin Hai lay on the ground pondering. Luffy's eating style is like a life return. I must learn it. But right now, the most important thing is to train my body. Otherwise, with these attributes, I can't survive. Just as he was thinking, Luffy suddenly said, Lin Hai, I'm going to set sail next year. What about you? Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. Set sail? Luffy nodded. I made a promise to someone. I want to become the Pirate King, and then return this hat to him. Come sail with me? Lin Hai grinned. Sail with you? Then I'll be the captain? Luffy quickly waved his hands. No way. The captain must be me. Lin Hai asked. Then what will I be? Luffy pondered for a moment. His eyes lit up. You could be the first mate. Lin Hai waved his hand. Anything is fine. Since you invited me, let's set sail together. Let's have an explosive adventure. Luffy nodded. An explosive adventure? Ha ha ha, I can't wait. I really want time to fly faster. Ace has been at sea for 2 years. I wonder how he is. Lin Hai interrupted him. Luffy, your fighting level isn't good right now, and I'm also weak. We need to train for a while. Luffy protested. You dare look down on me? Lin Hai, aren't you trying to become the Pirate King? If you're really strong, why do you only get beaten up when you run into your grandpa? You're a rubber man. Logically speaking, it shouldn't hurt when you get hit. So why does it hurt when your grandpa hits you? Luffy was confused. Why? Lin Hai explained. That's Haki. There are 3 types. The first is Conqueror's Haki, which I just used. You felt it. The second is Observation Haki, which can predict the opponent's movements. And if you can't do this, you'll just get beaten by those who can. The third is Armament Haki, which can be applied to the body or weapons to enhance attack and defense. If it hurts when others hit you, it's because they use this move, understand? We won't talk about deeper stuff for now. First, let's strengthen your body. That's the foundation. Luffy's forehead was sweating, super excited. So that's how it is. When can I learn? Lin Hai shook his head. Not sure. Maybe when your body is strong enough or you encounter something special, it will awaken. If you want to be the Pirate King, you have to understand this. You might learn it one day, Enough talk, I need to train. I'm too weak right now. Luffy was puzzled. You're still weak? I think you're really strong. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and train. So Lin Hai started doing sit-ups, squats, and frog jumps. Luffy complained. Can this stuff really improve fighting ability? Lin Hai laughed. Whether it works or not, you'll find out later. After practicing for a while, he took a knife out of his spatial backpack. It looked very similar to Zoro's sword, completely snow white, simple and low-key, and felt great in hand. It didn't have a name yet, so Lin Hai called a high wind. He couldn't think of a better name. Luffy saw him conjure a knife out of nowhere and was curious. Lin Hai, how did you do that? Lin Hai, I ate the space fruit, so I have a spatial backpack, and the knife came from there. Luffy's eyes sparkled. That sounds fun. Can you take me in a play? Lin Hai was speechless. Living things can't go in. Luffy complained. TSH, the space fruit is really trash. Lin Hai, you're just jealous. Watch closely, Luffy. Room. A circular membrane expanded from his palm, enveloping the big tree opposite. One sword style, cake cutting. A flash of white light, and the big tree was sliced in half. Lin Hai turned to raise an eyebrow. How's that? Luffy exclaimed. That's super cool. Do it again. That was awesome. A few days later, in the forest, Lin Hai complained. This barbecue is too bland without any seasoning. Luffy laughed. What can we do? Lin Hai. After Ace set sail, I was all alone in the forest. It was so lonely. Good thing you came. Finally someone to chat with. It's so great. Lin Hai. Indeed, being alone in the deep mountains is tough. But soon, we'll be able to roam the seas. By the way, do you really have to become the Pirate King? Just for a promise? Luffy shook his head. A promise is a promise. Wanting to be the Pirate King is my own desire. Ace wanted to. We want to be the freest people on the sea. The freest people? Lin Hai muttered. Everything is oppositional. Where is absolute freedom? Ding. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the truth. Conqueror's Haki leveled up. The system notification sounded. Lin Hai quickly checked his panel. Host. Lin Hai strength. 300, 150, agility. 110 stamina. 500, 400, 100 Conqueror's Haki. LV2 can control release. Directly stun those with weak will, stylish coins. 3,000. One spatial backpack. Knife. High wind. The progress is too rapid. Lin Hai was delighted. Stood up and asked, do you want to eat something good? Luffy instantly perked up. Yes. Super want. Lin Hai. Follow me to the garbage dump across the street. I'll treat you to a feast. Luffy was confused. Isn't that super expensive? Do you have any belly? Lin Hai looked down on him. Did you forget my ability? Luffy immediately protested. Lin Hai, how can you be that kind of person? Lin Hai glared at him. Just asking if you want to eat. Ah ha ha. Luffy caved. Don't be fierce, I'll go, is that okay? Lin Hai said seriously. If you want to be the captain, you need to know when to joke and when not to. When we set sail in the future, every decision could affect the lives of our companions, understand? Just moments ago, Luffy was still joking around, but now he became serious, pressing down his hat and nodding. I understand. Thank you. Lin Hai knew he had great wisdom. He just loved to mess around, otherwise. How would the Straw Hat crew have such good luck? He hooked his arm around Luffy's shoulder. By the way, are you interested in beautiful girls? Luffy pondered. I have a goal. I can't get distracted. Lin Hai nodded. Ambitious. Then I won't have to worry about you stealing from me in the future. Luffy, nanny. Ha ha ha. Lin Hai laughed. Forget about that. Let's go eat a big meal. Don't mess around, or it'll be a big trouble. Got it? Luffy asked. Should we bring some back for Dayton and the others? Lin Hai sneered. With your appetite, you really think you can bring some back? Luffy patted his chest. No way. Ha ha ha. In the end, they still brought some back. Bang bang bang. Voices of cursing came from inside the house. Which bastard is disturbing my sleep again? Dayton opened the door and saw the two of them, frowning. What do you two brats want? Without waiting for Luffy to speak, Lin Hai shot back. It's almost dark, and you're still sleeping? It's a miracle you guys aren't starving as bandits. Dayton was furious. You little brat. Lin Hai handed over the food. Hurry up and eat. We're leaving. Luffy stepped forward. Haha, Dayton, eat up. This is what we got from a noble's kitchen. Lin Hai quickly covered his mouth, threw the food to Dayton, and dragged Luffy away. Lin Hai shouted. Didn't you promise not to tell anyone? Luffy. Lin Hai nodded. Not even Dayton. Let's go. Luffy. Dayton was dumbfounded. How did Lin Hai understand Luffy? They actually dared to go to the nobles and come back unscathed? Karp really brought back a couple of monsters. The next day, in the forest, Lin Hai and Luffy practiced against each other for a while. Lin Hai couldn't win, but his technique was overwhelming. After all, he was a transmigrator, having seen all sorts of moves from One Piece, plus his knowledge from the 21st century. Lin Hai said, Luffy, you're wasting a lot of energy in many places. Remember, you are rubber. You need to use the properties of rubber. Also, when fighting, you must guard against deadly moves. Getting hit would be disastrous. Luffy was confused. Deadly moves? Seeing he was clueless, Lin Hai picked up a stick. Want to try again? Luffy was eager to try, and Lin Hai directly unleashed a deadly move. Room. A circular membrane instantly enveloped Luffy. Just as Luffy wanted to attack, the stick had already slammed into his stomach, sending him flying. Luffy roared, "Damn it!" He wanted to continue, but Lin Hai shouted, "Did you see the move just now?" Luffy angrily said, "Bring it on. I won't lose." Lin Hai was exasperated. "We're not competing to win or lose. What are you thinking? I was using a knife just now. What would happen to you now?" Only then did Luffy feel scared, but stubbornly said, "Your ability is too underhanded." Lin Hai laughed. "Once we set sail, it's all about life and death. There's no underhandedness." Luffy recalled what had just happened. "Did my position change?" Lin Hai nodded. "I moved you to a place where the stick could hit you." Luffy was frustrated. "This is unsolvable." Lin Hai shook his head. "Those who understand my ability, react quickly, and have enough experience can block it. Those who can use observation haki can also block. Many things are just not thought of." Luffy nodded. "I was too ignorant. Let's keep practicing." Lin Hai reminded. "You rubber idiot, be gentle when you hit. It still hurts from yesterday. Stop talking nonsense. Take this." Days passed. Lin Hai and Luffy practiced and leveled up every day, building strength for their future voyage. Karp never would have imagined that he just wanted to find someone to accompany his grandson, but ended up with a troublesome guy who made him feel both headachy and relieved. In the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar, which was the second year since Lin Hai transmigrated to the world of pirates, a place far from Windmill village, Lin Hai, who had become much sturdier, heard the voice of the flirtatious system in his mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for opening the system store." Lin Hai excitedly opened the panel. Host, Lin Hai strength, 1200 agility, 120 stamina, 2100 Conqueror's Haki. LV2, intimidates opponents, can be freely controlled and released. Directly stuns those with weak will. Flirtatious coins, 6000. One spatial backpack. Knife, sword, alias. High wind system all. Restart doll, 450, TT 45. Instant noodles, 8. System store, eggs. Home Sosoga, 2. Shave, 100000. Life return, 100000. Moonwalk, 100,000. Dugan 9 swords, 1 million. Meteor sword technique, 1 million. I have a sword, 1 billion. Special note, except for daily necessities, other items cannot be used by others. Lin Hai stared at the screen, feeling unsettled. System, I'm a serious person. What kind of store are you running? System, if you don't buy, then forget it, refused to answer. Hee hee. Lin Hai was excited. It had personality. But I have a sword costs 1 billion? Crazy. Luffy rushed over. You're using your ability to cheat. That doesn't count as losing. Lin Hai glanced at his overwhelming attributes, secretly thinking, it's still faster to level up by fighting pirate crews. Flashy moves yield high returns. Setting sail tomorrow? Lin Hai asked. Luffy jumped up. Can't wait. I'm definitely going to be the pirate king. Lin Hai, you're making great progress, but I really don't want to leave. The two sat on a rock, welcoming the sea breeze, their minds full of future adventures, unknown journeys, fresh people, explosive events. After living for over a decade, shouldn't they say goodbye? Lin Hai teased him. Luffy, dreams are in front. Be decisive. Lin Hai retorted, we're not fighting today anyway. You can't win. Luffy exploded. You're cheating. Lin Hai poked his face. Isn't the space fruit a power? Luffy pouted. I hate the space fruit. Lin Hai laughed. I've had good wine, let's go. Luffy's eyes lit up. Is there meat? Glutton. Originally, Luffy didn't drink, but he grew to love it because of him. How can there be pirate feelings without wine? The next day, at the port of Windmill Village, the two were on a boat. The boat was larger than in the original story, with 2 empty wooden barrels placed on it. Lin Hai had already thought it through, to hide in during storm. All the food was stuffed in the spatial backpack. Luffy shouted, goodbye everyone. The villagers responded, bon voyage. Can this boat make it? Suddenly, a big creature appeared beneath the boat. The two stared at the bubbling surface of the sea. Lin Hai, this stinky fish occasionally gets eaten. I'll get rid of it. Luffy chimed in. I can do it too. Same old rule. Lin Hai raised his hand. The villagers on the shore were dumbfounded. They actually saw the two playing rock, paper, scissors on the boat. Meanwhile, the near-sea king, which had bitten off Shanks' arm, had already leaped out of the sea. What were they doing? Luffy, Lin Hai, be careful behind you. Ah, you guys run away. On the boat. Lin Hai said, Luffy, I won. Room. Clang. Before everyone could react, a flash of white light passed, and the near sea king's head flew straight off. Lin Hai leaped up, grabbing the fish's body with one hand, shouting, Go, Pikachu! The massive fish slammed down onto the beach, and after the smoke cleared, the villagers swallowed hard. Did he throw it over with one hand? That's too awesome. Just as it surfaced, it was gone. These two must be monsters. Lin Hai instantly teleported back to the boat, and Luffy pouted and turned his head. What's so great about it? I can throw too. Lin Hai tossed him a chicken leg. Here, yours. Luffy's eyes sparkled. My chicken leg. Lin Hai, you're the best. The small boat drifted away from Windmill Village, surrounded by water and sky, indistinguishable in direction. Lin Hai asked, Drifting like this, where are we going? Luffy shrugged. We'll get there eventually. Lin Hai laughed. Why don't you just say we'll drift straight to the Grand Line? Luffy was excited. Can we really? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. No way. If a storm hits, guess who will drown first? Luffy exclaimed. What do we do then? Lin Hai said, Once we get to a place, we need to find a navigator quickly. Otherwise, we'll be like headless flies. Luffy nodded. I'll listen to you. Let's find a navigator first. Lin Hai leaned against the side of the boat. It's a bit boring. Luffy grinned. Don't worry. We'll get there eventually. After an unknown amount of time, the two sensed something was wrong, exchanged glances, and Lin Hai shouted, Quick, paddle. We're getting sucked into a whirlpool. Luffy panicked. Oh. A giant wave, dozens of meters high, crashed in, and the small boat fell apart. Lin Hai held onto a piece of wood, and he and Luffy, who had hidden in a wooden barrel, were instantly separated. Somewhere in the East Sea, just moments ago there was thunder and lightning, and in the blink of an eye, the weather turned sunny. Conditions at sea changed faster than a woman's mood. A wooden barrel floated on the sea. Inside was Luffy. At that time, Lin Hai had used his abilities to steer the ship away from the whirlpool, but he couldn't withstand the crashing waves, and the two were separated. A merchant ship passed by, and the crew discovered the barrel, thinking it was treasure or liquor, and quickly fished it up. Not far away, a pirate ship suddenly appeared. A female voice shouted from the bow, Kobe, who's the most beautiful person on the sea? A short boy with divided pink hair and glasses replied, Of course it's Captain Aurita. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. At the bow, Aurita, with an explosive build and a face full of freckles, was exceptionally ugly yet distinctive. She laughed and said, Good answer. Kobe replied, Thank you. A crew member interjected, Captain Aurita, this is a fat sheep. Aurita. That's right, let's hijack the ship. Whoa. The crew cheered, and cannon fire roared. Aurita stared at the luxurious merchant ship. Boys, let them see the power of Iron Rod Aurita. The crew climbed up the ropes to the merchant ship, while Kobe held onto the rope, too scared to move. Aurita angrily yelled, Kobe, what are you doing? Kobe, I'm afraid. Daring to disobey orders? Aurita kicked him over and jumped onto the ship. Here I come. At this moment, Lin Hai was still floating on the wood. He had just been swept into the depths of the sea by the giant wave, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't anxious. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was steady, and he managed to stay calm. He vaguely heard the sounds of woe, and Lin Hai instantly perked up, paddling closer. 2 ships ahead. Room. He dodged onto the deck, his clothes still wet, and saw Luffy being chased by a group of people, who were all sent flying by a rebound. Lin Hai laughed. Hey Luffy, looks like you're having fun. Luffy, surprised. Lin Hai, I knew you were fine. Ha ha ha. Aurita approached, wielding a spike club, and Lin Hai's eyes lit up. System, it's time to get flirty. He asked, Are these pirates? Aurita interjected. Yes. I'm Captain Aurita. Who are you? Luffy. I'm Luffy. And this is my companion Lin Hai. We're pirates too. Aurita, are you here to steal treasures? Lin Hai quickly replied. Yes, hand it over. Luffy was confused. When did we decide to steal treasures? Lin Hai gave him a reassuring look and turned to Aurita. Lin Hai flirtatiously ran his hand through his hair. What are you looking at? Don't fall in love with me. I'm handsome and dashing, but a chicken can't match a phoenix. It's no use thinking about it. It's a crime to even think about it. Don't think I don't know. You're trying to flirt for an opportunity? Not a chance. Just a mere pirate captain. I'm not interested. Everyone on the ship was dumbfounded. And Aurita lowered her head, her face full of black lines. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing a flirty operation. A system notification sounded. Lin Hai became more excited. Why aren't you looking anymore? I didn't insult you. Not looking means you have ulterior motives. Aurita, unable to bear it any longer, swung her spike club with killing intent. Bastard, you're messing with me. Luffy shouted. Lin Hai ducked. After spending so much time together, they had developed a strong tacit understanding, and Lin Hai could tell what Luffy was about to do. As soon as he ducked, Luffy's outstretched arm slammed into Aurita's stomach. Ah, the plump Aurita was sent flying. Next to them, Kobe, who had just been kicked onto the ship by Aurita, stuttered. Sangui. Lin Hai ignored him and looked at the remaining crew. Is there a small boat? The crew hurriedly nodded. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Hai glared. Why aren't you leading the way? Luffy confused. What do we need a small boat for? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Our ship was washed away by the waves. How else are we going to go out to sea? Luffy suddenly realized. Lin Hai, you're so smart. Lin Hai smiled. Hurry up. Kobe stopped him. The next stop is Shell's Town. Take me with you? I want to be a Navy. There's a base there. Lin Hai, I have no objections. Ask our captain. He opened his panel. Host. Lin Hai strength. 1300, 1200, 100, agility. 130, 100, 2010, stamina. 2300, 2100, 200, Conqueror's Haki. LV2, controlled release, stuns weaklings, flirty coins. 6800, 6000. 1-800, space backpack. Knife, high wind. Lin Hai was amazed. Indeed, defeating pirates yields more rewards. Soon, the three of them boarded the small boat. And beside them was another ship with orange-haired, stunningly beautiful, none other than Nami. Lin Hai made eye contact with Nami, internally exclaiming, Nami is really beautiful. That figure. Cough, cough. He spoke. Hi. Gorgeous. Heading to Shell's Town? Nami, yes. Lin Hai jumped onto her ship, causing it to lurch. Nami exclaimed, You have a boat. What are you doing here? Lin Hai wrapped his arms around her waist. That boat is too small. 3 people can't lie down. Once the boat steadied, Nami's face darkened. Hugging so tightly on their first meeting? Too much. She raised an eyebrow. Aren't you going to let go? Do you want to hold on until the end of time? Ah ha ha. Lin Hai released his grip and looked up at the sky. The weather today was perfect. Clear skies. Ding. Flirty operation completed. Reward. A box of TT. Lin Hai's face darkened. What does the system mean? Am I that kind of person? On another ship. Luffy laughed until he rolled. Lin Hai, your brain is too brilliant. Lin Hai waved his hand. You're not bad either. The two exchanged wild laughter, while Kobe and Nami looked at each other in confusion. Are these two not a bit crazy? After the ship set sail, Lin Hai shouted, Luffy, keep up with this ship. Luffy, why? Lin Hai, can you navigate? Luffy straightforwardly replied, No. Nami commented, You say that so confidently, yet you can't even navigate? Lin Hai pointed at Nami. She knows navigation, and our destination is the same. Let her lead us. He introduced, I'm Lin Hai. The one with pink hair on that ship is Kobe, and the other is Luffy. What about you? Knowing it was Nami, he still couldn't say it directly, lest it be misunderstood. Nami, Nami. You guys are quite skilled. I saw you knock the pirate captain away, just now. Lin Hai glanced at the bag beside her, pretending not to notice. He couldn't let her think he was eyeing her treasure, or he would be sent back. Suddenly, Luffy shouted, Nami, are you a navigator? Nami was taken aback. No, but my skills are decent. Luffy was excited. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, and I want to be the Pirate King. Come be my ship's navigator. Nami frowned. You guys are pirates? No thanks. I hate pirates the most. Luffy didn't press the issue after being rejected and sat back on the ship. Lin Hai leaned against the side of the boat. He knew that Nami wouldn't board until the issues in her hometown were resolved. Kobe suddenly said, Luffy, there's a pirate hunter named Roronoa Zoro in Shell's Town. Luffy was confused. A pirate hunter? Is he strong? Nami became interested. She had heard that name before. Kobe, super strong. He's called a beast in human skin. Oh, Luffy adjusted his hat, thinking that if he was a good guy, he would invite him to be a partner. Kobe was shocked. Partner? He is a pirate hunter. Aren't you afraid he'll kill you? Luffy laughed. I'm really strong. Plus, Lin Hai is here. He can't beat us. Nami's eye twitched as she glanced at Lin Hai, who was sleeping on her ship. Pirates inviting a pirate hunter to join them. Unbelievable. As they chatted, the small boat entered the port of Shell's Town. Nami said, I have something to do. Let's part ways here. Lin Hai was indifferent. If fate allows, we'll meet again. Luffy asked, Should we go find Zoro first? Kobe was anxious. Mr. Luffy, I shouldn't have said that just now. Lin Hai laughed. You just judge based on rumors? Can you really be a good Marine like that? Kobe was speechless and had no choice but to follow and look for Zoro. After some inquiries, they arrived at the Marine base. In a training ground, a strong young man with a black headscarf was tied to a 2-meter-long cross. Under the blazing sun, he looked fierce, making people afraid to approach. Luffy climbed over the wall and sighed. Is this the legendary beast? The man on the cross noticed them and shouted, You guys are in the way. Get lost. Lin Hai was troubled. How could he communicate with someone like this? Only Luffy had the patience. At that moment, a little girl clumsily climbed the stairs trying to get over the wall. Lin Hai helplessly said, "Room?" He used his ability to send the little girl into the base. The little girl suddenly appeared inside, looking confused, glancing left and right. Lin Hai shouted from the wall, "Stop looking. Hurry up and do what you need to do. Then come back quickly." The little girl forgot how she got in and ran to Zoro's side. "Big brother, you haven't eaten in a long time. Here's the rice ball I made, eat it." Zoro was about to tell her to leave quickly to avoid being executed as a rebel by Mayor Monka. But Lin Hai had already flashed to the little girl's side with his ability. Lin Hai took the rice ball and smiled. How can he eat with his hands tied? Zoro glanced at him. "I'm not hungry. Take her away." Lin Hai nodded. "Let's eat first and talk later." Before Zoro could speak, Lin Hai directly stuffed the rice ball into his mouth. "Mm. Lin Hai said, "Let's go have a big meal first. We'll talk when we get back." Room. Ding. Completed the flashy operation. Lin Hai was confused. What was flashy about that? Suddenly, the little girl outside the base asked, "Big brother, did you do this?" Lin Hai nodded. "Yeah, where's the restaurant? Let's go eat." He turned to Luffy, who was coming down from the wall. "Right, Luffy?" Luffy's eyes lit up when he heard food. "Food? That's the most important thing. Let's hurry." Zoro inside the base finally swallowed the rice ball. Gritting his teeth, he was definitely going to chop that guy later. At the restaurant in Shell's town, after eating for a while, Luffy exclaimed, "Boss lady, your cooking is so delicious." Lin Hai interjected, "Of course it tastes good when it's free." The boss lady smiled. "You should thank you for saving my daughter. The meal is on me." After chatting for a while, Luffy wondered, then why was the pirate hunter Zoro captured? Didn't he pay for his meal? Everyone's faces darkened. The little girl was anxious. That's not it. Big brother didn't get captured for that. The boss lady explained. More than 20 days ago, Mayor Monka's son, Barumabur, came with a dog to eat, and the dog tried to bite my daughter. Zoro stepped in to fight the dog and offended Barumabur. Barumabur said his father's authority was challenged and wanted to execute us. Zoro then volunteered to be locked up for a month so that Barumabur wouldn't cause us trouble. At this moment, Nami angrily shouted, "You jerk! You have food in your own bowl and still take mine." Lin Hai swallowed his food. "It's rare to see each other again. Don't be stingy." A brash guy walked into the restaurant, and the place instantly fell silent. With blonde hair, dressed in a suit, walking with an arrogant swagger. This was Barumabur. The Marine behind him said, "Young master, that pirate hunter has gone hungry for more than 20 days, but he still looks quite spirited." Barumabur smirked. "What are you afraid of? He'll be executed tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Luffy threw a punch, angry. "Do you treat the agreement like it's nothing?" Barumabur covered his face. "I'll tell my dad and have you all executed." Luffy angrily replied, "Come on, who's afraid of who?" Barumabur, "Just wait. I'm going back now to make sure you die." After Barumabur left with his men, the boss lady hesitated to speak, and Lin Hai comforted her. "Don't worry, I'll go to the Marine base and beat that guy Monka up. I guarantee he won't dare to cause trouble." The boss lady sighed. "Monka has an army. You all should escape quickly." Lin Hai didn't explain and asked, "Luffy, are you full?" "Well, at the Marine base." Luffy walked up to Zoro. "You're really amazing, holding up after not eating for so many days." Zoro replied, "I have things I must accomplish. I can't just collapse like this." Luffy said, "I'm Monkey D. Luffy, and I want to be the Pirate King. This is Lin Hai, my partner. Come be my partner too." Zoro looked up. "Pirate King? Do you know the weight of those 3 words?" Luffy laughed. "It's just the Pirate King. I'll untie your ropes, and you can be my partner." Zoro opposed. "Pirates are all bad people. I want to mix with you guys." Luffy countered. "Don't others think you're a bad person too?" Zoro, "I don't care how others see me, as long as I have a clear conscience." Luffy declared. "Then it's decided. You're my partner." Zoro angrily retorted. "Don't make decisions on your own." Lin Hai walked over. "Zoro, that idiot's son is planning to execute you tomorrow. Do you still naively think you can last a month?" Zoro was shocked. "What did you say?" Lin Hai poked his forehead. "What Barumabur said in the restaurant, they're going to take care of you tomorrow, you fool." Zoro was frustrated. "You jerk." Luffy said, "The Marines want to execute you. Resisting makes you an enemy. Not resisting means you get killed. So, come be a pirate with us." Zoro helplessly asked, "Are you a devil?" Luffy laughed. "Haha, did you agree?" Zoro said, "I have no choice. If I'm going to be a pirate, then so be it. Even if my reputation is ruined, I want my name to echo across the world. But I'll make a deal. I want to be the world's greatest swordsman. If you delay me, I'll commit seppuku as an apology." Luffy exclaimed, "The world's greatest swordsman? That's how a partner of the Pirate King should be." Zoro said, "My sword was taken by that idiot. It's in the building next to us." Luffy declared, I'll go get it. Zoro reminded. You're going the wrong way. Luffy ignored him, ran to the outside of the base, grabbed the railing, and with a rubber arm bounce, flew straight to the top of the marine building. Zoro watched his elongated arm. What? What kind of monster is he? Lin Hai poked his forehead again. He ate a devil fruit. He's a rubber man. This little ability makes you react like this? You still want to be the world's greatest swordsman? People nearby had black lines on their faces. Zoro gritted his teeth. You jerk. I'll chop you up sooner or later. Lin Hai crossed his arms and stood in front of him. I'm right here, come chop me. Ding. Completed the flashy operation. Zoro stared at him. You jerk. Lin Hai continued. Come on. If you're a partner, come chop me. Ding. Completed the flashy operation. Kobe's eyelid twitched, reminding, Mr. Lin Hai. Shouldn't you untie Mr. Zoro first? Lin Hai pretended to be scared. If I untie him, what if he really chops me? If I get chopped, won't you be the executioner? You're gonna be a just marine, Kobe. Ding. Completed the flashy operation. Huh. Why didn't I get a 3-hit combo? What a loss. It's rare to have a burst of inspiration. Before he could feel frustrated, a bunch of Marines surged out of the marine building. Zoro saw Lieutenant Monka and panicked. Hey, hurry up and untie my ropes. Lin Hai ignored him, his attention completely drawn to Monka, over 2 meters tall, wearing a white coat, wielding a big axe, and has a small door in his mouth. He curiously asked, Monka, big guy, why not come to our ship as a cook? Saves on knives. Do you use the axe to scrape when you go to the bathroom? Ding. Completed the flashy operation. The whole place was petrified, and Zoro even forgot to urge for his ropes to be untied. The Marines looked at Monka in fear. This expression clearly meant he was about to explode. Lin Hai was still messing around. Monka, right? Although your mouth looks ugly, we won't laugh at you, but self-harm is unnecessary. Putting that thing in your mouth doesn't look good. Your body and skin are given by your parents. This is great disrespect. As he spoke, he even started to sing, Child, why do you self-harm? Ding. Completed the flashy operation. Monka, unable to endure any longer. What are you standing there for? Shoot. Execute these rebels. The Navy immediately raised their guns at Lin Hai. Zoro was sweating. Was this it? Lin Hai turned around. Look at you all being scared. Watch closely. He took off his flip-flops. These flip-flops are from the Windmill village in the East Sea. Before he could finish, bullets were already flying towards him. Room change. Lin Hai activated his ability, and with a twist of his hand, all the bullets rebounded to the feet of the Navy. With a whoosh, he disappeared. As everyone was looking around, Monka let out a scream. Lin Hai slapped him in the face with a flip-flop. You think you're tough? Interrupting others is really rude. Do you know I was almost scared to death by you? Slap, slap, slap. The sound of the flip-flop hitting his face was incredibly crisp. Monka was dazed. How did this guy appear? And his strength was so great. Crash. The glass on top of the Navy building shattered as Luffy, who had gone to fetch a knife, jumped down. He saw Lin Hai hitting someone with a flip-flop and curiously asked Zoro, What's wrong with Lin Hai? Huh, you actually bully the weak. I want to challenge you one-on-one. Luffy snorted out 2 puffs of air from his nostrils, and everyone mechanically turned to look at this oddball. Lin Hai stopped. Monka was already knocked out. Luffy actually came looking for trouble. It seemed he had to give him a few hits too. Lin Hai stood up, pointing his flip-flop at Luffy. What do you want? Do you believe I will beat you up? Luffy was eager to try. Who's afraid of who? Come on. Kobe quickly hugged Luffy's waist, explaining what had just happened. Ah ha ha ha. Luffy scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. So that's how it is. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Hai is indeed a good person. Zoro, on the side, had a face full of black lines and yelled, You two stop it. Hurry up and untie me. The Navy seemed not to hear, staring at the unconscious Monka, suddenly erupting in cheers. Tyrant Monka has been defeated. We are free. This isn't a dream, right? Try hitting me. Finally, we don't have to do anything against our will. Lin Hai opened the system interface. Host. Lin Hai strength. 1400, 1300, 100, agility. 140, 130, 10, stamina. 2700, 2300, 400, Conqueror's Haki. LV2, control release. Stun weaklings, flamboyant coins. 7800, 16800, 1000, space backpack. Knife, high wind, system prompt. Keep up the good work, flaunt it to the sky. He then looked at Luffy and Zoro's stats. Luffy, strength 2000, agility 155, stamina 3700, potential. Stronger against the strong, infinite, turns misfortune into fortune. Zoro, strength 1500, agility 130, stamina 2500, potential. Stronger against the strong, infinite, berserk. Has a chance to slap back when taunted. Lin Hai gasped. These two are really monsters. But why does his own panel not have potential? Before he could think further, Luffy untied the ropes, and Zoro fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Hai leaned over. Zoro, I heard you were tied up for over 20 days. What did you do if you needed to pee or go to the bathroom? Everyone stared curiously at Zoro. Zoro's face turned red from holding it in, angrily shouted, Lin Hai, you bastard. I'm going to chop you up. Nami at the building heard this and paused for a moment, covering her mouth and chuckling. In a restaurant in Shellstown, after dealing with Monka, Lin Hai and the others accepted a young girl's invitation to have a meal. I'm so full. After all, I haven't eaten for several days. Zoro rubbed his bulging belly, seeing a pile of empty bowls in front of Lin Hai and Luffy. He wondered, how come you two ate more than I did? Luffy laughed. Because it's delicious, Lin Hai explained. Luffy can eat too much. He was kicked out of the village and had no choice but to become a pirate. Puffed. Kobe sprayed his orange drink out of his nose, exclaiming, Is that so? So he was betting his life on it and was lying to me? Lin Hai nodded. Yep, you were fooled by him. Ha ha ha. Zoro agreed. I think Lin Hai is right. Luffy was kicked out. By the way, what about you? Me? Lin Hai pointed to himself as everyone's eyes turned to him, curious as fire. Pay attention. He styled his hair flamboyantly, boasting, I'm too handsome, and the girls are surrounding me. I couldn't resist and had to run away with Luffy. Luffy, no problem, right? Just as Luffy was about to retort, a chicken leg was shoved into his mouth, leaving him speechless. Zoro, with a headache, said, Luffy, as the Pirate King, how many tough guys have you recruited? Luffy swallowed the chicken leg. Without chewing, just the three of us. 3. Zoro's face darkened like a pop bottom. This is what you call a pirate crew? It's just playing house. Luffy pounded his chest. Why not? Our combat power is maxed out. We can dominate the heavens and the earth. Zoro, where's the ship? Rowing a bathtub out to sea? Here comes the high energy. Lin Hai pointed out the window. A dog was peeing on their ship. Lin Hai et lodet, shouting, how dare this dog? Who does it think it is? Get lost. Luffy waved his hand. Small matter, what's the big deal? Lin Hai grabbed his collar. The ship is our face. If someone pees on your head, will you tolerate it? Luffy rolled up his sleeves. Let's go for it. Zoro slapped his forehead. Wrong ship, what a scam. Kobe joined the Navy, parting ways. After getting on the ship, Lin Hai was confused. Where's Nami? How do we leave the island? Where's the navigator? Luffy shook his head. Just drift. We'll get there eventually. Huh. Zoro twitched. This works too? Lin Hai laughed until he crowed. Last time we drifted, we almost drowned. Luffy patted him. What are you afraid of? You're tough. Zoro was anxious. Are you giving your life to the sea? I'm getting off the ship. Let's dock. The small boat entered the sea, and Luffy bounced and said, We have to find a musician. Musician? Zoro widened his eyes. Are you treating navigation like a concert? Lin Hai explained. To be a respectable pirate, you must have a BGM. Play a fiery song during battles. It raises the bar. Right? Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. BGM. It needs to be explosive. Zoro shouted. You two idiots, stop it. If you shake the boat again, it'll capsize. Lin Hai patted Zoro's shoulder, conjuring up tea out of thin air. What a handsome cheat. The process is more enjoyable than the result. Beautiful girls, all mine. Luffy drooled. Make me 1 cup. I'm drooling. Zoro looked at the teacup in surprise. Where did the tea come from? You teleported from the Navy base. Are you also a devil fruit user? Lin Hai tossed 2 cups over, feeling incredibly cool. Space fruit. My abilities are out of this world, but I'm weak against seawater. If I fall in and no one saves me, I'm done for, like. With a splash, he jumped into the sea. No need to actually jump. Zoro's words stuck in his throat. Lin Hai was swimming better than a fish and even better than a mermaid. Zoro grabbed Luffy's head, pointing at Lin Hai in the sea, and shouted, causing waves to rise. Then tell me what's going on here. Luffy's eyes were fiery. Lin Hai, hurry back. Be careful not to cramp your legs and drown. Zoro's face was dark enough to drip ink. Do you curse your companions like that? Hurry up and say it. He is clearly a devil fruit user. Why can he swim better than a fish? Lin Hai climbed back onto the ship and briefly explained to Zoro the weaknesses of a devil fruit user. But Zoro stared at this exception, his head almost exploding. Zoro managed to say, Luffy is right. Why aren't your legs cramping? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Feeling invincible. Jealousy makes you look bad? No way. I'm so outstanding that even the heavens favor me. Drown? What a ridiculous joke. Zoro couldn't hold it in any longer and shouted, Luffy, let go of me. I'm going to chop this bastard. Luffy held him tightly. Calm down. We're partners. Lin Hai was pouring oil on the fire. I'm right here. If you have the guts, come chop me. If you're partners, then chop me. Pay attention. The ship was almost falling apart, and this farce was beyond anyone's expectations. The three of them went wild for a while, finally passing the boring sailing time. Suddenly, Luffy pointed into the distance. Look, it seems like there are 3 people in trouble. Should we save them? Zoro nodded, but Lin Hai sneered. By the looks of their outfits, they were clearly the lackeys of Buggy's pirates. However, they had no idea how to get to Orangetown, so the navigation handed to them was a freebie. As the 3 clowns boarded the ship and said thank you, they instantly drew their swords. This ship belongs to the Buggy pirates now. If you know what's good for you, get lost. With a loud bang. The next moment, the 3 of them were kneeling, begging for mercy. Their change of face faster than flipping a book. Lin Hai was speechless and twitching. What is this? Weren't you just acting tough? Making it seem like we were bullying you. He changed the subject. Are you from Buggy's crew? Where is that guy? Take us to find him. Luffy was confused. You know that guy? Lin Hai shook his head. I heard he loves to rob civilians and destroy their homes. Don't you think he deserves a beating? Zoro's expression turned cold. Trash that only bullies the common people should be punished. Luffy rolled up his sleeves. Let us go. I want to knock Buggy out. The 3 lackeys on the side were smirking, waiting for Buggy to deal with you. That will be a good show. Lin Hai suddenly frowned. Wait. This reason won't do. Luffy and Zoro chorused. Why not? Lin Hai logically explained. What status do we have? We're pirates. By the time we reach the town, not even a place to drink water has been left intact by him. How can we be happy about that? As free pirates, if we feel unhappy, do we need a reason to beat him up? Bang! Luffy punched his palm, and a light bulb seemed to light up over his head. Zoro's eyes flashed with brilliance. Being a pirate seems pretty cool, but the next second, he wanted to jump into the sea. Lin Hai and Luffy were shouting together. Free and easy. Free and easy. The ship shook as if it would fall apart, and Zoro roared. You 2 idiots, enough already. If you keep rocking the boat, we'll capsize. Lin Hai had a spatial backpack, and there was plenty of food. Luffy didn't even get sucked into the mouth of the giant bird. That part of the plot was skipped, feeling great. Orangetown was right in front of them. When they landed, Lin Hai exploded. This broken place is so desolate. There's not a single soul in sight. I am furious. I want to settle the score with Buggy. I want my good mood back. Zoro raised an eyebrow. How much are we scamming him for? Lin Hai said fiercely, we are pirates. Demanding compensation is only right. If we don't rob him of his berries, we're not worthy of this outfit. Zoro was shocked. You're truly a devil. Luffy charged ahead. Let us rob him of all his berries. Suddenly, a shout came from behind. Little thief cat, stop. Hand over the navigation chart. Captain Buggy knows that we will be chopped into pieces. This woman is bold. She is asking for a beating. The 3 stopped. Being chased was Nami. Nami was running wildly, and Lin Hai waved. Hey Nami, you're in trouble. I'm leaving. The whole place was stunned. No hero saving the beauty? Luffy was anxious. She is the navigator we're looking for. We must save her. Zoro pointed ahead. They're coming. Lin Hai laughed. They came here to fight. His men, just beat them up. Without waiting for Nami to ask for help, Luffy knocked down the pursuers with a punch and a kick. Moving so fast he left after images. Nami looked stunned. What the heck? Nami instantly transformed into a negotiation expert. How about a deal? I'll temporarily be the navigator. Help me steal Buggy's treasure? Luffy waved his hand. Not interested. Lin Hai, we are pirates, not thieves. Do you know where Buggy is? Nami was overjoyed. I know. Follow me. Buggy has a bounty of 12 million. We need to strategize. Luffy, let us beat him up. Zoro, cut him down. Lin Hai, smash him to pieces. Yosh. The 3 shouted in unison. Nami face-bombed. Forget it, be careful. Lin Hai was excessively confident. What are you worried about? We're super strong. Luffy swallows a head of cattle. Zoro drinks a barrel of wine. And I wake up every day because of my own handsomeness. Behind them, the 3 stumbled, almost falling over collectively. Nami led the way to Buggy's main base. Good heavens. The Buggy crew was holding a banquet, looking just like a circus. Luffy, smelling the delicious food, rushed over and started to eat and drink with Buggy's men. Nami looked at Lin Hai and Zoro in confusion, her eyes clearly saying, is this guy your captain? Lin Hai exchanged a glance with Zoro, their cheeks flushing. So embarrassing. The one who came to cause trouble actually went to eat and drink with the enemy. Can't he have some dignity? Forget it. Lin Hai shouted. Hey you. The whole place instantly froze, and all eyes turned to him. Lin Hai walked over to Luffy's side, chewing on a drumstick while saying, can I borrow your flip-flops? Luffy handed over the flip-flops and continued to gorge himself. Lin Hai held the flip-flops, pointing at Buggy in the center of the tent. That guy called Buggy. Don't look anymore, it's talking about you. Buggy exploded. My name is Buggy. Buggy. Don't read it backward. Pay attention. Lin Hai spun the flip-flops in a 360-degree turn, pointing at Buggy and shouted, I don't care who you are. Did you destroy this town? Now, we can't even have a drink. I'm super angry. Hand over the treasure and get out of Orange Town. Or else I'll take that big round red nose of yours and dye the sea red. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who doesn't he know that Buggy hates it when others talk about his nose? Is this guy here to deliver his head? Crack, crack, crack. Buggy trembled with rage. Who the hell are you? Go die gloriously. Buggy spun his daggers. Room. Lin Hai instantly disappeared, and, the next second, he hit Buggy hard in the face with the flip-flops. Buggy let out a scream and flew out, knocking over the table full of food with a loud crash. Nami looked dumbfounded. How did he just teleport? Luffy finally stopped talking and walked to Lin Hai's side, complaining. Buggy should be the one I beat up. Lin Hai shrugged, fine. As the dust settled, Buggy stood unharmed, with two subordinates beside him, Kabeji and Moji. Zoro spotted Kabeji, who was riding a bike with a sword. His eyes lit up. Luffy, that swordsman is mine? Luffy nodded. Okay. Buggy stared at the three. Are you bounty hunters? Luffy waved his hand. We're pirates. These two are my partners. Oh. Buggy's eyes turned dangerous. Here to steal my treasure? Or just like that guy with the flip-flop said. Suddenly, an old man in armor rushed out. Buggy, I want to duel with you. Buggy roared. Who asked this old man? Don't interrupt me. The old man's eyes were bloodshot. This town was built by us for decades, and you actually destroyed it. Ha ha ha. Buggy laughed wildly. What SA house? Only treasure is a real treasure. The old man shouted angrily. Let's fight to the death. Before the old man could make a move, Lin Hai struck him on the back of the neck, knocking him out cold. Nami exclaimed, Lin Hai, what are you doing? Luffy simply and brutally said. He was in the way. Zoro explained. If we don't knock him out, he'll just go to his death. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. You're overthinking it. I'm just unhappy he interrupted me. Nami gave him a white look, muttering. Always so stubborn. Luffy adjusted his hat, took a deep breath, and shouted three words, Big Red Nose. The echo traveled far, the aftersound lingering, incredible. Crack, crack, crack. Buggy's eyes widened like copper bells. You straw hat-wearing bastard, go die gloriously. The next second, Luffy clashed with Buggy, Zoro faced off against Kabeji, and Moji surprisingly chose Lin Hai as his opponent. Nami? She had already slipped away to steal the treasure, clear as day. Moji shouted, Lion. A lion the size of a house sprang out from the shadows. Fierce as can be. Moji ordered, flatten him. Watch closely. Lin Hai just glared at the lion, and that big guy was so scared it kept retreating, wishing it could grow 8 legs to run away, cowardly enough to be embarrassing. And Mochi was confused, just about to chase the lion, when Lin Hai suddenly appeared beside him, grabbing his shoulder and shouting, Go, Pikachu! Bang! And Mochi accurately collided with the fleeing lion, and the two of them flew out together, hitting the ground hard. Lin Hai pouted, a bit disappointed. Is that it? Not even enough for practice. What a waste of my improved abilities. When he looked around, he saw that Buggy's crew was all lying on the ground, pretending to be dead. Lin Hai couldn't be bothered. If you want to pretend, then go ahead. In the distance, Zoro was having a lively fight with Kabeji. Lin Hai shook his head and complained. These two are all showy. Aren't they just lacking in strength and making up with flashy moves? Unable to watch any longer, he decided to check on Luffy beating Buggy instead. Just as he got closer, he saw Nami sneaking out with 2 big bags, returning triumphantly. Lin Hai approached. Little thief cat, share with us. Nami tightened her hold on the bags and warned. What do you mean share? These are all mine. Bullshit. That's my treasure. Buggy rushed over angrily, his eyes red. Nami retorted. I stole it, so it's mine? Lin Hai chimed in. Is it yours? Ask the treasure if it agrees. Buggy's face turned as dark as a pot's bottom. What kind of upbringing do you have? Stealing things and still having a reason? Humph. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Is your upbringing any good? Specializing in robbing the poor? Nami burst out laughing. Pirate education for thieves? That's hilarious. Crack. Buggy pulled out a small knife, about to blow up. You two brats, give me a flamboyant. Before he could finish, a long fist flew in. Luffy roared, bastard. Your opponent is me. Bang. Buggy was smashed into the wall, and Nami looked stunned. Buggy lost? How is that possible? The great Buggy got up and started fighting Luffy again. But while fighting, he was chasing after Nami, his eyes full of treasure. Fighting while distracted is a dead end. As expected, Buggy was blasted away, completely done for. Lin Hai clapped from the side, mocking, Luffy, you're hitting too slowly, aren't you? Luffy explained, that guy's a monster. He keeps splitting into a bunch of pieces. If I hadn't found his weakness, he can't leave the ground. I really couldn't take him down. Oh, Zoro walked over. Looks like you guys are done too. At that moment, a group of townspeople rushed over. Someone shouted, have you seen our mayor? Lin Hai pointed under house. The townspeople surged over, shouting, "Is the mayor still alive? Who dares to touch our mayor? It must be pirates. Let's fight them." Nami quickly shouted, "Your mayor is fine. Just fainted." A townsman asked, "How do you know, little girl? Who are you?" Luffy showed a naive smile. "We're pirates." The mayor was knocked out by Lin Hai. At that time, he was still embellishing the story, not noticing the twitching corners of the people's eyes. The townspeople exploded. "You are pirates? You even hurt the mayor." Seeing the townspeople grabbing weapons, glaring fiercely at Lin Hai, he pushed Luffy forward. "What are you glaring at? I knocked out the mayor, but he's my captain. If you have a problem, look for him. My captain is going to be the Pirate King. Be careful. If he becomes the Pirate King, he'll come back and beat you up. If you're not afraid, come on, you filthy townspeople." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hai picked up Nami and ran off like a tornado, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Zoro almost had his defenses broken, coming back to his senses and asking, "What do we do now? My captain." "Ha ha." Luffy turned around and ran. "Let's hurry up and escape." "Nanny?" They finally shook off the townspeople, borrowing Buggy's big ship. Luffy's small ship was really too small. Soon, the ship was far away from the island, safe. Nami suddenly asked, "Lin Hai, did you just pinch my butt?" Zoro and Luffy instantly perked up, their ears perked like radar. Lin Hai hurriedly waved his hands. "No, I was running too fast and accidentally bumped into it." Nami crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. "Once or twice is an accident, but what about 8 times? Luffy looked down on him. "Lin Hai, so you are that kind of person?" Zoro added fuel to the fire. "I knew you were a pervert." Lin Hai cursed in his heart. Kick a man when he S down? They must be getting back at me for leaving them behind. Nami stared at him. "No way. I'm a loss. You have to pay me 800,000 berries." Lin Hai was shocked. "Who do you think you are? I just saved you." 800,000? Nami nodded. 800,000. I don't have it now, but I'll pay you back later. Damn, so shameless. Lin Hai stepped forward. "Nami, I don't have that many berries. How about I give myself to you? As payment?" Ha ha ha. Lin Hai, you are so shameless. You made me laugh to death. Although Nami was more experienced, she was still a 17-year-old girl, and she blushed from his words, glaring at him in embarrassment and anger. The three immediately shut up and sat down obediently. Meanwhile, Lin Hai quickly pulled up his attribute panel. Host, Lin Hai strength, 1700, 1400, 300 agility, 160, 140, 20 stamina, 3200, 2700, 500 Conqueror's Haki, LV2, intimidate opponents. Can freely control release. Directly stuns the weak-willed. Flirt coins, 9300, 1, 7800, 1, 1500 space backpack, sword, alias. High wind, system-friendly reminder. Please keep up the good work. Be as flirty as possible. The ship had just set sail for a while when Nami's eyes caught a glimpse of the bags of treasure, and she immediately sensed something was off. Why was there only one bag left? Where's the other one? Luffy leaned over. What's wrong, Nami? Nami screamed. 2 bags of treasure. One is missing. Lin Hai scratched his ear. I returned 1 bag to the villagers. Nami exploded. That was mine. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. That was the townspeople's hard-earned money. Yours? Talk about thick-skinned. Before he could finish, Nami directly pushed Lin Hai into the sea. Lin Hai splashed around. Stop. Are you trying to drown me? We're partners. Nami was furious. Who is your partner? I'll drown you right now. Luffy interjected. Nami, since you like it so much, we can go back and get it. Luffy was also dragged into the water. Luffy shouted anxiously. I can't swim. I'll die. I didn't do it. Let go. Nami sneered. Not knowing how to swim is exactly why I'm drowning you. You're his captain. You can't run away from what he does. Ha ha. Zoro laughed so hard at their miserable state that he couldn't stand up straight. Fortunately, Nami let go after venting her anger. Lin Hai immediately took out a mirror and comb from the system, frantically fixing his hairstyle. It was all messed up from being drenched. Zoro curiously asked, What are you doing? Lin Hai replied seriously, A hairstyle is a man's soul. In my hometown, they say a head can be severed, blood can flow, but a hairstyle cannot be messed up. Understand? Oomph. Zoro turned away mumbling, bored, just doing unnecessary things. Nami's brows twitched in annoyance, but Luffy's eyes lit up. Is this what men call romance? Lin Hai, give me one too. Zoro pretended to be disdainful, but his eyes were secretly watching. Soon, Lin Hai styled his hair into a side part, and Luffy went for a slick-back look. Lin Hai then pulled out 2 pairs of sunglasses, and the two put them on, draping their shoulders and shouting, Romance. Homansi. Duong duong. Nami angrily slapped the ship's deck. Trying to flip the ship? Ha ha ha. Zoro laughed so hard he held his stomach, but when Nami glared at him, he immediately shut up and played dead. Lin Hai was furious. His freshly styled hair was messed up again. Nami, don't think just because you're a girl I won't hit you. Why get angry? Even I get scared. You try moving again. Move if you dare. I swear. Don't hit my face. Nami clapped her hands and raised an eyebrow at Luffy. Luffy quickly pouted and looked at the sky, and Zoro followed suit, turning his head to gaze upward. After sailing for a while, Lin Hai, having forgotten his pain, leaned over and put his arm around Nami's shoulders. Nami, how long until we get off the island? Nami shot him a glance. Let go. Lin Hai quickly withdrew his hand and scratched his head. I couldn't help it. Who told you to have such a great figure? Luffy, pervert. Zoro, so embarrassing. Lin Hai exploded. Better than you two. One's a foodie and the other's a drunkard. What did you say? The two chimed in unison. Lin Hai rolled up his sleeves. Want to fight? Be careful not to get beaten up until you call for your mom. Zoro scoffed. Oh? Like just now, when you begged for mercy? Bringing up old wounds? Lin Hai got angry. Say that again? Nami interrupted. Stop arguing. It's still half a day to get off the island, and once we find a new navigator, our agreement will be complete. Hearing that they would be parting ways, the three of them fell silent immediately. Lin Hai seized the opportunity to hug Nami's waist and pretended to cry. Nami, be our navigator? If I can't see you, my life will have no hope. Zoro retorted. That is way too fake, right? Lin Hai changed his face. What is it to you? Get lost. He continued to cry. Nami, did you know? Ever since I met you, I can't bear to leave the nun. Just like Shimin Ching met Pan Jinlian. Tang Sung met the spider spirit. Inner monologue. Why didn't I remember more love lines in my past life? Nami looked down at his performance, amused. Go on. I'm listening. Ugh. Zoro turned his head. What a mess. But Luffy's eyes lit up. Sika-e. Sika-e. Lin Hai felt uneasy under Nami's gaze. Letting go and looking at the sky. Ah, the sky is so blue today. Ah, the sea is all water. Ah. Nami exploded. What are you ing about? Keep it up and I'll throw you into the sea. TCH, how can we pass half a day without jokes? Bored. Lin Hai had no choice but to lean aside and sleep. Soon he fell into a dream. The execution platform square was bustling, with people discussing, how could such a powerful person be captured by the Navy? What a pity. Where's the treasure of the Pirate King? If we find it, we won't have to worry. I heard it was Fire Fist Ace who captured him, fought for 10 days and nights, and Ace won. You know, the Navy's hero Fire Fist Ace. Lin Hai was confused. Navy hero Fire Fist Ace? What a joke. Following their gaze to the execution platform, it was Blackbeard Teach. Even more of a joke. Before the execution, the square was very quiet. Someone shouted, Pirate King, where's your treasure? One Piece. Blackbeard smirked and laughed heartily. He. Want Nami's photo? Robin stockings? The Empress's lace? Go ahead. I've left everything there. Ugh. Lin Hai woke up, unable to help but laugh. This is really, what a joke. Waking up felt great. The sea breeze rippling like Lin Fan's unruly heart. Nami saw him looking at her and glared. What are you staring at? Like a pig. Lin Fan quickly shook his head. This woman is beautiful, but her personality is too bad. Absolutely cannot be a partner. Suddenly, Luffy exclaimed from the bow of the ship. Look, there's an island ahead. Instantly, everyone perked up, finally able to go ashore. As soon as they set foot on land, Zoro couldn't help but exclaim. The ground feels so solid. Lin Fan smiled. Of course, we could buy some alcohol soon. Luffy got anxious. What are we waiting for? Let us eat. Nami was speechless. Shouldn't you find a ship first? That broken ship won't last long. After walking a few steps, Zoro suddenly shouted, Luffy, be careful. Bayou. A few marbles hit the ground. Room. The one shooting marbles was Usopp. The long-nosed liar from this village suddenly appeared in front of Lin Fan. Usopp was still dazed, and Lin Fan flicked his nose. Come look. His nose is real. Hey, where'd you get that done? The others' faces darkened, and 3 kids in the woods were so scared they dropped Usopp and ran away. It turned out Usopp saw Luffy's pirate flag and thought it was a pirate invasion, discussing with the kids about scaring them off. As soon as he launched the slingshot, he inexplicably appeared in front of Lin Fan. Usopp ignored Lin Fan's words, looking at the cliff and then at them, trying to act calm. What did you do to me? I have 80 million subordinates. If you don't leave, I'll let them take action. Luffy stepped forward. You're Usopp, right? Your dad is Yasopp, right? Usopp was shocked. How do you know my dad? His name is indeed Yasopp. Luffy smiled. I knew him when I was a kid. He was on Shank's ship. What nostalgia. I could tell you were his son just by looking at you. You look exactly the same. Usopp was overjoyed. Really? My dad is on such a powerful pirate ship? Is he still there? Luffy shook his head. Haven't seen him in years. He should still be around. Ha ha. Usopp waved his hand. Since you know my dad. You're friends. I'll treat you to a meal. Luffy's eyes sparkled. Really? You're so nice, Usopp. Nami quickly distanced herself. What is this guy a situation? As I walked forward, Usopp suddenly asked Lin Fan, how did you turn me around? Are you a monster? Lin Fan rolled his eyes. I ate the space fruit. In my ability field, whether it's people or things, I can move them freely. Except for Luffy. Everyone else was dumbfounded. Usopp gasped. This ability is too perverted, right? Aren't you invincible? Lin Fan laughed. Invincible my ass. There are plenty of strong people out there. It's too troublesome to explain. You'll have to figure it out yourself. Usopp sighed. The sea is really amazing. Devil fruits actually exist. Nami laughed. Don't be so surprised. Luffy is also an ability user. Luffy stretched his cheeks. I ate the gum fruit. Nanny. Usopp was shocked. Lin Fan added, what a big deal. Zoro can use 3 swords at the same time. Usopp examined Zoro. 1 in each hand. How do you use the third? Zoro rolled his eyes. So annoying. Hurry up and enter the village. Lin Fan leaned close to Usopp's ear. He bites it with his mouth, surprising, right? Bastard. Zoro glared at the two. Do you believe I'll cut you both? Ha ha. Cheers. Usopp took a few people to a small restaurant in the village to eat, and the atmosphere was lively. Usopp's eyes widened. Zoro, you're that super famous pirate hunter? Sikai. Zoro waved his hand. Not anymore, now I'm with them. Nami asked, does your village have anyone who can navigate or a big ship? Usopp shrugged. It's a small village, you might be disappointed. Zoro raised an eyebrow. What about that big villa on the hill? Nami's eyes lit up. Your friend? Can you get him to pay? Usopp jumped up. I have urgent business. You all eat casually. I'm leaving. Nami looked at the 3 show-offs and couldn't help but ask, aren't you worried about not having a ship or navigator? Luffy stuffed his mouth with meat. There will definitely be a ship. Eat first. Lin Fan. That's my chicken leg. Zoro slammed the table. Lin Fan, you bastard. Get your own drinks. Nami slapped her forehead. So tired. Stuffed to death. 3 kids rushed in from the shore. What did you do to Captain Usopp? The 3 looked at Luffy's belly. Their faces turned pale. You didn't eat him, did you? Zoro grinned. That's right, we shared him. A monster. The 3 kids screamed and huddled together. Shut up. Nami yelled. The 3 kids were even more scared. Ah, Mother Nightshade. Ha ha ha. Luffy explained that Usopp had to leave in the middle of the meal. Onion Head asked, really? Garlic Head clapped. He wanted to tell Miss Kaya a story. Luffy pouted, forgetting friends for beauty. Green Pepper Head got anxious. Kaya's parents passed away, and Usopp's storytelling helped her feel better. Garlic Head echoed. Don't talk bad about the captain. Luffy's eyes lit up. So Usopp is a great person. Lin Hai patted him. Your acceptance ability is too fast. Like a gust of wind. Nami hurriedly asked. Does Kaya live in a big house on the hillside? The 3 kids nodded. Nami, can you take us to find Usopp? Sure. Luffy clapped. Yoshi, let's go find Usopp. On the hillside, Kaya's villa was super impressive. Kaya was standing by the window, listening to Usopp on a tree branch, passionately telling stories about the world's most handsome men we've seen over the years. Usopp stood on the branch, full of energy. Kaya, that man is charming and graceful, with sharp eyes and a nose like a gallbladder, unparalleled in elegance. With 1 sword, he can move mountains and drain seas, break rivers and establish the universe. That is the author, so handsome he is stunning, handsome enough to be chopped down. Kaya's eyes sparkled as she nodded furiously. Usopp mysteriously said, but there is someone even more handsome. Do you know who it is? Kaya's jaw dropped. Someone even more handsome? How handsome can he be? Quick, tell me. Usopp said seriously. It's the readers. I saw one once. So handsome it blinded my 24K titanium alloy dog eyes. They punched the 4 emperors, kicked the navy, and waved their sleeves to make the 5 elders kneel. Remember, it's better to kill celestial dragons than to offend the readers. He wiped his sweat, patting his chest, still terrified. Kaya gratefully said, thank you for telling me. She looked into the distance, imagining meeting the readers, suddenly shy, crossing her legs. Ah. Just then, Luffy and the others arrived and heard the legend of the handsome man. Lin Hai was stunned. The author is already so handsome. Can the readers be even better? What is my rank? As long as I don't steal the beauties. I'm fine. He felt relieved immediately. Luffy and the 3 kids' eyes sparkled brighter than car headlights. Silly. I really want to meet the readers. Zoro muttered. We really need to meet them if we get the chance. Kaya, standing by the window, smiled and asked, Who are you? Nami answered first. We are Usopp's friends just passing by. We want to ask if you have a spare ship to give us. Lin Hai was shocked. Asking for a ship on the first meeting? What a bold face. Eavesdropping, Clabattle exploded. This ship will be mine sooner or later. Why should I give it away? He rushed out and interrupted. No ship. Usopp, get down from the tree. You're not welcome here, you boastful liar. Usopp was unhappy. I admit I boast sometimes, but everything I said just now is true. Clabattle sneered. Really? The author can be that handsome? The readers are even better? Who are you fooling? Usopp retorted. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Stop talking nonsense if you have no dreams. Usopp dropped his tools to the ground. Clabattle mocked. Who doesn't know you're trying to win the lady's heart and scheme for her inheritance? After being insulted repeatedly, Usopp couldn't help but punch Clabattle down. You know nothing about romance. Shut up. TCH, Clabattle spat and sneered. A pirate is just a pirate. Your father is a pirate. Do you have violence in your bones? Can't you just talk it out? What did you say? Usopp clenched his fists, ready to strike again. Kaya suddenly shouted, Enough, Usopp. Don't use violence. Once he saw the problem, just go back for now. Usopp felt like he was stabbed. Hearing this from Kaya hurt too much. Clabattle stood up and shouted, Hurry up and get lost. You're not allowed to get close to the lady. You guys get lost too. Zoro said, Don't stop me. I want to beat him up. That damn butler dares to insult the author and the readers. I want to knock him out. Luffy was held back by Zoro, kicking and struggling. Zoro advised, Don't act recklessly. It'll just get worse. Lin Hai stared at Clabattle. He's the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kuro, but now is not the time to act. We should retreat. Leaving the villa, Usopp was dejected. I need to go for a walk to calm down. Anyone could see he was badly hit. Walking to the wilderness fence, Luffy had vanished. Nami asked, Where to now? Zoro, let us wait here, since Luffy isn't around. Lin Hai suddenly pointed. Look at that bad guy in the distance, walking backward and doing the moonwalk. The group silently watched the person walk up to them. Lin Hai recognized him as Zango, the acting captain of the Black Cat Pirates. Zango stopped. I don't blame you. Not at all. The kids asked, Who are you? I'm Zango, a hypnotist. Hypnotist? The three kids got excited. Show us a trick. Lin Hai muttered. Kids are kids. What kind of trick can he have? Nami rolled her eyes. You obviously want to see it too. Lin Hai grabbed Zango and wouldn't let go. He was super curious about hypnosis. Not believing he could be hypnotized, Zango swatted his hand away. Why would I show you my tricks if we're not familiar? Saying this, he took out a pocket watch. Look at this watch. I'll count to 1, 2, Django, and you'll all sleep. 1, 2, Django. Z, Z, Z. In an instant, Zango, Lin Hai, and the three kids are all sound asleep. Hey. Zoro was dumbfounded. Did they just fall asleep just like that? Nami slapped her forehead and asked Zoro, Is this your partner? Zoro's face turned red. I pulled him aside. This is right in the middle of the street. They wake up quickly. Zango had already slipped away. Lin Hai felt embarrassed under the gaze of Zoro and Nami, defending himself. That guy's really something. Just by swinging the watch, it made me so sleepy, right? Yes. The three kids chimed in. Zoro couldn't be bothered with them and asked, Where to now? Where did Luffy run off to? Lin Hai suggested, How about going back to the snack shop? Nami agreed. It's better than drinking the northwest wind outside. On the other side, Usopp was sitting under a big tree on the cliff, staring at the sea in a daze, suddenly startled by Luffy jumping down from the tree. After chatting for a bit, they unexpectedly stumbled upon Clabattle and Zango plotting. It turned out Clabattle was the notorious pirate Kuro from 3 years ago, and Zango was his first mate. The two were planning. Tomorrow at dawn, Zango would lead the pirates to attack the village, and then hypnotize Kaya to make a will, giving all her inheritance to Kuro. Luffy exploded after hearing this, standing up abruptly. Hey, no harming the villagers. Kuro, realizing he was exposed, shouted for Zango to act. Luffy fell off the cliff due to hypnosis, and Usopp narrowly avoided a trap. Kuro sneered. No need to chase Usopp. No one believes what he says. Not even in this village. He was right. Usopp tried to persuade the whole village, but all he received was scorn. Even Kaya was more disappointed in him. Dejected, Usopp returned to the snack shop, only to find Luffy and the others feasting. He exclaimed, Luffy, didn't you die? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. P.S. Rubber. Have you ever seen rubber die from a fall? Usopp sighed and sat down. So that is how it is. Lin Hai criticized him. What is wrong with you? Too fragile. You still say you want to be a brave warrior at sea? Looking like this, you're just like that hypocritical butler, only good at boasting. Nami wanted to advise, but Lin Hai waved his hand. Is it the truth? Usopp suddenly stood up. What can I do? They're real pirates. But I can't let the villagers suffer. I'll risk my life tomorrow. Luffy laughed. Hey, Usopp, we're here too. Usopp cried excitedly. You guys are willing to help me? That's great. Woo woo woo. Lin Hai pushed him away. Don't wipe your snot on me. I didn't say I'd help you. Looking at you makes my head hurt. Luffy was confused. Lin Hai, aren't you joining the battle tomorrow? Lin Hai shook his head. We're pirates, not saints. Is the food in the shop good? It's good. Lin Hai clapped his hands. Isn't that settled then? We benefit from the shopkeeper's kindness. Can we let him take a beating? If that group of pirates dares to touch him, we'll crush them. Aye. Usopp whispered. But I paid for the food. Lin Hai was taken aback. This slap came out of nowhere. He glared at Usopp. Am I not concerned about my face? Say that again if you dare. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Nami said, just stubborn as always. Usopp hugged Lin Hai and shouted, Arigato. Hey, don't wipe your snot on me, that's disgusting. Lin Hai was exasperated. Usopp, why don't you hug them? Is this revenge for what I just said about you? You found me out. Damn. Ha ha. After a while of fooling around, Zoro was asleep on the side, and Lin Hai and Luffy caught Usopp. Lin Hai stared at Usopp's long nose. Luffy, look, his nose is so long. Won't he choke on his own boogers? Usopp was shocked. Don't scare me. No one dies from their own boogers. Luffy scratched his head and looked at the ceiling, then turned to Nami. Nami, do you think Usopp will? Nami was furious. Tomorrow, pirates are coming to invade, and you guys are actually discussing this? Even the captain is like this. She directly gave the three of them a smack, and seeing Zoro asleep, she gave him a hit too. Zoro groggily woke up. Huh? Is it meal time? Nami's eye twitched. You all are like this. Lin Hai stepped forward. Nami, your temper has been explosive lately. Is something coming? What's coming? X3 Zoro thought she was talking about pirates. What are you afraid of? We'll chop them down no matter how many come. Nami slapped her forehead and glared at Lin Hai. Pirates are coming tomorrow. They're real pirates. People will die. Aren't you worried? Luffy put his hands on his hips. What are we afraid of? We'll beat them up. Zoro, we'll chop them. Lin Hai, we'll smash them. Usopp. Haha, I'm easygoing. You guys can have it all. Hey. Nami was weak with anger. Do you even know where they're coming from? Shouldn't we prepare and make a plan? Nami. Luffy laughed. Don't worry. If they dare come tomorrow, I'll... Duong. Nami punched him. Seriously, I won't care about you guys. Though she said that. How could she really not care? Lin Hai and the others also stopped joking. Soon, Usopp led everyone to the coastal port. We'll wait for the pirates here. I'll set up traps first. Lin Hai waved his hand. I'll take a nap. Wake me up when it's time. The sound of the waves was too soothing, and Lin Hai fell asleep in seconds. When he woke up, it was already bright outside. Who am I? Where's this? Where's everyone? There were shouts in the distance. Lin Hai slapped his forehead. Usopp, that idiot chose the wrong coast. And he didn't wake me up. He hurriedly used his ability to rush to the source of the sound. Don't let the battle end before I get to show off. At the port where the pirates invaded, the battle was intense. When Lin Hai arrived, Luffy was injured, and Kuro was slicing at him with a knife at high speed. And Luffy didn't even react. I am impressed. Lin Hai cursed under his breath. Room. He instantly appeared next to Kuro and punched him away. Boom! The loud noise startled the pirates back to their senses, and after the smoke cleared, Kuro was lying on the ground, unmoving. The pirates erupted. No way. That kid knocked Captain Kuro away. He must be lucky, right? How can anyone keep up with Captain Kuro's speed and hit him? Who the heck is this guy? This is too explosive. Sneaking onto the pirate ship, Nami was dumbfounded. Was it really Kuro who was howling just now? She rubbed her eyes, unable to believe it was real. Lin Hai knocked Kuro away and turned to look at Luffy with disdain. Hey, you've been training for so long, and you can't even keep up with this little speed? Just as Luffy was about to speak, Kuro got up from the ground. Who are you? My speed is so fast that I can't even control it. You're just lucky. Don't get cocky. Saying this, he even fixed his slick back hair. Huh? Lin Hai turned his head, said nothing, and took out the sword Galphone from his space. Room. One sword style, cutting the cake. Clang. The sound of the sword was ear-piercing, and everyone felt a flash of white light above their heads. The next second, they were all in a daze. The huge cliff nearby was actually sliced in half by a single blow. Kuro turned around in shock. What was that mountain flying up? Sliced by a sword? Can person do that? After a long time, the pirates erupted. What happened? Did he do that? Ha ha ha. I must be dreaming. Someone tell me. So terrifying. Is this a person or a ghost? On the pirate ship, Nami almost fainted. That cliff, which looked like a little mountain, was sliced open from so far away. Is he a monster? Is he strong enough to help me defeat the fishman pirates? and save my hometown? At this moment, a wave of hope inexplicably rose in Nami's desperate heart as she looked at Lin Hai's figure. Lin Hai timely spoke, looking at Kuro. Captain Kuro, what were you saying just now? Kuro looked at him in terror, completely speechless. This was a crushing display of strength. There was no way to respond. Luffy Gomlai, Lin Hai. He's my opponent, don't interfere. Lin Hai waved his hand. Okay, I won't meddle. He turned to Kuro and said, Captain Kuro, good luck, I believe in you. Chop that rubber bastard to death. Nanny, everyone exclaimed. Ha ha ha. Luffy laughed. How could I die? I'm going to be the Pirate King. Lin Hai looked down on him. What is so great about being the Pirate King? I want to be the Sea King. Sea King? What king is that? I've never heard of it. With his strength, he might really be able to do it? Hey, is he really not going to intervene now? The pirates discussed among themselves, and Lin Hai couldn't be bothered. He was quite happy. The system rewarded him with basic observation Haki and armament Haki. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Nami on the pirate ship, and he directly flashed over and wrapped his arms around her waist. Nami, is your shoulder okay? How come you're so careless? Does it hurt? Nami rolled her eyes. Let go of me. Lin Hai scratched his head. I couldn't help it. Haha. Nami smiled mischievously. It's okay, it's 100,000 berries per time, and you owe me a total of 900,000. Lin Hai exclaimed. You're so greedy. How can it be like this? Nami shot back. Who told you to take advantage of me? Lin Hai leaned in and whispered. How much was it that night? Slap. Nami blushed and slapped him you. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. You brought up money first. Over there, the fight started again, and the pirates screamed. Ah. Captain Kuro, stop. Quickly call that big guy from before. Only he can stop him. Nami panicked. Is Luffy okay? How come he's injured himself? Lin Hai explained. Kuro's speed is so fast that he can't be seen. Nami pushed him. Aren't you going to help? Will Luffy di? Lin Hai pulled her into his arms. Why panic over a small scene? Trust your comrades to go far. Nami realized. She was being taken advantage of again. Lin Hai asked. You're working so hard to earn money. Does your family owe money? Or, Duong. Nami gave him a smack. Where did so many ores come from? After chatting for a while, Luffy finished his fight. Lin Hai wrapped his arm around Nami's waist. See? Luffy did well, right? Room. He teleported to Luffy's side. Nami, still not letting go, not missing a single opportunity. Luffy was exhausted, and Lin Hai hardened his armament Haki and slapped him. That hurts. Luffy shouted. Nami was confused. How can a rubber man feel pain? Luffy was shocked. Lin Hai, you can use Haki now? Lin Hai looked up at the sky. A genius, huh? Woke up and learned all 3 types of Haki. What can I say? Luffy pouted. I'll learn it too. I want to be the Pirate King. Nami was confused. What is Haki? Lin Hai, let us find Zoro first. I'll explain later. As the 3 searched for Zoro, Lin Hai checked the system. Host. Lin Hai strength. 2,000, 1,700, 300, agility. 180, 160, 20, stamina. 3,800, 3,200, 600, Conqueror's Haki. LV2, intimidates opponents, can be freely controlled. Directly stuns those with weak will. Armament Haki. LV1 observation Haki. LV1 flamboyant coins, 10,000. 1, 9,300. 1, 1,700, space backpack, sword, alias. High wind, system-friendly reminder. Host. Keep up the good work, be flamboyant to the sky. Split mountains to earn Haki, it's profitable. Over 10,000 flamboyant coins. Must find a realistic Nami. The road ahead is long and winding. I seek the way on the sea. After all, I'm a young man full of blood and energy. It's hard to hold back. Lin Hai browsed through the system, unable to help but complain. Flamboyant system. What the heck? Not even a replica? And it's called a flamboyant system. Flamboyant system. The group returned to the snack shop and showed off. Nami spoke up. Lin Hai, can you explain what Haki is now? Haki? Zoro and Usopp looked confused. Lin Hai fixed his hairstyle and waved. Everyone sit down. Haki comes in 3 types. After an explanation, except for Luffy, the other 3 were stunned. There's such power in the world? Lin Hai smiled. Don't believe me? Let me show you. He released a slight Conqueror's Haki, and Nami, Usopp, and Zoro were instantly suppressed, their eyes filled with fear. Is this mental pressure? Lin Hai proudly said. This is just the tip of the iceberg. If I increase the power, you be out cold. Being too excellent is also a trouble. The 3's expressions darkened. He's showing off again. Zoro is unhappy. What is so impressive? I'll learn it too. Lin Hai sneered. Sure, 3-sword style. Zoro exploded. Bastard. Do you want to fight? Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. Come on. Let me show you observation Haki. Luffy clapped. Hurry up and fight, I want to see. Lin Hai slipped out. Go outside to fight, don't break anything, or else some greedy ghosts will feel sorry. Nami yelled, what did you say? Lin Hai ran away. Arguing with Nami? Is he asking for a beating? Outside, no matter how Zoro swung, he couldn't hit Lin Hai. Usopp exclaimed, what the heck? This power is too abnormal. Nami added, what is even more abnormal is that he split the high cliff in half on the coast. Usopp was confused. He was chasing after Zoro at that time. How'd he know Lin Hai was this strong? Zoro was sweating profusely, feeling like he was being crushed. Lin Hai walked to a big rock. Watch closely, armament Haki. Bang! His arm was covered in black armor, and he shattered the rock with one punch. Nanny. X3 Luffy scoffed. What is so impressive, I can do that too. Zoro's eyes lit up. Hawkeye must be able to do this power too. The strongest has challenges. This is exciting. The group returned to the shop, and Kaya also arrived. With tea-colored hair and wearing a thin women's suit, she had great taste. Kaya smiled gently. Thank you all for saving. Lin Hai directly stepped forward and wrapped his arm around her waist. Miss Kaya, you look so good in that outfit, it's my type. Oh, Miss Kaya, ever since I met you, I can't bear to part with the nun. We are like Shimin Ching meeting Pan Jin Lian, Tang Sung meeting the spider spirit. Zoro rolled his eyes and complained. Here we go again. Pervert. Nami and Luffy shouted in unison. Usopp jumped anxiously. Hey, Lin Hai, let go of Kaya. Lin Hai glanced at Usopp disdainfully. Look at his tacky outfit. Then look at Kaya's exquisite matching. ISNT, this a goddess paired with a loser? Kaya was being hugged by a man for the first time. Her face turned bright red, and she stammered. Thank you for the compliment. But I don't understand the latter part. Lin Hai reluctantly let go. He only remembered Sanji's sweet talk about the sea. Everything else was forgotten. When he meets Sanji, he must ask properly. He began to fantasize. If I learn sweet talk, the beauties on the sea. Wow. This guy was drooling and grinning foolishly, while the others completely ignored him. Kaya coughed lightly. Aren't you short a ship? To thank you, I'll give you one. Luffy instantly jumped up. Really? Arigato. You're such a good person. Kaya said the ship needed a few days for repairs and would go back to arrange it first. Usopp angrily slapped Lin Hai. You bastard. Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. How am I a bastard? Is Kaya your girlfriend? Usopp shook his head. Lin Hai scoffed. Then what does it matter if I hug her waist? If you have the guts, go hug her too. Usopp didn't dare. His face was red. Zoro sneered. Usopp isn't as shameless as you, old muck. TCH, blatant jealousy. Lin Hai couldn't be bothered. He noticed Nami's hesitant expression and leaned over. What do you want to say? You've looked constipated since coming back from the coast. Nami angrily hit him. You're the one who has constipated. Can't you speak properly? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. If you have something to say it quickly. Don't tell me you want me to pay you back. I tell you, I don't have it. Not a belly. Nami wasn't in the mood to joke. Her voice trembling. If there's a pirate with a bounty of 20 million belly, or even stronger, would you be able to defeat them? The shadow that Arlong cast on her since childhood was deeply ingrained. She always thought Arlong was invincible. But after witnessing Lin Hai splitting the mountain, she dared to ask this question. She really didn't want to lead people to their deaths anymore. She had tried before, and those who didn't come back. She had long lost confidence. Lin Hai poked Luffy's forehead and laughed. Aren't you going to be the Pirate King? You'd exhaust yourself fighting a 16 million belly pirate. If you meet a 16 billion one, wouldn't you be crushed to bits? All you do is eat. You silly. After training with me for so long, did you feed it all to the dogs? Luffy exploded. Bastard, do you want to fight? He turned to Nami and shouted, take me to find that 20 million belly pirate. I will definitely beat him up. I want to be the Pirate King. Nami still looked at him skeptically. Lin Hai put his arm around Nami's shoulder. Your expression looks like you're constipated. It makes my stomach hurt. Honestly, if a 200 million belly pirate came now, I could crush him. The 20 million you mentioned, even if underestimated, I'd just glare at him and he'd faint. If he didn't faint, one stab would do. That slash at the coast. Who in the East Blue could block it? Zoro jealously clicked his tongue, and Luffy nodded. Lin Hai can really do it. Usopp dropped his jaw. He asked that explosive? Lin Hai shot him a glance and looked at Nami, who seemed to have made a decision. She looked at her arm tattoo, her expression painful, and everyone instantly became serious. Everyone. Nami's voice trembled. My hometown, Kokoyashi village, was occupied by the Fishman pirate crew 8 years ago, led by a captain named Arlong. He demanded the villagers pay a survival fee every year, and my family couldn't afford it. My adoptive mother Belmere fought Arlong to save me and my sister, and was shot to death by him. Everyone fell silent. Nami clenched her arm, tattoo harshly, and Lin Hai didn't stop her. Belmere had once been a Navy officer, rescued me and my sister, and later resigned to raise us. But she... Sniff. Nami broke down crying. She leaned on Lin Hai's shoulder and cried for a while, gradually calming down. Lin Hai softly said, "So that is why you love money so much? If you had money back then, your mother wouldn't have left. You must have loved her very much. She must have been incredible." Nami recalled Belmir's last smiling face. "Nami, no Jiko, I can't say you are my children. From now on, live with a smile, I love you both." Bang! The gunshot rang out and Belmir fell. Nami trembled all over. It was the pain of witnessing a loved one's final farewell. Lin Hai embraced her. "The past can't come back. It's cruel, but think about it. You have many friends now. Dwelling too much on the past will cost you the future. Be strong." In his arms, Nami suddenly felt an extra warmth. However, Lin Hai wanted to slash Luffy with his sword. This guy actually shouted, "Where's Arlong? I can't hold back any longer. I want to punch him. Nami, hurry, take us." Zoro complained. "How can we go? The ship won't be ready for a few days." Luffy seemed out of his mind. "I don't care. I want to punch Arlong now." Usopp was speechless. "Hey, are you even listening?" Nami, feeling sad, was pulled back to reality by Luffy shouting, only to realize she was buried in Lin Hai's embrace. Her cheeks flushed red, and she quickly broke free. "Luffy, calm down. I have something to say. I made a promise to Arlong. I'll buy the village after earning 100 million berries." Lin Hai poked her forehead disdainfully. "Are you crazy? A violent woman who loves money? Giving 100 million berries to your mother's murderer? Ridiculous." "Duong." Nami hit him, her face dark. "What can I do? Arlong may be scummy, but he values promises." Lin Hai stood up and retorted, "Have you lost your mind? Trusting that scum is worse than trusting Luffy not to eat." Duong. Another hit. Nami was furious. "Can't you speak without being so annoying?" Cough, cough. Lin Hai wrapped his arm around her waist. "Nami, that idiot will never keep his promises. Didn't you say he colluded with Captain Mouse? Stop dreaming. Take us to Kokoyashi village and let's crush the Fishman pirates. The berries you risked your life to earn. Why give them to him?" Luffy interjected. "I don't care about anything else. I must punch Arlong." Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "Do as you wish. But we still have to stay here for a few days. Where can we go now?" "Sleep." Nami retorted. "What are you sleeping for in broad daylight? Are you a pig?" Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. "If you don't sleep, we can make a baby." Usopp spat out a mouthful of drink, laughing wildly. "Ha ha." Usopp looked at the two oddly, while Luffy pretended to be dumb. "Make a baby? Is it fun? I want to." Duong. Duong. Nami's face turned red. She hit both of them once and glared fiercely at Lin Hai. Lin Hai lay on the ground, disgruntled. "What's your problem? Go eat your meat. Can your stinky rubber even get involved in that?" Luffy muttered, "You're so stingy. How about we go out and fight?" "Fight?" Usopp was confused. "You guys have too much energy." Lin Hai's eyes lit up. Luffy always ruins good things. Later, he'll use Haki to hit him. Zoro swallowed. "Hey, what bad idea are you hiding now? He has been tricked several times." Lin Hai adjusted his expression, fixed his hairstyle, and smiled brightly, with my handsome and sunny appearance. Healthy thoughts and the admiration of countless girls breaking many hearts. Usopp interrupted. Hey, you can brag more than me." Zoro teased. "You look more like a pervert." Lin Hai glared at Usopp. "Do you think your nose is too long? Do you want me to help you fix it?" Usopp exploded. "Bastard, do you want to fight?" He pulled Luffy over. "Come on." Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "Luffy, Usopp's long nose is a feature. Are you not inviting him to join?" Nami complained. "Are you inviting him just because he looks unique?" Lin Hai explained, "That way, the noses of everyone here will look more coordinated and better." Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Usopp exploded. "Lin Hai, you bastard. I want to challenge you to a duel." Soon, Usopp joined the Straw Hat crew, and after some noise, everyone went back to their own activities. At the coast, Nami gazed alone at the horizon, perhaps thinking of her hometown. Lin Hai walked over and sat beside her. "Still worried about your hometown?" Nami nodded. "I lack confidence. I've looked for bounty hunters and righteous people before, but they were all defeated by Arlong's crew." Lin Hai leaned close and wrapped his arm around her waist. "It must have been hard these years, right?" Nami shot him a glance. This guy always wraps his arm around her waist. She had no mood to argue and shook her head. "Am I tired? Maybe it's the belief in saving the villagers that keeps me going." Lin Hai stared into her eyes. "Why don't you sound more energetic like a young person?" "Nami, you should renew your hopes and be more positive. Life is inevitably tough. We have to face it with a smile." The two fell silent. Nami saw the shadow of Belmir in his eyes, that positive, optimistic spirit. Looking at the sunny figure before her, Nami lost her focus. This smile. she hadn't seen in a long time. For 8 years, she had walked in a daze, long forgetting Belmir's words. Hey, hey, Lin Hai gently shook her. Are you okay? Huh? Nami came back to her senses, her face red as she turned away, muttering, Who do you think you are? A self-indulgent pirate. Don't lecture me. The coast fell silent again, only the sound of waves crashing against the rocks and the wind. After a while, Nami spoke. Lin Hai, thank you for reminding me of some things. I feel much better. Lin Hai turned and wrapped his arm around her waist again. Nami snapped. Why do you always like to hold me? Lin Hai acted shameless. Who told you to have a good figure? It's windy. I'm afraid you'll catch a cold. Nami's face darkened. On such a hot day, how could the wind be refreshing? Catch a cold? Nonsense. She suddenly grinned. Hugging is fine, but it's 100,000 berries each time. You owe me $1 million. Lin Hai exclaimed. Do you think I'm a fool? I have no money. I'm here. Feel free to do whatever you want. Nami got up. Who wants you? I like berries. Where are they? What are they doing? Lin Hai followed, feeling frustrated. What do you want to go back for? What is so fun about that noisy bunch? Unexpectedly, Nami turned back and kissed him on the cheek. Are you satisfied now? Lin Hai instantly perked up. Nami, do you dare take advantage of me? No way. I want to kiss you back. The coast echoed with Nami's angry scolding. Lin Hai, you bastard. A few days later, on the Azure Sea, the Going Merry sailed through the waves, a new ship sent by Kaya. Everyone curiously examined the equipment, and Lin Fan came out to see Luffy, looking gloomy, probably having been dealt with by Nami. Zoro leaned against the ship's pole, catching up on sleep. Usopp fiddled with things. And Nami stood on the deck looking at the sea, her orange hair fluttering, her figure stunning. Lin Fan sighed. Nami, you're really beautiful. Luffy exploded. What nonsense. She is both greedy and violent, and Duong. Nami punched him, and Luffy winced in pain. Zoro scoffed, and Nami shot him a glance. Do you have any objections? Zoro turned away, admitting defeat. Luffy suddenly suggested, let us have a fishing competition. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. You with your hyperactivity can fish? Luffy protested. Don't underestimate me. What is the bet? Whoever catches the most gets to eat more. Usopp complained. That is basically nothing. He joined in. Lin Fan sat on the railing singing. Little fish, come bite the hook. There is something delicious in the bucket. One fish after another. The bucket was almost full. Luffy and Usopp had been fishing for a long time, but their fishing rods had no movement. Luffy threw his rod. Why do you have so many? Lin Fan looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Fishing requires patience. Still, as a maiden. He couldn't continue. Usopp and Luffy's eyes sparkled. Silk cake. Zoro scoffed, pretending. Nami wanted to hit him. Lin Fan, it's easy. I need to relieve myself. Standing by the railing, Usopp was surprised. You here? That is convenient. Luffy insisted. I don't believe you can win. Still competing? Of course. Usopp, are you in? Let us go. Nami blushed and slipped away. Lin Fan and Luffy looked down on Usopp, and Usopp angrily said, I'll definitely grow up in the future. Lin Fan laughed. Luffy wants to be the pirate king, and Zoro wants to be the greatest swordsman. Usopp was frustrated. You bastard. Luffy's restlessness is no joke. Just as Lin Fan was dozing off, there was a commotion outside. It turned out he and Usopp had fired a cannon at a small island. And on the backside of the island, Zoro's friends Johnny and Joseph, who were once bounty hunters like Zoro, were resting. Johnny boarded the ship and started cursing. Lin Fan, who was woken up, wanted to slice him with a sword. Looking at the damaged railing, Lin Fan's face turned dark. If you make any more noise, I'll throw you into the sea. He didn't use Conqueror's Haki, but his aura was quite intimidating. Johnny swallowed hard. My companion is sick because of you guys. Nami rolled her eyes. He's ill. There's a food shortage at sea, and many people have this disease. Joseph woke up only to fall back down. Zoro asked, Johnny, is there a chef nearby? Johnny laughed. I've been a bounty hunter for years, of course I know. Following Johnny, the group headed to the floating restaurant Bartai. The Mary had not yet arrived when a naval warship came head-on. Lieutenant Hobody was up to no good, aiming the cannon at the Mary to sink it. Nami panicked. Where's Lin Fan? Usopp, he's sleeping. Nami complained. Still sleeping. Think of something. Luffy laughed. Leave it to me. In the end, just like in the original story, Luffy smashed a hole in the roof of Bartai. Zoro had no choice but to clean up the mess. Nami angrily rushed into Lin Fan's room, trying to wake him up, but Lin Fan was dreaming. Dazed, he saw Nami and thought he was still dreaming, pulling her in, resulting in their lips meeting. Huh, why is this so real? After a while, Lin Fan's hands became restless. Nami realized and jumped up. Bastard. Get up. Lin Fan awkwardly said, Nami, I was dreaming, you understand. Nami gave him a blank stare. Didn't they kiss in Syrup Village last time? She didn't hold it against him and hurriedly said, let's go outside. The naval ship is going to sink our boat. Lin Fan instantly woke up. How outrageous. Let's go. He grabbed Nami and ran. Nami exclaimed, bastard, where are you grabbing? Ahaha, it's an accident. Purely an accident. The Navy is too ridiculous. Don't slap my face. By the time Lin Hai and Nami got outside, Zoro had already repelled the Navy, and Luffy was being dragged by the chef to work, who told him to smash the roof. Just as they arrived at the restaurant, they saw Sanji holding the naval lieutenant Hobody. Lin Hai was speechless. What are you looking at? Hurry up and eat. I woke up hungry. Nami shot him a glance. But Lin Hai wasn't afraid and even raised an eyebrow at her. Remembering what just happened, Nami's cheeks flushed, and she quickly said, let us go in. A sumptuous meal was served, and while they were eating, Luffy came down the stairs and immediately exploded. You guys ate well while I wasn't here. Too much. Too much. Lin Hai grabbed his collar in anger. You say it's too much? Aren't you trying to be the pirate king? And now you're doing chores. Bastard. Pirates are free. Unlike your indecisiveness, this promising career is being ruined by you. It's simply a disgrace to our profession. Ha ha. Luffy was left speechless by Lin Hai, and everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. A promising career as a pirate? A disgrace to the profession? Nami laughed so hard that she held her stomach with one hand and pounded the table with the other, attracting the attention of the lecherous Sanji. Sanji dashed in front of Nami, knelt on one knee, and passionately declared, OC, thank you for this encounter today. Love mock me, the one who cannot help but suffer. With you, I'll even accept the devil of piracy. Everyone had black lines on their faces. This guy is on par with Lin Hai. Lin Hai was busy taking notes with paper and pen. Standing next to him, what's next? Hurry up and say it. I'll have lines ready for when I meet beautiful women in the future. Sanji noticed there was someone even more handsome nearby and unhappily said, who are you? Are you mocking me? Ha ha. Luffy laughed madly. Zoro and Usopp quickly looked over. They look alike. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Who's like this perverted cook? Sanji exploded. Watch your mouth. Do you want to get hit? The restaurant owner, Zeph, stepped forward. Sanji, are you going to hit a customer again? Why not just go become a pirate with that straw hat kid? We don't need you here. Sanji angrily said, old man, I'm a sous chef, and besides. Zeph ignored him and went back to the kitchen to cook. Luffy leaned closer. Sanji, he agreed. Come be a pirate with me. Sanji waved his hand. Forget it. I have my reasons to stay. After chatting for a while, Luffy forgot he was doing chores and started playing around with everyone, only to be knocked down by Sanji and dragged back to the kitchen. Lin Hai clicked his tongue. Is this Luffy's strength? Nami was speechless. What kind of strength is that? Lin Hai wrapped his arm around her waist. He can get along with anyone. If it were me, I would have chopped that perverted cook long ago. Daring to flirt with you, right? Everyone had dark expressions. You're not much better. Lin Hai didn't care, grinning. Don't be stingy. The food in this restaurant is really delicious. Before he could finish, a bleeding Marine burst in, shouting to Hobody, not good. Captain Arlong of the Kurozumi Pirates has escaped. Hobody broke out in a sweat. Impossible. He was starving to death and captured. He was never given food. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The Marine who reported fell down, and standing at the door was the tall and skinny Arlong. Lin Hai was dumbfounded. How did a living person just disappear like that? The restaurant's people actually ignored it? He fell into deep thought. Something was off in this world. But he didn't intervene. Arlong was just a small fry. Clock was the big fish. Arlong was arrogant, even pointing a gun at the waiter Patty. As a result, he was pressed to the ground by Patty. Lin Hai exclaimed, well done. Beat him to death. Do you need a hand? Zoro, Usopp. And the others looked completely confused. What's going on here? Patty, with a jaw bigger than his head, turned around and smiled. This little matter doesn't require your help, bro. I'm the waiter Patty at the floating restaurant. Don't underestimate me. Lin Hai waved his hand. I really want to kick him a few times. Is that Marine still alive? From a distance, someone replied, he's already dead. Nami was confused. You're a pirate. Why do you care about Marines? Cough, cough. Lin Hai cleared his throat, instantly attracting the attention of the entire restaurant. He instinctively looked up at a 45-degree angle. Time to put on a show? Zoro secretly scoffed. And Usopp and Nami felt this scene was eerily familiar. The people in the restaurant were all waiting for him to speak. This young man seemed quite compassionate. The atmosphere was just right. Lin Hai spoke passionately. Do you know? That Marine was the pride of the whole village. He was honest, helped old ladies cross the street, gave old men back rubs, and had a strong sense of justice. There are too many bad pirates in this world. for the sake of peace, for a better life, so that people are not persecuted. That day he stepped onto the path of justice. Without even touching a girl's hand, he resolutely became a Marine. He trained diligently every day, a role model full of kindness. But he was right in front of me, shot down by that guy, wearing a bandana. Before he could finish, the restaurant was filled with tears. System prompt. Ding. The host's dramatic performance has exploded the scene. Reward. The solitary 9 swords. Lin Hai was ecstatic, and he heard everyone shout. So this Marine was so great. Heaven is jealous of talent. Boo-hoo. We can't just cry. We need to do something for him. Beat him up. The guests all rushed to beat Arlong. All of them were fooled by Lin Hai. Hobity sat on the ground in a daze. Was this Marine really that great? No, wait. Zoro stepped forward to push Lin Hai, admiringly saying, "It's such a pity he died. Are you his hometown friend?" Usopp was crying like a baby. "I admire him too much. I want revenge." Nami muttered, "Pirates just take what others love. They're garbage in this world." Lin Hai was still happy about the solitary 9 swords and blurted out, "What? I just made all that up, and you all took it seriously? Made up?" Zoro's face turned red with anger. "Lin Hai, I'm going to chop you up." Usopp walked toward the kin in tears, suddenly turning his head mechanically, blankly looking at Lin Hai. Nami, with a face full of black lines, lowered her head. Lin Hai continued to provoke. "Why are you all so naive? I just can't stand a kin." Bang, bang, bang. "Don't slap me." "Nami, are you using high heels?" "Usopp, remember this." I was wrong." Zoro, Nami, and Usopp beat Lin Hai up, and their anger dissipated. Lin Hai sat up, adjusted his hairstyle, and glared at Zoro. "You're something. You were the hardest just now, right? Do you believe I'll sell your sword and give you not a single cent?" Nami's eyes sparkled instantly. "I want 90%. Zoro panicked. "You really have guts. Want to try? Don't think I can't beat you. I'll chop you up sooner or later." "Tsh." Lin Hai rolled his eyes, turned to grab Nami's hand, and acted pitifully. "Nami, I've been seriously injured. Can you give me some money for medical treatment?" Nami couldn't stand his expression and threw him 250 berries. "Get lost." Zoro and Usopp were stunned. Nami actually gave him money? Lin Hai instantly perked up with the money, quickly tidying up his clothes in 3 seconds, faster than Sanji, and dashed to the side of Hoppity's female companion. The female companion had red long hair, a red long dress, high heels, and an amazing figure. Lin Hai held her delicate hand, speaking affectionately. "OC, thank you for this encounter today. Love, mock me, the one who can't help but suffer. Beautiful miss, would you like a drink?" The female companion nodded blankly. "Sure." Zoro turned to ask Nami, "Why does that sound so familiar?" Usopp nodded. "I think so too." Nami's face was full of black lines. "That's what Sanji just said." Usopp exclaimed, "Lin Hai is a genius, right? So clever." Zoro scoffed. "Genius? Puffed. Just a colorful pervert." Usopp patted him. "Look how close they are, like lovers. I'm so envious." Nami glared at the two of them, leaning together in the distance. Furious, "He's using my money to treat someone else to dinner?" Zoro was puzzled. "Is 250 berries enough?" Usopp dropped his jaw. "What? He actually kissed that beauty?" Nami looked at Usopp dangerously. "Do you want to learn? I can give you money." Usopp shivered. No, I can't do that." "TCH." Zoro sat back down, doing boring things. Usopp whispered, "You're jealous, right?" Zoro exploded. "What did you say?" Usopp weakly replied, "Nothing." Nami gently asked, "Usopp, what are you thinking? Speak up." Usopp quickly changed the subject. "Where's Akin? He was here just now. Why is he gone?" Zoro asked, "Is Luffy going to stay here for a long time? Should we go back to the ship or look for him?" Nami said, "Who told him to mess around? Let's go back to the ship. It's super expensive to stay here." Lantui turned and pointed at the Going Merry. "Is that your ship?" Lin Hai nodded. "The one wearing the straw hat is my captain. Not sure when we'll set sail." Lantui gently said, "Life is like floating duckweed, drifting with the waves." Lin Hai hugged her waist. "Why are you suddenly feeling sentimental?" Lantui shook her head. "I'm leaving tomorrow. A weak woman isn't suited for long voyages." Lin Hai asked, "So soon?" Lantui, "I originally planned to take the Navy captain's ship, but didn't expect him to be that kind of person." Hee. Lin Hai let her lean on his shoulder. "Can we not talk about him?" Lantui chuckled. "Okay." Ahem. Lin Hai said, "It's windy. Should we go back inside the ship?" Lantui looked at him playfully and followed him onto the ship. She felt Lin Hai's mischievous hand and laughed. "Don't mess around. I'm ticklish." Lin Hai laughed. "Ticklish? I'll help you. You won't be ticklish in a while." "Ah, you naughty boy." The sea breeze continued to blow, and the restaurant on the sea echoed with the sounds of chefs arguing, while Lin Hai's small boat had a strange sobbing sound that lingered. The next morning, sunlight filled the sea, and the restaurant became lively. Lin Hai woke up, and Lantui was already gone. It felt like a dream, leaving him a bit lost. But for the dream, he couldn't stop, especially that someone from the Daughter Kingdom. Stepping into the sea restaurant, Usopp, feeling jealous, ran over. How did you sleep last night? Seeing Nami looking at him playfully, Lin Hai acted dumb. What else to say? I got drunk, and you all didn't help, and I was blown all night. Ashoo. I might have caught a cold. Zoro rolled his eyes. Is that so? Lin Hai exploded. What do you mean? Want to fight? Zoro pretended to draw his sword. Come on. Who's afraid of who? Nami face-bombed. Enough, let's eat. Lin Hai instantly hugged her waist. The morning you still so gentle. Damn, that was meant to be said to Lantui. Why did it come out of Nami? Nami was surprised, nearly laughing. Someone actually called her gentle? Remembering how close he had been with that beauty yesterday, she teased. You should say that to that woman. Usopp interjected. How long is Luffy going to stay here? Huh? Are you calling me? When Luffy saw them come in, he said, oh, Usopp. Lin Hai looked up. Luffy, how long are you staying? Luffy pouted, waiting to see when that old man will let me go. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow rushed in front of Nami. It was Sanji. He enthusiastically said, Good morning, Miss Nami. What do you want to eat? I'll take charge. It's on the house for you. His face changed instantly as he turned to Lin Hai and the others. You all pay full price. Nami smiled. Arigato, Mr. Sanji. Sanji's eyes sparkled with hearts. No need to be polite, Miss Nami. Lin Hai pointed at Sanji and asked Patty, Chef, why does your restaurant have such a strange creature? Shouldn't you take him to see a doctor? Before he finished, Sanji kicked him. At this speed in front of Lin Hai, it was slow. Lin Hai easily blocked it. People nearby couldn't help but laugh. Zoro. Haha. Colorful chef. Kicking death. Patty covered his mouth and laughed. Sanji, come back. Let me take you to see a doctor. Ha ha. Sanji glared at Lin Hai with a face full of black lines. You guy. Lin Hai laughed. Your kicking skills aren't good enough. Sanji exploded. What did you say? Nami quickly advised. Mr. Sanji, please don't fight for my sake, okay? Sanji's face changed instantly, his eyes sparkling with hearts. Understood, Miss Nami. Lin Hai looked at this behavior. Definitely has a problem. His flattery towards beautiful women is intentional, while Sanji's is purely instinct. One is controllable, the other is uncontrollable. Feeling sorry for Sanji for 3 seconds. Last night's sweet dreams made Lin Hai too lazy to argue. Sitting by the dining table, Zoro opened his mouth and asked for alcohol. Lin Hai retorted, Bad youth drinking every day. Aren't you afraid of alcohol poisoning? Waiter, bring a bottle of wine. Zoro's face darkened. This guy is still so annoying. While chatting, the restaurant suddenly exploded with a shout. Chef Zeph, Kurizumi has come. At the mention of that name, the entire place fell silent. All eyes turned to the door. They saw a kin supporting a tall figure, wrapped in golden armor. It was Kurizumi, the notorious pirate Kurizumi. What is he here for? I heard he came with thousands of subordinates to invade the Grand Line. Could it be false? Now we should be concerned about what he wants to do here. Amid the whispers, a kin helped Kurizumi walk in. Chef Zeph stepped forward. What are you doing here? Kurizumi smiled falsely. Just came to eat. Nothing else. Sanji wanted to cook, but Patty stopped him. Are you stupid? He's notorious for going back on his word. Do you trust him? Sanji took a puff of smoke. So what? Someone is hungry, and a chef should provide food. Patty anxiously said, What if he eats and then robs the restaurant? Sanji insisted. We'll talk about it then. We are the chefs of the sea restaurant. Luffy's eyes sparkled. No wonder I took a liking to him. Sanji is really a good chef. Lin Hai sneered. Is he out of his mind? Are you also being foolish? The restaurant was quiet, and this conversation was heard loud and clear. Sanji glared. Who are you calling out of their mind? Lin Hai stood up, expressionless, talking about you. Sanji retorted. Is it wrong to give food to hungry people? Do you know what it feels like to be starving? Lin Hai laughed. So you give him food, let him fill up, and then rob others? Sanji pondered. I'm just a chef. Giving food is my duty, nothing else. Luffy shouted. So cool. Sanji, be my partner. Nothing else? What a good line. Lin Hai sneered. Sanji, I understand you have experience. But Cliquey has countless lives on his hands. How many families have been ruined? Does someone like him deserve to be helped? You don't represent anyone. If he fills up and kills someone, will you share that sin? A person's life is not worth less than your broken beliefs. Just like that day. Ajin said to kill, just kill. Reason? Treasure hunting? Dreams? Ha ha ha. Ridiculous to the extreme. Lin Hai walked in front of Ajin, twisting his head. Can you not insult dreams? Bringing someone who should be in prison to eat, do you think you deserve it? The restaurant fell into dead silence. Everyone was collectively stunned, worldviews about to be shattered. After staring at Ajin and Cliquey for a few seconds, Lin Hai let go, system tasks required him to let him go, to attract Hawkeye. After all, Cliquey would understand after finishing his meal, he would definitely bring his subordinates to rob the restaurant. Lin Hai shrugged. The food is yours. I'm just venting my displeasure, feel free. He sat back down next to Nami, too lazy to care anymore. Jifu and Sanji pondered for a long time and actually went to cook for Cliquey. Lin Hai frowned. Different philosophies are truly scary. So frustrating. The people nearby all felt his low pressure. Nami laughed. Aren't you the one who disrupts the scene? If Cliquey dares to act, were you afraid of with you guys around? Luffy chimed in, exactly. Don't worry, Lin Hai. Lin Hai swatted his hand away. Luffy, you're the captain? Important decisions are up to you. Be smart. Our lives are entrusted to you. Usopp was confused. Isn't it that serious? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Not serious? Once we enter the Grand Line, pirates are much tougher than this. We're not playing house. Luffy adjusted his hat, seriously saying, I understand now. Lin Hai suddenly punched him. Don't be so serious. You're making me nervous. Luffy exploded. You bastard dare to hit me. The two instantly started wrestling. Ha ha. Nami covered her mouth and laughed. Two idiots. Zoro had a face full of black lines. These two are hopeless. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Cliquey finished eating and punched Sanji flying. Lin Hai exhaled. Good hit. Ignoring advice. Serves him right. Zoro asked. The worrying part has arrived. Do we intervene? Luffy adjusted his hat. Let's wait and see. Lin Hai wrapped his arm around Nami's waist. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. I'm not afraid of the end of the world. Just find a hole to hide in. Nami shot him a glance, but said nothing. What to do when you're used to being held. Next, Lin Hai was stunned. Cliquey wanted 100 portions of food, and Jifu actually made it. He leaned in and kissed Nami on the ear. Don't be so foolish in the future. Nami instantly blushed. Luffy and Zoro fell silent. No one knew what they were thinking. But everyone was clear. There was about to be a fight. The atmosphere in the restaurant was tense. And Sanji shouted, What are you afraid of? If they dare to come, we'll smash them. At this point, regretting is useless. The staff united. What is Cliquey's pirate crew worth? We are the battle-hardened chefs of the sea restaurant. Woo, let's have a big fight. Let them see our power. Luffy excitedly jumped out. Count me in. Ha ha ha. Almost forgot. He is still a restaurant employee. Lin Hai said to Nami. Stand next to me later. I guarantee your safety. Usopp grabbed his arm. And me. Please protect me. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Aren't you supposed to be a brave sea warrior? All right then. Zoro, do you need protection? Just call me brother. Zoro's eyelid twitched. Bastard. I don't need your protection, but I still feel something is going to happen, so be careful. Before he finished speaking, there was a loud rumble outside. What happened? The restaurant shook violently. A tsunami? Don't ask. Hurry and check it out. It turned out Cliquey had fed his subordinates and was about to rob the restaurant, but his big ship was sliced in half by someone with a sword. Everyone was stunned. Never seen such a maneuver. Such a big ship was cut in half just like that. How did the ship become like this? The cut was super smooth. Was it sliced by someone? What a joke. Who asked that strong? Stop talking. Quickly put down the gangplank. The waves are about to flood the restaurant. Nami asked Lin Hai. Can you do that? Lin Hai smiled. Of course. Don't you know my abilities? Usopp thought of the high cliffs of his hometown, angrily saying, What did you do to my hometown? Lin Hai pointed into the distance. Let us not talk about that for now. Look over there. Someone is coming. Usopp was stunned. There really is. Zoro excitedly stepped forward, muttering, It's him. It's him. Luffy asked, Who? Lin Hai teased. Oh, you money? You're so happy. Zoro swallowed. I went to sea to find him. The world's #1 swordsman, Dracula Mihawk Hawkeye. The world's #1 swordsman? Nami turned her head and asked, How did you do against him? Lin Hai admitted. In a life-and-death fight, I would be seconds away from losing. Nami exclaimed. No way. You're so unconfident. That is not like you. Luffy also asked. Is the gap really that big? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. How many years has he been wandering? How many things has he experienced? How can we newbies compare? Usopp didn't believe it. You're underestimating yourself too much. Lin Hai waved his hand. If you want to climb to the peak, first recognize your strength. Only by understanding how strong the peak is can you improve. I'm not a teacher. Go away. Luffy pouted. Lin Hai, you stingy guy. After chatting a few sentences, pay attention. The mist of the waves dispersed, and a coffin-like small boat emerged, lit by candles and floating with green flames, eerie enough to give goosebumps. On the boat sat a person, short-beard with a black top hat, glaring white fur trim, eye-catching wine-red patterned shirt paired with a black trench coat, a cross hanging on his chest, and a long knife gleaming coldly behind him. He sat with one leg crossed, not moving. The oppressive feeling made it hard to breathe. Suddenly, Kleeky's subordinate exploded. Did we provoke you? Chasing us from the Grand Line. Are you sick? Hawkeye didn't even raise an eyelid. Boring. Just passing the time. Just this? Slicing a ship because he's bored and chased for half the sea? Kleeky was furious. His dream of domination shattered by such a ridiculous reason. All in vain. He signaled, and the sniper aimed dual guns at Hawkeye and fired. You absolutely wouldn't expect it. Hawkeye drew his sword and lightly swung it. The bullets were directly deflected. The sniper rubbed his eyes in confusion. Impossible. I was aiming perfectly. Zoro untied his armband and tied it around his head. It was blocked by his sword. The sniper asked, "Who are you?" Zoro ignored him and walked straight towards Hawkeye. This is about to get serious. Nami panicked. Didn't you say he is super strong? Why are you letting Zoro go to deliver his head? Luffy adjusted his hat. That is his dream. Why stop him? Lin Hai nodded. Nami, think about it. If Zoro backs down, how can he be called the world's #1? We should cheer for him. What, first or not first? Nami rolled her eyes. A bunch of lunatics. Whatever. Usopp swallowed. This ship is probably on the wrong one. Too scary. Lin Hai pulled Nami aside. Stay here and don't run around. Nami glanced at him. Are you going to challenge my hawk too? Lin Hai laughed. He is not stupid, just showing off his skills. The guy wields 3 swords? He is the East Blue bounty hunter, Roronoa Zoro. So he has Zoro. Who do you think will win? Amid the discussions, Zoro drew his sword and pointed it at Mihawk. I've never seen such a soft sword. Mihawk replied calmly. It's not the hardness of the sword that gives it strength. Zoro pressed. So you cut the ship? Mihawk, that's right. The crowd gasped. This strength is insane. Zoro grinned. As expected, the strongest. I set sail to find you. Mihawk raised an eyebrow. What is your goal? Zoro yelled. To become the strongest. Mihawk scoffed. Foolish. Zoro tightened his grip on his sword. You're free, right? Let us fight. Mihawk leaped to Zoro's side, disdainfully saying, pitiful weakling. A top swordsman should understand the difference. To draw a sword, is it ignorance or courage? TSK. Lin Hai suddenly interjected, holding a flashy sword. He twirled it. Although you're the world's #1, without the courage to challenge, how can you become a top swordsman? Mihawk turned. Who are you? Here to challenge too? No. Lin Hai shook his head. Huashiadi, Lin Hai. I can't beat you, but I have something to say. Seeing everyone looking over, he brandished his sword proudly. This sword is named Galphone. It's 133 meters long and weighs 8.3 Gene. Made of cold ice from beyond the heavens. It can cut hair like it's nothing. Anyway, it's the best in my heart. Ding. Flamboyant reward received. Space / 1 month cooldown. Has side effects. Use with caution. Lin Hai's heart sank. He almost said like killing chickens and sheep. Would the swordsman community hunt me down? Mihawk stared at him. Am I being entertained? Do you know the consequences? Lin Hai immediately backed down. I wouldn't dare. Just give my sword a proper name. You all continue. Taking advantage of Mihawk, turning to look at Zoro, he quickly slipped away to study his new skill. The space slash is super cool. He clenched his fist, held up 2 fingers to his chest, and a large space vortex appeared on the left side. The sword slowly emerging. Ignoring Haki, just cut and done. It's much stronger than the slashes in the space field, but it can be dodged. Before he could finish his research, Luffy shot out to fight Mihawk. Zoro was knocked into the sea. Mihawk calmly said, he is not dead, just unconscious. He looked at Zoro being pulled up. Recognize yourself, understand the world, become stronger, and surpass me. I'll be waiting for you at the top. Zoro drew his remaining sword and shouted, Luffy, I won to lose again. Before I defeat him, do you have any objections? Pirate King. Luffy laughed. No. Mihawk looked at Luffy's straw hat. It looks like Shanks. He said, becoming the Pirate King is much harder than surpassing me. Luffy stuck out his tongue. I don't care. I'm definitely going to be the Pirate King. Mihawk smirked, about to leave when Krieg jumped out. The matter isn't over. Want to leave? Mihawk replied indifferently. I've played enough. I'm going home to sleep. Krieg brandished his weapon with a sneer. Let us see you die once first. He wildly shot bullets, and smoke rose from Mihawk's location. When the smoke cleared, Mihawk was already gone. TSK. Unable to find Mihawk, Krieg turned to his crew. Why are you dazed? Forget the goal. Seize the sea restaurant bar tie. Leave it to us. Captain Krieg, the strongest leader. Even Mihawk wouldn't dare to take us on. Seizing the restaurant for food. The captain will definitely become the Pirate King. Luffy jumped on the railing and asked Zeph, if we drive them away, do we not have to work? Zeph smiled, sure. If you can do it. Before Luffy could move, Lin Hai acted first. He wanted to seize the opportunity to grow stronger and enjoy life at sea. After all, that knight's tenderness was still in his mind. Everyone was instantly attracted to him. This guy had changed into a bizarre outfit. Everyone looked over. On the deck, Lin Hai stood with long hair flowing, facing the wind, his face as white as jade, eyes bright as stars, his long robe rustling in the wind, exuding an ethereal aura that could captivate thousands of girls. Usopp exclaimed, "Lin Hai, are you an immortal?" Silky cake. Nami stared at his profile in a daze. This guy is actually so handsome. I can't take it. The restaurant staff and pirates were dumbfounded, forgetting what they were supposed to do. Sanji looked at his outfit, found it familiar, but couldn't remember where he had seen it. Luffy couldn't hold back. Sweating profusely, his eyes shining like light bulbs, rushed to Lin Hai's side. "You're so cool." He looked him up and down, feeling something was off about his hair, and grabbed it. The scene instantly became awkwardly frozen. Lin Hai's long hair was a wig bought with flamboyant coins. His white face was powdered, and the outfit was made from curtains he had taken from Sanji's room. The system outfits were too expensive. Luffy held the wig in his hand, staring wide-eyed at Lin Hai. "What? It turned out to be fake. I thought it was an immortal. I knew it. Immortals are just legends." The noise pulled Lin Hai back to reality. He glared at Luffy and snatched back the wig, putting it on. "Don't mess around." Luffy nodded. "Give me a set later too. It's too cool." Lin Hai waved his hand. Fine, go aside." He resumed his posture, twirling his sword. "I have a sword that can move mountains, can turn the sea, can't." "Oh no, I forgot what Usopp said. I got stuck." "What was it?" "Don't tell me he's lying again." Hearing the taunts, Lin Hai's cheeks flushed red, awkwardly turning to Usopp. "What comes next?" "Huh?" Usopp replied, bewildered. "Break mountains and rivers, establish the universe." Lin Hai remembered, exclaiming, "Break mountains and rivers, establish the universe." Huh? Ha ha ha. This guy was so full of himself he forgot the lines. It's hilarious. Can't even boast properly, still dared to show off. Silly fool. "Do I need to teach you how to say it?" Sanji, chewing on a cigarette, asked Luffy. "Are all your crew this bizarre?" The mocking voices pricked Lin Hai like needles, his face turning bright red. How many flamboyant coins did he waste for this operation? Wig, foundation, makeup all arranged. And ended up with a bunch of laughter. He completely exploded, tearing off the wig and smashing on the ground, ripping the long robe and tossing it aside. Sanji saw the fabric pattern and instantly went berserk. "Lin Hai, you bastard. That was my curtain." He was furious. "What is going on? Why do I feel a chill down my back?" "Watch closely. The next part is going to be explosive." Lin Hai clenched his fist with one hand, raising his index and middle fingers to his chin, as if chanting a spell. Suddenly, a transparent vortex appeared on the left side, and Gao foam slowly floated out. "What the heck?" Everyone stared in shock. Lin Hai raised his sword and shouted, "Space slash." One sword splits the sea. Clang. The sword's ringing pierced the ears. A bright light flashed, and the surroundings darkened by 8 degrees. Krieg's men and the restaurant staff froze. Mechanically turning to look at the sword slicing from below, the sea was split open, 10 times fiercer than Mihawk's slash. Krieg didn't care that the ship was split into 4 sections. He screamed, "Quickly save the ship. There's a huge whirlpool. Stop fighting amongst yourselves. If the ship capsizes, we'll all be fish food." This guy's a monster, my god. So terrifying. And Lin Hai, unable to control the space fruit, he overexerted himself and fainted. Before losing consciousness, he cursed, "Flamboyant system, you're useless." When he opened his eyes, he saw Nami leaning over the bed. Whereas Krieg? What happened to Luffy and the others? As he moved, Nami woke up, and seeing he was fine, reached out to twist his ear. "You idiot, messing around. We almost got killed because of you." "Em sorry. Lin Hai quickly begged for mercy. "Please let go, it hurts." After Nami let go, Lin Hai realized it was particularly quiet around them, with seagulls calling outside. It felt quite nice. He held Nami's hand and asked, "Is Luffy and the others okay?" Lin Hai came to his senses and said to Nami, "I'm sorry for dragging this out for so long. I was supposed to go to your hometown." Nami shook her head. "It's been so many years. I don't care about these few days. But you're too worrisome. Don't use that trick to knock yourself out again." Lin Hai sat up and pulled Nami in his arms. "I won't. I was just inexperienced the first time and used too much force." "Ha ha." Nami pouted. "You always take advantage of me." Lin Hai ignored her and said seriously, "Nami, trust us a little more. You'll be free soon." "Free?" Nami looked up at him. Lin Hai nodded. "Defeat Arlong, and you can do what you like." Nami was excited. Will there really be a day like that? Lin Hai reassured her, "Don't worry, it'll be here soon." "Lin Hai, you bastard. Let go of Miss Nami." A loud voice shouted from outside. Nami quickly got out of his embrace, and Lin Hai glared at Sanji. This guy came to bring food for Nami. Lin Hai snatched the food and started eating, while Sanji exploded, "That is not for you." Nami asked, "Where are Luffy and the others?" Sanji's eyes instantly turned into hearts, right outside Miss Nami. Luffy and the others rushed in, and Luffy laughed. "Lin Hai, you're useless. You didn't fight anyone, and you ended up knocked out for 3 days, weakling." Lin Hai didn't have the energy to argue. He noticed Zoro wrapped in bandages and frowned. "Zoro, is that how you're treating your wound?" Zoro looked confused. "Is there a problem?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "There's a big problem." He asked Sanji, "Do you have high concentration alcohol?" Sanji replied, "Yeah, what for?" Lin Hai smiled, "To treat this idiot's wound. It's still bleeding. Don't you have a doctor?" Sanji said, "We do, but he ran away a long time ago." Zoro waved his hand to sleep it off. Lin Hai exclaimed, "Shameless. A wound infection can rot, cause inflammation, and high fever. And you're saying it's nothing?" Luffy asked in confusion. "Is it that serious?" Lin Hai sighed, "Forget it. I'm starving." Suddenly, Luffy said, "By the way, Sanji agreed to join us. We have 6 crew members now." Lin Hai glanced at Sanji and said indifferently, "Oh." Sanji was annoyed. "What kind of reaction is that?" Lin Hai replied, "What reaction do you want?" Sanji posed and boasted, "Should you be happy? Having a genius like me as a partner." Lin Hai interview, Sanji. Sanji asked what? Lin Hai said seriously, "You need to take your medicine." Uffed. "Ha ha ha." Zoro added, "Sanji, you really need to take your medicine." Sanji blushed and yelled, "Lin Hai, I'm going to kill you." After finishing their business, Sanji said goodbye to the restaurant staff, and everyone boarded the Going Merry. "Cheers. Welcome new partner Sanji." "Zoro, you're injured. You can't drink. Stop nagging, a little one tea hurt." After some fun, Luffy and Usopp ran to Lin Hai's side, and Luffy asked, "Lin Hai, can you use that move again from the other day? What was it called?" Usopp chimed in, "It seems like it was called Space Slash." "So cool." Luffy nodded, "Yeah. Show us again." As he spoke, he mimicked Lin Hai's pose to summon the wind, making everyone laugh. Sanji kicked him away. "Don't listen to them. If you create a giant wave, it might be hard to reach Nami's hometown." "Right, beautiful Nami-san." As soon as he finished, he stuck to Nami's side to flatter her. Zoro stepped forward. "What is that move of yours? Is the space ability that powerful?" Lin Hai replied proudly, "Not sure. Anyway, the space fruit is just awesome. It's incredible." Zoro was speechless. "Can I take a look at your sword?" Lin Hai pulled out the wind from the space and tossed it to him, then turned to Nami. "How long until we reach your hometown?" Nami replied, "About a day. But we need to plan how to take down Arlong's pirate crew." Luffy interrupted, "We'll beat him up." Zoro added, "We'll chop him up." Sanji said, "We'll kick him away." Lin Hai declared, "We'll crush him." Everyone looked at Usopp, who stuttered, I'll cheer from the side." Nami facepalmed. "Well, you all know, Arlong's pirate crew is super strong. They're on a completely different level from before." Lin Hai interrupted, "What are you afraid of? With just one glare from me, they either faint or obediently lie down." Luffy quickly objected, "No way. I have to be the one to beat Arlong." Lin Hai sighed, all right, it's yours." Duong, Duong. Nami angrily slapped both of them. "The strength of a fishman is 10 times greater than that of a human. Do you understand? Not to mention Arlong." Lin Hai stood up and shot her a glance. "Luffy is going to be the pirate king." Luffy's eyes lit up, right? "I want to be the pirate king. Arlong is nothing." Duong. Another slap. Sanji instantly had hearts in his eyes. "Angry Nami is super beautiful." Zoro retorted, "Perverted cook." Sanji glared. "What did you say?" Zoro replied, "Perverted cook." Sanji said, "You've been bullied once, and your temper has grown." Zoro asked, "What did you say?" Sanji challenged, "Want to fight?" Nami facepalmed. "This pirate crew is hopeless." Cough, cough. Lin Hai was choked by the smoke and said helplessly, "What kind of smoke is this? It's so hard to smoke." Sanji angrily said, "You don't know how to smoke but still grab a whole pack? Are you crazy?" Lin Hai retorted, "I'm not used to this crappy air. Is that a problem?" Duong, Duong. Nami put her hands on her hips and yelled, "You all need to be taught a lesson." After a while, Lin Hai spoke. "How about this? Nami goes with Luffy to the village to stir things up and lead the scattered fishmen to Arlong's base. I'll go with the others to provoke them. Once they return home, we'll take them all out." Sanji sat up and nodded. "This idea works. Luffy is the troublemaker, perfect for the job." Luffy complained, "Why do I have to be in a group with Nami?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "Do you know what the fishmen are?" Luffy decisively shook his head, "No." Lin Hai spread his hands. "Isn't that settled then?" He ran to Zoro and shook his shoulder. "Why don't you say something? Acting all cool for whom?" It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Zoro angrily said, "Let go. Do you believe I'll chop you?" Lin Hai gently poked his wound. Zoro broke out in a cold sweat. "You bastard." Ha ha ha. The atmosphere instantly relaxed. Sanji leaned over, Lin Hai, can you give me your look from that day? Luffy also leaned over and shouted, I want it too. Lin Hai replied, that's natural. Haven't you heard this saying? Zoro asked, what saying? Lin Hai looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Here we go again. Everyone's faces turned dark, but they felt inexplicably excited. He slowly said, a monkey wearing a crown. Nami asked, what does that mean? Lin Hai explained, it means no matter how well a monkey is dressed, it's still. What the hell? What are you doing? Don't slap me. Sanji exclaimed, why is your mouth so reckless? Luffy shouted, are you calling me a monkey? Zoro laughed, let us beat him up. On the deck, Luffy shouted, Nami, how much longer until we arrive? I'm so bored. Nami looked in the direction, tomorrow about that time. Nanny. Luffy collapsed on the deck. Nami said, why don't you go play with Lin Hai and the others? The weapons maker Usopp pointed far away. They're over there sleeping. Sanji came out of the kitchen. Dinner is ready. Luffy suddenly jumped up. Food. Food. Lin Hai shook Zoro awake. If we don't go now, there'll be nothing left. Zoro, let's go. Lin Hai suddenly said, wait. Something is coming. Everyone was confused. What is it? A column of water suddenly shot up from the sea surface, and a sea beast the size of a small boat popped up, staring at the kitchen. Nami was stunned. It's Arlong's sea cow. Usopp was shocked. What the heck? It's too big. Zoro, what does it want? Luffy, if it dares to come, I'll knock it away. Lin Hai, how about I stare it down? Sanji didn't understand. It seems hungry. Luffy, dare to steal food? Knock it away. Sanji kicked him away. It's just hungry. After saying that, he went back to the kitchen and brought out a piece of meat. Lin Hai was speechless. Be careful. Don't let it swallow you along with the meat. Sanji kicked the sea beast's chin and exclaimed, it really dares to bite. Damn. Everyone's faces turned black instantly. Luffy's eyes lit up. How about we let this sea beast pull the ship? What? Everyone shouted in unison. Sanji was confused. How is that possible? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. You really think so? I pose. If it pulls the ship and it breaks, don't regret it. Usopp quickly echoed. Luffy, give it up. It's too dangerous. Lin Hai suddenly said, I'm going to unleash my Conqueror's Haki. Do you want to feel it? Luffy and Zoro had no objections. But Nami and Usopp waved their hands in fear. Last time the pressure was terrifying. Sanji didn't understand, and as a powerful and suffocating aura hit him, he almost fainted on the spot. Once he reacted, Sanji grabbed Lin Hai by the collar. What kind of monster are you? Is this power something a human can have? Lin Hai brushed his hand off, disdainfully. You're not even human. This is called Conqueror's Haki. Sanji was confused. What's that? Lin Hai waved his hand. Let's eat while we talk. Unknowingly, the Going Merry arrived near Kokoyashi village and was stopped by the Arlong pirates. The leading fisherman captain stepped forward. Nami is back. Did you gain a lot this time? This annoying tone made Luffy and the others stay silent as agreed. Nami stepped forward. It's okay. Where's Arlong? Behind me is the Straw Hat Pirates. They discover treasure and want to cooperate with Arlong to take us to see him. The captain was suspicious. Treasure? They will share? You guys aren't playing tricks, are you? Tricks? Lin Hai pulled out the injured Zoro. This is our crew member Zoro. He got hurt like this because we couldn't eat. Nami said your Arlong crew is super strong, can fight the sky and the earth, so we came for cooperation. Hurry, lead the way. You can't make the decision. Inform Arlong that a big deal is coming. The fishmen exchanged glances and decided to lead the way. After all, fishmen are super strong in sea battles and need to guard against surprises. The ship docked, and Nami said, I'll go home first, then meet Arlong. Lin Hai, Luffy, go with Nami. Luffy mustn't speak, otherwise the plan would be exposed. The first step was done, and the rest would be easier. Want to leave something for Luffy? Dream on. The leading fishman said, You wait here. I'll go in and report. Lin Hai directly glared, stunning these small minions. Usopp exclaimed, Your ability is too convenient. Lin Hai smiled. It's okay. Sanji, weren't you going to make a cool entrance? Kick the door down. Zoro mocked. Colorful chef. The door is quite thick. Don't break your foot. Sanji angrily. What did you say? Lin Hai was speechless. You didn't kick me up. Sanji quickly stopped. Wait. Don't use your ability. Let's play first. Lin Hai was speechless. All right, it's all up to you. Boom. Arlong was sitting in his castle chair resting when he was suddenly startled by the loud noise. Shouting at the door. Chow Chu. What's going on? As the smoke cleared, Lin Hai and the others appeared. Arlong immediately stood up, and his subordinates took their positions, coldly asking, Who are you? What do you want? Waha, Lin Hai, Sanzi. And Usopp's eyes lit up while Zoro hid to the side. So embarrassing. The three struck a pose like in a movie and shouted in unison. We are the three heroes of the East. The three heroes of the East? Arlong turned to look at his companions. all of whom were dumbfounded. He replied, "Never heard of them. What do you want?" They actually just wanted to show off and practice fighting. Otherwise, one glare would have settled it. This couldn't be let known to Luffy. Lin Hai signaled, "Sanji, you speak." Cough, cough. Sanji struck a pose, pointing to the sky at a 45-degree angle, for world peace, for harmony between the sexes, for people not being oppressed. Today we represent freedom and will crush you. He pointed at Arlong's crew with a cigarette, and Lin Hai and Usopp echoed, representing freedom. We will crush you. Usopp was sweating, and Zoro's face was red. How did he end up on this broken ship? Arlong stared at them for a long time, his face dark as a pot bottom. Are you mocking me? Good, you've successfully angered me. Blackbeard quickly stopped him. Don't fight. The amusement park will be destroyed. Chaochu echoed. Leave it to us, brother. We'll handle it in a few minutes. All right, I'm counting on you. Arlong sat back in his chair. Blackbeard and Chaochu stepped forward, and Chaochu said, Your aspirations are quite great, but this is Arlong Park. You are not allowed to act recklessly. Lin Hai nodded. Exactly. Unlike you stinky fish who don't stay in the water, come to land to bully people, aren't you afraid of getting sun-dried? As soon as he finished speaking, a dense spray of water droplets shot towards them like bullets. Lin Hai took the opportunity to practice dodging, evading up, down, left, and right, but still got hit by 2 drops, too dense. Sanji, Usopp, and Zoro were all hit, and with this machine gun-like power, the 3 of them instantly fell flat. The water droplets were thrown by Arlong, and he was furious because Lin Hai scolded him. Arlong approached with bloodshot eyes. Lowly humans can't even withstand a few drops of water and still dare to talk back. Lin Hai glanced at the people beside him. He didn't help them block, just wanted them to feel the terror of a master. He disdainfully said, Lowly? You stupid fish only dare to hide in corners and bully civilians, satisfying your self-deceiving vanity. Arlong looked at him like he was dead. I hope you can still be so tough later. Just as Lin Hai was about to retort, he heard a rumble. Rocket cannon. Luffy arrived, but his attack was dodged by Arlong, and Luffy and a minion flew out from the opposite wall. Everyone was confused. What is going on? Boom! The surrounding wall was smashed open, and everyone looked over. Except for Lin Hai, Arlong, Zoro, and Sanji. Everyone else was dumbfounded. What happened? Just now a shadow flew past. Who was it? Was it their companion? Arlong looked at the damaged amusement park, roaring, These bastards! I will slaughter them. Blackbeard quickly held him. Calm down. If you fight, the amusement park will be destroyed. In the distance, the villagers' angry and resolute voices could be heard. Arlong looked towards the door. Let go. I'm not going to fight. What are the villagers here for? The Luffy who broke through the wall returned, grinning. That scared me. Luckily someone helped block it. What a good person. The Arlong pirates looked at the hole. Their companion was lying on the ground, unconscious. Arlon mutarat luliumans. Dare to hurt my kind? He turned to the aggressively approaching villagers. What do you want? Village Chief A. Jin stepped forward. Arlong, today we are going to crush you. Lin Hai clapped. Exactly. How can a 7-foot man be oppressed by bandits? Go, Chief. Nami hit him on the head. What do you mean? Lin Hai wrapped his arm around her waist. Don't worry, I've got it under control. Nami breathed a sigh of relief. A Jin fighting Arlong was purely sending vegetables. Sanji, who had just calmed down, saw Lin Hai hugging Nami and exploded. Let go of Miss Nami. Lin Hai disdainfully replied. You're getting worked up over a little water? Why don't you find a hole to hide in? You bastard. Arlong, who was ignored, turned dark. Are you all going to resist? The villagers shouted in unison. We had enough. If it weren't for Nami still holding on to hope, we would have rebelled long ago. We will never accept your rule. Arlong looked at Lin Hai. What is your goal? Lin Hai pulled the trembling Nami forward. To take you down, you stinky fish. Arlong's eyes turned red. Nami, do you feel the same way? Nami panicked. Lin Hai was speechless. What are you thinking? It's the grudge of my mother's death. We've been exploited for 8 years. Ask yourself. After some inner conflict, Nami smiled. Sorry, I won't submit anymore. It should have been like this long ago. Nami, you've worked hard these years. We've already awakened. Nami couldn't hold back and cried. Lin Hai took out a cigarette, but had no lighter. His eyes brightened as he walked over to Xiao Ba. Can I borrow a light? Huh? Xiao Ba shook his head. I don't smoke? Asked Chio. He has one. Realizing what was happening, Xiao Ba jumped back and pointed at him. Bastard. No lending. We are enemies. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. I just want to borrow a light, making a big deal out of nothing. Go play somewhere else. Xiao Ba Baoet saw the... Lin Hai waved his hand. No problem. The crowd was collectively petrified. What are these two doing? Arlong, with a face as dark as a pot bottom, shouted, Xiao Ba, what are you doing? Xiao Ba, realizing what was happening, became furious and pointed at Lin Hai. You bastard. I'm going to kill you. After saying that, Xiao Ba rushed into the room, pulled out 6 knives and pointed them at Lin Hai. You destroyed my paradise, hurt my comrades, insulted my brother. I will take you down. Lin Hai exclaimed, wait, you can wield 6 knives? That's terrifying. Zoro, save me. The crowd looked dark. Were you not the one shouting to fight just now? And now you're pretending to be scared? Is this all? Zoro, not paying attention, stepped forward with 3 knives. 6-sword style? Sounds interesting. Xiao Ba was dumbfounded. You're the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro? Lin Hai interjected. That's right. I was afraid I'd kill you with 1 punch. That's why I didn't T-act. You should be thanking me. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Ba bowed. Thank you. The crowd collectively gasped. This plot is toxic. Lin Hai patted Usopp. Did you learn anything? Usopp shook his head like a rattledrum, doubting life. While they were playing around, Arlong stepped forward and stared at Lin Hai. You can dodge my water strike, so you have the qualifications to be my opponent. Your opponent is me. Luffy jumped out to interrupt. Arlong angrily asked, who are you? Luffy replied, Monkey de Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. Pirate King? Ha ha ha. Arlong laughed wildly. Lowly humans are truly ignorant. What do you want? Luffy said, you made my navigator cry. Arlong was confused. Your navigator? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. It's Nami, you stupid fish. Arlong exploded and punched Lin Hai. Lowly humans dare to insult me repeatedly. Luffy blocked the punch. Your opponent is me. Arlong sinisterly said, don't worry, I will kill you all one by one, including the villagers. Luffy challenged, try it if you have the guts. The black belt also rushed up, but was stopped by Sanji. The battle began. Lin Hai realized he could only be a bystander, but hugging Nami seemed nice too. Zoro was too injured previously, and it was a bit difficult to fight Xiao Ba. Nami worriedly asked, Lin Hai, aren't you going to help Zoro? Lin Hai smiled. Have a little faith in your companion. If he wants to be the world's greatest swordsman, he should be able to handle this little situation. Otherwise, he might as well go home and sleep. As soon as he finished speaking, Zoro took off his armband and tied it on his head, smiled at Lin Hai, and said to Xiao Ba, Octopus, let me show you what real swordsmanship is. 3-sword style, ultimate move, tornado. Xiao Ba was immediately knocked down. Lin Hai secretly curled his lip. Zoro really can boast. He didn't even show off his swordsmanship. How can he have the nerve to say that? Nami asked in confusion. Why did you curl your lip? Lin Hai smoothed things over. That 6-sword style was too weak. Pathetic. Suddenly, a water bubble shot over, which Lin Hai slapped away. It was Chio. Lin Hai exclaimed, stinky fish. How uncouth. Attacking with saliva? That's disgusting. Chio blushed. That was a water bubble, not saliva. Lin Hai shouted, Usopp. Usopp, confused, asked, what's wrong? Lin Hai, this guy is yours. Practice well. I believe you can do it. Usopp was delighted. Can I really? Thank you for trusting me. Just as he finished speaking, Usopp turned and ran. What? The crowd was collectively bewildered. Chio sneered. Lowly humans, so cowardly? Suddenly, a fireball shot over, and Chio instinctively raised his hand to block it, resulting in his arm catching fire. He screamed, I'm going to be dried fish. Hot, hot, hot. Usopp, wearing goggles, smiled proudly. Stinky fish, your opponent is me. The crowd looked dark. This guy has some deep tricks. After the fire was extinguished, Chio was furious. If you have the guts, don't run. Usopp ran while sneak attacking, causing Chio to chase in anger. Lin Hai laughed. Did you see that? You should learn this tactic, Nami. Nami shivered all over. Lin Hai's hand was not being honest. She blushed and turned her head. Let go. Lin Hai quickly released her. Why did you get carried away just now? Sanji had already taken down the black belt. Using his kicks to handle such small fry was more than enough. The remaining hard battle was between Luffy and Arlong. Seeing his comrades fall one by one, Arlong was about to go berserk. Suddenly, Luffy was knocked into the sea by Arlong's punch. Lin Hai could no longer wait idly. He leaped forward to block Arlong, who was trying to dive into the sea for a follow-up attack. Arlong's face darkened. Get out of the way. Lin Hai disdainfully replied. Are you stupid? Sanji, pull Luffy up. It's my turn now. Arlong glared at Lin Hai. Are you eager to die? Then I'll grant you that. Shark flying arrow. Is that speed? Pathetic. Lin Hai didn't hold back. He wanted to practice in a real fight, so he punched Arlong's shoulder as he flew in. Boom! Arlong was blasted into the castle, dust flying everywhere. The villagers gasped. Who is this young man? What a scene. Brought back by Nami. Can humans really have this kind of power? Nami looked at the overwhelming scene, her heart filled with joy. Can the village and herself really be free from Arlong? Zoro, lying on the ground, unexpectedly glanced at Lin Hai. Arlong's strength was not bad, but he didn't expect him to be beaten so easily. Looks like he needs to practice more. After the smoke cleared, Arlong charged out with his jagged machete, roaring, "Lowly humans, I will slaughter you all today." Lin Hai suddenly pointed to the sky. "Look, there are cows flying in the sky." Everyone looked over, and once they realized what was happening, stifled their laughter while staring at the furious Arlong. Arlong walked up to Lin Hai, his voice heavy. "Just wait, I'll see how you still talk big later." Lin Hai was speechless. "If you want to fight, then fight. Stop talking so much nonsense." Lin Hai stepped aside. "Yes, mine," Luffy shouted as he was pulled up by Sanji. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "You've already had your turn. Now it's my turn. TCH. Ha ha ha." Arlong, in a fit of rage, laughed. "All you lowly humans come at me together. Today I will." Boom! Before he could finish, Lin Hai punched him back in the castle. Lin Hai dug at his ears and pointed in confusion. Where did this crazy fish come from? Did he run out of mental hospital? The corners of everyone's eyes twitched. Luffy exploded with anger. "Lin Hai, didn't we agree that Arlong was mine to take down? Why did you strike?" Lin Hai was speechless. "Who told you to always be unserious? After practicing for so long, you can't even take down a fish. Move aside." Before he could finish, the collapsed Arlong charged over with his nose. "Lowly human, I cannot be defeated. Prepare to die." With observation Haki already warning him, Lin Hai didn't dare to relax until he confirmed his opponent was finished. Pushing Luffy aside, he executed a hook shot that directly kicked Arlong in the head. Boom! A large pit exploded in the ground, and a loud noise startled everyone. What happened? This commotion is too intense. I think I heard Arlong's voice. There's a big pit ahead. Who did this? As the smoke cleared, Lin Hai stood in the field while Luffy sat to the side. Luffy rushed over angrily and said, "Lin Hai, I have to beat Arlong." Lin Hai nodded. "Okay, I won't make a move." Luffy was overjoyed. "Arlong, come out. I want to beat you." Sanji had already seen Arlong unconscious in the pit and reminded, "He's over there. Why are you shouting at the building?" Luffy spotted Arlong in the pit. He was already done for. Wake him up and then beat him? He instantly went silent. Lin Hai teased him. "Go beat him. He's right there. Give it your all." The villagers, coming to their senses, rejoiced. This isn't a dream. Is it? Pinch me. Arlong's nightmare is over. We are free. Hurry and notify the other villages. Nami cried tears of joy. Woo-woo, Bel-Em-Ri. Lin Hai didn't go to comfort her. This wound must heal on its own. Village Chief A. Jin stepped forward. "Everyone, how should we deal with Arlong?" "Kill him. He has tormented us for too long." Nami suffered the most. Let her decide. Lin Hai directly dragged Arlong from the pit to the villagers. Nami, holding a dagger, trembled, but in the end, she threw it away. Sanji's eyes sparkled with hearts. "Miss Nami is both beautiful and kind. I love you." Luffy patted her shoulder. "I agree. Don't let hatred trap you." The villagers echoed in agreement. Suddenly, Lin Hai shouted, "I oppose." Everyone looked at him confused. Lin Hai raised Arlong. "I know you have kind hearts, but kindness is relative. How many lives does this guy have on his hands? How many years did he enslave you? If you talk about forgiveness for such a scum, then all your suffering over the years was in vain." "What?" the crowd exclaimed in shock. Lin Hai ignored them and said loudly, "Debts must be repaid. That is only right. The grudge of killing a mother is unforgivable." "Nami, you are not a saint. Don't force yourself to be one. If you don't kill this guy, can you really be happy? Be strong. You are Bel-Em-Ri's daughter. You should do something for her. Sacrifice Arlong's life in her memory. If you're scared, I can help you." Everyone looked at Nami. The grudge of killing a mother must be avenged. First kill him, then worry about being blinded by hatred. Nami thought for a moment, smiled at the villagers, and without hesitation picked up the dagger and stabbed it toward Arlong. The villagers had been thinking the same, and with Lin Hai's prompting, they were even more resolute, and the base erupted in cheers. Sanji leaned over and whispered, "Don't corrupt Nami's pure heart." Lin Hai retorted, "What if someone killed Zeph? What would you do?" Sanji blurted, "Kill them all." Lin Hai sneered, "Isn't that it? Why should Nami forgive him? Forgiveness is a matter for the gods. What Nami needs to do is send him to meet God." Luffy exclaimed, "I see." Nami walked to Lin Hai, looked at him for a moment, and bowed to everyone. "Thank you." Lin Hai said, "Nami, let me give you a gift." He waved his hand. Everyone stepped back. Stay away from a base. Room scanning. That's right. He learned Law's technique. The spatial ability is interconnected. Learning it is so easy. Instantly, a mountain of treasure piled up in the field, all from Arlong's castle. The villagers looked dumbfounded. They had never seen a devil fruit, and thought it was a miracle. How did so much treasure suddenly appear? It must have been that young man who did it, right? Is this a gift for Nami? Luffy pouted. I thought it was something delicious. Sanji poked his head. Idiot. With treasure, you could buy countless delicious things. Really? Luffy clasped his hands together, eyes shining, and asked Nami, can you give me some? Nami was already stunned, her eyes full of. Zoro, seeing Lin Hai hadn't released his ability, asked in confusion, what else do you want to do? Lin Hai smiled, you'll find out soon. One sword style, chrysanthemum slash. He slashed at Along's castle, and the castle instantly shattered and collapsed, dust filling the air. Cough, cough, cough. What happened? You scare me. This young man is too much of a troublemaker. Look, Along's castle has turned to ruins. Wow, that's so intense. However, seeing Luffy playing with Usopp and the others, wearing that hat, Lin Hai suddenly felt mischievous. Cough, cough. Lin Hai squatted down and gently stroked the little boy's hair, chuckling softly, wait for me a moment. After saying that, Lin Hai quickly exchanged a bunch of fake mustaches from his system and stuck them to his lips. Then he released a bit of Conqueror as Haki, making everyone unable to help but look over. Lin Hai gently asked, what's your name? Luffy ran over, interrupting Lin Hai, huh? Who are you? Where's Lin Hai? Lin Hai kicked Luffy away, placed his hand on the little boy's shoulder, and continued smiling. Let us ignore him. What is your name? The little boy, confused, replied, my name is Kuroshi. Lin Hai posed like Shanks did when he gave Luffy the straw hat and said, Kuroshi, you are still too young. We won't take you to sea. After that, Lin Hai exchanged an Adidas hat from the system in white. Lin Hai placed the hat on Kuroshi's head and said, Kuroshi, I heard your parents were persecuted by Along a few years ago, so you have to be strong. This hat is my most precious treasure, guaranteed quality. Ahem, this hat has accompanied me through many dire situations and countless battles. Luffy asked me for it before, but I never gave it to him. Now I'm entrusting it to you. Kuroshi, this is not an ordinary hat. When you feel lonely, this hat will be your companion. I hope it can accompany you through difficult times. When you are confused, this hat will be your guiding light. When you are in pain, this hat will be the medicine to soothe your wounds. Kuroshi, when you become an outstanding adventurer in the future, I'll ask you for it back. We have a deal. Luffy, standing aside, was full of black lines. He was familiar with this scene. This Lin Hai is too mischievous. But is what Lin Hai said true? Whoa, Lin Hai, you're too great. Luffy was suddenly moved by Lin Hai. At this moment, many villagers also started to cry. Ooh, so touching, so romantic. Wow, Lin Hai, you are a real man. What a touching speech. It's really too moving. What happened? Lin Hai was confused. These villagers were so excited that he almost believed it himself. At this moment, Kuroshi raised his head, his face full of tears, and said loudly with determination, Lin Hai, we have a deal. I will take good care of this hat. I will treat it as my companion. Before I return this hat to you, I will take good care of it. Lin Hai nodded, smiling without speaking, then stood up and waved, leaving Kuroshi with a true man's back, which Lin Hai was very satisfied with. A little while later, Kuroshi shouted towards Lin Hai's back, Lin Hai, I've decided. In the future, I want to become the king of adventure. Lin Hai almost stumbled. Well, he got too into character. If he said he was just joking now, what kind of psychological trauma would that cause? Lin Hai felt that something was off with him. There was no other way. He could only keep up the act. Lin Hai once again put on a warm smile and turned back, saying, oh, the adventure king? So, you plan to surpass us? Closey nodded firmly, yes. I will find partners who are even better than you, and then I will surpass you. I'm determined to be the adventure king. Sanji, Zoro, Nami, and the others looked at Luffy with strange expressions. The pirate king? The adventure king? This is interesting. Luffy, who was initially moved, now had a face full of black lines. Mimicking is shameful. Strictly prohibited. Must protest. Meanwhile, Lin Hai was feeling quite frustrated. From Closey's words, he knew the kid was serious. But with his ordinary body, wouldn't he just drown in the sea? Lin Hai really wanted to give him an incredible skill. But unfortunately, the system rules stated that items like devil fruits and techniques cannot be used by anyone other than the host. Lin Hai could only continue to pretend and smile. I believe you can do it. Just then, a discordant laugh rang out. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Are you all pirates? Those treasures are all confiscated. Approaching them was the Mouse Colonel, who was in charge of this sea area. Originally, the Mouse Colonel had come to negotiate with Arlong, but unexpectedly, he had gained a lot today. At this moment, the Mouse Colonel was leading his subordinates, all closing in. How could they not take such a treasure? Nami was the first to step forward, saying, these treasures belong to the villagers. You have no right to deal with them. Lin Hai quickly nudged the still-dazed Luffy. Luffy, if you want to make a name for yourself, quickly step up and introduce yourself. Then beat that mouse colonel. I guarantee you'll be famous all over the sea. Luffy's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly walked in front of Nami. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. Who are you? Chirp, chirp, chirp. The mouse colonel replied, the Pirate King? Chirp, chirp, chirp. You really don't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. You defeated that Arlong? Luffy nodded, that's right. Usopp wanted to chime in, but was pulled back by Lin Hai, who whispered, why don't you understand the rules? Let the captain show off first. Sanji asked in confusion. If we beat him, can we also become famous besides the captain? Lin Hai nodded, just do as I say later. And I guarantee you will all have bounty. Nami said helplessly, do you guys even know how serious things can get once you have a bounty? Lin Hai wrapped his arm around Nami's waist and joked, as pirates, if we don't have a bounty, where do we put our faces? At this moment, the mouse colonel had already ordered his subordinates to point their guns at Luffy. Lin Hai, Sanji, and Usopp stepped behind Luffy, and both sides were once again in a standoff. If it went according to Luffy's idea, only he would get a bounty, so Lin Hai narrowed his eyes, and with his Conqueror's Haki, all the henchmen with guns were shaken into losing their combat ability. Then Lin Hai shouted, everyone beat him up. I told you chirp, 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 you stinky rat. I told you to come steal my treasures. These treasures are all mine. Hey, stinky rat, remember this? I'm Sanji, and it's me who is going to beat you. The mouse colonel cried out, I don't want those treasures anymore. It doesn't matter how it goes, just please let me go. Lin Hai shouted, then hurry and scram. Remember, it's our straw hat pirates who beat you. The fleeing mouse colonel turned back and threatened, I remember you all, straw hat pirates. You've gotten yourselves into big trouble. Just wait and see, I'll be back. Lin Hai picked up Arlong's shoes, aimed at the mouse colonel, and shouted, Go, Pikachu. Bingo. Chapter 41. Is Nami lonely? We chased away Colonel Mouse. Will he come back to take revenge on this village? Huh. No way. What if he comes for revenge? That Colonel Mouse is really a cowardly bully. We shouldn't have let him go so easily. Seeing Nami's worry, Lin Hai chuckled and said, You're worrying for nothing. We were the ones who attacked him. The villagers didn't lay a hand on him. Besides, with that cowardice of Colonel Mouse, he wouldn't dare to trouble the villagers. As for the future, we'll talk about it later. Anyway, the Arlong pirates have been defeated, haha. Let's hold a feast to celebrate. Thus, to celebrate the end of years of nightmares, everyone began to cheer. Lin Hai walked over to the village chief, a Jian, and said to the doctor beside him, one of my friends is seriously injured. Can you help treat him? The old doctor replied, of course, no problem. Who is the injured one? Luffy asked in confusion. Is someone among us seriously injured? How didn't he know? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, we don't know how to treat Zoro's wound. We just disinfected it earlier. Hurry and treat him, or the consequences will be severe. Zoro said in confusion, I don't need it. I just need to sleep a few times, and I'll be fine. Lin Hai nodded, oh, is that so? Then it's fine. Zoro, exasperated, said, Lin Hai, you guy, I really am fine, let go of me, ah. It hurts, don't touch my wound. In the night, only Lin Hai was lying on one side of the house, while Zoro's wailing echoed in the room. The doctor treating Zoro couldn't help but mutter, lie still. Don't you have a ship doctor on your ship? This is really chaotic. Ah. A few days later, treating the wound will become more painful, making Zoro unable to stay still, mainly due to his body's instinctive reaction. Outside the window, Lin Hai gloatingly said, a wound on the back is a swordsman's shame? If it feels good, just shout it out loud. Don't you should shout loud, it feels good. Zoro's face darkened. Lin Hai, you bastard. At this moment, Luffy ran over, huh? Lin Hai, why are you lying here? There are so many delicious things over there. Aren't you going to eat? Lin Hai turned to the side and waved his hand. Eat. Eat, where do you put all that food? You had too many problems fighting Arlong, didn't you? Luffy asked in confusion, what do you mean? Lin Hai replied speechlessly, if I had made a move, it would have been just a punch for Arlong. You fought for so long and almost drowned yourself. Your problem is huge. Luffy didn't care. Is that so? By the way, where did Nami go? Aren't you going to comfort her? Lin Hai rolled his eyes, comfort what? She should be feeling a mix of emotions right now. It's better not to disturb her. Seeing Luffy about to run out to eat again, Lin Hai quickly asked, when are we setting sail? Luffy thought for a moment and replied, that depends on Nami. Lin Hai nodded. Zoro also needs to rest for a few days. So let us wait until this banquet is over. After Luffy left, Zoro asked in confusion, Lin Hai, why don't you go find those girls to play? This ISNT like you. Damn it, find what? If I mess around here, how will the villagers view Nami? They really are a bunch of clueless people. It's true that Lin Hai likes girls, but he won't act like Sanji. That guy is sick. Lin Hai stood up and replied, forget it. I'll go back to the ship to sleep. It's too noisy here, especially with that guy's voice. It sounds like a pig being slaughtered. Zoro angrily said, you bastard, I'm going to chop you up. Doctor, Don't move around. Zoro. It hurts. Be gentle, doctor. Only Lin Hai remained on the ship, looking at the distant lights of the village, which looked like a treasure emerging, a scene he had never seen before, making him glance a few more times. After lying on his bed, Lin Hai quickly summoned his personal panel. Because he had fainted in the sea restaurant, the system started optimizing, causing data changes. Flamboyant system host. Lin Hai physique. Level 5, top level 10. Observation Haki. Level 1 armament Haki. Level 1 Conqueror's Haki. Level 2. Able to intimidate targets at will. Skill 1. 1. Established space field 2. One sword style 3. Space / advanced application of space fruit. Cooling down. Skill 2. Dugan 9 swords borrowed. System store. Open. Flamboyant coins. 25 note. Combat power is no longer presented in numerical form. Personal combat power is mainly assessed by comprehensive ability, and the numerical model can no longer serve as a reference. Seeing this, Lin Hai understood that with mastery of the 3 types of Haki and possessing spatial abilities, the system could no longer assess whether he was at the level of a lieutenant or a major general, or even higher. Because in life-and-death battles, Lin Hai, who possesses these abilities, could potentially counterattack anyone stronger than him, as long as the difference in strength wasn't too great. As for Dugan 9 swords, Lin Hai was quite speechless. The power system of this world was different, and he found he couldn't cultivate it at all. Since there was no concept of internal energy in the pirate world, Lin Hai quickly communicated with the system. System, what do you mean? I thought you gave me an unparalleled sword technique, but it turned out to be this? Flamboyant system. Because the host only started learning swordsmanship midway, Dugan 9 swords is the most suitable technique for the host. Would you like to learn the sword moves and understand the philosophy of the technique? This indeed suited him. After closing the system, listening to the sound of the waves outside the ship and the distant sounds of celebration from the village, Lin Hai began to question his own heart. What does he really want? Becoming the Pirate King or something? Lin Hai was sure he was really interested in being the Pirate King, but he was a bit curious about what that One Piece is, since so many people are pursuing it. He also wanted to take a look. After a long time, Lin Hai realized that what he liked and was most interested in was still beautiful women. Before he could continue thinking, he suddenly noticed someone boarding the ship. Lin Hai quickly released his observation Haki. It was Nami's presence. What is she doing here? Could it be that she is lonely? Chapter 42. Waves upon waves stepping out of the room. Lin Hai saw Nami approaching and asked, "What are you doing here?" Nami rolled her eyes and replied, "Of course I came to see you. Everyone else is at the banquet, but you decided to go sleep on the ship by yourself?" Lin Hai responded, "Let us go see them tomorrow." Looking at their excitement, this banquet won't end for a few days and nights. As he spoke, Lin Hai sat at the edge of the deck, gazing at the star-filled sky, while Nami sat beside him. Following Lin Hai's gaze to the sky, Nami realized how beautiful it was. She sighed, "I didn't know the night sky here could be so beautiful." Lin Hai replied, "Really? You didn't know before?" Nami shook her head. "In the past, I never felt this way." Lin Hai mused. The waves keep rolling in, stirring up life's unchanging turmoil. Life is truly intriguing. Nami looked confused. "What are you talking about? I don't quite understand." Lin Hai teased. "Who told you not to study hard before? Always just thinking about berries. Now you don't understand. Whose fault is that?" Nami retorted, "You always talk like a jerk, as if you've read a lot of books." After a moment of silence, Nami softly said, "Lin Hai, thank you for saving Koko Village this time. Lin Hai quickly interrupted, "Stop right there. Everyone wanted to beat Arlong. It has nothing to do with saving you. You were just collateral damage." Nami, frustrated, pressed Lin Hai, "You jerk, is it that hard to say you did it for me? You have to say it in such an irritating way. I'm a girl too. I need comfort, you know?" Lin Hai replied, "Let us not mix friendship with feelings. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll think we pity you, and it'll make things awkward for us in the future." Nami shot back, "Who cares about that? Just say it." Lin Hai asked, "Say what?" Nami insisted, "Say you defeated Arlong for me." Lin Hai scoffed, "For you? Don't flatter yourself. I'm not saying that. If you don't let go of me, I'm going to retaliate." Nami playfully asked, "You dare to hit me?" In an instant, Lin Hai flipped over, reversing the situation, now pinning Nami down. The two shared a moment of mutual gaze. Looking at her beautiful face, Lin Hai couldn't help but think of Nami's past. She was a strong, brave, yet pitiful woman. Lin Hai then pondered, would he be willing to keep only Nami to himself? The answer was definitely no. He was certain of that. Lin Hai quickly got up and said, "It's getting late. You should go back to sleep." Nami smiled brightly. "This isn't like you. Weren't you always trying to take advantage of me before? What has gotten into you now?" Lin Hai had to admit, "I'm afraid I might hurt you. Are you going back to the village or staying here to sleep?" Nami didn't answer but hugged Lin Hai from behind and softly said, "Do you know? I never imagined I could feel this free. I felt like a straw about to be drowned, and you saved me." Lin Hai, speechless, replied, "It's everyone. Can you let go of me?" Nami, sensing Lin Hai's uneven breathing, smugly said, "Now that I'm here, I don't plan on going back." Lin Hai asked, "Is this to repay a debt or for another reason?" Nami replied, "Both. Who told you to always take advantage of me before?" Lin Hai turned to look into Nami's eyes and said, "Since you don't regret it, I want to be polite." He picked up Nami and carried her back to the room. The next morning, sleeping soundly. Nami felt that this was the best sleep she had in years. When she woke up, she quickly realized the situation. What time is it?" Nami asked. Lin Hai replied, "Who knows? The villagers are still having their banquet. Let us just cherish the time we have here." Nami responded, "No way. I still have to go back and tidy up my things." Lin Hai would listen to Nami. He praised, "Anyway, it's not like we're short on time, right?" After some time, Nami shot Lin Hai a glare. "I'm going back first. You wait a bit before coming in." Lin Hai replied, "I'll listen to you." At Koko village, the villagers were still singing and dancing joyfully since the banquet started yesterday, showing no signs of fatigue. Usopp had set up a high platform with chairs and tables, standing on it while bragging. Luffy, who knows how much he had eaten, was continuously stuffing food into his mouth. Sanji was cooking on the side, surrounded by a group of kids, all of whom were amazed at his speed. And Zoro was actually drinking in a corner. Seeing Lin Hai approach, Zoro laughed and said, "Hey Lin Hai, the alcohol here is really good. Want to have some?" Lin Hai replied, "You just got your wound treated, and you're drinking?" Zoro asked, "What is wrong with that?" Lin Hai couldn't be bothered with him. This group was truly speechless. It was a big problem. He definitely shouldn't be drinking. Lin Hai pointed to Usopp on the platform and asked Zoro, "Is Usopp still shouting since last night? Isn't his throat going to give out?" Zoro shook his head. "Not sure. He was there when I came out." Lin Hai marveled, "You guys are all monsters. It's scary." Zoro sneered. "Aren't you the weirdest one here?" Ignoring Zoro's question, Lin Hai looked at the sword at Zoro's waist and suggested, "I think you should practice your swordsmanship." Zoro asked why. Lin Hai smiled, "Because your swordsmanship is really terrible." Zoro hated it most when others said he couldn't compare to someone else, and now that Lin Hai had said it, he instantly got angry. "What did you say? Do you want to compete right now?" Lin Hai waved his hand. "Forget it, you big swordsman with an injury on your back." Zoro's face turned red with anger. "You bastard, do you want to compete right now?" Lin Hai quickly ran away, thinking, what a joke, the banquet is still going on, and he hasn't eaten yet. He is almost starving. Chapter 43. Lin Hai closed himself off after defeating Eren. The villagers of Koko village and nearby villagers gathered in Koko village for a feast that lasted for 3 days and nights. People could hardly take it anymore before it finally ended. The next day, under the bright sun and gentle breeze at the coast, many villagers gathered to bid farewell to the Straw Hat crew. On the going merry, Sanji did not see Nami and couldn't help but ask Lin Hai, "Where's Miss Nami? She would not come, would she?" Lin Hai shook his head and replied, "How would I know?" Luffy, still in a festive mood from the banquet, asked Sanji, "Where can I find that ham melon?" Everyone was too lazy to respond to Luffy, while Usopp answered, "Nami probably won't come. After all, her village has been saved. She has no reason to go to sea with us and live such a risky life." Sanji was anxious. How can that be? If Nami doesn't come, I've lost 98, 72 of my purpose on this ship. After saying this, Sanji seemed to remember something and turned to Zoro, asking, "You must have said something to Nami to make her not come, right?" Zoro replied in confusion, "Why would I do that?" Sanji said, "You're jealous of how close Nami and I are. That's definitely it. Are you an idiot? What are you talking about? Do you want to fight? Damn, these two." Lin Hai sat to the side, watching the commotion, one hand holding a drumstick and the other a drink, enjoying himself. Usopp exclaimed, "Lin Hai, where did you get that?" Before Lin Hai could respond, Nami's voice shouted from the shore, "Set sail." After that, Nami began to run. Usopp on the Mary was puzzled. What does Nami mean? Luffy laughed. "It means we're setting sail." A moment later, Nami jumped from the shore, and Lin Hai exclaimed, "If Nami were in China, she'd definitely win the long jump championship." The villagers on the shore immediately understood Nami's actions. Is she really planning to say goodbye like this? No way. We can't have such a hasty farewell. Nami. Huh? What's Nami doing? At this moment, Nami on the deck lifted her clothes, and her wallet fell out with a clatter. That wasn't enough. Nami then displayed a large bill, kissed it, and smiled. "Take care, everyone." Seeing this scene on the ship, Usopp, Zoro, and Lin Hai were left speechless. This Nami is really something. On the shore, the villagers began to shout mixed words. What a bold move. Quickly return the wallet. You little thief. Come back, Nami. You can't say goodbye like this. You must take care of yourself. Nami, goodbye. Soon, the Going Merry sailed out of the waters near Koko village. The noise from the banquet still echoed in their minds. Although they had stayed in Koko village for a few days, they had developed a bit of affection for it. Especially when Lin Hai looked at Nami lying on a bench reading a newspaper, his heart stirred. The charm of that night still lingered in his mind, unforgettable. Nami noticed Lin Hai looking at her, but didn't care, continuing to read her newspaper. At that moment, Luffy was kicked onto the deck by Sanji. Luffy said, "It's just one orange, you stingy Sanji." Sanji protested, "That's Nami's treasure. You can't eat even one." "Hey, Lin Hai, when did you steal that orange? Are you looking for a beating?" Lin Hai scoffed, "I brought this orange from the village, okay?" Suddenly, several wanted posters fell from Nami's newspaper onto the deck, and everyone curiously looked over. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Hai saw his own handsome photo, in which he was striking a pose, looking back. It turned out it was taken during the conversation between him and Mihawk at the sea restaurant when he said something cocky. Lin Hai was quite satisfied with the handsome photo, but when he saw the bounty amount below, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. The others on the ship noticed Lin Hai's strange behavior. Zoro asked, "What's wrong with Lin Hai?" Usopp, holding Luffy's wanted poster, exclaimed, "Wow. Luffy's first bounty is 30 million berries. That's amazing." "Yaha." Luffy laughed. 30 million, 30 million. Lin Hai, do you have a bounty too?" Zoro took Lin Hai's wanted poster, and the others looked at the bounty amount, all stunned. "Ha ha, Lin Hai, what kind of outrageous thing did you do to deserve this?" Nami asked, "Sanji, what's wrong with you? Why are you acting like Lin Hai?" It turned out Sanji's wanted photo was a goofy face with yellow hair, curly eyebrows, lifeless eyes, and thick lips. It was such a stark contrast to his actual appearance. As for Lin Hai, his photo was fine, but the bounty amount was only 250 berries. Lin Hai felt utterly defeated. It was 250 berries, not 2 million or 200 million. What could 250 berries do? He probably couldn't even buy a single shoe from someone. Sanji's bounty was 800,000 berries, although he didn't care much about the amount. The photo was something he couldn't accept. Zoro's bounty was 10 million berries, Usopp's was 500,000 berries, and Nami had no bounty. For a moment, seeing all this information, everyone's reactions varied. Zoro, Luffy, and Usopp were happy. Sanji knelt like a statue on the deck, while Lin Hai completely closed himself off. People's happiness is indeed different. Lin Hai squatted in the corner of the ship, drawing unknown circles. Why was it only 250 berries? If he encountered other pirates in the future, wouldn't he be laughed to death? What went wrong to have such a ridiculous bounty? It must be that damn mouse colonel. Lin Hai exclaimed, "Nami, turn the ship around. I want to go back and deal with that mouse colonel for giving me such an outrageous bounty." "Oopso quickly got Lin Hai. Calm down, Lin Hai. Having a bounty is still good. I don't even have one. Ha ha." Lin Hai angrily replied, before dealing with the mouse colonel. "I'll deal with you first for laughing at me." "Ah, hurry and save me. Lin Hai is going to kill someone." "Ha ha." The web version of the chapter is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Goodread novel app. The fastest time-traveling pirate content is provided for you. I have a flamboyant system update. Chapter 43, Lin Hai has become withdrawn. Free to read. Chapter 44, Fruit Development at First, when Colonel Mouse faxed over the photos of the Straw Hat crew. He embellished their deeds and the level of danger they posed. Originally, Lin Hai's bounty was not 250 berries, but unfortunately, it was spotted by the passing Marine Admiral Akiji. It was truly a case of fate, as Akiji did not forget that Lin Hai had borrowed 250 berries from him. Thus, Akiji whimsically set that amount as the bounty. After all, that annoying Lin Hai had irritated him so much back then. When Akiji handed Lin Hai's bounty to Karp for inspection, Karp gave all his senbei to Admiral Sengoku. Because Karp was full, he remembered that he and Akiji laughed at Lin Hai's bounty for several hours. If Lin Hai knew that this was Akiji's doing, he would definitely hone his skills and then go to Marine headquarters to spar with Akiji about swordsmanship. At this moment, on the Going Merry, Lin Hai couldn't eat or enjoy the beautiful women, still hiding on the deck drawing mysterious circles, cursing that Colonel Mouse for having as much hair as his beard. Meanwhile, Sanji found it amusing. Luffy laughed. "Sanji, don't be upset. Having a bounty of 8 million berries for your first one is pretty good." Sanji pointed at his bounty photo and asked, "Is this me? Why does my photo look like this? The beautiful women in the world must be laughing to death." Luffy took Sanji's bounty and examined it, replying, "This is your photo. It looks just like you." "Ha ha ha." Zoro chimed in, "Yes, yes, exactly the same, ha." Sanji retorted, "How is it the same? That damn Navy. By the way, where's Lin Hai?" Luffy replied, "He's over there." Sanji looked in the direction Luffy pointed and asked, "What's wrong with Lin Hai?" Usopp covered his mouth and handed Lin Hai's bounty to Sanji. After Sanji looked at it, he immediately felt balanced. Ha ha. Sanji then realized that the world had such bizarre things. 250 berries? Sanji rolled on the deck, holding his stomach. Lin Hai suppressed the urge to slice these guys and continued drawing his circles. After a long time, Luffy, no longer excited, couldn't help but start making noise to play with him. Luffy ran to Lin Hai excitedly and said, "Lin Hai, let's play hide and seek?" Lin Hai doubted his ears. "What did you just say?" Luffy laughed. "Hide and seek." Usopp shouted, "Count me in." Lin Hai quickly rejected. "What's so fun about that? It's broad daylight. How do you play?" "Go play with Zoro." "Sanji, I need to think about my abilities." Zoro, upon hearing hide and seek, exclaimed, "How old are you? That's something kids play." Usopp sneered, "I think you're afraid of losing." "What did you say?" Zoro's biggest weakness is his competitiveness, which is also his strength. Provoked by Usopp, Zoro indeed started playing with them. Lin Hai, sitting on the side of the deck, ignored them and focused on studying his spatial abilities. If he ended up using spatial slash again and fainted for 3 days, that would be embarrassing. Now the problem arises. Lin Hai's physical strength has already reached the level of CP9's leader, Lucci, and it's not easy to improve further. So the current focus should be on Haki and fruit abilities. As for fruit abilities, Lin Hai has the superhuman type space fruit. How should he develop it? Should he influence surrounding objects like Doflamingo, assimilate things, and use them for himself? Clearly, that won't work. Doflamingo's is strings, while Lin Hai's is space. Should he develop his superhuman fruit into a natural type, like Katakuri who ate the mochi fruit? That could be a direction, merging himself into space. But Lin Hai isn't at that level yet. That should be an awakened state. Damn, completely at a loss. Difficult tasks must start with the easy. So let's begin with the basics. Currently, Lin Hai can create a spatial field, where he can freely manipulate both people and objects. This ability relies on trickiness and mental acuity. In a spatial field, even if the opponent has observation haki, if they are unaware, Lin Hai can perform a spatial swap. And with a slash, the opponent may very well fall into the trap. Thus, it emphasizes one's speed and mental ability. This application can also be used to evade the opponent's attacks. Spatial swapping is also a direction for development. Another aspect is the cutting ability within the spatial field. Although Lin Hai's cutting ability greatly enhances within the spatial field, it is not invincible. For example, if Kaido and Big Mom were to attack Lin Hai, he wouldn't be able to cut them. Just like when Luffy, Law, and Kid challenged Kaido, Law clearly stated that his cutting ability couldn't harm those two emperors. Similarly, Lin Hai doesn't believe he is currently stronger than Law at that time. If that's the case, then he should practice swordsmanship and spatial transformations within the field. Especially because the last time he was dodging Arlong's water attacks, he got hit twice due to insufficient mental acuity. If he makes such mistakes against a master, it would disrupt all his movements, falling into the opponent's rhythm, and the result would be getting beaten up. If the opponent's attack is very strong, then that's the end. Just like Admiral Kizaru's lasers and Admiral Akainu's fists. Thinking of this, Lin Hai became a bit anxious. Seeing Luffy and the others playing nearby, Lin Hai interrupted, "Stop playing. Luffy, let us practice." Luffy, being someone who seeks new things, immediately became interested when he heard Lin Hai wanted to practice with him. And the others were also eager to witness Lin Hai's abilities. They made space in the center for Lin Hai and Luffy. Lin Hai said, "Luffy, use your machine gun technique on me, but be careful not to damage the ship." Luffy rubbed his fingers and laughed. "You better be careful. I'm going to shoot randomly." Lin Hai gave Luffy a playful glance and calmly dodged Luffy's punches one by one. Sanji couldn't help but mutter, "Is this what Lin Hai calls observation haki?" Zoro remained silent, but his expression became particularly serious. Usopp opened his mouth, stunned. Nami looked at Luffy and Lin Hai, not knowing what kind of monsters they were. Chapter 45, Second Gyodada. Luffy kept attacking, but found he couldn't hit Lin Hai at all. So he angrily said, "I'm not fighting anymore. Lin Hai, you're cheating." Lin Hai remained with his arms crossed, playfully saying, "Keep going." Luffy pouted, "You're using observation haki. That's cheating." Lin Hai laughed. "Well then, how about I don't dodge at all?" "Really?" Luffy's eyes lit up. Lin Hai wondered, "What kind of expression is that? Are you really that happy to hit me?" Luffy glanced at the horizon and replied, "I'm not." "Hey, that's too fake, right?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Go ahead. I'm not moving. Luffy's fist started raining down on Lin Hai, causing gasps from those nearby. Sanji quickly asked, "Hey, is this really okay?" Zoro uncertainly replied, "It should be fine. Otherwise, Lin Hai wouldn't let Luffy hit him like this." Usopp was sweating coldly, thinking about how terrifying it would be to be hit by Luffy like that. After a while, Luffy stopped punching. In the middle of the deck, Lin Hai yawned, completely unscathed, then mockingly said, "Ah, that hurts so much." Luffy immediately felt offended and angrily shouted, "Lin Hai, you bastard, I want to challenge you one-on-one." Usopp quickly hugged Luffy's waist, saying, "You can't beat him. Calm down, calm down." Luffy stubbornly replied, "So what? Even if I can't win, I still want to fight." Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "You all saw. Let us see what speed looks like. Shave." Suddenly, the deck was filled with Lin Hai's afterimages, and Nami felt as if someone had kissed her cheek. Lin Hai, lying back on the deck, said, "You guys can get a taste of this move. Whether you can learn it depends on your luck." Sanji exclaimed, "Lin Hai, how did you do that?" Luffy stepped forward to explain. "It's using your feet to rapidly push off the ground to move, right?" Usopp thought for a moment. "I feel like I've seen Lin Hai's movement style somewhere." Luffy replied, "It's very similar to Crocodile's silent step, but his speed isn't as fast as Lin Hai's." Zoro couldn't help but say, "Are all the opponents we meet in the future this strong?" Usopp exclaimed, "That's too scary." Lin Hai laughed. "Don't you all want to improve? Learning this isn't romantic?" Romantic? Luffy laughed. "It really is romantic. Everyone, I think I've learned this move." "Nanny, is it for real?" "No way, Luffy. I feel like the gap between us is getting bigger." Suddenly, Luffy squatted down in a horse stance on the deck, one hand pressed against the ground. Second gear. Luffy's body emitted steam, and his skin turned red. Zoom! Luffy suddenly disappeared from the deck, and when he reappeared, he was already fist to fist with Lin Hai. The force was so strong that a shockwave radiated outward from the two. Nami gasped, startled by the sudden scene. Zoro and Sanji narrowed their eyes. The speed of both Lin Hai and Luffy made it hard for them to keep up, and they couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Usopp exclaimed, "Luffy, you learn it so quickly. I'm so envious." Luffy released his second gear state, feeling a bit frustrated. "Lin Hai, your speed is too fast." "But I learned this move." Lin Hai scoffed. "I learned it back in the village. What is there to be proud of? If you can't use Haki, you'll just be cannon fodder in the new world, got it?" Luffy patted Lin Hai's shoulder nonchalantly. Don't be so serious, relax a bit. I'm definitely going to be the Pirate King." Lin Hai kicked Luffy away. "You bastard, why did you hit me so hard?" "That hurt." Sanji commented. "That excuse is too lame." Zoro replied, "We need to train harder, otherwise we won't catch up to them." At this time, Lin Hai said, "Luffy, you're using the properties of rubber to accelerate the burning of your blood. That way, it's easy to exhaust your stamina in battle, and if it turns into a war of attrition, it will put a huge load on your body. You have to learn how to use shave without using second gear. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll beat you up." Luffy sat up, puzzled. "Is that so?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "You should strengthen your physical quality. You need to think about how to deal a fatal blow while in second gear, got it?" Sanji couldn't help but respond. "So the advantage is also a disadvantage?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "It depends on the situation. If Luffy's physical quality isn't up to par and dares to use second gear to fight." Luffy interrupted. "Everyone, I have an even more interesting move. That should be third gear." Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "Not interested. Let us go fishing first. We need dinner tonight." Before Lin Hai finished speaking, Usopp and Luffy instantly took out fishing rods and handed them to Lin Hai. Lin Hai wondered, "Why do I need so many?" "I only need one." "Because you're a fishing expert. Get lost." The noise eventually fell silent. Under the blue sky, a lonely small boat floated. Zoro was once again taking a nap. Nami lay on a chair, and Sanji, coming out of the kitchen, got excited upon seeing Nami. Sanji placed a drink next to Nami, saying, "Dear Miss Nami, try the new drink I made for you." "Arigato," Nami replied. Sanji looked toward the edge of the boat, curious. "Are they fishing?" Nami replied, speechless. "They're having a fishing competition." The three at the fishing rod sang while fishing, little fish, come on the hook, come into my bucket, la 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 Damesha." "What song is that? Can you really catch fish like that?" Sanji couldn't help but walk over to see what those three were up to. Suddenly, Lin Hai shouted, "It's coming, it's coming. Help me hold the fishing rod." Luffy asked, puzzled. "You can't even pull up a fish, can you?" Lin Hai didn't have time to deal with Luffy. This big fish was too much for the fishing line to handle. Sanji held Lin Hai's fishing rod. Confused, "What is this?" Lin Hai explained, "There's a big fish." Before he could finish, Lin Hai had already jumped into the sea. Chapter 46. Dasky on the deck. Zoro was sleeping soundly when suddenly, a big fish fell from the sky. Startled and angry, Zoro looked up and saw that it was indeed a big fish. This fish was thrown up after being knocked out by Lin Hai's punch. And it was definitely not thrown at Zoro on purpose. After a while, seeing that Zoro was still angry, Lin Hai had no choice but to toss him a bottle of beer to calm him down. A bottle of beer from the flirty system cost $5. It's really expensive. While Zoro was enjoying his drink, he suddenly noticed that Lin Hai was using his own sword as a spear to grill the fish. Zoro immediately became agitated and asked in confusion, "Lin Hai, how can you use your own sword like that?" Lin Hai replied with a puzzled expression, "Can it be used this way?" Zoro angrily said, "You idiot. Don't you know that a sword is an important partner for a swordsman?" Lin Hai tossed another bottle of beer over and rolled his eyes. "Just enjoy your food. My realm is something you ordinary folks can't comprehend." Sanji chuckled and asked, "Like what?" Lin Hai's eyes lit up, handed the skewered fish to Sanji, and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, causing everyone to twitch their eyes. Sure enough, Lin Hai sighed, "When I fish, I train my observation haki and control over power. Using a sword to grill fish is because..." Because? Everyone was puzzled. Actually, Lin Hai had forgotten the next line and quickly took out his notebook, suddenly delighted. "Using a sword to grill fish is to prove that my sword can move mountains. Part C's kill fish and grill food." This guy. Everyone face-palmed, utterly speechless. Amidst the commotion, they had unknowingly arrived at Rogue Town, the birthplace and execution site of the pirate king Joel D. Roger. Upon hearing that this was where Roger was born and died, Luffy immediately rushed to see the execution platform. Lin Hai was speechless about this. Was it just about reaching that place and being crowned the title of Pirate King? The way everyone idolized him was truly baffling. Perhaps it was a difference in worldview. Instead of idolizing Roger, it would be better to search for the one piece left behind by the Pirate King. At this moment, Zoro said, "Nami, give me some money to buy a sword." Nami replied, "Sure, but you have to pay me back 3 times the amount later." Zoro, "Come on, we're familiar enough. You can waive the interest, right?" Nami firmly opposed. "No way." Helpless, Zoro borrowed 200,000 berries from Nami. When it was Lin Hai's turn, he stepped forward and said, "Nami, give me some berries to buy something to eat." Nami asked, "You want to borrow 2? You still owe me 1,000,000 berries." Lin Hai, confused, replied, "What one?" 0,000,000 berries? "When we were in Koko village, I looted so much from Arlong for you. Are you still counting that?" Nami replied matter-of-factly, "That was the villagers' money. It doesn't count." Lin Hai was speechless. "You really are a terrible woman. Forget it." Soon, everyone went off to do their own things. Luffy ran to find the execution platform. Sanji went to buy ingredients. Zoro went to buy swords. Usopp went to buy weapons. And Lin Hai went to enjoy the local scenery. Not far away, there was quite a commotion. It turned out 2 thugs were blocking a beautiful woman. That beautiful woman was none other than Dasky. As for whether she was Zoro's SCP, Lin Hai couldn't care less. Did Dasky have any connection with Zoro? At least for now. They didn't know each other, so why couldn't Lin Hai pursue her? At this moment, not far away, one of the 2 tall thugs said to Dasky, "Our boss is the one you sent to jail, right?" Dasky, wearing black glasses and holding a knife wrapped in cloth, replied, "Haven't you learned your lesson yet?" The other thug responded, "Yeah, we can't swallow this anger any longer." One of them echoed, "We want to throw your corpse in front of him." Lin Hai knew the opportunity had come. It was time to show off his real skills. Without waiting for Dasky to say anything, Lin Hai ran in front of her and said passionately, "Oh, Earth, thank you for granting me this encounter today. Love, you can mock me for enduring this pain." "Huh?" Dasky looked a bit confused. "Who are you?" Lin Hai kissed the back of Dasky's hand and replied, "Who am I? I am me, a different kind of firework, blooming beautifully for you in a fleeting moment." Dasky's face turned red as she replied, "I'm sorry, thank you for your affection, but I'm not planning to date." The 2 thugs beside her were instantly furious. They came to cause trouble, and now they were being ignored. One of them drew his knife and angrily pointed it at Lin Hai. "Who the hell are you? Don't get in our way." Only then did Lin Hai turn to look at the 2 thugs and exclaimed, "Wow, wow, wow, your outfit is really flashy. Those 2 braids on your head are so interesting. And hey, your belly is so big. My pig doesn't weigh as much as you." Dasky couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle at Lin Hai's teasing. "You 2 punks, you're dead." One thug could no longer hold back his anger and was about to jump up and slash Lin Hai when suddenly, Lin Hai glared at him and the 2 thugs, as if deflated, fell straight down and passed out. Dasky, still confused, wondered what had just happened. What was wrong with them? Lin Hai shook his head. How would I know? Just as Lin Hai turned around, he didn't expect Dasky to be so clumsy. Her own foot got tripped by the knife she was holding, nearly causing her to fall. Lin Hai instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist. In that moment on the street, a man was holding a woman who was about to fall, and they looked at each other. Dasky, realizing what happened, quickly said, "Ah, so embarrassing. Please help me up." Watching Dasky adjusting her clothes, Lin Hai couldn't help but say, "What is there to be embarrassed about? Don't you think we were quite romantic just now?" Dasky, with a serious expression, replied, "I think you should go find a proper job instead of trying to be a love guru. You look like you don't have any assets, right?" "Assets?" Lin Hai was just a pirate. Where'd he get assets? So he replied, "Yeah, how did you know?" If he knew Dasky's thought process, Lin Hai would definitely not have asked that question. Chapter 47. Buggy and Lin Hai. When Dasky saw Lin Hai asking how she knew he had no assets, she thought it was simple, so she stepped forward and explained, "Looking at your frivolous movements just now, it's clear you're the type who idles away the day. Judging by your clothes, it's obvious you don't have much money. Do you have an elderly person bedridden at home? Or did your wife run away, leaving you to raise several hungry children alone? In any case, I won't pry too much. Come with me, I'll introduce you to a job. As long as you're diligent, supporting them won't be a problem at all." Damn, this woman must encounter such situations often and includes herself in the mix. But what kind of question is that? For a moment, Lin Hai was left speechless by Dasky's probing. Oh my, Lin Hai could hardly take it. Coming to his senses, he quickly said, "I'm single. No need for your introduction. Goodbye." "No, don't say goodbye." As Lin Hai hurriedly left, he could still hear Dasky chasing after him, saying, "You don't need to be so shy, young man. It's nothing to be embarrassed about if you veered off course. Just face life bravely. There is still time to turn things around." "Huh? Where'd he go?" Hiding in a small alley, Lin Hai gasped for breath. Damn, this woman is too sharp. He quickly jotted down her words, wanting others to feel the same bewilderment he was experiencing. Just as he finished taking notes, a strong man with white hair walked towards him. "Isn't that Smoker?" Smoker had heard from his subordinate that the Straw Hat Pirates had landed on this island. And although the bounty had come from a Navy headquarters, he hadn't looked at it and had rushed out to catch people. So he didn't know Lin Hai was part of the Straw Hat crew. At this moment, seeing Lin Hai so serious, actually writing something down, Smoker thought he must be an educated person. So he greeted him, "You're really diligent, keep it up." Lin Hai was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "Thank you. Can I borrow a cigarette?" Before Smoker could respond, Lin Hai had already taken 3 cigars from his collar, placing one in each ear and biting one in his mouth. These cigars are quite expensive. Although Smoker felt a pang of regret, he wasn't a stingy person. At this time, Lin Hai took a deep puff of the cigar and said, "Wow, this cigar is really good, but smoking is harmful to your health. You should smoke less, especially 2 at once." Now, it was Smoker's turn to be stunned. An educated person really cares for others. He couldn't remember the last time someone cared for him like that. It felt pretty nice. Those 3 cigars were considered a treat. He no longer felt regret. Smoker waved his hand and said, "Stop chattering. I have things to do, I'll be going." Lin Hai replied, "Take care." Watching Smoker's departing figure, Lin Hai couldn't help but smile. He wondered what his expression would be when he found out he was a pirate. Would he chase him to the ends of the earth? Damn, there's really that possibility. Thinking of this, Lin Hai suddenly shivered and quickly sought out a place to drink some strong liquor to calm his nerves. Should he use observation Haki? Otherwise, he might encounter some strange people again. Forget it. If he knew everything, what's the point of going out to sea? Would that still be an adventure? Soon, Lin Hai forgot about what had just happened. In an old-fashioned bar, a few people were sitting there, including the Buggy pirates, who had come to seek revenge on Luffy's crew. At this moment, Buggy was doing some fortune-telling. He chuckled, hee. According to the divination, the Straw Hat crew has already landed on this island, and the moment of revenge is about to arrive gloriously. Yarlita, who had eaten the slip fruit and turned into a beautiful woman, stepped forward and asked, "So, will you be able to take his life smoothly?" He. Buggy replied, "Of course, the one who has got to die is." As he spoke, Buggy revealed the last card, only to find it was himself. Yarlita exclaimed, "Oh, isn't that you?" Buggy gasped and slumped over the table. At that moment, a carefree song began to play, La La La, Demetia. La La La, lol. Who else could it be but Lin Hai? Seeing Buggy sitting there, Lin Hai was momentarily stunned, but soon greeted him, "Hey Buggy, long time no see. It feels so familiar to see you again." Buggy replied, "Oh, it's you. Long time no see, how are you?" Buggy's crew members, Moki and Yarlita, looked at Buggy strangely. Realizing who it was, Buggy angrily said, "You bastard. We've searched high and low for you. Do you know? Ever since that day I was knocked away, I've only returned to my companions driven by the determination for revenge. It was quite an adventure, and as a broken Buggy, I went through a bittersweet journey filled with friendship." But little Buggy, as he spoke, Buggy realized he seemed to be off topic and suddenly got angry. "What the hell are you making me say, you bastard? Lin Hai and Luffy? Weren't you the one talking the whole time? By the way, your cape looks pretty fashionable. Isn't it hot?" Buggy responded, "It's unavoidable. After all, a colonel from the Navy headquarters has come to this town, and his strength is too strong." Realizing what he said, Buggy grew angry again. "Which bastard are you calling fashionable? For revenge, I've teamed up with this beautiful Miss Yerlita beside me. You just stand there and gracefully accept our punishment." "Ah. Buggy is quite interesting." Lin Hai rolled his eyes and laughed. "That's all old news. As pirates, we're still fussing over such trivial matters. You're really a petty person." Buggy shouted, "What did you say?" Lin Hai casually took a cup and took a sip, then said, "Was it me who knocked you away? If you're that upset, go find Luffy. Come on, can't you all lighten up a bit? It's rare to meet again. The bond of the sea is truly wonderful. We're all children of the sea, so let us drink." Buggy couldn't help but mumble, "Children of the sea? Even so, I won't forgive you guys." Lin Hai put his arm around Buggy's shoulders and laughed. "Stop dwelling on those little things. Let's have a few drinks first. Later, I'll treat you to a meal as an apology." "Will that work?" Buggy replied. "Since you're so understanding, if I keep harping on, I'd really be a petty person. But that straw hat bastard, I still haven't forgiven him." Lin Hai interrupted directly. "Cheers." Buggy didn't know yet that he was about to be tricked again. The internet provides you with the fastest way to traverse pirates. I have a flashy system update. Chapter 47, Buggy and Lin Hai free reading. Chapter 48, Buggy got tricked after having a drink with Buggy. Lin Fan noticed that the nearby Yerlita was looking at him with dissatisfaction. Lin Fan smiled and said, "Beautiful lady, shall we have a drink too?" Yerlita replied. "Finally noticed me. Where's that Luffy?" That punch of his was truly unforgettable. Thinking of the Yerlita who hadn't eaten a devil fruit in her impressive physique, Lin Fan secretly felt fortunate that he hadn't made a move on her. Appropriately, Lin Fan said, "Let's go. Everyone hasn't eaten yet, right? I'll treat you to a meal." Buggy laughed and said, "How can I accept that?" Lin Fan replied, "This is a meal to make amends. There's nothing to be embarrassed about." "Ah," Buggy said, "You're quite a nice guy." Yerlita responded, "I'm not going. I want to find that man." Lin Fan secretly chuckled, wishing her good luck. In a restaurant, Lin Fan generously ordered a large table of dishes and a few bottles of wine. Lin Fan raised his glass and asked, "Where's Machi, that guy with the knife?" Machi replied, "Ah, you mean Kabaji? He's busy chasing after the straw hat." Buggy laughed, "Don't talk about that. Let's drink." "Aha, today is really a happy day. I didn't expect you, Lin Fan, to be such an interesting person." Lin Fan patted Buggy's shoulder and smiled. "You're not so bad either. By the way, that Yerlita is really beautiful. Aren't you interested in marrying her?" Buggy thought for a moment and said, "Well, as pirates, we pursue wealth. What use is a wife?" Lin Fan was speechless. How could she be of no use? "I think you two are a great match. Just think about it. If you marry the most beautiful woman in the East Sea, wouldn't that show how extraordinary you, Buggy, are? Plus, marrying her won't affect your pursuit of wealth, right?" Buggy pondered and became more tempted by Lin Fan's words. Suddenly, Buggy slapped the table and laughed. "Then it's decided. I'll work hard to make Yerlita my wife." "Ah, today is really a happy day." After a few drinks, Luffy and Zoro entered the restaurant. Since Buggy and Machi were cloaked, Luffy and Zoro didn't realize it was Buggy. As soon as Luffy saw Lin Fan, he exclaimed in surprise, "Hey Lin Fan, you're eating such good food." Before he finished speaking, Luffy ran to Lin Fan's table and started to wolf down the food. Buggy, still processing the situation, happily said, "Lin Fan, are they your partners? Since you know each other, then eat freely." "Oh, I forgot. You're the host, you should say that." Lin Fan smiled. "We're free-spirited pirates. No need for such formalities." After saying that, Lin Fan quickly leaned close to Zoro's ear and whispered, "Eat quickly, don't ask." As they were eating, Buggy suddenly realized that straw hat-wearing punk was right in front of him. Buggy removed his cloak and pointed at Luffy, saying, "You bastard straw hat, I've finally found you." Luffy looked up in confusion. "Who are you?" Seeing Luffy still eating, Buggy angrily said, "Stop eating. You haven't forgotten who I am, have you?" Luffy, while eating, exclaimed, "Wow, your nose is so red and round. That rude straw hat punk, still so impolite." Buggy drew his dagger. Just as Buggy was about to continue speaking, Lin Fan interrupted, Buggy, Luffy is my captain. I can't let you hurt him. And you're my friend. I don't want to hurt you either. So I'm taking Luffy and them away. Buggy was taken aback and exclaimed, Lin Fan, you really are a man of loyalty. It's an honor to be your friend. Boo-hoo. Machi quickly reminded Buggy, Captain Buggy, they've already run away. Buggy then reacted, quick, chase after them. We can't let that straw hat punk escape. Yes. Captain Buggy. Just as the two were about to get up, the restaurant owner stopped them. You two guests, you haven't paid the bill yet. Buggy and Machi exchanged glances. Wasn't it agreed that Lin Fan would treat them? Now it seemed like they were the ones treating. And that straw hat punk ate the most, right? Lin Fan, Luffy. And Zoro came out of the restaurant. Once in a safe place, Luffy complained, I'm still not full. Before he could finish, a gust of wind blew, blowing Luffy's straw hat away. Luffy hurriedly ran after the hat, while Zoro chased after Luffy. The wind was too strange. Lin Fan quickly released his observation haki. And sure enough, not far away was a powerful presence. Following that aura, he saw a figure draped in a green cloak standing there. Lin Fan quickly understood. That was Luffy's father, Dragon. Seeing that he had no intention of avoiding him, Lin Fan stepped forward and asked, that gust of wind just now was your doing, right? Dragon turned and nodded. Yes, Luffy's friend. Lin Fan asked in confusion, where are you trying to lead him? Dragon replied, to see the execution site of the Pirate King. Roger. This is where everything began, and that is where it ends. Let him feel it. It might not be a bad thing. This is where everything began? Lin Fan shook his head. That shouldn't be right. The beginning should be when the Celestial Dragons came to power. Ever since the Celestial Dragons took control, everything has deviated from the starting point. Freedom and lives are no longer precious. Chaos began to unfold, and those with ambition started seeking answers. Dragon looked at Lin Fan in surprise, trying to discern something from him. After a while, Dragon asked, you seem to know quite a lot. Lin Fan shook his head. It's all hearsay. By the way, your observation haki is really impressive. And your ability, is it a Logia type, the hurricane fruit? Dragon didn't answer Lin Fan's question, but instead said, what do you think of this world? Me? Lin Fan was speechless. What can I think? Just do what I want to do. Oh, Dragon asked curiously. Can you tell me what you want to do the most? Cough, cough. Lin Fan said shyly. Sailing with Luffy, having adventures while picking up girls, and drinking a little wine. Ha ha. Dragon shook his head and laughed. Your aspirations shouldn't be like this. Lin Fan quickly interrupted. Please don't advise me. I don't want to be a hero because I don't have that kind of good temperament. It's already destined. Is that so? Dragon secretly felt regret. Then I wish you a pleasant journey. Dragon moved like the wind, his feet hardly moving, constantly changing positions. That mysterious footwork was really cool. I must learn it. What a great way to show off. Chapter 49. Life is full of surprises watching Dorag head towards the execution platform of the Pirate King. It seems he's going to test Luffy, letting him experience the true resolve of risking one's life. Lin Hai thought for a moment and decided not to go for now. If Luffy discovers him, would he still face life and death? With his abilities, Luffy wouldn't believe that Lin Hai couldn't save him, so he would just watch from the shadows, enjoying that carefree smile. In the square, at that moment, Luffy was being held on the execution platform by Buggy, who had a knife ready to execute him. The atmosphere of pressure in the sky was rising, apparently controlled by Dorag. His control over his abilities is truly amazing. Moreover, with Dorag's extraordinary observation haki, it's a miracle that the world government was able to catch him. On the execution platform, Buggy brandished his curved knife and laughed. Monkey D, Luffy, you really have some guts to offend me. Buggy the clown, do you know what I've been through since you knocked me away and I lost parts of my body? Woo-woo. As he spoke, Buggy recalled his past experiences and couldn't help but cry. Luffy, anxious, shouted, let me go, please. Aren't you good friends with Lin Hai? Buggy, realizing this, laughed heartily. How could I let you go, you idiot? Although Lin Hai is my friend. Oh, speaking of Lin Hai, he is much more sensible than you. It's the first time I've met someone who invited me to dinner after being a pirate for so long. It's truly heartwarming. As he continued, Buggy realized he had strayed off topic and, getting angry, exclaimed, is this the time to talk about that? Monkey D, Luffy, do you have any last words before you die? Yaha. Luffy also realized he might be doomed and suddenly shouted, I'm going to be the Pirate King. The Pirate King, the man, the man. The square fell silent, everyone staring in horror at Luffy, who was about to be executed, with only Luffy's voice echoing. At that moment, Zoro and Sanji rushed over to save Luffy, but given their lack of powers, it was clear they couldn't save him. Luffy understood the situation. Just as Buggy was about to strike down, Luffy calmly raised his head and revealed a smile that could make flowers bloom. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm going to die. This scene shocked the onlookers beneath the execution platform. Facing death so calmly? Smoker, watching from the shadows, felt a cold sweat trickle down. That smile seemed too unusual. Shouldn't he, a person facing death, express despair or fear? Unlike Luffy, who dared to declare he would become the Pirate King in the very place where Pirate King Roger was executed. Knowing death was imminent and still smiling, it seemed unstoppable, as if he was destined to become the Pirate King. Smoker looked in amazement at the execution platform. Regardless of how this Straw Hat Luffy-esque fate turned out, at this moment, that guy had already qualified to become the Pirate King. Just then, as Buggy's knife was about to touch Luffy, a lightning bolt illuminated the sky and struck the execution platform, toppling it over. The outcome was clear. Luffy was alive. Ahaha. Why didn't he die after all? What a win. Luffy picked up his hat and smiled contentedly, completely unfazed, as if he just walked back from the gates of hell. Zoro and Sanji secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The earlier scene had shocked Sanji so much that he didn't even notice his cigarette had fallen. Finally, he foolishly asked Zoro, "Do you believe there is a god in this world? Stop talking nonsense." After saying that, Zoro turned to Luffy with a complaint. "Luffy, you went a bit too far this time." Luffy laughed. Saw thee. At that moment, Lin Hai walked over to Luffy, recalling that earlier scene. If it were him, would he handle it as calmly? Lin Hai asked himself, yes. Looking at the square, which had become very chaotic, Lin Hai said, "Let us set sail quickly." Okay. However, just as they ran halfway, trouble appeared again. In the center of the street stood a cool motorcycle, with Smoker and Tashigi in front of it. Lin Hai secretly cursed. These two were trouble. After being stopped, Smoker said, "Meeting me means your journey ends here." Luffy replied, "No, I still want to set sail and become the Pirate King." Smoker mocked, "With your strength, you can't even defeat me. Your so-called dream ends here." At this moment, Lin Hai suddenly got an idea and immediately attracted everyone's attention. He stepped forward and said, "Kiki." Yes, Lin Hai imitated Blackbeard teach. Everyone was drawn in by Lin Hai's laugh that rose from low to high, filled with grandeur. Lin Hai spread his arms and said, "Smoker, a person's dream will never end, right?" Ding, congratulations to the host for completing a flamboyant operation, rewarding the host with an increase in armament Haki by 1 level. Please keep up the good work. It's here. An increase in Haki is the hardest part. Unexpectedly, there's this reward. Lin Hai suddenly felt his waist was no longer sore and his legs no longer tired. At this time, hearing Lin Hai's words, Smoker's pupils constricted. Why does it feel like this guy isn't simple? Moreover, this guy had just deceived his feelings and tricked him out of 3 cigars. I can't take it anymore. Just as Smoker was about to speak, Tashigi stepped forward with Lin Hai's bounty and said, "Damn Lin Hai, how dare you trick me before? I didn't expect you to be such a ruthless person." After saying that, Tashigi revealed Lin Hai's wanted poster. Now, it was Lin Hai's turn to have his pupils constrict. It 250 berries? How did it become a bounty of 300 million? Nanny, Luffy exclaimed, looking at Lin Hai in disbelief. Zoro also looked at Lin Hai. The change in bounty was too drastic. Sanji, feeling jealous, grabbed Lin Hai by the collar and exclaimed, "What the hell did you do to make everyone so angry? How did your bounty become so high?" The change in bounty was mainly because the celestial dragon that Lin Hai punched recognized his face during a shopping trip. Originally, that celestial dragon, Saint Charlos, wanted to set Lin Hai's bounty even higher, but attacking a celestial dragon was too serious. So, after discussions among the Gorosei, they set this amount. And the reason was not made public. After all, celestial dragons care most about their face. At this time, Zoro, feeling a bit envious, said, "Lin Hai, what the hell are you?" Before he finished speaking, Lin Hai suddenly shouted, "Oh no." Then he did 20 backflips and ended up crashing into a wall. Ouch, that hurts. The few people on the street saw Lin Hai's antics and all turned dark. Luffy felt that his 30 million bounty suddenly didn't feel so great, and Zoro, with that 10 million berries compared to 300 million berries, how many times is that? Zoro felt a bit depressed. And Sanji? He's been squatting and drawing circles in one place. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the U and Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the U and Novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates for crossing the pirate world. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 49. Life is full of surprises. Free to read. Chapter 50. The system's waist was stunned. Smoker's expression darkened as he said, Lin Hai, I originally thought you were a scholar, but I didn't expect you to be a notorious pirate with a bounty of 3 billion berries. Even if it costs me my life, I will stop you here today. Tashigi also drew her sword and pointed it at Luffy's group, saying, I will also bet on the name of the Navy to stop you here. Damn, I got a bit carried away just now. Lin Hai quickly tidied his hair and put on a compassionate expression as he stepped forward and said, How can you treat me like this? Do you know why I have such a high bounty? Why? X5 Lin Hai looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, letting a sincere tear fall, and then slowly said, Last year, it was an autumn evening. The weather was fine, the sun was bright, and there was a gentle breeze, just like a mother's warm embrace, truly nostalgic. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a flamboyant operation, rewarding the host with a 1-level increase in physique. Smoker's expression darkened further, and he angrily said, Get to the point. Cough, cough. I was just trying to set the mood. Lin Hai awkwardly waved his hand and continued, That evening, I was helping a retired Navy officer with mobility issues cross the road. You and T know, he had a bedridden mother at home, his wife had run away, and there were several hungry children waiting at home. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing a 3-hit flamboyant operation. Physique increased by 1 level. Tashigi felt this sentence sounded familiar. While Luffy and Sanji were already in tears, sorrowfully saying, He is so pitiful. Woo woo woo. Smoker drew his finger and pointed it at Lin Hai, saying, You bastard, what do you want to say? Cough, cough. Lin Hai quickly explained, when I was helping him cross the road, unexpectedly, we encountered a passing celestial dragon. Seeing that we didn't kneel to greet him, that snotty celestial dragon actually pulled out a gun and was going to kill us on the spot. Even ants are greedy for life, let alone us. Of course, I wouldn't just sit back and wait, so I slapped him, but who knew that guy was so weak he fainted. So he set such a high bounty on me. Smoker, I ask you, what crime did I commit? How did I get defined as a criminal so inexplicably? As a young man filled with justice, why should I endure this suffering that I shouldn't be experiencing at my age? If helping a retired Navy officer with mobility issues cross the road, preventing him from being harmed, is also a crime, then arrest me. I won't resist. Ding. The host's operation stunned the flamboyant system's waist. Congratulations to the host for obtaining high-level application of Space / no longer in cooldown. 5 lakes, take off. Woo woo woo. At this moment, after hearing Lin Hai's touching speech, Tashigi stepped forward and said to Smoker, He is so pitiful. Woo woo woo. Zoro remained silent on the side, while Sanji and Luffy were wiping their tears and snot on Lin Hai. Woo woo woo. I didn't expect you, Lin Hai, to have such a past. It's too touching. Woo woo woo. Lin Hai, you're such a great person, you guy. Whoa wah wah. Looking at Luffy and Sanji at this moment, Lin Hai really wanted to kick each of them, unable to bear it any longer. He directly pushed away Luffy and Sanji, angrily saying, You're disgusting. Stop it, you 2 bastards. And after a moment of silence, Smoker finally said, What you said is still up for debate. You come with me to the Navy base, if things are as you said. Damn. Is this Smoker guy really that stubborn? Lin Hai didn't want to waste more words with him. He had already made his point, and he still didn't believe it. After all that effort to come up with this story, wasn't it hard for Lin Hai? Room, armament hardening. Lin Hai instantly appeared next to Smoker, grabbed Tashigi and Smoker, and directly threw them towards Smoker's office. Everything came too fast, like a tornado. While Luffy and Sanji were still moved to tears, Zoro asked in confusion, What about those 2 Navy officers? Lin Hai snorted, then replied, I threw them away. Do you still want to set sail? Why are you still crying? Hurry up and run. If that annoying Smoker catches up, we won't be able to leave. In Smoker's office, Tashigi landed safely, while Smoker's head was stuck in a nearby wardrobe. At this moment, Tashigi was confused. Where is this? What happened? After a long while, Smoker finally pulled his head out, lit a cigarette again, and with a sullen face said, Tashigi, are you going with me to the Grand Line? This despicable Straw Hat crew actually dared to mock the Navy. It's truly unforgivable. Tashigi said weakly, What if what he said is true? Smoker angrily replied, Even if it's true, with his actions just now, I still have to give him a lesson. Wait a minute. Tashigi quickly grabbed Smoker and reminded him, How do we get back here? If we encounter them again, we seem to not be their opponents at all. Smoker angrily said to Tashigi, Are you saying that just because we can't beat the opponent, we should back down and not dare to pursue them? What kind of Navy are we? Tashigi stood up straight and replied, I will go with you to the Grand Line to arrest the Straw Hat crew. In the shadows observing Luffy's group, Dragon initially thought they would have no way to deal with Smoker, who possesses a Logia-type devil fruit, and wanted to help them. But he was almost confused by Lin Hai's operation. Standing on the rooftop, facing the wind, Dragon suddenly turned red. If what Lin Hai said was a lie, then the anger he felt stirred by him would become a joke, right? In the end, Dragon shook his head with a smile and muttered softly, "Go ahead, kids. If this is your pursuit, then sail freely across the sea. A person's dream will never end." Interesting, but given the situation, I'll help you a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, several streets and road towns suddenly stirred up a huge wind. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Good Reading Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Good Reading Novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates on crossing One Piece. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 50. The system's waste was stunned for free reading. Chapter 51. Space/Lin Hai and Luffy had just arrived at the coast when they saw a group of Navy soldiers shooting at the Mary. Just as Lin Hai was about to take action, a huge wind suddenly picked up. Lin Hai looked speechlessly towards the direction of Dragon, thinking it was unnecessary. After the gust of wind, the Navy's formation was disrupted and the cannon was blown away by the wind. Who would believe this if they heard it? On the ship, Nami rushed over to Lin Hai, who naturally accepted her embrace. Sanji was fuming. "Lin Hai, you bastard, let go of Miss Nami," Zoro said helplessly. "You guys need to take this seriously. We're not out of danger yet." Only then did everyone realize that it was still pouring rain from the sky. After an unknown amount of time, the Golden Mary had sailed out of the Rogtown waters, but the dark clouds above had not dissipated, and the heavy rain continued to fall. At this moment, Lin Hai stood at the bow of the ship with Luffy and Zoro, looking at the turbulent sea surface. With waves that seemed like they could submerge the Mary, Lin Hai sighed. "This heavy rain seems to have lasted a long time, right?" Zoro nodded. "Yeah, it has." Luffy asked, "Are we going to be drowned by these waves?" The three of them had not noticed that Nami behind them had already turned furious. "Duan, X3 Nami shouted angrily. "You three are so idle. Do you know we're almost working ourselves to death?" Just then, Usopp exclaimed in terror, "Nami, the ship is about to crash into that big mountain. Think of a way." Nami ordered, "Sanji, steer the ship left at 60 degrees. Sanji replied, "I can't." "Miss Nami, the current is too strong. We can't turn at all." At this moment, Lin Hai said, "It's my turn." Zoro asked in confusion, "What are you going to do?" Lin Hai replied, "Cut it." Nami grabbed Lin Hai's head, pointing at the mountain, incredulously saying, "Do you see that clearly? How are you going to cut it?" Lin Hai said helplessly, "Let go of me quickly, or it will really be too late." In an instant, Lin Hai took his stance, extending one hand, with his index and middle fingers parallel to his chest and chin. Suddenly, a small spatial vortex appeared on his left side, and a sword slowly emerged from the vortex. The high winds generated this way turned into a double-edged sword, no longer a single-edged sword in normal conditions. Lin Hai grasped the sword hilt and shouted, "Space slash, a sword to open the mountain." Clang! Instantly, a flash of white light like lightning struck, and the sea in front of the Mary was split in two by Lin Hai's sword. A massive crack appeared, accompanied by a thunderous sound of waves. This time Lin Hai was clever. He wouldn't make the same mistake as last time by simply cleaving from below, which would have created a space area in the middle and caused the surrounding water to rush in, forming a whirlpool. At this moment, Lin Hai slashed at a 30-degree angle towards the right side of the mountain, using the giant wave on the right to carry the ship away. Lin Hai suddenly realized that if he split the mountain, the bottom of the ship would still hit the reef. Although he would avoid crashing into the mountain, the bottom of the ship would be done for. Everyone was stunned by Lin Hai's actions. Lin Hai quickly reminded, "Nami, start directing. Don't just stand there dumbfounded. You should know what to do now, right?" Nami finally came to her senses and quickly ordered, "Zoro, lower the sails first. Luffy, pay attention to the waves on the left. Report immediately if anything happens. Usopp, Sanji, turn right 60 degrees. Lin Hai, leave the front to you." The Mary narrowly passed by one side of the mountain, almost crashing. After a lot of effort, they finally escaped the danger of crashing into the mountain. At this moment, the heavy rain stopped, the sky cleared up, and everyone lay on the deck, gasping for breath. The power of nature was truly astonishing. After a while, Lin Hai smiled at Nami and said, "Not bad. Nami, your sailing skills are truly the best in the world. You're a genius among geniuses. Even a navigator on the Pirate King's ship back then can't compare to you." Zoro said helplessly, Hey, that's a bit too much praise, isn't it?" Sanji, with heart-shaped eyes, said, "Miss Nami, I love you." Usopp sighed, "Nami, you really are something." "Ha ha." Luffy got up, patting Nami on the shoulder, laughing. "Nami, you guy. Nami punched Luffy away and then said shyly, Actually, I'm not as amazing as you all say, but I accept your compliments, he. Ugh, shameless, Zoro muttered. Nami dangerously looked at Zoro and curiously asked, Zoro, what did you say? Zoro quickly changed the subject. Lin Hai. Didn't you say that using that move would make you faint? How come you're fine this time? Yeah. Everyone looked at Lin Hai in confusion. Lin Hai shrugged and explained, geniuses are like this. I think for a genius, anything they do shouldn't be questioned because it can't be explained. How can I explain this to you? This guy, as always, was asking for a beating. I regret asking him anything. By the way, you guys still don't know that Lin Hai's bounty has become 300 million, right? 300 million. Usopp asked in shock, what on earth happened? Lin Hai, how did your bounty become so outrageous? Nami exclaimed, 300 million? What on earth did Lin Hai do to get such a high bounty? Lin Hai helplessly thought that to raise his status, he had to continue lying, repeating the story he had told Smoker. Usopp exclaimed, Lin Hai, you're really amazing. Nami echoed, so, Lin Hai, you're also an orphan? Lin Hai glanced at Nami uncomfortably, thinking, forget it, I'll just play along. So, Lin Hai pulled out a guitar from his system. Luffy's eyes lit up. Lin Hai, you're a musician. Sanji spat out his cigarette, pretending to be cool. He definitely couldn't play. Zoro laughed. Are you just jealous of him? Sanji angrily retorted. Who asked jealous of him? Believe it or not, I'll kick you to death. You bastard. Zoro shot back. If you dare, come at me. I'll cut you down first. Nami slapped her forehead and said helplessly, can you two stop trying to fight all the time? Sanji quickly flattered, I'll listen to you, Miss Nami. At this moment, Lin Hai had already started playing, and everyone quieted down, all looking at Lin Hai, wondering what kind of tune he would play. Chapter 52. Slapped again, Lin Hai awkwardly strummed a few chords on the guitar, realizing he had no idea how to play. He didn't have enough fancy coins to buy the guitar skill, and even if he did, he didn't understand sheet music. So, he could only pretend to strum randomly and then sing. The autumn wind rises, yesterday's dreams. Flowers bloom and fall, looking back is empty. Thinking of the sea, when will it end? Years later, it rushes by. Luffy asked in confusion, Lin Hai, what are you saying? Usopp shook his head, indicating he didn't understand. Zoro chimed in, Lin Hai, you can't play the guitar, right? How could this be tolerated? Is it so easy to show off? Lin Hai racked his brain to come up with a few words that fit the mood, only to be mocked by these guys. Lin Hai angrily shouted, what do you guys know, you illiterates? Sanji turned to Zoro and asked, is he getting angry out of embarrassment? Ha, Lin Hai, you're so interesting. What a fool he. Thus, Lin Hai fell into silence again, deciding to squat in a corner and draw circles instead. After sailing for a while on the Mary, Lin Hai suddenly remembered he had received many rewards in Roadtown, and quickly pulled up the system panel. Funky System Host, Lin Hai Physique, Level 7, Top Level 10, Observation Haki, Level 2 Armament Haki, Level 2 Conqueror's Haki, Level 2, able to freely control and intimidate targets, Skill 1. Establish Space Field 2. One Sword Style 3. Space Slash, advanced use of the Space Fruit. Depending on stamina. Skill 2, Duga 9 Swords, Inspired, System Shop, Open, Funky Coins, 250 after browsing the system panel. Lin Hai's mood was initially good, but seeing the funky coins made him feel depressed. Lin Hai, Funky System, are you toxic? Funky System, the host needs poison, which can be purchased in the system shop. Would the host like to open the system shop? Lin Hai replied irritably, no need. Soon, Nami gathered everyone and spread out a navigation chart she had taken from Buggy on the table. Pointing to a spot on the map, she said, everyone, the entrance to the Grand Line is a mountain. Sanji looked confused. How is that possible? Usopp nodded. If the entrance is a mountain, how do we get in? Do we just crash into it? Luffy laughed. Just charge straight in. Nami slapped her forehead and replied, that's how it's marked on the map. Zoro asked, Nami, this map was taken from Buggy. Could it be fake? Lin Hai disdainfully glanced at everyone and mocked. A bunch of illiterates. Did you not notice the contour lines on the map? Contour lines? Were those? Yeah? Sound impressive. Oh, I know. It's the unbelievable contour lines. Nami kicked Luffy away, then asked Lin Hai, do you know how to get there? Lin Hai raised an eyebrow at the others and said, this map actually presents three-dimensional space in a two-dimensional way. Look, this data is evidence. Fortunately, he was forced to learn by his geography teacher in high school. Seeing that everyone except Nami looked confused, Lin Hai had to explain to Nami, Nami, look at this red soil continent. There should be a special water flow from the sea flowing up the mountain, taking the ship with it. Then the ship can flow to the other side of the red soil continent. Nami clapped her hands and exclaimed, I see, what an incredible nature. Thank you. Moo. Seeing this, Sanji knelt on the deck, repeatedly banging it, crying out, Why not me? Why not me? Luffy looked at Lin Hai with shining eyes. Lin Hai, you can do this too, you guy. Bang. Luffy was directly pushed away by Lin Hai. Lin Hai smugly raised an eyebrow at Zoro. TSH. Zoro turned his face away and muttered, What's so great about that? Finally, no more 1,000-year dragon plot. It's long and boring. Finally, the Golden Mary was nearing the red soil continent. The previously clear sky suddenly became overcast with dark clouds and heavy rain. Nami, wanting to rally everyone to work, suddenly noticed Lin Hai was about to draw his sword and quickly stepped forward to ask, Lin Hai, what are you doing? Is there an enemy? Lin Hai turned slowly and said, I see so many dark clouds in the sky. It's annoying. I want to cut them. Zoro laughed with interest. Can you really do that? Luffy's eyes lit up. Really? You can even split the dark clouds? Usopp exclaimed, Stop talking nonsense. How is that possible? At that moment, Lin Hai slowly drew his sword. Duong. X3 unable to tolerate it any longer, Nami directly knocked down Lin Hai, Luffy, and Zoro with a punch each. Nami angrily said, seriously, you're all like this. Do you know what situation we're in? Have you seen that lighthouse? Quickly. Lower the sails. We're about to enter the Grand Line. Boom. A flash of white light crossed the sky, and a bolt of lightning struck Lin Hai, who had just stood up with his sword pointed at the sky. Nami mechanically turned her head and weakly asked, Lin Hai, are you okay? Lin Hai found it strange. Being struck by lightning with a level 7 physique didn't harm him. If this were on Blue Star, he couldn't imagine. Lin Hai quickly sheathed his sword and then checked his pants, relieved that he was fine. The others immediately understood Lin Hai's intention, their faces darkening. At this time, Luffy took out a barrel and placed it in the middle of the deck, then said, Everyone, we're about to enter the Grand Line. Let's share our dreams. After that, Luffy placed his heel on the barrel. I want to become the Pirate King. Lin Hai, I want to be the most stylish wave man. Wave man? Based on Lin Hai's past behavior, everyone understood. Zoro, the world's #1 swordsman. Sanji, all blue. Nami, I want to draw the world map. Usopp hesitated for a moment and then said, I want to become a brave warrior of the sea. Grand Line, here we come. Under this stormy sky, no one could have imagined that the future world would become colorful because of these young people just starting out, especially that man, who wanted to be stylish to the extreme. The web version of the chapter is slow. Please download the Good Reading Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Good Reading Novel app. Chapter 53. Sailing into the whale's belly. Quick, lower the sails. We need to enter through the entrance along the current. Nami hurriedly commanded. Usopp looked ahead in terror and said, That entrance is too small, right? The ship will crash. Someone think of a way. Sanji angrily shouted, Lin Hai, Luffy, and Zoro. You three idiots, the ship is about to crash, and you're still drinking tea. Lin Hai glanced at Sanji disdainfully. What's with the yelling? Damn it. Room. Lin Hai quickly used his abilities to change the ship's trajectory, avoiding the crash. The entrance flew by in everyone's peripheral vision. Once they regained their composure, Sanji angrily grabbed Lin Hai's collar and shouted, You bastard, why didn't you act sooner? You scared me to death just now, do you know that? Zoro praised. Lin Hai, your ability is really useful. Lin Hai smiled. Of course, things possessed by geniuses are just that cool. Luffy scoffed. What's so great about that? My rubber can expand, contract, and stretch. Lin Hai snapped. Shut up, you smelly rubber. Do you think being a pile of rubber is cool? Luffy retorted. The rubber fruit is the coolest. Lin Hai cool? It's worthless garbage. Luffy, what did you say? Duong. X2 Nami, feeling helpless, said, Can you all stop messing around? The danger isn't over yet. Pay attention. Things came quickly and went quickly. Luffy and Lin Hai soon stood shoulder to shoulder, enjoying the splashes of water flying behind them. Because the ship was sailing upwards, everyone felt a sense of weightlessness, an experience they had never felt before. Wow, what a beautiful view. Do you guys feel different? Ahem, I have motion sickness medicine here. Who wants it? 1 million berries per pill. Stupid, Lin Hai. Do you think we're pigs? Just as everyone was experiencing the feeling of flying, the ship suddenly soared. Due to inertia, they had reached the peak of the ship's path. What has happened? The ship seems to be flying. What do we do? What do we do? We're going to die. The ship will be destroyed. Luffy, Lin Hai, think of something quickly or we'll. Lin Hai said helplessly, hold on tight to the handrails. This is a normal phenomenon, damn it. What an incredible current. This is so interesting. Interesting, my ass. Hold on tight to the handrails. Don't get thrown out. As the ship fell from a high altitude, everyone hadn't reacted yet. From the previous feeling of weight, they now experienced a feeling of weightlessness. just like being on a terrifying roller coaster in an amusement park. It was thrilling enough to make one scream for their mother. Once the ship stabilized and flowed downstream, Lin Hai's observation Haki clearly sensed that there was a large creature at the lower end of the ship's path. It should be the legendary Laboon. Whatever it is, if it dares to block the ship, it will be chopped. Zoro saw Lin Hai take a combat stance at the front of the ship and couldn't help but ask, Lin Hai, what are you doing? Is there an enemy? Lin Hai explained, there's a big whale down there. If we don't chop it, our ship will crash directly into it. Luffy stopped him, Lin Hai, don't chop randomly. There will always be a way. Usopp echoed, Lin Hai, how did you become so fond of chopping things? Lin Hai said, helplessly, you guys have no idea how big that whale is. Oh. Suddenly, an extremely loud sound wave, the sound made by the whale, was about to crash into the mountain. Everyone on the Mary covered their ears. Perhaps Luffy, who seemed to have the ability to hear everything, sensed loneliness and solitude from the whale's call and firmly prevented Lin Hai from chopping. Lin Hai said helplessly, since you all oppose, then be prepared for the aftermath of how to stop the ship. Otherwise, we will crash. Zoro asked curiously, can't you teleport the ship away? Lin Hai replied, have you learned about the conservation of momentum? FTMV, if I instantly stop the ship, the impulse the ship receives would more or less break it apart. Luffy slapped his left hand with his right. Oh, so that's the incredible conservation of momentum. Nami directly punched Luffy, anxiously saying, you all think of something quickly. We're going to crash. Lin Hai said, everyone don't panic. Once we enter the whale's belly, if we can't get out, I'll just make a hole in its belly. After saying that, Lin Hai put his arm around Nami's waist and smiled. Don't worry, Nami. Even if this whale wants to eat, it will eat them first. If the whale gets full then? Nami exclaimed in terror, what time is it? And you still have a mood to joke. Seeing Nami being held by Lin Hai, Sanji forgot his fear and shouted with rage, Lin Hai, let go of Nami. Suddenly, the whale opened its huge mouth, and then the ship was swallowed by the whale. Inside the whale's belly, oh, so this is inside a whale's belly? So interesting. Hey, what's with the blue sky and seagulls above? They must be painted. Nami anxiously said, I say, is this the time to care about that? Think of a way to get out. Lin Hai pointed to a small island nearby and said, there should be people living there. Just relax. The most important thing now is to barbecue. It seemed Lin Hai took out the fish he had brought from his space and leisurely started to barbecue with his sword. As soon as Luffy saw food, he forgot everything else, mumbling, Lin Hai's barbecue isn't as good as Sanji's. Sanji, barbecue. Nami slapped her forehead. I say you guys. Sanji comforted. Miss Nami, since we don't know what to do for now, why not eat something first? Zoro sat down next to Lin Hai with great interest, smiling. Lin Hai, bring me a bottle of beer. Luffy echoed. Lin Hai's beer is the best, cold and exciting. Nami also said, give me a bottle too. Lin Hai did that. What? Are you not going to keep shouting for help? Nami directly twisted Lin Hai's ear. You bastard. Sanji knelt down again, patting the deck. Lin Hai, I envy you so much. Just as the fire was starting and the barbecue was cooking, the door of a house on the small island by the ship opened. Chapter 54. Want beer? Pay for it. After the door of the house on the small island opened, an old man with a unique hairstyle walked out. His head was bald on top, with hair around the sides fanned out like a peacock's tail. At that moment, the old man was glaring fiercely at Luffy and his crew, not even looking at the ground, yet managing to find a chair to sit on. Once he sat down, he remained silent, just staring at them. The imposing aura of the old man made everyone quiet down. Usopp couldn't take it anymore and threatened, why are you looking at us like that? Do you want to fight? The old man replied in a low voice, I advise you not to. Someone might die. Zoro, who couldn't stand being provoked, immediately retorted, oh, who's going to die? The old man replied, fiercely, it's me. Sanji almost lost his composure. So it's you, huh? Ha ha ha. Luffy laughed while holding his belly. You're so interesting. Zoro felt like he was being played and said angrily, who the hell are you? The old man replied, shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking others? Oh, sorry, Just as Zoro was about to introduce himself, he was interrupted by the old man, who introduced himself. My name is Klakaz, I'm 71 years old, and I am a doctor. Seeing Zoro about to explode, Lin Hai quickly pulled him away and tossed him a bottle of beer. Klakaz was previously the ship's doctor on Joe L.D., Roger's ship. The original work didn't show his combat power, but based on Lin Hai's observation Haki, this old man was very strong. The old man had been staring at Luffy's hat for a while and was now looking at Lin Hai. Lin Hai said speechlessly, what are you looking at? If you want to drink, it's 20 berries a bottle. Duan. Lin Hai's head was hit by Nami, who took the beer from his hand and said with a smile, he asked joking, keep going. Clockers said while drinking, I didn't ask you for beer. You offered it yourself. Oh, this beer is really good. Can I have another bottle? Lin Hai retorted, another bottle? Do you think this is a lottery? Give me. Nami. I'm not dealing with this. This berry goes on your tab. Ha ha ha. Luffy couldn't help but say, Uncle, you're really too interesting. By the way, can you tell us how to get out of here? Clockers pointed to a spot by the door. You can go out from there. Just then, the whale suddenly rolled over. Clockers realized what was happening and said angrily, it must be the Baroque works trying to make trouble with Laboon again. How outrageous. Lin Hai pointed at the man and woman on his ship and asked, are you talking about them? The couple who jumped onto the merry-go was actually Mr. Nine and Mr. Wednesday. Mr. Wednesday is the princess of the Alabasta kingdom, Nefertari Vivi. Seeing the two of them so arrogant on board, Luffy knocked them down. After that, with Clockers' guidance, everyone came out from the belly of the giant whale Laboon. At the right moment, Nami looked at her chaotic compass and couldn't help but ask, Uncle, is my compass broken? Clockers replied, in this sea area, all common knowledge doesn't apply. That compass is not broken. Nami understood immediately and tentatively asked, so is it the magnetic field? Looking at Luffy's straw hat, Clockers, who had deep ties with its owner Roger, thought that this crew didn't seem bad, and since he had just drunk their stuff, he didn't mind helping them a bit. He explained that's right, because the islands in the Grand Line contain a lot of magnetic minerals, the magnetic field along the entire route is very abnormal, and the currents and winds are unpredictable. If you're a navigator, you should understand the terrifying aspects of this. Nami, that's true. Without a means to indicate direction, it would be too despairing. Clockers laughed. If you want to sail on the Grand Line, you must have a log pose. Nami, log pose? I've never heard of it. Clockers explained that's a special compass that can record magnetic force. After Nami clarified the situation, it was time to deal with the two Baroque Works members. They wanted to go back to Whiskey Peak, but had no ship, so they could only take the merry-go. Usopp asked them, who are you guys? Mr. Nine, please take us to Whiskey Peak. Nami asked, where is that? Mr. Nine, it's the town we live in. Nami, what about your own ship? Vivi, it's broken. Nami, you really think about yourself, don't you? Mr. Nine, just now you were thinking of killing the whale. Usopp asked again, who are you really? Mr. Nine, I'm the king. Lin Hai laughed, great, then we'll just throw you into the sea. Vivi quickly stopped him, I can't say. Mr. Nine, but we want to go back to town. We don't want to be sneaky about it. Vivi, regardless, our company's principle is mystery. Mr. Nine, so we can't say anything. Vivi, we came to seek your help because we value your characters. Mr. Nine, we will definitely repay this favor. Wow. Lin Hai couldn't help but exclaim, these two guys are really clever. Are they doing a comedy act? Clock has said, don't mind them. No matter what they say, these two are not good people. After pondering for a while, Luffy said, all right, you can board the ship. You said you want to go to Whiskey Peak, right? Let's go there. Usopp, really? You're going to take these two mysterious guys on board? Luffy replied, what is the problem? Don't sweat the small stuff. Lin Hai said, since the captain has decided, let us go there. But that Mr. Whatever, do you have that log pose? Mr. Nine cautiously took out his log pose and said, you must take good care of it. It's the only one left. If it breaks. Nami directly snatched the log pose, saying, seriously, you're so verbose. Oh! Again, the roar of the giant whale Laboon sounded, and everyone instinctively covered their ears, realizing that the whale was very agitated. It seemed like it was about to crash into a mountain again. Chapter 55, Loneliness. Is it not a kind of romance? Seeing Labu about to go crazy again, Luffy couldn't help but ask Uncle, why does it want to bump its head against that big mountain? Is the food here not to its taste? Everyone's faces turned dark, and Zoro couldn't help but retort, do you think everyone is like you? Lin Hai added, no, it should be that Luffy thinks that beast is like Luffy. Usopp chimed in, Luffy's appetite seems to be better than that beast's, right? Seeing Luffy being retorted by his crew, Mr. Nine couldn't help but ask Mr. Wednesday, is he really the captain? Mr. Wednesday replied confusedly, should be probably. Sanji laughed and said, Luffy, you need to be more careful. People say you don't look like a captain. Yaha, you all are so funny. Luffy said nonchalantly. At the right moment, Cloakers explained, 50 years ago, a pirate crew brought Labu here. Because Labu was too small. That pirate crew couldn't take it on adventures, so they had to leave it here. In the end, they made a promise to come back and take it away after sailing around the world. Unfortunately, that pirate crew hasn't returned after 50 years, so Labu. Luffy asked in confusion, didn't you tell it that the pirate crew has perished? Cloakers replied, I did, but unfortunately, it didn't listen. Seeing Labu about to crash into the mountain again, Luffy suddenly came up with an idea and actually broke off a piece of the ship's mast and stuck it on Labo's head. Lin Hai, feeling frustrated, thought, let it die if it wants to. Breaking the mast is too much. P.S. Still a captain? His brain is on his butt. Usopp angrily said, Luffy, you bastard. Lin Hai retorted, why bother with that beast? I want to kill it for a long time. By the way, how much can such a big whale sell for? Mr. Nine nearby exclaimed, a whale this big can sell for a lot of berries. I have channels and... For a moment, Cloakas, Luffy, Nami, and the others all stared wide-eyed at Lin Hai and Mr. Nine, while Mr. Wednesday cowered in a corner. Facing these people, Lin Hai didn't actually make a move, so he retorted, can I think? Is it a crime to think? A bunch of idiots. I swear. Don't make a move. At this time, Luffy had fought with the whale for 2 rounds and said, let us call this duel a draw. Now let us make a promise that after our ship sails around the world, we'll have a giant duel. How about that? Although they couldn't understand what the giant whale was saying, everyone understood that it agreed. However, after being beaten a few times, Lin Hai was quite unhappy and said, hey, that stinky fish, don't look around, I'm talking about you, you bastard fish. Do you know that our ship almost had a shipwreck because of you? Remember this, the world doesn't revolve around you, and life doesn't exist because of a promise. You can dive to the bottom of the sea to find a female whale to play with, you idiot. If you're not interested in that, then just accept your loneliness, because loneliness is not a kind of romance. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing a stylish operation. Reward the host with an upgrade of Conqueror's Haki by 1 level. The surprise came too quickly, like a tornado. Lin Hai, overwhelmed with joy, immediately did dozens of backflips. Too excited, he noticed a fish tank nearby, so Lin Hai grabbed the beautiful fish from the tank, gave it a hard kiss, and then threw it into the sea. Everyone present was dumbfounded by Lin Hai's actions. Sanji, recovering, weakly asked, Usopp, wasn't that fish hard for you to catch? Usopp was very fond of that fish, and he didn't expect it to not only be kissed by Lin Hai, but then thrown into the sea. Usopp was very unhappy and said, Lin Hai, you guy. Saying this, Usopp also ran over to throw all the fish Lin Hai caught into the sea. Everyone, that was food. Oh my. The Going Merry finally left the Twin Cape, preparing to head to Whiskey Peak. However, the ship had just set sail not long ago, and it was still summer, but it suddenly started to snow. The weather in the pirate world is truly unpredictable, changing with no warning, truly worthy of the Grand Line. Lin Hai et Gleam, This is the first snow of 1520, coming earlier than usual. You're like a butterfly flying back and forth, ugh. Hey Luffy, Usopp, let us make snowmen. Luffy nodded and said, let us see who can make the best snowman. TSK, TSK, TSK. Usopp laughed and said, speaking of making snowmen, none of you can compare to me. I've been making snowmen for 50 years back in my hometown. My skill has reached a master level. Luffy's eyes lit up and said, really? Usopp? Usopp nodded. Of course. It's hard to tell if Luffy is really silly or just pretending, as he actually believed Usopp's nonsense. Lin Hai hurried into the kitchen and asked Sanji for some sugar. Luffy and Usopp had already started making snowmen. Seeing Lin Hai still not moving, Luffy asked in confusion, Lin Hai, why haven't you started yet? So you're giving up on the competition? Lin Hai shook his head and said, you guys keep going. I'm currently brainstorming to make a snowman that will shock the heavens and cry ghosts. Soon after, Luffy finished his snowman. And while Usopp was observing Luffy's snowman, Lin Hai quickly sprinkled the sugar onto Usopp as snowman and leisurely started eating. Isn't this ice cream more delicious? Let him, Lin Hai, make a snowman? What a joke. Sugar mixed with the molded snow. Now that's the pursuit. Usopp, realizing what happened, immediately got angry and shouted, Lin Hai, what'd you do to my snowman? Lin Hai directly picked up a handful and tossed it to Usopp. Try it? Usopp, under some strange compulsion, took a bite and exclaimed, so delicious. Upon hearing delicious, Luffy couldn't resist and directly swallowed in one bite. Meanwhile, in the room, Mr. Nine and Mr. Sunday sat shivering at the table. Mr. Wednesday asked, don't you have heating here? Mr. Nine echoed, what kind of ship is this? It's freezing us to death. In the room, Nami was drawing a map, but these two kept chattering on, making her so angry that she kicked them out of the room. Then Nami and the others saw the scene on the deck, where Usopp and Luffy were continuously making snowmen, while Lin Hai was sprinkling ingredients. Then while building, he was eating, making it look like a barbecue. Nami and the others were completely confused by Lin Hai and their antics. Chapter 56. The Hunter. Mr. Nine. Are they having a meal? Mr. Wednesday, no. They should be eating ice cream, right? Mr. Nine, wow, they are really geniuses. It's so noisy. Nami said, I told you. Aren't you cold wearing short sleeves? Short sleeves? Cold. Only then did Lin Hai and the others react. Luffy shivered. It's so cold. Lin Hai wondered, are we eating? Usopp replied, we are eating, why not? But I need to go back and get a jacket first. By the way, where's Zoro? Lin Hai pointed to a spot. He's dreaming. Mister. Nine saw that Zoro was almost buried in snow and was still sleeping soundly. He couldn't help but mutter, I feel like everyone on this ship is abnormal. Right, mister. Wednesday. Lin Hai retorted, you better pay for the fare when we reach our destination. As for Mr. Wednesday, Lin Hai knew she was the princess of the Alabasta kingdom. However, seeing her always having some ulterior motive in whatever she did, Lin Hai wasn't really interested in her. At that moment, a flash of lightning suddenly lit up the sky, leaving everyone confused. It's snowing, what's with the thunder? What is the heavens trying to do? Not far away. Dark clouds gathered, and there was a small tornado. Damn! Lin Hai was very displeased. Just when he wanted to test if his knife could split the clouds. He was hit on the head by Nami, making him furious. Nami explained, if you keep trying to split it, our ship will capsize. Everyone get to work. Forget it. Lin Hai decided to endure. Ignoring the navigator's advice at sea is foolish. At the right moment, Nami, hands on her hips, said, everyone in this sea, even my proud navigation skills aren't working, so you all better take it seriously. Usopp said speechlessly, not working, and yet you say it so confidently. Luffy's eyes lit up. Ice cream. Lin Hai clapped. That's the spirit. Sanji came out of the kitchen, his eyes sparkling. As expected of Miss Nami. Please give me your orders. Heavy rain and snow, commonly known as a blizzard. What is the heavens trying to do? The Going Merry drifted on the tumultuous sea. Fortunately, with Nami's superb navigation skills, otherwise, most people on the ship would have to feed the fish in the sea. After the rain cleared, Zoro finally woke up. Zoro stretched contentedly, looking at the blue sky with the wind blowing and a few white clouds drifting by. It was another beautiful day. When he saw Lin Hai and the others lazily lying on the deck, Zoro couldn't help but say, I say, even if the weather is nice, you don't have to be so lazy, right? If you want to sleep, go back to your room. You'll catch a cold. Unable to bear it any longer, Nami said darkly, Zoro. Zoro turned his head in confusion. What's wrong, Nami? Duong. Zoro held his head, rubbed it, and turned angrily. What are you doing? Duong. He was met with another hit on the head. Nami angrily said, you idiot. Do you know what just happened? No matter how much you call, you can't wake up. Zoro now understood one thing. The women on the ship are like tigers. Always avoid them when you meet one. The Going Merry finally sailed into Whiskey Peak, and on the way, Mr. Nine and Mr. Wednesday jumped into the sea to go home. As the Merry entered the harbor, the people on both sides began to warmly welcome the pirates, because pirates are these people's source of income. They are all employees of Baroque Works, bounty hunters. Seeing the people on both sides welcoming them, Usopp waved and smiled. Ah, hello everyone. Sanji's eyes were only on beautiful women. Seeing those women warmly welcoming them, he immediately said with hard eyes, I love you all. Only Nami and Zoro remained vigilant on the Merry, while Lin Hai, having watched One Piece, naturally knew the identities of these people but didn't care. Once the ship docked, Luffy and his crew were directly welcomed by the bounty hunters led by a Karam, also known as Mr. 8, to attend the pirate banquet. Upon hearing the word banquet, Luffy immediately ran after them. Upon hearing about drinking, Zoro also ran after them. Upon hearing that there was a reward of 100,000 berries for drinking, Nami also ran off. As for Sanji, upon seeing women, he ran off without needing anyone to guide him. And Usopp? This vain guy loved to join in the fun. Left alone, Lin Hai, seeing that he wasn't participating in the banquet and didn't care for berries, was tentatively asked by someone, how about I call 2 beauties to chat with you? Lin Hai shot him a glare and said impatiently, 2 beauties? Not enough. I want 20. The people beside Lin Hai immediately twitched at the corners of their eyes. This guy is really greedy. However, who told Lin Hai to be handsome? Thus, many girls directly pulled Lin Hai away. As for worrying that Luffy and the others would get into trouble, if they really had that level, they might as well not be pirates. Lin Hai couldn't be bothered. With so many girls around, he needed to take care of them. Once inside the room, Lin Hai immediately embraced 2 beautiful women and smiled. Shouldn't we get down to business? Well, the beauty smiled. Sir, how about we have a drink first? Pirates not drinking seems a bit inappropriate. Lin Hai nodded. You're right. Since you are so enthusiastic, we must drink. So, each of you come and feed me. Feed? How to feed? One of them said in a sultry voice. Lin Hai picked up a wine glass, took a sip, then pulled the girl over. Suddenly, the girl's face flushed red. Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. How about that? Isn't this way of drinking a bit different? Saying this, Lin Hai fed each one a sip of wine. At this moment, Lin Hai felt extremely happy. Deciding to become a pirate was the right choice. This place was simply a paradise on Earth. As Lin Hai and the girls drank more and more happily, these girls had long forgotten their original purpose. Soon, the room was filled with some faint sounds of pleasure. Chapter 57. You dead, poor guy before the time travel. Lin Hai often slept in class, earning the nickname Sleeping God, and was teased by everyone for it. Naturally, it was all for the purpose of studying hard, diligently observing and learning those beautiful movements and postures late at night by the computer. Heaven rewards those who are diligent. Ever since his time travel, after practicing with the previous two beauties, Lin Hai has almost mastered this skill. At this moment, several people had already fallen asleep, leaving just one. That beauty turned her blushing face towards Lin Hai, seemingly asking, "Are you okay?" Lin Hai flashed a Mona Lisa smile, thinking, "Not okay? What joke? Lin Hai can still fight for 300 more rounds." He patted the beauty's back and skillfully repeated the earlier movements. But this was just the beginning. How could she already be trembling? Lin Hai was a person who cherished the ladies. Since they were so tired, he decided to let them rest well. After walking out of the room, Lin Hai finally realized that it was already deep into the night. He never expected time to pass so quickly. He quickly released his observation Haki to check the current situation. Oh, Zoro was already fighting those bounty hunters. Lin Hai hurried over to take a look. At this moment, Zoro was on the rooftop battling Mr. Nine, whose attack method involved flipping and attacking simultaneously. After a while of fighting, Zoro curiously watched Mr. Nine, who had been flipping all this time. At this moment, Mr. Nine held a baseball and said, "Roranoa Zoro, do you think I can only flip a few times? I can flip more. Take this." After saying that, Mr. Nine continued his flips, but unexpectedly, this was the rooftop, and behind him was not solid ground, but the air. Zoro watched as Mr. Nine flipped and fell. Faced with such an opponent, Zoro said helplessly, "Is there not even one decent opponent?" Just as he finished speaking, he saw Mr. Wednesday already positioned, pointing at Zoro and saying, "Decent opponent? Roranoa Zoro, your end is here." Zoro replied playfully, "Oh, really?" Beside Mr. Wednesday was a big duck called Run Fast, which was Mr. Wednesday's mount. At that moment, Mr. Wednesday jumped on a Run Fast back and said, "Run Fast, let's go." With the order, Run Fast immediately charged forward with Mr. Wednesday. Then, Zoro watched as they ran past him. Zoro said helplessly, "Are you guys even going to fight?" Mr. Wednesday was speechless. What was up with Run Fast? Lin Hai, who was watching from the side, couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing. This duck must have drunk fake milk powder." Seeing Lin Hai approach, Zoro couldn't help but ask, "Where are Luffy and the others?" Still sleeping, Lin Hai replied as he walked over to Mr. Wednesday and jokingly pointed at the duck. "Mr. Wednesday, your mount is really useless. We might as well roast it." Mr. Wednesday objected. "What are you talking about? Run Fast is my partner." Run Fast, hearing Lin Hai's words, suddenly squealed. Mr. Wednesday quickly comforted, "Don't worry, I won't let him roast you." Lin Hai poked Run Fast's head and asked Mr. Wednesday, "Your mount is quite strange. Shouldn't ducks quack? Why is it always making sounds?" Mr. Wednesday angrily replied, "Don't act like we're friends. We are currently in an antagonistic relationship." Lin Hai interrupted, "You're not our opponent. You better run away now. Your mission has failed. I heard that if you fail, assassins will come to deal with the failures." After hearing Lin Hai's words, Mr. Wednesday suddenly realized that she couldn't die here. She had to return to Alabasta and expose Crocodile's conspiracy. "Thank you for the reminder." After saying that, Mr. Wednesday left with Run Fast. At that moment, Lin Hai tossed a bottle of beer to Zoro, and the two sat on the rooftop leisurely enjoying their drinks. Lin Hai was right. Just as Mr. Wednesday had walked a short distance down the street, she was directly chased by Mr. Five and his partner, Mr. Valentine. Along the way, Mr. Wednesday's identity was revealed as Princess Vivi of the Alabasta Kingdom, and Ikelum was the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom's guard. Everyone who helped Princess Vivi escape was interrupted by Mr. Five and Mr. Valentine, leaving only Run Fast to escape with Vivi. Mr. Valentine laughed, Mr. Five, if you don't chase her, she is going to get away." Mr. Five replied, "She can't escape." After saying that, Mr. Five started picking his nose and then shot the booger he dug out at Vivi. Booger bomb. Boom. At that moment, Mr. Five was puzzled. Wasn't he aiming at Vivi? How did it blow up Mr. Valentine instead? In an instant, Mr. Five was furious, shouting, "Who did that? Come out. Not far away." Lin Hai and Zoro were already at it. Lin Hai said, "You bastard, why do you still owe Nami 200,000 berries? It's just 20,000 berries. And you still haven't paid it back? You dead poor guy." Zoro retorted. That stinky woman Nami, I borrowed 100,000 berries from her and returned it the same day. Who knew she would ask me to pay back 200,000 more? Lin Hai sculpt. Are you out of your mind? Borrowing 100,000 berries and paying back 300,000? Huh? Zoro replied. Someone still owes Nami 100,000 berries. How dare you shamelessly say that about me? That's right. Earlier, Icolum requested Nami to have her friends save the princess of Alabasta and promised a rich reward. Thus, Nami agreed, and using her money as leverage, she ordered Lin Hai and Zoro to rescue Princess Vivi. Of course, Lin Hai and Zoro disagreed, but Nami used their debts to her as an excuse, leading to the current scene. Just then, Mr. Valentine flew over, furious from being blown up, and delivered a heavy blow to the arguing Lin Hai and Zoro. In midair, Mr. Valentine, with a dark face, said, facing opponents like us, you still don't take us seriously? Don't regret it when you're dead. Ah. At this moment, Mr. Valentine began to unleash her skills. 1 kilogram, 100 kilograms, 1,000 kilograms, 10,000 kilograms, gravity crush, die, bastards. As she spoke, Mr. Valentine rapidly descended, about to smash into Lin Hai and Zoro. Nami, on the side, angrily shouted, you guys take this seriously? The web version is slow. Please download the How You a Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the How You a Novel app. We provide you with the fastest updates for Crossing Pirate. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 57, You Dead Poor Ghost, available for free reading. Chapter 58, You Are the Wind, I Am the Sand. Mr. Valentine's Day had already fallen, but the effect left everyone a bit stunned. At this moment, everyone was bewildered. They saw Mr. Valentine's Day lying in Lin Hai's arms. Lin Hai looked at Mr. Valentine's Day in his embrace and said, beautiful lady, you're a bit heavy, but that's okay, your figure's really nice. Mr. Valentine's Day was seeing such a situation for the first time and wondered what had just happened. Could it be that her powers had malfunctioned? Thank you, Mr. Valentine's Day replied, somewhat confused. What do you want? Lin Hai said passionately, you are the wind, I am the sand. What do you think? Mr. Valentine's Day looked at this handsome man and wondered why he suddenly said that to her. However, she had not seen the Hwasha drama and did not understand what those words represented. Thus, Mr. Valentine's Day replied, I am not the wind, and I hate sand. Where are your hands going, you jerk? If I remember correctly, we are still enemies, right? Let go of me. Lin Hai's face darkened. This woman in his arms should have responded with something romantic, not this. How disappointing. Lin Hai angrily said, I hate illiterates. Go, Pikachu. After saying that, Lin Hai directly threw Mr. Valentine's Day out of his arms. Everyone looked at Lin Hai in disbelief. This change was too drastic. At this moment, Lin Hai pointed at Mr. 5 and said, I said nose-picking man, stop looking around. I'm talking about you, you ugly thing. Your hairstyle is truly awful. Is that explosion hairstyle really yours? If you have no taste, don't mess with your hair. If you're ugly, admit it. Don't make yourself look all messy. If you scare the children, can you take responsibility for that? So now, immediately, disappear from my sight with that illiterate girl next to you. I don't want to see you again. Zoro and Nami twitched at the corners of their eyes, while Princess Vivi felt like her brain was crashing. What was going on? At this moment, Nami, coming to her senses, couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, and then she burst out laughing. Ah, Lin Hai. You guy, haha. Nami laughed, holding her stomach. Mr. 5, after a moment of silence, angrily said, who are you people? Don't get in the way. You oversized bomb. After saying that, Mr. 5 began to launch an attack. Room, space barrier. Lin Hai used a technique he had recently come up with, sealing the bombs that Mr. 5 launched with heavy space. For a moment, the bombs launched by Mr. 5 were tossed up and down by Lin Hai like a yo-yo. Zoro, having an eye for talent, couldn't help but sigh, you could do this too. Mr. 5 looked at the bomb he had launched being treated as a toy by Lin Hai and said with a serious expression, who are you? Why are you stopping us? Cough, cough. Lin Hai looked up at the stars at a 45-degree angle and slowly said, me? I have long forgotten who I am, Mr. 5. I have wandered the world. My slippers only kick up the yellow sand on the ground, then dissipate in the rivers and lakes behind me. So, don't ask me who I am. I'm someone you cannot afford to provoke. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing a special reward, becoming a swordsman, and comprehending the essence of the Dugun 9 swords. Wow, this wave is worth it. Zoro secretly spat, showing off. However, Lin Hai's operation was pretty cool. He thought he should learn from it. It was over. Zoro's persona had completely collapsed. Mr. 5, with a sullen face, asked again, what are you stopping us for? Mr. Five could not back down. Baroque's rule was that those who failed their missions would be hunted down by someone more powerful. At this moment, Mr. Valentine's Day took out Lin Hai's bounty notice and walked up to Mr. Five. After seeing the amount on the bounty notice, Mr. Five was stunned for a long time. How could such a big shot appear here? Soon, Mr. Five hurriedly said, "Mr. Lin Hai, we give up this mission and won't disturb you anymore." What could Mr. Five do? Let him deal with a monster with a bounty of 300 million berry? Unless he was out of his mind. Wait. Lin Hai threw the bomb back to Mr. Five. "Here, your stuff back, but be careful. It will explode." Mr. Five secretly laughed. He was an explosion fruit user. Why worry about explosions? After receiving what Lin Hai threw to him, Mr. Five had just walked out of Lin Hai's space range when it suddenly exploded with a bang. As the smoke cleared, Mr. Five had already left with Mr. Valentine's Day. He indeed had some skills. At this moment, Vivi stepped forward and said, "Thank you for saving me this time." Nami smiled and said, "No need to be polite. We saved you this time with conditions." Ikelim walked over to Vivi and said, "Your Highness, at that time, the situation was urgent, and I promised them a reward without permission. Please forgive my overstepping." Vivi shook her head and said, "No need to mind." Nami's eyes sparkled and said, "Since you are a princess, you must be very rich, right? We'll safely take you to Alabasta, and you can give us a reward of 1 billion berry. How about that?" Vivi replied, "I can't come up with that much berry." Nami didn't believe it and said, "How is that possible?" Ikelim explained, "Because Alabasta is currently in chaos." Vivi agreed. "Our purpose for infiltrating the Baroque works was just that. We didn't expect the chaos in Alabasta to be instigated by Baroque works behind the scenes. However, after you take me to the Alabasta kingdom, I will have my father give you the reward we can afford. What do you think?" Lin Hai stepped forward and asked. "The mastermind behind Baroque works is one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, right?" "The 7 warlords?" Nami and Zoro exclaimed in astonishment. Boom! Suddenly, a fist came flying from not far away. It was Luffy. His punch was blocked by Lin Hai. Luffy angrily said, "Lin Hai, get out of the way. I want to punch Zoro." Nami asked in confusion, "Why?" Luffy explained why. "This ungrateful guy actually cut down the people who invited us to dinner." Zoro was about to explain, but Lin Hai directly punched Luffy. Lin Hai angrily said, "You jerk, you are the captain, yet you sleep like a pig and know nothing. Do you still have the right to be angry at Zoro?" Luffy shouted angrily, "What did you say?" "You don't know, those were all civilians." And Zoro cut them down. Lin Hai didn't bother to explain, "What do you want? If you're unhappy, let us compare." Luffy replied, "Come on. Who is afraid of who?" Duong. X2 Lin Hai and Luffy both got knocked out. The internet provides you with the fastest way to travel through pirates. I have a stylish system update, Chapter 58, You Are the Wind, and I Am the Sand. Available for free reading. Chapter 59, Learning from Lin Hai Yaha. After Nami and Vivi explained, Luffy finally understood that those whom Zoro had knocked down were all bounty hunters, and he awkwardly laughed while patting Lin Hai's shoulder, saying, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "So they're all bounty hunters." "I misunderstood, Zoro." Lin Hai pushed Luffy's hand away, grabbed his head, and pointed to a grave on Whiskey Peak, saying, "Do you see that? Without Zoro, that's where you'd be sleeping." Luffy nodded and said, "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you all, but that feast was really fun. You know, Lin Hai, the food was so delicious, especially the squid, the tasty barbecue, and..." Nami, who was negotiating payment with Vivi, became annoyed by Luffy's loud exclamations and said, "Shut up, all of you, be quiet." Luffy immediately fell silent. At this moment, Zoro asked, "Nami, I heard this incident involves the 7 warlords. Are you sure you want to get involved?" Nami suddenly remembered the 7 warlords. She exclaimed, "I don't want the reward anymore. Goodbye. Oh, don't say goodbye." Wasn't this a huge contrast? Vivi weakly said, "Nami, it's too late to regret, because you guys have already been sketched by those 2 birds." Nami shouted, "I don't want to." "Why? Why do we have to be chased by the 7 warlords as soon as we arrive at the Grand Line?" Seeing Nami so scared, Lin Hai couldn't help but mock, "You're asking for it." While Zoro and I were enjoying our drinks, I don't know who was so greedy for money, insisting we go help. Duong. Nami angrily said, "I'm already regretting it, and you're still making sarcastic comments." Lin Hai stood up, wrapped his arms around Nami's waist, and laughed. "What are you afraid of? Why don't we escape back to Koko West Village to have some fun?" Nami angrily said, "Let go of me. Who wants to have fun with you?" "Yaha." Luffy laughed. "What are you afraid of? It's just 1 warlord, right? Since we've already been targeted. Let's go meet him." Nami retorted, "What do you know? Do you know what level of pirate the 7 warlords are?" "The world S#1 swordsman, Mihawk, is one of them. Are we their match?" Vivi nodded and said, "There are a total of 7 such figures. They wield overwhelming power. and the world government allows them privileges, giving them the right to plunder other pirates. Luffy exclaimed, "Oh, there's so many powerful people like that." Zoro, with interest, said, "The 7 warlords sounds interesting." Nami was speechless. "Do you all even understand the seriousness of the situation?" Lin Hai laughed and said, "One of those 7 warlords, Crocodile, seems to be very wealthy. I didn't expect him to send his subordinates to claim our heads for a bounty just now. This is outrageous. In that case, let's go ask Crocodile for compensation. What do you think?" "Nanny," everyone exclaimed in unison. Nami, terrified, said, "You want to ask Crocodile for compensation? Are you trying to get us killed?" Lin Hai ignored Nami's words and continued, "As pirates, our first goal is to increase our bounty, and second is to do as we please, to be free. Now that someone has come to us, we shouldn't just swallow our anger. As free pirates, isn't it our duty to beat up anyone we dislike?" Luffy laughed. "That's a good idea, let's do it." Zoro tightly held his sword, expressing his agreement. But Nami couldn't accept it. "But he's a 7 warlord. I really don't know what you guys are thinking." Lin Hai tempted, "I heard Crocodile is very rich. Are you sure you don't want to?" Seeing that the captain agreed, Nami had no choice but to comply, especially with the temptation of Crocodile's wealth. Nami immediately perked up and hurriedly turned to Vivi to confirm, "Is Crocodile really rich?" Vivi nodded and said, "He really is wealthy. Many places in the Alabasta kingdom are his gambling dens." Nami replied, "All right, then it's settled. Let's head to the Alabasta kingdom." At this moment, Zoro asked, "What about Sanji and Usopp?" Luffy then realized they were still sleeping. "So," he said, "I'll go wake them up, then we'll head to Alabasta." This time, the departure of the Going Merry was rushed. Sanji and Usopp, just waking up, almost dropped their jaws when they heard they were going to ask the 7 warlord Crocodile for compensation. Aha, what a rush. Who was talking? Everyone turned to look at the railing on the 2nd floor of the ship, where a hot woman wearing a hat stood. The design of the Merry only occupies part of the ship's area on the 2nd floor. Luffy asked in confusion, "Who are you? Why are you on our ship?" Vivi explained, "She is Nico Robin, the vice president of Baroque Works." Upon hearing Vivi's introduction, everyone became alert. Luffy assumed a fighting stance and said, "Are you here to take revenge for them?" Nico Robin did not answer, but used her Hana Nomi to take Luffy's straw hat and put it on her head. Lin Hai, watching all this, found it boring and lay down to sleep because it was almost dawn and he hadn't slept yet. Who told those beauties to be so pitiful? If they were hungry, could Lin Hai not give them something to eat? If they were lonely, could he not comfort them? At this moment, after some understanding, the Straw Hat crew learned from Robin that she was neither here to seek revenge nor to carry out a mission, just out of curiosity. In the end, Robin gave Nami a permanent pointer, explaining that it could lead directly to Alabasta. But Luffy stubbornly destroyed the permanent pointer, believing that the ship's navigation route should be decided by him, the captain. After that, Robin rode away on her turtle, and the Going Merry began its voyage. Meanwhile, Nami noticed that Lin Hai had fallen asleep directly on the deck. Nami couldn't help but turn and ask, "Is Lin Hai that tired?" Zoro said, "He seems to have not slept at all, right?" Nami, with her hands on her hips, started scolding Luffy and the others. "I say, you guys really have no sense of vigilance. As soon as we dock, except for Zoro and Lin Hai, you all are like this. You must learn from Lin Hai and Zoro, understood?" "Got it." X3 Nami was quite satisfied and said, "Zoro, there's nothing going on now. Do you want to take a nap?" Zoro shook his head and said, "No need. I slept enough during the day. I wonder how Lin Hai, still dreaming, would feel if he knew Nami regarded him as a role model." Chapter 60, Who Did It Today's voyage went smoothly, with no bad weather encountered. At this moment, the sky was already bright, and Nami and Vivi were chatting at the railing on the 2nd level of the ship. Vivi pointed to where Lin Hai was sleeping not far away and asked, "What are they doing over there?" Nami shook her head and replied, "Who knows? As long as they don't cause trouble, we shouldn't pay them any mind." Vivi expressed concern. "Lin Hai is sleeping over there. Should we send him a blanket?" Nami replied, "No need to bother with him. That guy is as strong as a monster. By the way, should we go check how my new clothes look?" Although it was a question, Nami had already pulled Vivi into the room. On the deck, after Usopp and the others finished their tasks, they tried to suppress their laughter and began fishing. Time passed, and finally Lin Hai woke up. Another day waking up to my own handsomeness. Just after muttering that, Lin Hai sensed something was off. This feeling was indescribable. It turned out that the few guys fishing quietly on the side were too silent. Unusually so. Lin Hai had no intention of paying them any mind, but just as he was about to head to the kitchen to find something to eat, Zoro came out of the training room. As soon as Zoro saw Lin Hai, he couldn't hold it in anymore, bursting into laughter. "Ha ha! Lin Hai, puzzled, asked, "What's so funny?" Just as Zoro was about to say something, Sanji rushed over and covered Zoro's mouth, saying, "Nothing, you're awake. You must be hungry. Everything is in the kitchen." This was really baffling. As Lin Hai entered the kitchen, he could still hear faint laughter from outside the ship, which didn't feel right. So, Lin Hai came out of the kitchen and said, "What's so funny?" "And nothing. We were just telling jokes." Yeah, Usopp's joke was really funny. Seeing the strange expressions on these people, Lin Hai was truly speechless. Could it be that they were dazzled by his handsomeness? Better go ask Nami and the others. When Nami and Vivi saw Lin Hai's appearance, they both burst out laughing. "Ha, Lin Hai, what happened to you?" "Ha ha, I can't take it anymore." Lin Hai was completely confused and quickly grabbed a mirror from Nami's room to look. "Cough cough, what's with these 6 whiskers? Which bastard painted me like a big calico cat?" Wow, it really is lifelike, even more real than the real thing. What amazing painting skill. Damn it, instantly. The Mary echoed with Lin Hai's furious voice. "Who did this?" A moment later, on the deck, Lin Hai said, "Come on, who painted this?" "Not us," everyone said in unison. Lin Hai shook his head. "Luffy, it must be you, especially those whiskers. That's clearly your style." Luffy retorted, "Nonsense, I only drew the eyes." Realizing his slip, Luffy quickly covered his mouth. Lin Hai turned to Sanji and asked, "It was your idea, right?" Sanji feigned ignorance. "What idea?" Lin Hai shook his head. "I had several pictures of beautiful women I wanted to show you, but it seems you don't need them anymore." Sanji quickly pointed at Usopp, saying it was Usopp's idea. He drew most of it. Usopp exclaimed in horror, "You guys!" At once, Lin Hai shouted, "Zoro, bring me my 40-meter-long saber." Hearing Lin Hai's words, Luffy's eyes lit up. 40-meter-long saber? "Zoro, hurry and show me." Usopp cried out, "You idiot. Lin Hai is going to use the sword against us." Luffy exclaimed, "Nanny, no." Usopp's eye twitched. He was truly speechless at Luffy's antics. Meanwhile, Zoro looked completely confused. 40-meter saber? If there was one, how come I didn't know? Lin Hai, annoyed, said, "It's that kitchen knife next to you." Upon seeing the kitchen knife, Luffy scoffed, "What? I thought there really was a 40-meter-long saber." Usopp weakly said, "Luffy, can you please not have such a rich expression?" Of course, Lin Hai was just scaring them. He would never actually attack. After the commotion, Lin Hai suddenly remembered the reward he received at Whiskey Peak, the essence of the Dugan 9 swords. The Dugan 9 swords emphasize cleverness and counter-thinking, which is a direction in swordsmanship, but it is not Lin Hai's swordsmanship. Because in this world, if you lack strength, no matter how clever your techniques are, you will either be chopped away or your sword will be broken. True skill is about returning to the most basic movements. Of course, this basic movement is completely different from that of a beginner. It requires observing a large number of techniques, gaining rich experience in actual combat, and continuously practicing to form muscle memory in order to achieve simplicity in the great way. Currently, this is Lin Hai's understanding of swordsmanship. Although he cannot reach the level of simplicity in the great way, he can definitely handle Zoro. Thus, Lin Hai began practicing his chopping movements on the deck, repeating them over and over. Lin Hai then discovered that the direction of his chop always deviated from what he expected. This was a matter of proficiency. After watching for a long time, Zoro couldn't help but come forward and ask, "Are you practicing swordsmanship?" Lin Hai nodded, "Yeah." Zoro asked curiously, "Can such a simple chop improve swordsmanship?" Lin Hai chuckled. "Everyone's understanding of swordsmanship is different. Think about the day you fought with Mihawk. No matter how flashy your techniques were, Mihawk could defeat you with just a simple sword strike. Why is that?" Zoro asked curiously why. Lin Hai replied, "Strength, speed, perception, proficiency, and so on. You'll understand eventually, but I still suggest you learn how to cut iron first." Zoro nodded thoughtfully and then returned to his training room. Why does Lin Hai want to practice swordsmanship? Because the space fruit is highly compatible with swordsmanship. Moreover, his saber, the Galfong, is simply too cool. The space fruit is different from the surgery fruit, although both establish spatial fields. The physical strength required for the surgery fruit is definitely greater than that of the space fruit. Furthermore, the development directions of the two fruits are different. The space fruit focuses on unpredictable attacks and evasions, while the surgery fruit focuses on medical skills. The two cannot be compared. Some readers have reacted that the space fruit is a lower-tier fruit compared to the surgery fruit. The author clarifies that this is not the case. With that in mind, Lin Hai opened the system panel. Flamboyant system host. Lin Hai physique. Level 7, top level 10. Observation Haki. Level 2 armament Haki. Level 2 Conqueror's Haki. Level 3, capable of freely controlling and intimidating targets. Intimidation effect enhanced depending on the host's spirit. Weapon, Gaofeng, indestructible. Normal form, comparable to supreme great swords, depending on the host's abilities. Summoning form, comparable to divine artifacts. With great lethality, easily damaging the environment. Use with caution. Skill 1-1. Establish spatial fields, spatial exchanges, spatial barriers 2. One sword style 3. Spatial slash, advanced application of spatial fruit, depending on physical strength. Skill 2. Duga 9 swords, inspired, system store, now open, flamboyant coins. 2153rd stage Conqueror's Haki. Is this a qualitative change of Haki? If I raise it another level, can it wrap around like Conqueror's Haki? If I wrap Conqueror's Haki around the sword, wouldn't that be Roger's move, God's Avoidance? Lin Hai secretly chuckled. God's Avoidance should require extremely high swordsmanship. Just having Conqueror's Haki wrapped around doesn't necessarily mean one can perform God's Avoidance. It's too simplistic to think that way. I should still focus on honing the basics. Lin Hai should now be considered a great swordsman. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Download the Goodread novel app. The web provides you with the fastest crossover of pirates. I have flamboyant system updates. Chapter 60 free reading. Who did it? Chapter 61. Hilarious daily life. The sea breeze occasionally swept across the ocean with the occasional sound of seagulls, and everywhere was a shade of blue. After a while, people inevitably became bored and restless. After a noisy quarrel, Luffy and the others all went to rest. As there was still quite a distance from Whiskey Peak to Little Garden, just as Lin Hai was about to take a short nap, Sanji ran over with a sneaky look. Lin Hai, filled with confusion, whispered, "What's going on? Why are you acting so secretive?" Sanji tightly clasped his hands and said awkwardly, "Didn't you just say you have beautiful girl photos? Hurry up and show me. How can such good stuff be enjoyed alone?" Lin Hai laughed and said, "I was just teasing you. I'm a serious person." "Huh." Sanji instantly changed his expression and said, "So you were lying to me? How despicable. Do you know how long I've been looking forward to this, and then you tell me you don't have any?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes and replied, "If I didn't say that, how would you tell the truth?" Their voices gradually grew louder, making everyone curious to come and watch Lin Hai and Sanji. But Sanji was so furious that he didn't even notice the people around. At this moment, Sanji retorted, "You're shameless, you're disgusting, you're unreliable." Lin Hai was also angry and shot back, "Where am I shameless? Where am I disgusting? Where am I unreliable?" Sanji said, "Where are you not shameless? Where are you not disgusting? Where are you reliable?" TCH. After saying that, both of them turned their heads to the side at the same time. Luffy, who was watching from the side, was full of questions. What are they doing? Usopp quickly shook his head, and Zoro glanced over, thinking it was too embarrassing. At that moment, Vivi and Nami were blushing as they watched Sanji and Lin Hai. Vivi turned to Nami and weakly asked, "Are they arguing over those photos?" Nami was speechless, thinking, "There's a princess here. Can you two not be so embarrassing?" Realizing their actions, Lin Hai and Sanji exchanged glances and quickly put their arms around each other. Lin Hai said, "So, how did we perform just now?" After saying that, Lin Hai secretly nudged Sanji. Sanji raised an eyebrow and laughed. "You were just performing a skit, definitely not looking at any beautiful girl photos." After saying that, Sanji nudged Lin Hai back. The crowd couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their eyes. "Did you still need to explain? Everyone heard what you just said." Unexpectedly, Sanji answered like this. Lin Hai whispered, "You idiot, still talking about beautiful girl photos, ISNT that like pulling down your pants to fart?" With that, Sanji quickly separated from Lin Hai, angrily shouting, "What did you say?" Lin Hai didn't care anymore and retorted, "I said you're an idiot." As soon as he finished speaking, the two started fighting. For a while, it was kicks and punches, creating quite a commotion. Luffy excitedly shouted, Yeah, kick, faster. Hey Sanji, why aren't you using your hands?" At that moment, Sanji got punched in the corner of his eye by Lin Hai. Though he wouldn't get hurt, he now had a panda eye. Sanji quickly said, "Stop, no hitting the face." Lin Hai replied, "Okay, I won't hit anymore." Sanji angrily said, "No way. I want to hit back." Lin Hai hurriedly hid behind Nami and Vivi, saying, "Nami, aren't you going to do something? Sanji wants to hit people." Vivi's face turned red instantly. Nami turned to ask, "What is wrong, Vivi?" How could Vivi say anything? She quickly replied, "And nothing's wrong." At that moment, Luffy said, "I know." Lin Hai just touched Vivi's hair. Usopp nodded, "I saw it too, Lin Hai, you pervert." The ship suddenly fell silent, and then smoke seemed to rise from the top of Vivi's head, her face turning as red as if it were about to ripen. "Lin Hai!" Nami and Sanji shouted at the same time. Lin Hai also got angry and shouted, "Damn straw hat, and long nose, what big truths are you saying? I'm going to fight you." "What did you say? You dare insult my straw hat?" "Lin Hai, you bastard, stop bringing up my nose." "Ah." Lin Hai is hitting people. In an instant, the ship became chaotic. Zoro leaned against the railing and couldn't help but mumble, "What a noisy ship." It was unclear how much time passed, but after some commotion, everyone lay on the deck, gasping for breath. After a while, everyone exchanged glances and burst into laughter, pointing at each other. At this moment, Lin Hai, Luffy, and Sanji all had messy hair, and notably, Sanji had a panda eye that contrasted sharply with Usopp's one-sided panda eye. Lin Hai couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, Sanji, you're just too handsome. This fits your image perfectly." Sanji complained, "Luffy, we're on the same team. Why are you messing up my hair?" Luffy, looking confused, said, "Didn't Lin Hai say he and I are on the same team?" Usopp retorted, "Can you be consistent? We're a group, but you're teaming up with Lin Hai against me." Nami and Vivi, watching from the side, covered their mouths and chuckled. Hee. Looking at the ridiculous group, Nami said with a smile, "What a bunch of idiots." At this moment, Vivi noticed Zoro, who was bleeding from his nose on the side, and asked with concern, "Zoro, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Zoro quickly turned his face away, secretly resolved that someday he would definitely chop that bastard Usopp. If Usopp knew, he would definitely shout in protest, as it was actually Sanji who kicked Lin Hai and accidentally kicked Usopp into Zoro. At that time, Zoro was sleeping, and Usopp's head had bumped right into Zoro's nose. Just then, Lin Hai quickly took out a mirror and a comb, standing by the railing and stylishly styling his hair. As soon as Luffy saw Lin Hai doing his hair, he immediately joyfully said, "Lin Hai, give me a hairstyle too. But I don't want that slick-back hairstyle from last time. I always felt that one wasn't great." Lin Hai spat on his hand and stylishly slicked his hair back, then said, with such a handsome me, "I don't know how many ignorant girls will go crazy for me again. Being handsome is also a crime. I don't want to hurt them." Everyone couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their eyes. Sanji, who had originally wanted Lin Hai to do his hair too, was horrified to see Lin Hai spitting on his hair. Sanji instantly shivered, deciding to do it himself. That was too disgusting. On the other hand, Luffy didn't mind, as Lin Hai had done his hairstyle before. At this moment, Luffy was looking forward to what kind of hairstyle Lin Hai would give him. It would definitely amaze everyone. Thinking of this, Luffy hurriedly urged Lin Hai to quickly give him a different hairstyle. Seeing Luffy approach, Usopp quickly said, Hey Luffy, Lin Hai is using his own spit." Lin Hai shot a glare at Usopp. Usopp instantly exclaimed, Lin Hai's gonna hit someone again." The internet provides you with the fastest way to traverse pirates. I have a flashy system update, Chapter 61, Hilarious Daily Life free to read. Chapter 62, Luffy's new hairstyle. Zoro, who was planning to continue sleeping, suddenly became interested when he heard Lin Hai was going to style Luffy's hair. After all, Lin Hai's stylish sidebar hairstyle looked really good. With this thought, Zoro's mind started racing. Should he grow his hair long too and get a hairstyle? No way. Zoro knew his hair was green, and if it got long, wouldn't it look like a hat? For some reason, Zoro felt a deep malice from some world and quickly dismissed the idea of growing his hair long. He continued to sleep soundly. Meanwhile, Lin Hai was examining Luffy from all angles. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Are you really sure you don't want that slick-back hairstyle?" Luffy nodded and replied, "I don't want it anymore. I can't see much hair around my eyes. It doesn't have that flowing feeling. Can you design a new hairstyle for me?" Lin Hai nodded and said, "A flowing feeling? That's easy." Saying this, Lin Hai quickly bought some gel and a battery-operated hairdryer from the flamboyant system. Originally, Lin Hai wanted to style Luffy's hair in a slick-back style, but since Luffy wanted a flowing feeling, that was easy. After styling Luffy's hair, setting it with gel, and trimming a bit, he used the hairdryer to fluff up Luffy's hairstyle. A center-part hairstyle, allowing both of your eyes to see the hair. Isn't that flowing enough? Once done, Lin Hai took out a mirror and tossed it to Luffy. When Luffy saw his reflection, he gulped and exclaimed with shining eyes, "So cool, so handsome." Lin Hai slapped his forehead, realizing he had miscalculated. He helplessly said, "Luffy, if you just didn't talk, you could definitely charm a lot of beautiful girls, but once you open your mouth, it all falls apart. It's my fault for not accounting for your temperament." Luffy happily said, "Don't worry about those details. I want this hairstyle." After saying that, Luffy hurried off to show off to everyone else. At that moment, Sanji, who had just come out of his room, saw Luffy's hairstyle and exclaimed, "That hairstyle." Sanji wanted it too, but his own eyebrows were a hard flaw. Thinking of this, Sanji could only secretly envy and silently shed tears. Meanwhile, Usopp touched his curly hair and thought, well, never mind. When Vivi saw the different Luffy, she exclaimed, "Luffy, you look so much cooler." Luffy proudly said, "Lin Hai helped me with the hairstyle, and I'm very happy with it." Sanji, filled with jealousy, couldn't help but say, "Lin Hai was right. This hairstyle doesn't match your temperament." Just a moment ago, Sanji actually kicked himself? Thinking of this, Usopp retorted, "Are you jealous of his hairstyle?" Sanji angrily said, "Say that again? Do you believe I'll hit you, you long-nosed freak?" Usopp replied, "Do you want to fight?" "Zoro, go." Zoro rolled his eyes and said, "If you want to fight, you go yourself." Just then, a shadow appeared in the distance, indicating they were about to reach their destination. Nami interrupted everyone's squabbling and quickly said, "Everyone, we're almost at the little garden. Get up and get to work." Oh, everyone immediately perked up. Soon, the Mary sailed into the stream of Little Garden, and a cool breeze enveloped them. Luffy excitedly exclaimed, "Everyone, do you feel a sense of adventure?" Roar! Suddenly, the low growl of a beast echoed in their ears, and everyone turned to look in that direction. Oh no, how could there be a tiger here? Lin Hai had only seen tigers in photos and on screens before. He had never seen a real one. Lin Hai immediately excitedly said, "Luffy, how about we make it our mount?" "Mount?" Nami and the others exclaimed. Usopp held Lin Hai's face and pointed at the fierce-looking tiger, saying, "Are you seeing clearly? How can such a dangerous tiger be a mount?" Lin Hai confusedly replied, "We just ride on its back. What else do you want?" Luffy nodded and said, "Then it's settled." Before he could finish, everyone felt a giant bird flying overhead. Looking up, "Oh no, is that a flying dinosaur?" Lin Hai's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "How could there be dinosaurs here? But this dinosaur seems to think we are food." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hai swiftly grabbed the massive flying dinosaur and brought it back to the ship. The weight caused the ship to sway. Usopp exclaimed, "Lin Hai, don't mess around." Nami and Vivi hugged each other in fear, crying out, "I want to go home." The tiger on the shore was stunned by Lin Hai's actions for a moment before quickly fleeing. At this moment, Luffy pouted and said, "Lin Hai, why are you messing around? I wanted to ride on its back." Lin Hai rolled his eyes at Luffy and then said to Sanji, "Sanji, it's time to show your skills." "Nanny, no way, Lin Hai, are we eating this? Hey, this is too reckless." Lin Hai speechlessly said, "If you have the guts, don't eat later. If you want to eat, don't complain." Sanji's cooking was indeed impressive. This kind of ingredient, which he had never seen before, now looked so delicious and fragrant. Just as Lin Hai was taking a bite, he saw Luffy, who looked like a starving ghost, and couldn't help but retort, "No one is competing with you for food. There's plenty left. Can you show some restraint?" Usopp angrily said, "Luffy, you're stealing my food again." Luffy mumbled with his mouth full, "Oh, this is so good." Zoro took a bite of meat and a sip of wine, satisfied, saying, "I didn't expect this meat to be so delicious." Sanji laughed and said, "There's plenty more. Take your time." Just as he finished speaking, Sanji carefully placed the selected meat in front of Nami and Vivi, saying, "Miss Nami, Princess Vivi, this is the best. Please try some." Luffy hurriedly said, "I want some too." Sanji kicked him away, saying, "This isn't for you." However, what everyone didn't know was that the aroma of the meat was so enticing that it attracted some creatures they had never seen before. In the ship's hull, Zoro paused his food and said, "Did you guys hear some sounds?" Lin Hai nodded and said, "A formidable creature is coming. From its aura, it's very strong." Nanny. Chapter 63. One Sword Style, Foolish Slash. When everyone heard Lin Hai say that the opponent was very strong, they truly believed it. They all put down their food and could faintly hear the sound of the earth shaking. Soon, everyone walked out of the ship's hull to the deck. At a glance, they saw a gigantic figure approaching. "Is it a human?" everyone exclaimed. Nami and Vivi had already embraced each other and cried out again, "I want to go home." Meanwhile, Usopp and Chopper lay on the deck, pretending to be dead. At this moment, Luffy exclaimed, "So big. Hey, are you human?" The giant smiled kindly and replied, "Are you asking me? My name is Broggy. I am from the giant race, so I guess I am human." "Wow." Luffy's eyes sparkled. "Are all the giants like you?" Broggy nodded. "Pretty much." "Are you passing pirates? Are you having a feast?" From far away, I could smell the aroma of meat. Sanji immediately went to the kitchen, took out a large piece of meat, and threw it to Broggy. Cough, cough. That little bit of meat, isn't even enough to fill his teeth. At this time, after swallowing the meat, Broggy asked, "Did you bring any wine?" "I've been here for over 100 years, and I really want to drink." Zoro exclaimed, "Over 100 years? How old are you?" Broggy laughed. "I'm over 150 years old. It's been so long that I forgot the exact age. Haha." Sanji couldn't help but ask, "Do the giants live this long?" Broggy replied, "Under normal circumstances, the average lifespan of a giant is about 3 times that of your kind." Luffy's eyes sparkled. just about to say something when Lin Hai interrupted. Are you counting households? Since this old man Broggy is so kind, let us have a feast together. Duan. Before Lin Hai could finish his sentence, someone hit him hard on the head. Lin Hai angrily shouted, "Who hit me?" Nami put her hands on her hips and said, "It was me. Speak politely. Don't call him an old man. Mind your manners." Broggy waved his hand and laughed. "It's fine. Pirates should be a bit more carefree. Besides, I really am much older than you, haha." Lin Hai directly took out a large barrel of wine from his space and threw it over to Broggy, saying, "Catch." After Broggy caught the barrel, he curiously asked, "Are you performing magic?" Luffy explained with a smile, "Lin Hai has eaten a devil fruit and has powers." "Sanji, let us have a feast." Sanji's eye twitched. "A feast? Where's the food?" Broggy, being quite understanding, noticed the situation on the Straw Hat ship and said boldly, "I'll treat you to roasted meat. I'll go catch some prey first, then we can have a feast together." After saying that, Broggy pointed to a nearby volcano. "How about we gather there later?" Zoro replied, "Then we'll go catch some prey too." Lin Hai turned around and said, "Usopp, move all the wine on the ship over there. It's feast time." Luffy excitedly said, "Feast, feast. Let us have a feast." At this time, Vivi said, "What about the ship if we all go over there?" Lin Hai waved his hand. "You all go. I'll stay here to watch the ship, but you have to come back later to switch with me. I still want to see the dinosaurs." Although Lin Hai really wanted to go now, he let them hone their skills. After all, if Lin Hai was always around, how would they grow? At this moment, Zoro said, "Then I'll trouble you. I'll switch with you when I come back." The reason Lin Hai chose to stay was that he suddenly had inspiration about the application of the space fruit's spatial barriers. From this understanding, Lin Hai vaguely sensed that his affinity for the space fruit had increased a bit. At this time, without opening a spatial field, Lin Hai directly drew his sword and slashed a few times in the air. Sure enough, it worked. Before Lin Hai appeared several space barriers the size of bricks. He happily jumped up to see if he could stand on them. And as he expected, he could stand on them, but after 5 seconds, this spatial barrier would disappear. For a moment, Lin Hai happily played around, and then, unknowingly, Lin Hai began to climb up as if on a ladder. When he finally reacted and looked down, he was startled by the height. Damn! Indeed, after being startled by the height, Lin Hai's heart became chaotic, and a gentle breeze blew him off from the high point. After sitting up again, Lin Hai couldn't help but start thinking, if I don't use a sword to cut and create spatial barriers, how should I do it? Because this move is definitely a show-off weapon when the enemy is unaware. Just now, he was feeling his connection with space, and using a sword could only cut so little. If I don't use a sword, room, spatial barrier, in the spatial field, Lin Hai sensed for a long time, and only then did he realize that he was indeed a space person, just like Luffy is a rubber person, and Katakuri is a mochi person. Developing to a high level, they are all extraordinary existences. Of course, the space fruit is the most bizarre. After a long time, Lin Hai finally grasped a bit of the truth. Without using a sword, Lin Hai finally could condense spatial barriers the size of bricks. But he couldn't condense too many at once, and the range of condensation couldn't be larger. After all, he just learned it. Just as Lin Hai was about to get up and play around again, he suddenly realized that after all this time, doesn't this resemble the Navy's moonwalk? Forget it. Although it looks similar, it's still showy. The moonwalk requires constant stepping, while Lin Hai's doesn't need that, right? Just then, Lin Hai suddenly noticed the sky had darkened. Looking up, it turned out a giant dinosaur was treating him as food. This is outrageous. Therefore, Lin Hai drew his sword and pointed at the dinosaur, saying, "Why don't you stay on the ground as a fossil and come looking for death?" As he spoke, Lin Hai prepared his starting stance. Then, with a fierce glare, a powerful Conqueror's Haki enveloped the dinosaur. Lin Hai shouted, "One sword style, foolish/dragon slayer," using the Conqueror's Haki to stun the dinosaur first. Then, quickly slashing, there was no problem. Clang! In an instant, a white light flashed, and the sword energy pierced through the dinosaur's neck, then dissipated in the distance. Thus, while they were having a feast, Lin Hai was also having his own feast. Chapter 64. Uncle takes you to see goldfish after filling up and resting under a tree by the stream. Lin Hai suddenly sensed something was off. Damn it, how long has it been? Why hasn't that guy Zoro come back to switch with him yet? Lin Hai was startled. Who is Zoro? Zoro is a person who doesn't even know the way home. Lin Hai quickly activated his observation Haki to check the situation over there. Sure enough, it was just like in the original story. Those two giants, one had been ambushed, and the other was pinned to the ground by Mr. 3's wax abilities. Meanwhile, Zoro, Nami, Sanji, and Vivi were about to be turned into wax figures. Interestingly, Luffy was sitting there leisurely drinking tea with that little sister, Mr. Golden Week. It seems Luffy had fallen under Golden Week's fruit ability, which should be an emotion fruit, giving him the power to control emotions, right? Lin Hai couldn't sit still anymore. He had to hurry over to help them out. Who knows if they would manage to turn the tide? Before this, Mr. 5 initially didn't dare to confront Lin Hai, but this time was different. This time, with Mr. 3's strategy and abilities, he dared to act against the Straw Hat crew again. At the same time, he was also aiming to collect the bounty on those two giants, which was a hefty 200 million berries. After all, Mr. 5 also wanted to redeem himself and not be hunted down by the senior agents of Baroque Works, right? At this moment, Mr. 5 and Valentine's Day were chasing after Usopp, who was riding quickly in another part of the jungle on a giant candlestick. Zoro and the others were stuck with their feet fixed by wax, unable to move. Not far from the candlestick, two giants were lying on the ground. The giant Dory had passed out after drinking the bomb-laced alcohol that Mr. 5 had given him, compounded by being seriously injured in his duel with Broggy. Seeing this situation, Broggy, pinned to the ground by Mr. 3's wax ability, couldn't help but feel angry. These people are so despicable, using such methods. Mr. 3 couldn't help but mock and boast. You fools, everything relies on brains, you know? As long as you use your brain, you can beat you. Why should we clash head-on with you? Haha. At this moment, Sanji, with his hands in his pockets on the candlestick, said, Luffy has fallen for Golden Week's trick again, and we can't move. Is this it? I never expected we would end up defeated here. Zoro raised his sword and said, Defeated here? If we can't move our feet, then let us just chop them off. After all, I must win. Nami exclaimed, Are you crazy? If you chop off your own foot, how will you fight later? Lin Hai, come save us. I don't want to die like this. Vivi added in panic. I absolutely cannot die here. Alabasta is still waiting for my return. Lin Hai, what are you doing? Sanji pondered. He wouldn't be sleeping on the ship like some idiot, would he? Nami gasped. There is indeed that possibility. What should we do? Looking at the terrified expressions of the people on the candlestick, Mr. 3 felt a different kind of pleasure and excitedly said, Yes, yes. Make as painful an expression as possible. The expression of painful struggle is the art I pursue. Freeze in fear. Nami retorted, Don't get too cocky too soon. You pervert. Once Lin Hai discovers the situation here, you'll be in for it. He is a hot-tempered guy. Sanji nodded. I agree with that. Oh, what do you agree with? At this moment, Lin Hai donned a wig, wearing a long robe and floating in the air with a high wind, appearing aloof and untouchable. In an instant, Lin Hai's ethereal appearance attracted everyone's attention. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a flashy operation. Rewarding the host with a book on basic sword techniques in midair, Lin Hai spat secretly. What does the flashy system look down on? Basic sword techniques? Hurry up and play with it. Is there anything more satisfying than showing off? Before long, Nami, coming back to her senses, joyfully exclaimed, Lin Hai, you bastard finally came. Come save us. Vivi tearfully said, Lin Hai, you finally came? Sanji jealously spat. Here he goes again with the act. Zoro, speechless, said, Stop posing and destroy that spinning candlestick up there. Mr. 3 was terrified to see Lin Hai floating in the air. You, how can you float? What kind of monster are you? Hearing Mr. 3's words, Zoro and the others finally realized that Lin Hai was indeed floating. Hey, can a space fruit do such things? They didn't know what tricks Lin Hai was using, but it was indeed terrifying. Nami and Vivi looked at Lin Hai like this, unsure what to say, now completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Luffy, who was drinking tea with Golden Week, wanted to shout something, but the emotion fruit made his thoughts completely contrary, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Golden Week stared blankly at Lin Hai, momentarily forgetting what to say, even dropping her teacup to the ground without realizing it. Seeing their reactions, Lin Hai felt very satisfied, not letting down his initial burst of inspiration and hard-earned training. At this moment, Zoro saw Lin Hai still strolling in midair and couldn't help but feel annoyed. I said, Lin Hai, hurry up and chop that spinning candlestick down. Stop showing off. These guys actually still have the face to call for help. Mr. 3's group could only be considered trash among the New World pirates. They were about to be completely wiped out. Thinking of this, Lin Hai mischievously said, Weren't you chatting quite happily over there? And how could I destroy Mr. 3's pursuit of art? Right, Mr. 3? Mr. 3, gripped by fear of the unknown, quickly used his trump card, employing his wax abilities to create a giant wax robot. Lin Hai didn't plan to attack him first. It would be better to let him arm himself before taking action. At this moment, Lin Hai swiftly appeared right in front of Mr. Golden Week. Looking at the little sister sitting there wearing a hat, Lin Hai extended his hand and said, "This lovely little sister, how about becoming my daughter, my partner?" Mr. Golden Week finally reacted and fearfully replied, "This uncle, who are you? What do you want? Don't come over." Ha ha. This Uncle Sanji on the candlestick almost burst out laughing. Cough, cough. It's obvious that the guys on the candlestick were mocking him. Forget it. Let us go with Uncle. Lin Hai quickly adjusted his mindset and said again, "Little sister, I have many beautiful goldfish on my ship. How about I take you to see them?" Baftaha Sanji on the candlestick, now laughing to the point of tears. Truly didn't he expect Lin Hai to be so shameless, even tricking the little sister into seeing goldfish. Cough, cough. Zoro, who originally wanted to maintain his image, finally broke down after hearing Lin Hai's words. Meanwhile, Vivi and Nami's cheeks flushed simultaneously. This damn Lin Hai was truly too shameless. The web version is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Goodread novel app. The fastest updates for crossing the pirate world. I have a flamboyant system are provided for you. Chapter 64. Uncle takes you to see the goldfish. Free to read. Chapter 65. The misery of Mr. 3. It was another round of mockery. Before the journey, those old-timers used this trick when picking up girls, didn't they? Is it really that funny? Can't you see Lin Hai is inviting his partners? Those guys. Lin Hai was instantly furious and shouted, "Straw hat idiot. What the hell are you doing there so leisurely? I traveled thousands of miles to come here, and you can't even make me a cup of tea?" Saying this, Lin Hai get Luffy asai. At this moment, Mr. 3, who had finished preparing, sneered, "You really underestimate people, don't you? How do you not take me seriously?" D. Iron Fist. Just as Mr. Golden Week was about to take action, clang, a flash of white light appeared, and Mr. 3's self-proclaimed steel-like armor instantly cracked, leaving Mr. Golden Week stunned. Lin Hai did not intend to take Mr. 3's life. After all, from the original work, Luffy's escape from the underwater prison and the rescue of Ace had a part that involved him. So this was a bit mysterious. However, not taking his life didn't mean he wouldn't teach him a lesson. Room. Zoro and the others were instantly switched to Lin Hai's side. At this moment, Lin Hai was feeling dark and angrily said, "Whatever you're unhappy about, vent all on him." Zoro and the others originally wanted to settle accounts with Lin Hai because it was so simple to rescue them. Yet this damn Lin Hai had to wait until now to save them, making them suffer for nothing. But unhappiness aside, the root cause of this incident was Mr. 3. So let's beat him up first. Seeing the anger in their eyes, Mr. 3 trembled in fear and said, "What do you want to do? Don't come over here. If you do, I'll fight back." Sanji was the first to strike. "Oh, so you're going to fight back, huh?" With that, Sanji kicked out. Mr. 3 quickly activated his defensive technique, swinging his arm, candle wall, Duan. Sanji felt a pain in his foot, as if he had kicked steel. Zoro said, speechlessly, "This guy has this move too. What now?" Mr. 3, hiding behind the candle wall, smugly said, "The hardness of my candle wall is comparable to steel, you guys." Before Mr. 3 could continue boasting, Lin Hai punched the candle wall directly, and it shattered instantly. Lin Hai grabbed Mr. 3 and threw him aside, venting all his frustration on him. Lin Hai pointed at Mr. 3 and said, "Brothers and sisters, give him a good beating." In an instant, Lin Hai, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, and Vivi all stomped on Mr. 3 as hard as they could. "I'll let you know. I'll let you be smug. Take this kick. Artist? What kind of artist are you? Trying to turn us into statues? You bastard, were you a bit too proud just now?" Mr. 3 hugged his head with both hands and said, "I'm sorry. Please spare me. I won't dare again." If saying sorry worked, what would we need police for? Hurry up and compensate us for the fright we just received. Spare you? Aren't you very powerful? Fight back, you bastard. You want me to show a painful, struggling expression, right? Pursuing art, right? Want us to freeze in fear, right? Who knows how long they beat him. But everyone's anger gradually subsided. It was only then they realized that Mr. Golden Week had already disappeared, while Luffy was watching Lin Hai and the others with a conflicted expression. Lin Hai walked over and wiped off the pattern on Luffy's back. Luffy immediately snorted 2 puffs of hot air from his nostrils. "Where's that stinky woman? I'm going to settle the score with her, Zoro said. "Calm down, Luffy. Let's deal with the candles on Uncle Kuroki first, and then there's Uncle Dory." At this point, Kuroki, who was lying on the ground, suddenly started crying because he thought Dory was dead. Lin Hai used his ability to pull Kuroki out and said, "Don't worry, he is not dead, just unconscious." "Really?" Kuroki asked excitedly. Lin Hai said impatiently, "Why don't you check his nostrils with your hand to see?" Before long, The giant Dory, as Lin Hai said, woke up, and the two big men hugged each other and cried loudly. Lin Hai couldn't take it anymore. What about the banquet? I haven't participated in it yet. So Lin Hai shouted at Broggy and Dory, you two have had enough. Crying for a while is enough. Why is it still going on? Broggy stubbornly said, what do you know? He's just too happy, wah. Damn. Broggy and Dory cried even harder, and their tears came crashing down on Lin Hai like a giant stone. In a moment of distraction, Lin Hai was drenched and became a wet chicken. Seeing the scene, the Straw Hat crew couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Hai didn't expect to be drenched by their tears like this, and immediately felt embarrassed and angry. What are you laughing at? What about the banquet? Didn't we agree to have a banquet? Nami stepped forward. What banquet? Vivi's country is in chaos. We need to hurry and take her back. We only came here for supplies. Lin Hai then realized that Nami was wearing a bikini on top and had a jacket over it, but the jacket wasn't even fastened. None of that was the main point. The key was that there was a red spot on Nami's lower abdomen. Lin Hai suddenly remembered that Nami had contracted a virus. Lin Hai was shocked and pointed at Nami's lower abdomen. What bit you here? Nami looked at her lower abdomen and casually said, it's nothing, just a bug bite. Just a bug bite? If I remember correctly, in this primitive jungle, Nami had already contracted a rare virus that seemed to not last more than 6 days. Because the 5th day was the day of death. Lin Hai quickly said, then we need to prepare supplies and set sail right away. At this moment, Dory had stopped crying and asked, aren't you the one who shouted about having a banquet? Now you want to set sail? Lin Hai nodded and pointed at Nami. It seems our navigator on the ship has contracted some kind of virus. We need to take her to see a doctor immediately. Some kind of virus? Everyone exclaimed. Nami laughed and said, are you making a big deal out of nothing? I just got bitten by a mosquito. Sanji asked, Lin Hai, are you cursing Nami? Luffy asked curiously, what is a virus? Vivi was surprised. Haven't you ever been sick? Usopp, Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy shook their heads in unison. We've never been sick. Nami and Vivi exclaimed, what kind of monsters are you? At this moment, Broggy said, I think Lin Hai is right. You should go see a doctor first. It's best if it's nothing, but what if it's a virus? Nami, who was originally unconcerned, suddenly became frightened after everyone said that. The internet provides you with the fastest access to One Piece. I have a flashy system update. Chapter 65, The Unfortunate Mr. 3 free to read. Chapter 66, The Stunning Sword. After a moment of fear, Nami quickly adjusted herself, waving her hand with a smile and saying, where would all those viruses come from? Let's just prepare the food and head to Alabasta. Vivi looked at Nami with some worry, and Nami laughed. How could something with such a small probability happen to me? Right, Vivi? Lin Hai couldn't help but interject. This is a primitive jungle. Rare viruses. Nami immediately retorted angrily. Can't you just keep quiet? Lin Hai quickly hid behind Zoro and replied, I won't, but you might. Nami's face darkened. Seeing the situation was off, Zoro quickly said, can you stop hiding behind me? At that moment, Dongli said, you saved us earlier, so let us help you. Luffy asked in confusion, help us? Broggy explained, there's a big creature lurking near these waters that usually swallows passing ships. Dongli echoed, but don't worry, with our help, you can just move forward without worrying about what's ahead. Broggy nodded, leave it to us. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, no need, I can handle it. If it dares to swallow our ship, I'll chop it up. Usopp exclaimed, Lin Hai, why are you always wanting to chop things? Can't you be less scary? Zoro laughed, I actually want to see Lin Hai use that move. Nami retorted, chop what? Every time Lin Hai messes with the currents, it just adds trouble for us. Broggy asked in confusion, that creature is really dangerous. Are you sure you don't need our help? Dongli added, since you've done us a favor, we want to repay you. Luffy smiled, no need to worry. Since Lin Hai says we don't need it, then we don't. He chuckled, I wonder what kind of adventure awaits us next? Then Lin Hai, Luffy, and Usopp linked arms, shouting, adventure, adventure. Duong. X3 Nami crossed her arms and said, come on. Hurry up and get that food on the ship. Lin Hai was really upset. Being humiliated in front of so many people every day was infuriating. So he muttered under his breath, this annoying woman. One day I'll make her belly big. Nami's face turned red, but she still said, Lin Hai, what are you saying? Speak up. TCH, does he think I'm stupid? She must want to hit me again. Soon, the Straw Hat crew all boarded the Mary, and after waving goodbye to Dongli and Broggy, the Mary had just set sail when a massive crab-like creature appeared ahead. This creature was more than twice the size of both Dongli and Broggy combined. On the shore, Dongli anxiously said, are they really okay? Broggy replied, let's trust them. I don't think Luffy is a liar, and I believe that Lin Hai is very strong. Seeing his friend say this, Dongli could only calm down and watch the situation unfold. However, Even though they said they would trust the Straw Hat crew, they felt like ants in front of that giant creature, which was quite worrying. Meanwhile, on the Mary, upon seeing such a large creature, Nami and Vivi hugged each other and started crying. What is that thing? Help, we're gonna be eaten. Usopp terrifiedly hid behind Zoro, exclaiming, Zoro, we're gonna be eaten. Think of a way. Zoro responded speechlessly. What can I do against something that big? Luffy shielded his eyes with one hand, looking at the giant crab-like creature and exclaimed, it's huge. Is that a crab? Sanji said blankly, if we could turn that into food. I wouldn't even know where to start. Just as Sanji was about to turn and ask what to do, Lin Hai had already begun to take action. At this moment, Lin Hai got into position and activated the summoning form of Galfoam. Suddenly, a spatial vortex appeared on Lin Hai's left side, and a stunning double-edged sword emerged from the vortex. Lin Hai grasped the handle. Room, armament Haki hardening. In an instant, everyone could see a stream of black gas emanating from Lin Hai's arm, spreading to the summoning form of Galfoam. Lin Hai's eyes widened as he shouted, Demacia! Clang! A powerful magical incantation accompanied by a clear sword sound reverberated through everyone's minds. The sound was deafening, as if Pangu was opening the heavens. At that moment, it felt like the sky had darkened. It turned out that the dazzling sword light from Lin Hai's slash created an illusion that the sky had dimmed. What shocked everyone even more was that the giant crab-like creature, which resembled several mountains, was directly split in half by Lin Hai's attack. Lin Hai had just executed a horizontal slash. He wasn't foolish. If he had made a vertical slash, it would have inevitably split the sea, causing turbulence and potentially dragging the ship in. At this moment, everyone was left speechless by the scene. Even Luffy was astonished by Lin Hai's sword, unable to close his mouth, with beads of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Although the creature before them was dealt with, the upper half of the creature, which was as large as several mountains, would fall due to gravity. Lin Hai cursed silently, realizing he had miscalculated, while a horizontal slash avoided turbulence. The falling debris would still cause turbulence. Lin Hai quickly turned to wake the dazed Nami. Nami, start directing. That thing is going to fall. Even if it doesn't hit us, it will create huge waves. Nami shouted, everyone, stop dawdling and get to work. After a long while, the sea finally calmed down. Broggy, trying hard to suppress his laughter, said, you might as well rest a bit longer before setting sail again. Indeed, after the upper half of the crab-like creature fell into the sea, it created waves, forcing the Mary to return to shore and wait for the sea to calm down before sailing again. Everyone was genuinely frightened by Lin Hai's display. First, they saw several mountain-sized objects flying through the air, and then they watched as those mountains came crashing down. Sanji angrily grabbed Lin Hai by the collar, saying, you idiot! Can you not be so scary? I thought I was going to be crushed. Nami directly punched Lin Hai on the head, complaining, is this what you call not causing trouble? Tell me, what kind of monster are you? How did you chop the huge thing down? Lin Hai, irritated, replied, stop nagging. Who knew that thing could be chopped so easily? I felt like I didn't even exert myself. Lin Hai's tone was just too infuriating, and thus, he was once again surrounded and beaten. Grass, you guys hit me again. We're partners. Why are you hitting my face? Dongli and Broggy, who were on the side, exchanged glances. Didn't they have something urgent and were supposed to set sail? What are they making a fuss about now? Oh dear, can you be a bit more mature? The web version of the chapter is slow. Please download the Good Read novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Good Read novel app. The fastest updates for crossing pirates. I have a charming system. Chapter 66. Stunning Sword is available for free reading. Chapter 67. Nami, you are sick and need treatment after saying goodbye to Dory and Broggy once again. The Mary was sailing on the vast ocean. Now the question arose. Luffy insisted on finding a doctor, while Nami firmly opposed it, and Vivi was torn on the side. This was because Vivi had just read the newspaper that Nami had given her. At this moment, Vivi said with great concern, everyone, originally the king's army had 700,000 against 400,000 rebels. But unexpectedly, 300,000 of the king's army turned against us. The situation has completely reversed. Nami comforted her, saying, Vivi, don't worry too much. We'll expose Crocodile's true nature in Alabasta as quickly as possible. That way, this war can be avoided, right? Vivi nodded and said, thank you. On the side, Luffy said, let's defeat Crocodile. Nami raised an eyebrow and angrily retorted, you've said that many times already. If you say it again, I will throw you into the sea. At this moment, Lehigh couldn't help but sneer. Are you two being too naive? That's a battle involving millions of people. Since there is a battle, there must be great contradictions. Do you really think Vivi's few words can avoid it? Vivi exclaimed, am I supposed to do nothing? Lehigh asked, do you have evidence that Crocodile is instigating trouble behind the scenes? Even if you do, you can't stop it. Vivi countered, that's impossible. As long as I tell my father and the rebel leader Koza about the information and evidence I've collected, they will definitely stop this turmoil. Lehigh laughed. You think too naively, don't you? What kind of contradictions and misunderstandings lead to a confrontation of millions? Putting that aside, let's make a hypothesis. If you tell your father about Crocodile's conspiracy, but Koza doesn't know, what will happen when they meet on the battlefield? Sanji tentatively said, decide with fewer people. Because of hesitation, we'll make this battle one-sided? Vivi was startled, but insisted, I will definitely meet Koza, and I won't let that happen. Hee. Lehigh was about to say something when Sanji said angrily, Lehigh, be gentler with ladies. If there's something to discuss, do it nicely, understood? Lehigh slapped his forehead and said speechlessly, I'm the one being angered by them. Think about it, even if Koza knows. What if he doesn't show up on the battlefield or has already been killed? What do you think will happen then? Also, Vivi, upon hearing about the impending events in Alabasta, is too simplistic. Can a war be resolved with just a few words? Vivi angrily said, so according to you, everything I do is meaningless? Nami rolled her eyes at Lehigh and comforted her. He actually wants to advise you to give up and return to Alabasta first, while we go find a doctor. Lehigh felt a bit confused, and after taking a deep breath, he calmly said, because the mastermind behind this incident is Crocodile, who has been plotting for so long, he must have a comprehensive plan. So if you rush back like this, you're directly falling into his trap. What I'm saying is that you should consider all these things clearly before going back. Don't end up unable to save others while also putting yourself in danger. Vivi calmed down and, after a moment of contemplation, said, so what do you suggest we do? Luffy said, we'll just go defeat Crocodile. Zoro said, defeating him is fine, but the situation in Alabasta hasn't been resolved yet. Usopp replied, so, does that mean we have to split up? Some people go find Crocodile, while others go stop the internal chaos in the Alabasta kingdom. Lehigh nodded, that is indeed a prudent approach. However, there are many high-ranking officials in Baroque works, and they might be lurking in Alabasta. How should we allocate our forces? Luffy said, leave Crocodile to me. Lehigh rolled his eyes. Crocodile is a Logia-type devil fruit user. You don't even know Haki yet. What are you going to do? Let me handle it. I'll take him down with one strike. Usopp exclaimed, Lehigh, can you not always talk about cutting people? Lehigh replied speechlessly, we're enemies with him. If I don't cut him, should I invite him for dinner? At this moment, Nami said, then it's decided. We'll set off for Alabasta first, and after we dock, we'll split up to act. Vivi expressed her gratitude. This matter originally had nothing to do with you all, but has dragged you in. Lehigh said nonchalantly, no need to be polite. These are matters for after we land. After saying that, Lehigh pointed at Nami and said, the most important thing right now is to find a doctor. Nami, you are sick and need treatment. Duong. Nami punched him, and Sanji also kicked Lehigh. Sanji said, you guy, you're cursing Miss Nami again. Nami replied, speechlessly, I told you I'm fine, I'm fine. Before she finished speaking, Nami suddenly felt the world spinning around her and then collapsed. Seeing this, Vivi quickly helped Nami up. The others looked at Lehigh in surprise. Lehigh rolled his eyes and said, did I say something wrong? What a bunch of idiots. Usopp exclaimed in horror, Lehigh, you really can curse people? Luffy shouted, oh no, Nami has been cursed by Lehigh. Nami, are you okay? Don't die. Lehigh replied speechlessly. Didn't you notice Nami had an abnormal wound on her abdomen? Saying this, Lehigh lifted Nami's shirt and saw some black spots on her abdomen. He pointed there and said, see, Nami must have contracted some kind of virus. We need to find a doctor quickly. No way. It really is as Lehigh said. She really is in danger. Nami can't just die like this, right? No. Nami, we need you, don't leave us. Vivi angrily said, everyone be quiet. We need to help Nami back to rest first. Nami weakly said, wait, this wind is a bit unusual. Quickly turn left. Sanji replied, leave it to me. Just as they were helping Nami back to rest. Everyone looked in horror at the horizon. There, a tornado with a diameter of nearly 700 meters was forming. This scene shocked everyone, and they couldn't help but look at Nami with admiration. If they had been a few seconds late, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At this moment, Usopp noticed Lehigh taking a fighting stance and asked, Lehigh, what are you doing? Lehigh said irritably, that tornado just now was trying to kill us. I want to cut it. Duong. Lehigh was once again beaten up by the group. You want to cut it again? Why do you always like to cut things? Can you stop cutting for once? You idiot. Do you still think the water flow isn't big enough? If you cut it again, we'll really have a shipwreck. At this time, Zoro asked, Nami, please tell us the direction we should sail, and then go rest properly. Nami weakly replied, let's sail in this direction. If the weather changes, let me know. Lin Hai stopped Usopp and the others' actions, stood up and asked Nami, are you planning to go directly to Alabasta? Let's find a doctor to treat our illness first. The webpage chapter content is slow. Please download the Good Reading Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Good Reading Novel app. The fastest crossover pirate updates are provided for you. Chapter 67. Nami, you're sick and need treatment. Free reading. Chapter 68. Tao Rhythm under repeated reminders from Lin Hai. Everyone understood a principle. If they didn't first cure Nami's illness, they would only be aimlessly drifting on the Mary in the ocean. If another storm came, it was unimaginable. Therefore, everyone agreed to find a doctor first, which was at the nearby magnetic drum island. After arranging Nami comfortably, Vivi stayed to take care of her, while everyone else, except Lin Hai on the deck and Zoro taking a short rest, rushed into the kitchen to eat. Sitting on the deck, Lin Hai noticed a problem. Why couldn't he treat others with the same kindness as Luffy and the others? Cough, cough, that's a problem. It seems there's a long way to go. Bored, Lin Hai leaned against the railing and began practicing the expansion training of spatial barriers. What if he turned it smaller and used it as a bullet? He couldn't shoot, nor was he like Kizaru with his light fruit. So he gave up on that idea. After all, there was still observation Haki, which seemed somewhat impractical. So how should he develop it? Attack, evade, and escape. Let us develop these three aspects first, combining spatial abilities with attack methods, using martial arts with spatial abilities, and for escape, that would rely on developing the spatial fruit. Lin Hai didn't plan to waste time thinking of flashy moves. Too many moves might look impressive, but if not mastered, they'd be useless against a skilled opponent. Wasn't that deceiving himself and wasting time? Lin Hai suddenly realized that he thought he could stop learning, but it turned out he not only had to think, but also had to train his body. At that moment, Sanji came out of the kitchen and saw Lin Hai playing with those transparent objects, asking, your last air step, could it be that you borrowed those things? Lin Hai nodded. Yeah, want to try playing with them? Sanji felt a strong malice in Lin Hai's eyes and quickly waved his hands. No need, they're all eating. Why aren't you? Before he finished a sentence, he saw Lin Hai holding out dinosaur meat he brought from the small garden and exclaimed, your spatial fruit is too perverted. But how long can food stay fresh in your space? Lin Hai replied, while eating it won't spoil. At this moment, Vivi, who came out of Nami's room, shouted, not good, everyone, Nami has a fever of 40 degrees. Sanji was instantly horrified. What did you say? In an instant, everyone rushed into Nami's room. Luffy, rarely worried, said, Nami, wake up, you can't die. Sanji, with tears streaming down his face, said, Miss Nami, how did he get sick? I always give you the best parts of the food. I've given him all the spoiled ones. Everyone's faces darkened. What a beast. Seeing the room in chaos, Nami couldn't help but sit up and weakly said, I'm okay. It's either heat stroke or the thermometer is broken. How could a person have a fever of 40 degrees? By the way, the ship's course is fine, right? Vivi replied, no problem. We'll reach Magnetic Drum Island tomorrow. Nami, you have to hold on. At this time, Lin Hai stepped forward to check Nami's pulse. Everyone's faces instantly showed joy. Lin Hai knows medicine. Zoro couldn't help but ask, Lin Hai, you could take pulses too? Luffy's eyes sparkled. Lin Hai, so you're this amazing. Usopp exclaimed. This guy Lin Hai has nothing but advantages except for his flaws. Seeing Lin Hai so serious, Sanji stepped forward to ask, did you see anything? Vivi joyfully said, if you can treat her, can we skip going to Magnetic Drum Island? Lin Hai replied irritably, can you all be quiet? I just want to see how Nami's pulse differs from ours. Do I know medicine? Go play somewhere else. Everyone's faces darkened. Sanji angrily said, you bastard. If you don't know how to treat her, let go of Nami's hand. Lin Hai ignored the others and said to Nami, Nami, you should lie down and rest well. Later, let Vivi prepare some warm water to wipe your body. This can help reduce your temperature and make you feel better. Nami weakly replied, thank you. Sorry for the trouble, Vivi. Vivi shook her head. Why are you being so polite? At this moment, the others were full of doubts. Would that really reduce the fever? Just then, Lin Hai stood up and wrapped his arms around Vivi's waist. Under the confused gazes of everyone, Lin Hai gently said, Princess Vivi, let us ignore them. I'll take you to see the goldfish, okay? Nami, who had just lain down, found her face becoming even hotter. Vivi was stunned for a moment, then visibly, a blush crept up her cheeks, turning them red to her ears. Sanji glared at Lin Hai, letting out a beast-like roar. Zoro slapped his forehead, feeling how could there be this guy on his ship? Ha ha! Luffy pointed at Lin Hai and laughed heartily. Lin Hai, you're just too interesting. At this moment, Vivi awkwardly replied, could you let go of me? I need to get water to wipe Nami's body. Okay. Lin Hai let go and pointed at everyone. What are you all doing in the room? Do you know medicine? Get out of here and stop being a hindrance, TSK. The few looked at Lin Hai's back, then exchanged glances. Just as Lin Hai arrived on the deck and lay down to continue studying his spatial fruit, everyone suddenly rushed over. Lin Hai exclaimed, what do you want to do? What do you want? To beat you up. Isn't this guy the most concerned about his hairstyle? We're going to give him a new one. You not only held Nami's hand earlier, but even dared to wrap your arms around Princess Vivi's waist. I'm going to fight you. Lin Hai refused to beg for mercy. You guys remember this? Ah, I know I was wrong. After everyone made a fuss for a while, the sky suddenly started snowing. Luffy exclaimed with excitement. Lin Hai, quickly take out that sweet thing from last time. Let us eat ice cream again. Usopp said, not yet. There's only a little snow. It can't be formed. Lin Hai glared at everyone and took out his fishing rod to start fishing. Luffy and Usopp exchanged glances, thinking, will there be fish to eat later? That is better than ice cream. However, after quite a while, Luffy, full of confusion, said, Lin Hai, you're so bad today. I caught fish, and you haven't caught a single one. Lin Hai mysteriously said, what do you know? I'm comprehending the Tao rhythm. Tao rhythm? It sounds very impressive. Everyone looked at Lin Hai curiously. Zoro also stopped sleeping and curiously walked to Lin Hai's side to ask, can you explain in detail? Chapter 69. Daily flirtation, what to say? Should he tell them that Lin Hai was just wondering why Wei Wei's skin was much whiter than Nami's? But how could he explain that now that it had been brought up? Ahem. Lin Hai adjusted his posture and looked into the distance with a mysterious expression, saying, the way that can be spoken of is not the eternal way. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Luffy and Usopp didn't understand what Lin Hai was saying, but they felt an inexplicable sense of awe. Come on, keep going. Lin Hai was quite conflicted. Back in school, he only remembered that one phrase about the way. What came after? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he became energized. Ahem. Lin Hai continued, actually, I said something profound that you wouldn't understand. So let me explain it in simpler terms. It means to sit here and feel the subtle changes in the environment, thereby understanding the laws of all things in motion. At this moment, Sanji came over, biting a cigarette, and joked, what you just said is basically nothing, right? Damn it. Sanji was forcing him to come up with something clever. So, Lin Hai continued to look into the distance, took a drag from a cigarette, and slowly said, absolute motion and relative rest explain that motion is irreversible. Time is merely a conceptual representation of motion, meaning that to go back to the past. At this point, Lin Hai couldn't continue. He originally wanted to say that going back to the past was impossible, but if he guessed correctly, this world had the time fruit, right? How absurd. Hearing Lin Hai stop talking, Zoro, full of curiosity, asked what happens next. Ahem. Lin Hai replied, what else is there? Living in the present is the most real. Everything else is just fluff. Is that it? Just that? The crowd scoffed and walked away. Just as everyone was leaving, the flirtation system suddenly chimed in. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining a personal understanding of the rules. The backpack space is now open to the host, and only the host can freely enter and exit. Freely enter and exit? A place for escaping from danger? What nonsense. Suddenly, overjoyed, Lin Hai lost his balance and fell off the railing. Damn. Splash. The few people nearby saw Lin Hai suddenly fall into the sea and were confused. Luffy wondered, that scream was Lin Hai's, right? Sanji took a deep breath of smoke and asked, did he jump into the sea because we looked down on him? Usopp said, Lin Hai shouldn't be that fragile, right? Zoro, speechless, said, stop talking, let's see if he's okay. At this moment in the sea, several fish were biting at the bait on Lin Hai's fishing rod, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't catch it. And now the culprit had fallen into the sea. So a group of fish swam over, ready to slap Lin Hai with their tails in revenge for being teased earlier. That's right, earlier when Lin Hai was fishing, he was practicing his observation haki, teasing those fish with the rod. Now, having fallen into the sea, Lin Hai saw those fish daring to provoke him. So he gave them the middle finger, although the fish didn't understand what that meant. They could feel that the human in front of them was insulting them. Thus, a group of fish rushed over, ready to beat up Lin Hai. Fortunately, Lin Hai was changing himself and firmly decided not to kill, quickly adjusting his mindset, then made a face at the fish. This only angered the fish more. On the snowy sea, near the Thousand Sunny, a man was swimming quickly, with a school of fish chasing behind him. On the ship, Luffy's eyes lit up as he watched this scene, exclaiming, I want to swim with Lin Hai so badly. but unfortunately, I can't swim. Hey, let's play this game too. Everyone, are you bored, you idiot? Sanji kicked Luffy and then turned to Zoro, puzzled. What's Lin Hai doing? Zoro replied, are you an idiot? Lin Hai is being chased by a school of fish. Usopp nodded thoughtfully. Lin Hai sometimes causes more trouble than Luffy. Even the fish would have beat him up? Luffy stood at the railing, excitedly saying, silly fish, you can't catch Lin Hai, ha ha ha. Lin Hai, swimming in the sea, turned to Luffy and replied, of course not, I'm the swimming champion. Stupid fish, haven't you eaten? Come chase me, The fish thought, this human is so annoying, it's infuriating. Why can't we fish swim faster than this human? Is he a fisherman? No, he doesn't have any fish traits. Forget it, let's catch him first. At this moment, on the ship, Zoro heard Lin Hai call himself a champion and was about to jump in to compete with him when Sanji stopped him. Sanji was exasperated. You're still going down? Don't cause more trouble. After being chased by the fish for a long time, Lin Hai finally used his ability to return to the ship. At the railing, he found that the school of fish was still lurking below, eyeing him. So, Lin Hai began to mock the fish again. Singing dandansin, la 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 demacia, la la la, lua lua. For a moment, Luffy and Usopp joined in, singing and dancing along with Lin Hai. This scene made Sanji and Zoro's eyes twitch. After a while, Lin Hai unzipped his backpack and aimed it at the fish. The fish thought, what is he going to do? I don't know, hey? What is that? Oh no, is that a gun? I've seen humans use guns before, but this. Quick, scatter. At that moment, Vivi happened to pass by and saw this scene, instantly screaming, which startled Lin Hai, causing him to fall into the sea again. Fortunately, Lin Hai's ability was useful. As soon as he returned to the deck, Vivi blushed and approached him, asking, are you okay? Lin Hai waved his hand. What could happen to me? Feeling water on his face, he then pulled Vivi's skirt to wipe his face. Vivi immediately covered her skirt and screamed again, while Sanji began to transform into a beast and roared in the corner. Lin Hai said in frustration, Vivi, as a princess, you should be calm and composed. Can you stop being so dramatic? Vivi replied, aren't you cold in that short sleeve? It's snowing now. Upon hearing Vivi's words, Luffy and Usopp shivered. Beer, it's so cold. X2 Sanji exclaimed, you guys just realized that? Meanwhile, Lin Hai, sitting on the ground, only felt a bit chilly before. But now, reminded by Vivi, he said cold? It really is a bit cold. Sanji turned around and exclaimed, so you just realized it too? Lin Hai took a few steps forward and suddenly remembered the school of fish he had just teased. He exclaimed, stinky fish, don't run away. I'm not done playing yet. Sanji shouted again, are you an idiot? The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Goodread novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates for crossing the pirate world. I have a flamboyant system, Chapter 69, Daily Flamboyance, for free reading. Chapter 70, Swallowing the Sun and Moon. Nothing is unswallowed the next day. The Mary finally arrived near Drum Island, and to everyone's surprise, the Mary was surrounded by numerous ships. Thanks to Lin Hai's reminder, everyone noticed the situation at hand. Not far away, on one of the ships, stood a person whose height was almost equal to his width, holding a knife with roast meat on it, eating and then swallowing the knife as well. Lin Hai on the Mary turned to Luffy and said, Luffy, that guy can eat even more than you. Luffy exclaimed, is that guy a monster? He even eats knives. At this moment, Walpo said, Muhaha, are those pirates ahead? I am King Walpo of Drum Island, and now this ship belongs to me. I'm so hungry. Luffy protested no. Seeing Walpo about to take action, Lin Hai quickly said, wait. Lin Hai subtly signaled everyone to pay attention, then turned to Walpo and said, Honorable King Walpo, I am your loyal follower. You're hungry, right? Let me treat you to something delicious. How about it? Luffy looked at Lin Hai with disdain. What is Lin Hai doing? Is he really that annoying guy's loyal follower? Is this true? Sanji told Luffy, don't be foolish. Let's see what Lin Hai is up to. Walpo originally planned to wait for the other side to oppose him, then jump onto the Mary and eat their ship. But suddenly someone claimed to be his loyal follower and wanted to treat him to food. Curious, Walpo decided to see what this person wanted. Walpo said, treat me to food? Lin Hai nodded, yes, I've heard about you before. You can swallow the sun and moon. Nothing is unswallowed, right? Nanny, exclaimed the Straw Hat crew. Luffy's eyes sparkled as he asked, really? Swallow the sun and moon. Can you show us? Zoro pulled Luffy back, speechless. Enough already. How could that even happen? At this moment, after hearing Lin Hai's words, Walpo was stunned for a moment, then laughed, Muhaha, swallowing the sun and moon. Nothing is unswallowed? That's a fitting description. I allow you to be my follower. By the way, what are you going to treat me to? I'm just hungry right now. Mu, ha. Lin Hai said, yes, King Walpo. All you need to do is look up at the sky and open your mouth. And food will come right away. Muhaha. Walpo questioned, will that really work? Nevertheless, Walpo did as instructed. Room. Suddenly, a wooden barrel appeared above Walpo. This wooden barrel looked quite interesting. Usopp remarked, why do I feel that barrel is very familiar? Zoro replied, I feel the same way. Sanji suddenly remembered and exclaimed, isn't that our toilet? Could it be? Everyone realized what Lin Hai was planning and shivered. However, Walpo, despite hearing their words, had already swallowed the entire barrel. Then, his face began to contort. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a flamboyant operation, rewarding the host with a chance to nauseate the opponent. What the reward was didn't matter. At this moment, the most important thing was to be happy. Clap, clap, clap. Seeing Walpo swallow the barrel, Lin Hai started clapping. He sighed while clapping. So impressive. So impressive. Walpo, you truly are one who swallows everything. Unparalleled in history. Luffy pointed at Walpo with a face full of fear and said, that guy just ate our nighttime stuff. He's really something, ugh. Ugh. Everyone felt nauseous. Walpo glared at Lin Hai with a dark expression and said, you brat, you're done for. Before he could finish his sentence, Walpo was kicked away by Lin Hai. Then everyone could still hear Walpo's voice echoing, I'll be back. Back on his ship. Lin Hai saw everyone staring blankly at him and said, my temper has improved. I didn't chop him up, so why are you all looking at me like that? Sanji exclaimed, is that the point? What you did is even crueler than chopping him up. Usopp nodded. Lin Hai, you really need to change your temper. We have no grievances with them. Luffy chimed in, Lin Hai, don't mess around, okay? Lin Hai rolled his eyes, what is wrong with you guys? We are pirates. Do I need to check if he is a good person before I beat him up? This is ridiculous, tisk. At this moment, Vivi stepped forward to explain. Everyone, if Lin Hai hadn't chased him away just now, he would have eaten our ship. Eat our ship? X3 Vivi nodded. Walpo is a user of the swallow fruit. And I heard that not long ago, Walpo was attacked by a group of pirates, and he fled this country with his army. He must have come back and ran into us. Ahaha. Luffy suddenly laughed. So that's how it is. Lin Hai, you really are a good person. Sanji pondered, by the way, what about our toilet tonight? Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. Why don't you go ask Walpo for it back? Zoro lauget, Lin Hai. You can kick him over to Walpo too. Before Zoro could finish, Sanji retorted, what did you say, you bastard? Zoro shot back, do you want to fight? Lin Hai sighed, everyone, it's urgent to find a doctor for Nami, so can you all act mature for once? You are the least qualified to say that. Everyone retorted. Soon, the Mary sailed into the coast of Drum Island. Looking at the people on both sides of the ice mountain, all of them had disgusted expressions, making everyone on the Mary feel tense. Pirates, are you the garbage sent back by Walpo? Pirates, get out of this country. You are not welcome here. Yes, you pirates are the worst trash in the world. Get out of here. Luffy on a Mary wondered, why do they hate us so much? It seems that Blackbeard had attacked here once, and on top of that, Walpo had caused chaos in this country, then abandoned the people to become a pirate. But what does that have to do with Lin Hai? However, thinking of Nami on the ship, they couldn't resort to violence, even though Lin Hai wanted to strike. After doing so, who would take them to find a doctor? Even if they found one, would the doctor be willing to help? This risk couldn't be taken. At this moment, Luffy said, even though we are pirates, we mean you no harm. One of my friends is sick. Bang! Get out. There's no doctor here. Yes, all the doctors have been taken away by Walpo. It was truly impossible to communicate. The web version is slow. Please download the Good Reading Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Good Reading Novel app. The fastest updates for crossing the pirate world. I have a flirtatious system are provided for you. Chapter 70, Devouring the Sun and Moon. Everything can be devoured. Available for free reading. Chapter 71, Crying for Yubei. A gunshot rang out, and the coast immediately fell silent. Luffy and the others couldn't help but feel their hearts race. At that moment, the bullet was aimed at Princess Vivi. However, Princess Vivi was not injured, as the bullet had been blocked by Lin Hai, who was standing nearby. At that time, Lin Hai held the bullet in his hand and said slowly, in the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible. Spitting, Lin Hai quickly changed to a friendly smile and said to the shocked crowd, everyone, let's talk nicely. This bullet is so dangerous. We mean no harm. Lin Hai felt helpless and could only kneel down and say, my partner is sick. She could die at any moment. After finishing, Lin Hai began to cry. Oh, please let us take her to see a doctor. Cough, cough. Why is he crying like that? Where are the tears? Hey, where are the tears? At this moment, Vivi also knelt down and said, we are not here to invade the island. We just want to take the patient to see a doctor. At that moment, a person walked out from the crowd. He was Dalton, the former captain of the Magnetic Drum Island Guard, and now the spokesperson for the island's residents. Dalton stepped forward and said, "Okay, you can come ashore." Lin Hai suddenly remembered that Dalton recognized Princess Vivi. So, did all the things he did just now go to waste? Forget it. Let's save Nami first. With Dalton as a guarantor and Vivi being the princess of Alabasta, the local residents allowed the Straw Hat crew to come ashore. Lin Hai was quite suspicious that he had knelt for nothing. How absurd. Inside a house, Dalton said, "All the doctors here have been taken away by the tyrant Wapple. There is only one left. She lives over there, an altitude of nearly 4,000 meters U." Following Dalton's gaze, Luffy said, "I see. Then we can only take Nami to find her for treatment." Dalton said, "But you need to be careful. There are vicious Lapins on that snow mountain," and Lin Hai waved his hand and said, "Thanks for the reminder. Nami's illness can't be delayed. I need to take her there immediately." Vivi asked who will take Nami. Lin Hai said, "Do I need to say?" "Of course it's me." Luffy said, "I'll go with you." Facing Nami's life and death situation, Sanji dared not make any more trouble. In the end, Lin Hai carried Nami on his back, and everyone used ropes to secure Nami to Lin Hai's back. At this moment, the weak Nami weakly asked, "Sorry for the trouble." Lin Hai laughed and said, "What are you talking about?" After that, Lin Hai said to Luffy beside him, "Let's go." Nami, because she was treated a day earlier than in the original story, wasn't as sick yet and could still speak. In the original story, Kureha would go to the residents for medical treatment, but now it's all different. Even if Lin Hai remembers these details, he doesn't dare to wait idly. Don't argue. Watching Luffy and Lin Hai leave, Vivi couldn't help but worry. "Are they really okay?" Sanji replied, "Don't worry. Although they usually act silly, they are quite reliable when it comes to serious matters." Usopp nodded and said, "We know how strong Lin Hai is, Vivi, so just relax." Vivi nodded and said, "Yeah." On the snowy slope, Lin Hai and Luffy were running, and Lin Hai said with a smile, "Luffy, if we encounter Lapins or something later, you have to protect us. Okay?" Luffy laughed and said, "No problem. Leave it to me. By the way, are we really going up there?" Lin Hai looked at the towering mountains in front of him and felt speechless. Lin Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I don't know how long we have to run. The environment here is too harsh." Muha! At that moment, Wapple, riding a moose, caught up with them. Wapple arrogantly shouted, "You two bastards in front, stop right there." Lin Hai and Luffy exchanged glances, and Luffy asked, "Who is he?" Lin Hai shook his head and then looked at Wapple and asked, "Who the hell are you?" Wapple angrily replied, "You're really a bold and rude guy. I am the king of this country, and I now declare your death sentence." Luffy asked in confusion why. Wapple replied, "That guy carrying a woman just now fed me the kind of thing on the ship. It made me so mad. So you better stand still and accept your death." Lin Hai laughed and said, "Feeding you something is a crime? How ridiculous." Wapple angrily said, "But what you fed me was." Lin Hai smiled and said, "You should say it out loud. How would I know if you don't?" "Damn it." Wapple ordered his two subordinates, "Kill them for me." Just as Luffy was about to retaliate, Lin Hai said, "Let me handle this." Cough cough. ISNT, it's just a matter of glaring. While running, Lin Hai said, It's a pity that I have such talent, but can't find the words to describe it. It's truly a tragedy of language. Damn." Before he finished speaking, a Lapin, a huge rabbit creature, appeared ahead. Luffy said, "Leave it to me." Before Luffy could make a move, Lin Hai used his Conqueror's Haki to stun them. Lin Hai said helplessly, "Luffy, our goal is to take Nami to find a doctor. Don't do unnecessary things, okay?" Luffy rolled his eyes and said, "It's all your fault. You're too despicable." Cough cough. Lin Hai said, "Do you feel it's getting colder?" Luffy nodded and said, "I feel it. The wind up here is so strong." Lin Hai said, "Yeah, I feel really cold. Forget it. Saving Nami is the priority." Originally, the two were chatting while running, but as they ran higher, their words gradually decreased because a blizzard was blowing on the slope. After a long time, they finally discovered a huge stone wall in front of them. Cough cough, a 90-degree one. "What do we do now?" After a moment of silence, Lin Hai said, "I can go up. What about you?" Luffy said, "I can too." Their brains were frozen and not functioning normally. They only had one thought left, which was to get Nami to the doctor named Kureha. At this moment, Lin Hai turned his head and said, "Nami, are you awake?" Nami weakly replied, "Yeah, I'm awake." Lin Hai wanted to put Nami down, but Luffy asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Lin Hai explained, "I want to use my spatial ability to run up directly, but I'm afraid Nami can't hold on to me, so I plan to take off my clothes and use them as a rope." Luffy stopped him and said, "Take off my clothes instead." Lin Hai replied, "Just don't die." Luffy responded, "How could that be possible?" "I won't die." After Luffy secured Nami properly, Lin Hai said, "Nami, when you see anything later, don't scream. If you're scared, just close your eyes, okay?" Nami replied, "Mm." The web version's chapter content is slow. Please download the How You a Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the How You a Novel app. We provide you with the fastest updates for Crossing Pirate. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 71. I'll cry for you for free reading. Chapter 72. Don't run. Monster, the user of the surgery fruit, needs to perform physical operations to swap objects in the spatial field, but Lin Hai doesn't. The spatial fruit can completely utilize spatial swapping within the spatial field. If there were no restrictions in the ability field, it would all be in an awakened state. These things inherently have significant loopholes, so please define reasonably and don't criticize harshly. At this moment, Lin Hai opened a spatial field with a radius of 600 meters, and then he and Nami instantly appeared at the top of the spatial field, standing on a temporarily created spatial barrier. However, the wind nearly blew Lin Hai off. The wind was just too strong. After adapting, Lin Hai began to exert his abilities again. Fortunately, Lin Hai had previously learned how to use the spatial barrier without opening the ability field. If he hadn't developed this ability back then, once the spatial field closed, they would have fallen. At this moment, Lin Hai was standing on the spatial barrier with the wind blowing from left to right, and he directly opened a spatial barrier on his right shoulder to stabilize himself. Lin Hai couldn't help but think that he was indeed a genius in the pirate world, an irreplaceable fresh flow. Meanwhile, Nami, who was on Lin Hai's back, was awakened by the wind speed. When she opened her eyes, she exclaimed, "Oh, thank goodness. We didn't fall." Lin Hai said with frustration, "Nami, close your eyes and don't distract me. Do you want us to fall?" Nami replied in fear, "I can't help it. I can't help it." To be honest, Lin Hai was also very scared. In front of him was an endless giant pillar with fierce winds blowing, and below was a sea of white snow. If they fell, Lin Hai quickly dismissed such thoughts and hurried to get Nami up. Luffy was still below. Above the giant pillar, there was a reindeer, Chopper, who was gazing into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. Suddenly, he saw a man carrying a woman appear in front of him. For a moment, Lin Hai and Chopper exchanged glances, and then Lin Hai said, "Are you a doctor? Can you help me check on her? She is not doing well." Chopper looked at the human in front of him, expressionless, but there was no feeling of disgust or fear. He could somehow sense the urgency in Lin Hai's tone. Chopper replied almost unconsciously, "Oh, okay." Turning around, Chopper noticed that Lin Hai wasn't following him, but was putting the woman down from his back. Chopper quietly watched until he discovered that Lin Hai was about to jump down. Chopper immediately exclaimed, "I agree to help her. Why are you thinking of jumping?" Seeing the now small Chopper tightly hugging Lin Hai's thigh, preventing him from jumping down, Lin Hai gently patted Chopper's head and said, "There's another person down there. I'm going to pull him up." Chopper was confused. Without giving Chopper time to ponder, Lin Hai said, "Her condition can't be delayed. She is infected with a rare virus. You need to save her quickly, and I'll come find you later." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hai disappeared from the open space. If it weren't for the woman lying in the snow, Chopper would have thought he was dreaming, using his abilities to descend. Lin Hai found that Luffy's willpower was no joke. In the blizzard, he saw Luffy, dressed in thin clothes, slowly climbing up. Lin Hai suddenly remembered that he had clothes in his spatial backpack. If he gave Luffy clothes, would he come back and beat him up later? At that moment, Luffy saw Lin Hai standing in the semi-space, and his eyes lit up. "Hey, Lin Hai, take me play?" "Idiot," Lin Hai said speechlessly. "Is this the time to play? I brought you over. Don't move around." "Really? Hurry, pull me over," Luffy said, unconcerned. After Lin Hai used the spatial field to swap Luffy over, Luffy exclaimed, "Straw Hat, I shouldn't have trusted you." After some painful operations, Lin Hai finally pulled Luffy up to the top of the giant house, which was outside the castle. Luffy looked at Lin Hai, who was gasping for breath in the snow, and complained, "Lin Hai, you're so inconsiderate. Was that so exhausting? Let us hurry and check on Nami." Lin Hai was really annoyed. Luffy kept shouting around him, exclaiming how fun this was and how fun that was. More amusingly, Luffy wanted Lin Hai to take him to play on the clouds. Were clouds? As a devil fruit user, he wasn't afraid of drowning. Lin Hai stood up weakly, directly using armament Haki to tap Luffy's head. "I really suspect your grandpa's habit of hitting people was caused by your dad." Luffy covered his head in confusion. "My dad? Do I have a dad?" "Ha ha ha," Lin Hai said speechlessly. "If you don't have a dad, how would you appear in this world? Did you pop out a rock?" Seeing Luffy's expression, it was clear he wanted to claim he might have popped out a rock. Lin Hai had no choice but to forcefully shut his mouth and release observation Haki, to locate Nami. At this moment, Kureha, the only doctor on Drum Island, was finishing diagnosing Nami when the sudden appearance of two people startled her. Lin Hai introduced, "Hello, doctor. My name is Lin Hai. This is Luffy. Is she okay?" Kureha shook her head. "Where have you two been? How did she get this virus? This virus has already gone extinct. If I didn't have the antibodies here, she would really be out of luck." Luffy immediately stood up and bowed to Kureha. "Thank you." At that moment, the now small Chopper peeked out from beside Kureha, exchanging a few glances with Luffy. Luffy excitedly turned to Lin Hai and asked, "Is this a raccoon?" Chopper retorted, "I'm not a raccoon. I'm a reindeer." Saying this, Chopper proudly displayed the antlers on his head. Chopper's display only heightened Luffy's curiosity. Luffy's eyes sparkled as he said, "Reindeer, that's so interesting." After that, he turned to Lin Hai and said, "Hey Lin Hai, he just spoke. Is he a monster?" "No way. I want to invite him to be my partner." "Don't run, monster, be my partner." Upon hearing Luffy call him a monster, Chopper immediately felt dejected. However, seeing Luffy rush towards him, wanting to make him his partner, no way. He, Chopper, was a monster. How could he be friends with a human? "Whoa, don't come over." Chopper ran away, while Luffy began to chase him relentlessly. "Cough, cough." Lin Hai awkwardly said from the side, "It's too quiet here. It would be nice to have some excitement." "Don't you mind?" Kureha shook her head. "Chopper has been hurt emotionally. If you can heal him, I certainly wouldn't mind." Lin Hai smiled and said, "That's simple." After speaking, Lin Hai turned to Chopper's direction and shouted, "Don't run, monster, you're surrounded." Kureha rested her hand on her forehead, thinking what a couple of noisy little brats. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Goodread novel app. The website provides you with the fastest updates for crossing the pirate world. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 72. Don't run, monster, free to read. Chapter 73. The sadness of the blue-nosed after undergoing treatment. Nami woke up in a daze, fragments of memories flashing through her mind. That strong man had carried her all the way up from the mountain. Nami remembered how fierce the wind had been at that time. Even though she was dressed very warmly, she still felt the cold in her stupor. Thinking of this, Luffy and Lin Hai must have suffered a lot too, right? However, when Nami thought of Lin Hai's inappropriate behavior and how he often put his arms around girls' waists, she couldn't help but scoff. At that moment, Kureha entered the room and saw that Nami was awake. She said, "Oh, you're awake. If I'm not mistaken, you've been infected with this virus for 2 days, right?" Nami nodded, "Yes. Thank you for saving me." Kureha waved her hand. "You don't need to thank me. I expect a reward for saving you. By the way, how did you get infected? This virus only appears in the primitive jungle, and your wound is on your abdomen. Did you wear a revealing outfit in the jungle? That shouldn't be possible. Who would be that bored?" Hearing this, Nami awkwardly interrupted, "Doctor, we're the two people who brought me here. Are they okay?" Mentioning those two, Kureha exclaimed, "Those two are really energetic. They climbed to over 4,000 meters and still haven't rested. They're playing with my chopper right now." "Chopper?" Nami asked. Kureha explained, "It was a guy named Lin Hai who handed you over to him. He's also a doctor, and now your two companions are insisting that Chopper become their partner." Nami curiously asked, "Did Chopper agree?" Kureha shook her head. "It's not that easy. Chopper has a psychological issue that I haven't been able to treat for years." Nami said, "Can you tell me about him?" Kureha explained, "Chopper was born with a blue nose." "Blue nose?" Nami interrupted. Kureha nodded. "Chopper is a reindeer. Because his nose is blue, he was seen as a monster by the herd, until one day he accidentally ate the human fruit, allowing him to walk on 2 legs, and from then on, he was abandoned by the herd." Kureha sighed and continued, "That wasn't the worst part. What hurt him the most was the doctor who adopted him, Dr. Hiralik. Hiralik entered Chopper's heart and illuminated his life. Unfortunately, Hiralik later died from the poison that Chopper had given him. Since then, Chopper's heart, which was once open to humans, closed up again. At that moment, Chopper, who had been listening at the door, recalled his past. Hiralik only had 10 days left to live, but after taking the medicine Chopper gave him, he was left with only half a day. Because of this incident, Chopper always believed he had caused the death of his savior. Wah wah wah. "Dr. Hiralik." The crying voice at the door interrupted Kureha and Nami's conversation. Seeing Chopper crying, Kureha couldn't help but scold. "Hiralik never blamed you for that incident, so why are you crying?" Chopper replied, "Dr. Kureha, I. At this moment, Nami gently said, "You must be Dr. Chopper, right?" "Dr. Chopper?" Chopper froze for a moment, pointed at himself bashfully. "Me? Are you talking about me?" Nami nodded. "Yes, thank you for saving me." "Hey," Chopper stammered. Even if you say that, I won't be happy. Nami silently thought, isn't that very happy? Realizing this, Chopper quickly hid and then peeked at Nami, only to scare himself and run outside. Kureha slapped her forehead. Do you see the situation now? Chopper is very resistant to strangers. Outside, Chopper bumped into Lin Hai and Luffy. Lin Hai said, speechlessly, Chopper, stop running. I feel like you're not a reindeer. You should be called a mouse. Chopper, who was about to flee, stopped and turned around. What did you say? Lin Hai spread his hands and explained. You run away like a mouse running from a cat whenever you see a person. Aren't you a bit too timid? Chopper exclaimed in anger. I'm not a mouse. I'm a reindeer. Before he could finish, Chopper was caught by Luffy, who immediately exclaimed with sparkling eyes, Lin Hai, I caught him. Indeed. Chopper hadn't interacted with people for so long that he couldn't communicate. At this point, they could only use forceful means to communicate with Chopper. Lin Hai made a mischievous expression and said, Keep running, you damn reindeer. You made us search for you everywhere and exhausted us. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hai lay down to sleep, coughing, using Chopper as a pillow. At that moment, Chopper was both surprised and delighted. He was shocked to encounter strangers, but happy to be able to be so close to humans. As for how to communicate with Chopper, Lin Hai didn't think he would have that kind of innocent intention. Seeing himself being pinned down, Chopper panicked. Let me go, who? Luffy helplessly said, Chopper, be my partner? Chopper replied, this can't be. Luffy asked in confusion, why not? Chopper replied matter-of-factly, because you are humans, and I am a reindeer. How could we possibly be partners? Luffy said, stop the nonsense. Come out to sea with me. Adventures are really interesting. The vast blue ocean has many fun things. Chopper hesitated, but Lin Hai said speechlessly, are you still a man? Why are you being so indecisive? Chopper exclaimed, weren't you going to sleep? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Sleep? In this cold? Do you want to freeze me to death? By the way, why don't you come with us to the sea? Only then did Chopper start to voice his concerns. Don't you find it strange? I have a blue nose and antlers. I clearly look like a reindeer, but I walk on 2 legs, and I can even speak human language. Don't you think I'm a monster? Lin Hai placed a hand on Chopper's shoulder, amused. Is that all? You don't know that there are fur tribes on the sea, which are talking animals, and they aren't enemies of humans? Also on Fishman Island, there are mermaids whose upper bodies are human, but lower bodies are fish. I say, Chopper, your worries are just due to your narrow experiences. A real man should go out to sea and have some fun. Really? Chopper and Luffy looked at Lin Hai with sparkling eyes, causing Lin Hai's eyelid to twitch. What is up with this straw hat? Didn't he just invite Chopper onto his ship? Why is he admiring him now? Can't he be a bit more professional? Muhaha. At this moment, the voice of Walpo echoed not far away, and everyone's attention was inevitably drawn to it. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Good Reading Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Good Reading Novel app. The website provides you with the fastest updates for crossing the pirate world. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 73, The Sadness of the Balloon Nose, available for free reading. Chapter 74, What are we waiting for? Set sail. Muhaha. Walpo said while sitting on the hippo, those straw hat bastards and that annoying guy, you actually dared to sneak away while I was asleep. Now you all better accept your judgment. Muhaha. Ignoring Walpo's words, Lin Hai turned to Luffy and said, that guy's mount seems pretty meaty. How about we have a barbecue later? Barbecue? Luffy instantly drooled and nodded eagerly. Sure. Your barbecue is the best. Lin Hai quickly stepped aside, exclaiming, can you not be so disgusting? Wipe your drool, will you? Afterward, Lin Hai took out some sugar and sprinkled it on the snow, then tossed 1 snowball each to Luffy and Chopper. Chopper looked at the snowball in his hand, puzzled. What is this for? Luffy grinned. Chopper, this snowball is really tasty. Go on, eat it. Chopper licked it and exclaimed, wow, it's delicious. So sweet. Nearby, Walpo's hippo was confused. Is it raining? I thought it was snowing. Why is there water? Oh, it turns out Walpo was drooling while watching. However, after being reminded by his 2 henchmen, Walpo quickly reacted and angrily said, you bastards dare to ignore me. Walpo turned to his subordinates and ordered, add 2 more laws to this country. Not sharing food with the king is a crime, and not listening to the king is also a crime. Chopper, realizing this, angrily shouted, what do you bastards want now? Lin Hai stepped forward to stop Chopper and said to Walpo, Walpo, listen up, we are pirates. Hand over your mount for us to barbecue. Or I'll have Luffy and Chopper knock you out. Muhaha. Walpo sneered. You little brat really doesn't know when to quit. You have some guts. Meramon and Jess. Get them. Kill them. After receiving the order, Walpo's 2 capable subordinates, Meramon and Jess, immediately attacked. In this situation, it should be handled by Luffy. If it were Lin Hai, he wouldn't achieve the purpose of fighting alongside Chopper. After all, to make Chopper his crew, he should get familiar with him first, right? It was expected to be pleasant, but reality. Luffy half squatted down, one hand on the ground, and shouted, "Jet pistol!" Walpo felt like two things flew past his peripheral vision, and when he reacted, he quickly yelled, "Meramon, Jess, where did you go?" Luffy flashed a sunny smile and replied, "I just knocked them away." Chopper's eyes sparkled, so cool. Because everything happened too quickly, Walpo couldn't respond in time and disbelievingly said, "Stop boasting, straw hat bastard. What did you do to them?" Lin Hai face-bombed. "Hey, we were supposed to fight together, and this is it?" However, Lin Hai noticed the flag at the top of the castle and suddenly had an idea. Lin Hai stepped forward and asked, "Did you see that flag?" Walpo exclaimed, "Who put that ugly flag up there? Get down. Shut up. Get lost." Lin Hai kicked Walpo's hippo away, along with Walpo himself. Lin Hai clapped his hands and said, "Finally, the world is quiet. Hey Chopper, who put that flag up?" Lin Hai pointed at the top of the castle and asked. Chopper replied, "It was Dr. Hilialik who put it up." Lin Hai continued to ask, "Why did he put that pirate flag up? What does it represent? Do you know?" With Lin Hai's guidance, Chopper couldn't help but recall his past with Dr. Hilialik. Dr. Hilialik, a man who bets his life on this skull flag, can accomplish anything. Chopper, one day you will go to the sea, and then you'll understand how trivial your worries are. The island where you were born is so small in the entire world. At that moment, Luffy placed his hand on Chopper's head and softly said, "I don't know the situation regarding that flag, but it wasn't he just put up for fun, right? Since that flag represents a person's life, we should respect it." Chopper suddenly felt a jolt, as if he had opened his meridians, vaguely understanding some things. Seeing this, Lin Hai added, "Turning the impossible into possible, persevering, that's the belief of the Dr. Hilialik you respect, right? For what you said earlier, it seems that Dr. Hilialik placed his dream on you, so..." Lin Hai shouted, "Chopper, what are we waiting for? Set sail." Oh! At that moment, the three hugged each other and cried, as they were all moved by the charm of Dr. Hilialik. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a slick operation, rewarding the host with a phonograph, which contains a song. Please check it. Just a phonograph? Lin Hai wouldn't focus on that at the moment. At this time, Nami, who was watching by the window, couldn't help but laugh through her tears. What a bunch of idiots. Is this the charm of those fools? Kureha also shed tears, not expecting that after so many years of failing to cure Chopper's illness, it was now healed by these two little brats. It was unclear whether Kureha was crying for Hilialik's departure or for Chopper's spiritual healing, or perhaps she was moved by something in life. However, despite her joy, Kureha thought about Chopper leaving and suddenly became displeased. "What are you all shouting about? The patient still needs to rest." At this time, Zoro and Usopp, under the guidance of the front guard Captain Dalton, also arrived here, along with many residents. As soon as Luffy saw Usopp, he immediately introduced, "Everyone, this is our new partner, Chopper." After exchanging a few glances with Usopp, Chopper was startled and exclaimed, "A monster." Chopper, who was already shy, was called a monster and instinctively ran away, leading to a game of chase throughout the castle. Ahem, Lin Hai naturally didn't participate. He was a mature person, because Lin Hai heard Vivi's words and couldn't help but perk up his ears. Vivi asked Zoro, "Why are you wandering around in the forest with bare arms?" Zoro explained, "I went swimming in the sea and accidentally ended up over there." Ahem. Lin Hai tried to suppress his laughter and said, "You got lost, didn't you?" Zoro exploded in anger. "What did you say?" Lin Hai shouted, "I said you got lost." Vivi said helplessly, "You don't need to be so loud, do you?" Lin Hai laughed and said, "He told me to say it." "I'm afraid he can't hear." Zoro, embarrassed and furious, shouted, "Try saying that again." "Zoro, you're a directionally challenged person. Stop right there. I'm going to chop you up." The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Goodread novel app. The fastest updates for the time-traveling pirate. I have a charming system. Chapter 74. What are you waiting for? Set sail for free reading. Chapter 75. The genius Usopp Kureha opened the armory and instructed the residents of Drum Island to transport all the cannons outside the castle, using the special powder given to her by Dr. Hilialik before his death to fill the cannonballs. In an instant, Drum Island was filled with thunderous cannon fire, putting on a century's worth of fireworks for this pirate era. There was Chopper, who had already reached the foot of the mountain, looking at the sky as it truly blossomed with cherry blossoms, just as Dr. Hilialik had said. Everyone was stunned by the sight. Luffy and Usopp exclaimed with shining eyes, "Wow, wow." Even Zoro, usually silent, couldn't help but marvel. This is truly an incredible masterpiece. Sanji muttered. Is this turning the impossible into the possible? Chopper, tears streaming down his face, choked out. Dr. Hiralik, you did it, woo-woo. Nami also exclaimed, what beautiful cherry blossoms. After saying that, she sneakily glanced at Lin Hai. Lin Hai, however, said with disappointment, isn't it just using pink pollen to fill the cannonballs and shooting them into the sky, mixing with the snow? What's so impressive about that? How long are you all going to be amazed? It's almost dawn. Everyone's expressions darkened. Hey, don't slap my face. By the time everyone returned to the Mary, it was already bright outside. Luffy, seemingly tireless, excitedly said, everyone, let's welcome Chopper as our new partner. Let's have a feast. Okay. Everyone shouted, but Lin Hai sat in a corner, drawing circles because he had just been beaten up by everyone. Chopper, just having joined the Straw Hat Pirates and feeling a bit out of place, didn't know what to do when Luffy and Usopp poked their noses and mouths with chopsticks, saying, Chopper, you should join us. It's really fun. Chopper laughed at their antics, but seeing Lin Hai in a corner, he went over and pushed him, saying, Lin Hai, what are you doing? Come play with us. Lin Hai, not pleased, replied, you want me to poke my nose with chopsticks like them? Usopp retorted, do you have something more interesting? Luffy chimed in, yeah, do you have something more interesting? TCH. Frustration comes quickly and leaves just as fast. Now, someone dares to compete with him for being flashy? Lin Hai definitely wouldn't agree to that. Thus, Lin Hai changed his earlier demeanor and said, Chopper, watch closely. Lin Hai imitated the dance of the wolf character from League of Legends, with both hands parallel to his shoulders, grabbing at the air in one direction, then taking a few steps to the left, and then a few steps to the right. Suddenly, a magical dance appeared in a space where it shouldn't exist. And that dance was none other than the dance of Jack from Blue Star. Who could resist such magic? Chopper's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, Lin Hai, teach me quickly. Luffy and Usopp lost interest in the chopsticks and shouted, we want to learn too. Vivi and Nami, watching from the side, were stunned for a moment. Then they both clutched their stomachs and laughed until they were lying on the deck. Ha ha ha. Lin Hai, where did you learn this dance? You're killing me. Ha ha. Oh no, I can't take it anymore. Can you stop dancing? Ha ha ha. Sanji and Zoro on the side were also laughing nonstop. How could Lin Hai let Zoro off the hook? That guy had just beaten him up the hardest to avenge his claim of being directionally challenged. So, Lin Hai forcibly pulled Zoro over. Zoro exclaimed, let go of me. I'd rather die than dance. I'll help. After the feast, everyone went to rest, as neither Lin Hai nor Luffy had slept on this ship. On the deck, Usopp and Chopper were chatting. Usopp said, Chopper, guess what kind of monster I encountered back then? Chopper shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Usopp continued, at that time, our ship encountered a monster that was several kilometers tall and wide. Lin Hai and Luffy ran into it, and they both screamed for me to save them. Chopper exclaimed, really? Usopp, what happened next? Usopp looked into the distance and said, later, I pulled out a 40-meter-long sword, used my ultimate skill, shouted to Meisha, and with an earth-shattering blow, I split that huge monster in half. Just then, Luffy, who had just woken up looking for food, passed by and heard Usopp's words. His eyes sparkled as he rushed over, exclaiming with Chopper, wow, Usopp, I didn't know you were that amazing. Sanji was left speechless. Lin Hai, who had been sleeping inside, was also speechless, feeling like he hadn't slept long before being woken up by the commotion outside. Who would have guessed Usopp was so impressive? And Luffy, what was he admiring over there? Lin Hai yawned and walked out of the room with a dazed expression, asking Nami next to him, Nami, how long until we reach Alabasta? Nami replied, about 10 days. What? Lin Hai instantly woke up. Does it really take that long? Nami rolled her eyes. Didn't I just make it clear? Lin Hai waved his hand. I heard you clearly. What's wrong with Vivi? He saw Vivi sitting with a worried expression, and Nami, feeling helpless, could only shrug her shoulders. Looking at Vivi's troubled expression, Lin Hai walked over and said, Vivi, what's wrong? Vivi explained. The situation in Alabasta is becoming increasingly critical. I'm just worried about the people there. I'm sorry to have affected you. Lin Hai waved his hand. You say you're the only princess of Alabasta. Can you really do a good job as a princess? Looking at you like this, I really doubt it. Nami, hearing Lin Hai's words, wanted to step forward to remind him, but Lin Hai stopped her. Sanji remained silent, sensing that Lin Hai had something to say. At this moment, Vivi looked at Lin Hai with a hint of anger and said, is it wrong for me to worry about my people? Lin Hai helplessly spread his hands. If you want to inherit the throne of the Alabasta Kingdom in the future, your current mindset is definitely problematic. Vivi asked, what's the problem? Lin Hai explained, a war involving millions of people is about to break out. Instead of thinking about the overall strategy to resolve this war. You're getting caught up in which citizens might get hurt? Isn't your thinking problematic? Vivi retorted. Then tell me, where's my thinking wrong? Lin Hai slapped his forehead. Haven't I already said the problem? This woman is truly difficult to communicate with. Lin Hai had to change his approach and said, the main contradiction in this matter is that the king secretly used dance powder, right? Seeing Vivi nod, Lin Hai continued, and the mastermind behind this incident is Crocodile, right? Vivi nodded again, and Lin Hai went on. What you should be thinking about now is how to use us to defeat Crocodile, and then how to resolve the misunderstanding between the king's army and the rebels. That is what you should be considering, not getting tangled up in where the war is happening or how many people have died. As a decision maker of a kingdom, if you are still entangled in personal life and death, can you truly be the only princess of a nation? Wake up. After hearing Lin Hai's words, Vivi felt as if struck by lightning. But how could that guy Lin Hai make her use them? Seeing Vivi's dilemma, Lin Hai chuckled and said, what's wrong with using us? As a decision maker, it's necessary for you to consider your people. This is something you must learn. However, I must tell you, we are not looking for Crocodile for you. We're seeking him for compensation for mental distress, lost work, intimidation fees, shipping costs, and so on. So you don't need to feel grateful. After saying that, Lin Hai turned to Nami, initially wanting to ask if they minded, since both sides had different objectives, but it turned out to be what both wanted. Now, well, no need to ask, because at that moment, Nami's eyes were filled with money, muttering that it didn't matter how they used them. This time they were going to make a fortune. Lin Hai, you're truly a genius. Sanji, beside Nami, was already gazing with hearts in his eyes, muttering, Vivi-san, feel free to use me. I am willing to do anything for you. Zoro, struggling to open his eyes, said something boring before closing them again. Lin Hai, you are really clever. Are you a genius? On the side, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper, upon hearing Lin Hai's words, immediately lit up and exclaimed again. Seeing them like this, Lin Hai felt a surge of anger, saying, I said you bunch of bastards. Can you keep it down? Let me have a good sleep. Always making noise. Do you really think I'm that pig, Zoro? Before he could finish, Lin Hai got hit again. Just woke up and suddenly saw so many flowers, so I decided to post tomorrow's chapter first. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Goodread novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates on crossing the pirate world. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 75. Chapter 76. A man who is awkwardly handsome. A few days later, Lin Hai woke up feeling refreshed. Listening to the faint sounds of seagulls outside the ship made the surrounding environment even quieter. It was then that Lin Hai remembered the system's rewards, and he hadn't checked his system panel in a long time. With that thought, Lin Hai couldn't help but browse through his system panel. Friends who dislike the panel. I'll try to write less in the future. It's too time-consuming, and I get criticized for it. Flamboyant system. Host. Lin Hai physique. Level 7. Top level 10. Observation Haki. Level 2 Armament Haki. Level 2 Conqueror's Haki. Level 3 can freely control and intimidate targets, with effect determined mainly by the host charisma. Skill 1. 1. Establishing spatial field, spatial exchange, with enough stamina and speed. The host can remain invincible. Spatial cutting effects depend on the host Haki. 2. One sword style skill 2. 1. Spatial slash. Advanced use of the spatial fruit. Requires high-level summoning form. 2. Spatial barrier, unlimited, depends on the host proficiency. Item zoned. 1. Spatial backpack. Only the host can enter and exit freely. The best place for a desperate escape. 2. Doga 9 swords inspired. 3. Basic swordsmanship. Not yet viewed. Difficult tasks must be done easily. The host, however, must do the difficult first to be different from others. 4. Radio. Songs available. Chasing the Flamboyant Years. 5. TT, sausage, dinosaur meat, wig, cloak, hairdryer, comb, mirror. System store, open, flamboyant coins, 6666. After finishing viewing the flamboyant systems panel, Lin Hai fell silent. What on earth is that chasing the flamboyant years? And what's with that TT? Did Lin Hai ever buy that? Is he that kind of person? Ugh, what a flamboyant system. It's clearly an inappropriate system. When Lin Hai opened the basic swordsmanship, he was immediately astonished. Is that really basic swordsmanship? It's clearly Tai Chi swordplay. It discusses the coordination between the body and swordsmanship, with a single move able to counter various attacks from different angles. Isn't this an upgraded version of Doga 9 swords? Striking slowly to counter quickly, or taking the initiative, as long as the eyesight is good. It's like how Hawkeye easily blocked Zoro's lethal strike with a small knife back then. Lin Hai quickly closed the notebook and tossed it into the system. Study now? What a waste of time. First, let us listen to a song to express his joyful mood. A hymn, the opening tune of Chasing the Flamboyant Years, is not only pleasant, but also very invigorating. Why didn't he feel this before? While Lin Hai was lost in his thoughts, there was a commotion on the deck outside the ship. Lin Hai sensed a strange aura. What were they doing? It turned out to be Mr. 2 from BoardsGarp's. But Lin Hai didn't want to pay them any attention and instead browsed the system store. Item column. Old pickled cabbage, 7. Silky share, 45. Strength pill, 250. Sausage. Book column. Jean Ping May, 37. I have an appointment with Spring, 38. Traveling through One Piece, I have a flamboyant system, 998. Special skills column. I have a sword, 100 million. Snowflake divine sword, 1 million. 6 styles, 600,000. Note, special skills cannot be used by others. Special books cannot be read by others. Special items cannot be used by others. As soon as Lin Hai saw the special skills column, he quickly closed the system panel. Don't ask, just know he can't afford it. However, he seemed to have discovered something incredible. The books. That traveling through One Piece thing. Why is it so expensive? Which bastard wrote something so costly? Lin Hai resolutely refused to buy it. No matter how good it looks, he wouldn't buy it. As for that Jean Ping Mei, he could consider it. Lin Hai loves Mei the most. Just as Lin Hai was about to purchase Jean Ping Mei, someone knocked on the door. Nami's voice came from outside. Are you a pig? How long have you been sleeping? Are you going to eat or not? Lin Hai quickly got up and said, Wait a moment, I'll be right there. At the dining table, Lin Hai asked in confusion, What are those white cloths tied around your arms for? Vivi explained, We just encountered Mr. 2 from BoardsGarp's. Luffy laughed. He's so funny. He can transform into anyone. Nami nodded. So we tied white cloths on our arms as a mark, to prevent him from impersonating us later. Usopp chimed in, Lin Hai, you should make a mark too. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Do I need to make a mark? If any of you mistake me for someone else, that's your problem. Sanji chuckled. I think Lin Hai doesn't need to make any mark at all. He's so annoying that we can recognize him without any identification. Lin Hai shot a glare at Sanji and exclaimed, Did you all strike it rich? This is so lavish. Chopper laughed, because while you were sleeping, Luffy caught a really big bird. Lin Hai asked in confusion, Chopper, aren't you a reindeer? Don't reindeer eat grass? Are you sure you're a reindeer? Chopper immediately exploded. Lin Hai, you jerk. Zoro advised, Chopper, hurry up and eat, or Luffy will steal your food. Chopper gasped, Luffy, you. Usopp also exclaimed, Luffy, you stole my stuff again. The meal was completed amidst this noisy environment. After finishing lunch, Lin Hai couldn't help but feel interested, everyone. How about I sing a song for you? Really? Luffy's eyes lit up. Sing for us to hear. The others expressed doubt. Can Lin Hai really sing? Lin Hai waved his hand. Wait a moment, I need to dress up a bit first. You will definitely like it. Saying that, Lin Hai hurried into his room and began to imitate the flamboyant style of the 90s before his crossing. One word, cool to the extreme. Fortunately, Lin Hai's hair was thick and long enough, and he quickly styled it into the characteristic 90s hairstyle. Then he put on black long pants, a belt, and tucked the bottom of his white shirt into his pants, letting the belt show, and topped it off with a low-key colored coat. With sharp eyes, a nose like a suspended gallbladder, and a face like a crowned jade, his figure was tall and slender. Lin Hai realized he was about to be dazzled by his own handsomeness. Soon, Lin Hai secretly hid the radio in his coat and appeared not far from everyone. Using his spatial ability, he pressed the button on the radio. In any language, in an instant, a passionate and invigorating rhythm erupted. A lively tune swept over everyone on the ship, leaving them all stunned. The powerful and rhythmic rock music started playing, and, at the same time, Lin Hai began to dance to the music. Lip-syncing? Lin Hai could do that. He had heard that song before. So as long as he moved his mouth without making sound, wouldn't that be fine? As for posing, Lin Hai was never weaker than anyone. 23 iska. Calm at this moment. Even the usually calm Zoro couldn't stay composed, moving his body unconsciously to Lin Hai's rhythm. Lyrics, carrying the wind on my shoulders. Stepping on the ground with my feet, there's a phrase in my heart. Never give up. I use my passionate heart to write my youth. No matter how cold this world is, let the heavy rain hit my back. Even if loneliness is longer than the night, who can understand me? Who will care about me? The dreams of youth chase after the coldest north wind at the horizon, searching for the highest peak in the world. So cool. So handsome. Everyone exclaimed together. Nami. Ah, Lin Hai, you're the most handsome I've ever seen. Vivi, wow, Lin Hai, you're so handsome. Sanji exclaimed. I want to learn this style too. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper were already excitedly shouting and jumping. However, Lin Hai, dancing to the music's rhythm, forgot that the pockets of his coat weren't deep enough. His movements were too big, and after a spin, the radio fell out of his pocket. The radio rolled in front of everyone, still happily playing music. For a moment, Lin Hai and everyone stared at each other in surprise. Ahem. How cool the pose was just now, how awkward it is now. How cool it was before, how gloomy it is now. At this moment, Lin Hai really wanted to smash this radio. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Good Reading Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Good Reading Novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates of crossing the pirate world. I have a cool system update, Chapter 76. Free reading of the man who made himself awkwardly handsome. Chapter 77 Jinping, May the Merry, is still on its way to Alabasta. Oh, Silcake. Gosh. So Pan Lian and Zimmerman are such people. You two fools, keep it down. In the corner of the ship, Lin Hai, Usopp, and Sanji are gathered, looking at the books Lin Hai bought from the flirty system. Usopp and Sanji are both amazed, while Lin Hai is relatively calm, as he has heard the story of Jinping May before, right? As for the others, Chopper is lying in a spot, basking in a breeze created by Zoro, lifting thousands of pounds of weights, completely absorbed. Nami and Vivi are standing at the railing on the second deck, curious about what Lin Hai and the others are exclaiming about. Vivi said, I should thank Lin Hai for his advice back then. Otherwise, as he said, I wouldn't be a qualified princess. Nami, while happy, secretly glanced at Lin Hai, who looked like a fool in one corner, and rolled her eyes. He only knows how to talk big. By the way, you should be feeling much better now, right? Vivi replied. After thinking things through and having a clear goal, I feel like I'm no longer as anxious as before. I should be grateful to have met you all. Nami laughed. Why are you telling us this now? By the way, what are they doing? What is so interesting? Should we go see? Vivi glanced at Lin Hai in the distance, inexplicably blushing, but still nodded. Let us go check it out together. We have some time before we reach Alabasta. It's quite boring. While Vivi and Nami were chatting, Luffy, with his restless personality, couldn't sit still and read. After playing for a while, he felt bored and ran over to Lin Hai and the others to find them a play. Luffy complained, Stop reading and play with me. It's so boring. Usopp pushed Luffy away and muttered, Luffy, go play by yourself. Don't disturb me while I'm reading. Seeing that Usopp ignored him, Luffy grabbed Sanji's pants and said, Sanji, I'm hungry. Make me something to eat. Sanji quickly replied, Just hold on a bit. I'm really into this right now. Luffy didn't care and directly tugged on Sanji's pants. No, I want to eat right now. Sanji said helplessly, Didn't you just eat? As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy, using too much strength, pulled down Sanji's pants, instantly creating an awkward situation. Vivi and Nami quickly turned around. Nami said speechlessly, What are you doing? Usopp instinctively replied, Don't talk, we're reading. Realizing what had happened, Lin Hai quickly put the precious books into the system. Sanji and Usopp were upset. Lin Hai. At this moment, Lin Hai got up and said, It's nothing, we were just playing a little game. Vivi, not believing, said, But Nami and I just saw you reading books. Nami crossed her arms and questioned, Are you hiding something good or doing something we don't know about? Luffy laughed. I know. They're reading a book called Jinping May. Luffy you. Usopp and Sanji exclaimed. Lin Hai quickly covered their mouths and laughed. It's nothing. We were indeed reading Jinping May just now. After saying that, Lin Hai kicked Luffy, stuffed a chicken leg into his hands, and then turned to explain to the two girls. The book mainly tells the story of a fish and a cat. We guys like to read it, but you girls probably want tea. Saying this, Lin Hai gave Usopp and Sanji a poke. These two fools, what is so surprising? Do Nami and Vivi know what Jinping May is about? Their surprise clearly tells them that they are doing something unspeakable. Lin Hai quickly changed the subject. Oh, right. You two look great today. By the way, how long until we reach Alabasta? I've been drifting at sea for so long. I'm about to get cabin fever. Nami rolled her eyes. Don't change the subject. Sanji, is what Lin Hai said true? Sanji, feeling conflicted, said, Yes, what Lin Hai said is true. This guy Sanji, hopeless. At this moment, Nami reached out and said, Let's take a look at the book. Maybe we'll like it. Right, Vivi? We're also interested in the story of the fish and the cat. Vivi awkwardly smiled, yes. Lin Hai shamelessly said, No way, but I have skincare products for you. Beauty and youth, forever youthful. Forever youthful? Everyone exclaimed. Luffy and Usopp's eyes lit up. Lin Hai, give us some too. Lin Hai facepalmed. Speechless. That is makeup for women. What use would it be for you? Usopp argued. ISNT it forever youthful? Lin Hai handed the prize book to Nami and Vivi, then said, Can I brag? If I don't, How would people think my stuff is so top-notch? Really foolish humans. What did you say? I said you were foolish. Cough. Just a moment ago, we were like brothers. Now we're fighting again over a disagreement. After Lin Hai, Usopp, and Sanji stopped their actions, Luffy, confused, stood up and said, I just came to advise you not to fight. Why are you all hitting me? The three exchanged glances, wondering why the peacemaker got hit. The three fell silent. In the end, they concluded that hitting Luffy was the right thing. At this moment, Sanji, with his hands tightly clasped, said shyly, Lin Hai, can I borrow that book to read for a night? At most. I want to give you bad food in the future. Listen, is that even a reasonable request? Lin Hai turned and walked away, but Sanji, being thick-skinned, Lin Hai could only give it to him and warned, Sanji, this is the only treasured book I have. If you dirty it or lose it, I'll cut your hair. Sanji joyfully said, I promise to return it to you intact tomorrow. Usopp anxiously asked, what about me? What about me? Lin Hai, no, said, can I let you see it the day after tomorrow? Luffy poked his head out and said, I want to see too. The three of them kicked him away, saying he could see it. What would he see? The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Good Reading Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Good Reading Novel app. The fastest updates for crossing the pirates. I have a flirty system. Chapter 77 Jinping, May free to read. Chapter 78 Ace, if Sanji's words can be trusted. Then there really are ghosts. Just like that, Lin Hai's precious book was taken away by Nami before it even warmed up in Sanji's hands. As night fell, in Nami's room, she was observing with Vivi the story about the cat and the little fish that Lin Hai mentioned earlier today. Vivi, being a princess, had never seen such things. Nami was almost the same. For a moment, both girls looked at the contents of the book with flushed faces. After a while, Nami secretly spat and muttered, that damn Lin Hai, he's really too much. So this is what they were looking at today, what little fish and cat. Vivi felt her face burning, and after patting her cheeks, she said, Nami, maybe we shouldn't look at this anymore? I never expected there would be such people in this world, really. Nami replied, speechlessly, Pan Lian isn't much better. Just after saying that, Nami recalled that day when she inexplicably, thinking of this, Nami found her cheeks even redder because she realized she really missed that feeling. However, Nami wouldn't let Vivi see any signs of this. Instead, she closed the book and tossed it under the bed. Then they chatted about girl talk. And what about Lin Hai? Tonight, Lin Hai was taking Zoro's place to watch the ship. After all, one can't always let Zoro keep watch, right? Listening to the sounds of Luffy and the others snoring and talking in their sleep, Lin Hai couldn't help but feel speechless. Luckily, he didn't sleep with them initially. Who could stand that? Looking at the sparse stars, Lin Hai couldn't help but recall his past. It's been more than a year since he mysteriously came to this world. Before setting sail, he always thought of himself as the protagonist of this era, a favored child of heaven, with everyone around him revolving around him. At the same time, Lin Hai also wanted to be a Sea King. Isn't that the mentality a transmigrated protagonist should have? Now, after taking the first step, he's already being criticized. When did Lin Hai become an irresponsible man? Just because he had a relationship with someone, does that mean he has to marry her and take care of her for a lifetime? You should at least ask if she is willing, right? What a self-indulgent thought. Who is Nami? Nami dreams of drawing a world map by hand. She is an independent individual with her own thoughts and judgments, and she has her own needs, but what she cares about more is freedom. Forget it. If they want to argue, let them. Lin Hai will just be honest. The next day, after a long voyage, the Mary finally docked. This was just a supply stop. They still had a way to go to reach Alabasta, crossing the desert. Why is the coastal area a desert? You can ask Oda. The author doesn't understand. As soon as the ship docked, Luffy yelled to go eat. Lin Hai laughed and said, Luffy, Zoro, how about I treat you to a big meal? After all, we've eaten so much meat on the ship that we're a bit sick of it. Luffy's eyes lit up. Really? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. With your IQ, do you think I can trick you? After that, Lin Hai turned to ask Usopp and Sanji. Sanji replied, I won't go. I'm going to buy some ingredients with Chopper. Usopp said, I want to buy some weapons and also make a weapon for Nami. Lin Hai sighed. Usopp, you really are a genius. Remember to ask Nami for more money. Make the weapon a bit better. Just as Usopp was about to brag, Lin Hai hurried over to Nami and said, Nami, can you lend me some money for food? The two girls looked at Lin Hai, their cheeks inexplicably flushing. But Nami still gave Lin Hai 250 berries. Facing Lin Hai's confused gaze, Nami couldn't help but ask, is that too much? Then I'll take it back. Cough, cough. Lin Hai said speechlessly, you're really generous. Nami rolled her eyes. Do you still want or not? Yes, of course. Lin Hai was really frustrated. What could 250 berries do? Eat plain rice at the restaurant? And then ask the owner if there are any leftovers to give them a dozen? In the end, Lin Hai still took the 250 berries and went with Zoro and Luffy to eat a big meal. On the way, Zoro said with interest, Lin Hai, since you're treating us to a big meal, Nami must have given you a lot of money, right? Luffy's eyes sparkled. I want to eat lots and lots of meat. He. Lin Hai said speechlessly. Luffy, keep your drool to yourself. After that, Lin Hai turned to Zoro and said, Nami gave me a lot of money. At least it's enough for one meal. Of course it's enough. In the future, if you cook at home, a bowl of plain rice and a bowl of egg soup, not counting the rice money, could last almost a month with $30 for vegetables. Enough said, too much talking brings tears. Zoro laughed. Nami treats you quite well. Thanks a lot, I want to drink later. For some reason, Lin Hai wanted to take off his slippers and throw them at Zoro's head. Does he not know what kind of person Nami is? However, just as they arrived near the restaurant, Lin Hai suddenly felt a strong aura. Who on earth is in there? Zoro, seeing Lin Hai stop, asked in confusion, What's wrong? Lin Hai shook his head. Nothing, let's go eat first. Without Lin Hai having to say it, Luffy had already grabbed a spot and was making noise while eating. However, not far away at the bar, there was a person lying down, and on his back was a conspicuous white beard symbol. Lin Hai quickly guessed who he was. Isn't that pork-ass Ace, the second commander of the Whitebeard Pirates? At the same time, Ace was also Luffy's sworn brother who grew up together. At this moment, because Ace suddenly fell asleep, everyone thought he had mistakenly ingested some kind of toxin in the desert. After some commotion, Luffy recognized Ace. Luffy looked at the figure sitting at the bar and exclaimed in surprise, Ace. Ace turned his head and saw Luffy, also surprised. Luffy. However, the next scene disappointed Lin Hai. There was no running in the wind like Urkong and Ziv, followed by an embrace. Chapter 79. Smoker gets drunk soon. Lin Hai invited Ace to join their table. Ace exclaimed, Luffy, is he really your brother? Luffy replied, yeah. Lin Hai is the one Grandpa brought back after you set sail. Ace sighed, I see. So that means Lin Hai is our brother too? Lin Hai not that? Is that even a question? So you should call me brother. Hurry up. Ace refused. Why should I? You're the last one to arrive. You should be the younger brother. Lin Hai angrily said, What did you say? Do you believe I can beat you up so badly you won't know where you are? Ace playfully replied, Oh? Then let's have a competition. Whoever wins gets to be the older brother. Lin Hai nodded. That's a good idea. Zoro, speechless, said, Shouldn't the distinction between older and younger brothers be based on age? Lin Hai nodded. I'm 20 this year. Ace replied, I'm also 20, you know? Lin Hai felt helpless because he was born in December, so it's very likely that Ace is older than him. Thus he said, Then let's compete, but not now. Let's eat first. At that moment, Ace turned to Luffy. Did you receive my message from Magnetdrum Island? Seeing Luffy looking confused, Ace said nonchalantly, Forget it, anyway. I met you now. By the way, Luffy asked curiously, How did you end up here? Ace casually replied, I'm looking for a guy who caused trouble on my ship. Oh, by the way, Luffy, I'm now the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Do you want to join the Whitebeard Pirates too? Luffy shook his head, no. Ace laughed. Haha, don't mind me. I was just asking. After that, Ace turned to Lin Hai and asked, Did you set sail from Windmill Village with Luffy? Lin Hai know that? Of course. If I hadn't set sail with Luffy, you know how Grandpa Garp's fists are? I haven't felt that pain for a long time. It's quite nostalgic. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hai, Ace, and Luffy instinctively shrank back, remembering that pain. Zoro asked curiously, Luffy, is your grandpa's fist really that scary? Your expressions, are they really that terrifying? Just thinking about his grandpa's fists made Luffy lose his appetite. Ace awkwardly replied, Well, it's not that bad. Zoro then realized and asked, The Garp you're talking about, is he the marine hero who cornered the Pirate King? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. You guessed it right. It's that old man who loves to hit people on the head. His fists are just too hard. I seriously suspect Grandpa Garp not only has top-level Busashoka Haki, but also has Kinbunchika Haki that allows him to foresee the future. Ace was puzzled. How do you figure that? Lin Hai explained, Haven't you noticed that when Grandpa Garp hits us with his fists, we really can't dodge at all? Luffy's eyes lit up. When can I reach that level? Lin Hai and Ace exchanged glances, thinking this straw hat idiot forgets things so quickly. Before Lin Hai could continue, someone was already causing trouble not far away. It was none other than Smoker. At this moment, Smoker said in a low tone, I didn't expect the second captain of the Whitebeard crew to have such a connection with the Straw Hat Pirates. After that, Smoker drew his cross-shaped finger from his back and pointed at Lin Hai, saying, And you bastard, you've made it quite easy for me to find you. You pirates should just surrender quietly. Luffy refused. No way, I still want to go to the Grand Line. circle the world, and become the pirate king. Ace stood up and said, "Marine, if you can catch us, then you." Lin Hai, feeling quite speechless, quickly pushed Ace back into his seat and said, "Let's talk things over. Don't start a fight." After that, Lin Hai turned to Smoker and said, "Hey, Smoker, the shop owner runs this little place with great difficulty. If you break his things, it not only affects his shop's reputation, but who will pay for the damages?" Smoker looked a bit confused by Lin Hai's words. And at that moment, Lin Hai pulled Smoker to his table and said, "Aren't you the messenger of justice? Protecting the property of the people and maintaining social stability is your duty, right? So let's set aside the fighting for now. I'll treat you to a meal." Seeing that Smoker still had a stern face, Lin Hai's eyes rolled, and he said, "By the way, what happened to that beautiful lady next to you? I miss her quite a bit." Smoker finally showed some expression and asked, "What do you want?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "Aren't we both in the East Blue?" Everyone is looking at Lin Hai. Smoker asked, "So what?" Lin Hai raised his head dramatically. "Haven't you heard the saying? Meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Forget it. Anyway, it's like seeing a fellow townsman and crying tears of joy. Calling each other bark bark." Smoker angrily said, "What did you say?" Lin Hai awkwardly replied, "I misspoke. It's seeing a fellow townsman and shedding tears. So we should cherish our bond. So, waiter, boss, bring a dozen bottles of wine. Today I want to treat my fellow townsman." Smoker was speechless. When he first listened to Lin Hai, he did some investigation and found that Lin Hai was indeed different from other pirates. He only hit a celestial dragon, but didn't commit any evil acts. Now, this guy was being so warm and friendly, and Smoker was once again conflicted. At this moment, Lin Hai directly tapped Luffy on the head, saying, "Don't you have any manners? We have guests. Eat, eat, can't we wait until later?" Luffy mumbled, "I am hungry." Lin Hai slapped his forehead and shouted, "Boss, bring out another table of good dishes." All right, of course, Lin Hai had more than enough belly on the table for the food. Asking Nami for money was just Lin Hai wanting to prove that he really had no money. Ace and Zoro watched Lin Hai like this, their eyes twitching. "Hey, is it really okay to eat with a Marine colonel?" Meanwhile, Smoker was perplexed by Lin Hai's enthusiasm and didn't know how to respond. So he muddled through and started drinking with Lin Hai. As the saying goes, alcohol gives courage, and after a few drinks, everything changed. Smoker, in a daze, said, "What kind of wine is this? It's good, but isn't it too strong?" Ace chimed in, "I've had so many drinks, but this is the first time I've had this one. It's also the most thrilling." Luffy, in a daze, said, "I can drink more." Zoro, still wanting more, said, "Lin Hai, this wine is the most exciting I've ever had." How could it not be exciting? That wine was from Warship. After buying a few bottles from his system, Lin Hai was now living paycheck to paycheck. At this moment, Lin Hai laughed and said, "One bottle of gets me tipsy. Life's joys must be fully enjoyed. Let us drink until the world spins. As long as you're satisfied and having fun." To all the useless ones present, Smoker said, "You're actually not that bad, but you're a pirate and I'm a Navy officer, so I'll still catch you. TCH, is this how it ends?" The web version's chapter content is slow. Please download the Good Reading Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Good Reading Novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates on the pirate crossover. I have a fabulous system update. Chapter 79. Smoker is drunk, free to read. Chapter 80. Zoro, where are you going? When Dasky and Smoker arrived here, Smoker stepped ahead, causing Dasky to struggle to find him. Upon reaching the restaurant where Luffy and the others were, Dasky saw Smoker slumped over the table, unconscious. If Dasky guessed correctly, the Straw Hat crew were pirates, right? What are pirates? They are a group of ruthless and merciless individuals. At that moment, Dasky furiously drew her sword at Luffy and the others, shouting, "What have you done to Colonel Smoker? You pirates!" Lin Hai glanced at the slumped Smoker, Luffy, and Ace, chuckling. "What did I do to him?" "I invited him to dinner." Dasky asked, "Then why is he lying there motionless?" Lin Hai replied, "Can you put your sword away? He is just drunk. If you don't believe me, check his breath yourself." Seeing Dasky's cautious demeanor, Lin Hai rolled his eyes and went to settle the bill with the restaurant owner. When Lin Hai returned, Zoro asked, "What do we do now?" Lin Hai laughed. "What else can we do? Bring them back to the ship." In an instant, Zoro picked up Ace, while Lin Hai hoisted Luffy. Lin Hai casually snagged a cigar from Smoker's collar and lit it. At that moment, Dasky said, Can someone help me carry Colonel Smoker out?" Cough, cough. "Smoker is quite tall and big. I'm just a weak woman. How can I carry him?" Lin Hai chuckled. "Are you really going to let him rest here with the restaurant owner?" "Don't worry, I'll pay." Dasky shook her head. "No, that won't be necessary." After that, Dasky looked up at Lin Hai and said, I don't know why Colonel Smoker was drinking with you, but we 1T give up on capturing you. Next time, you better not let us run into you. That's right, Lin Hai kissed Dasky. Looking at Dasky's flushed cheeks, Lin Hai raised an eyebrow and said, You're too noisy, so I had to do that to shut you up, right? Dasky, blushing, pointed at Lin Hai and said, You. Lin Hai turned around, waving his hand with a smile. Dasky, see you next time. I'll miss you. Zoro raised an eyebrow. This guy Lin Hai was really speechless. Kissing a Navy officer? Their behavior instantly attracted the attention of people on the street, as the townsfolk had never seen anything like it. At that moment, Lin Hai vaguely sensed something was off and quickly turned to look behind him. Lin Hai asked, Zoro, where are you going? Zoro then stopped and turned back, saying, Aren't we going back to the ship? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. That direction is where we just had dinner. You're not drunk, are you? Zoro's face turned red, and after following Lin Hai, he replied, That little bit of alcohol isn't enough to make me drunk. Cough, cough. Lin Hai said, Since you're not drunk, that means. By the way, Zoro, have you noticed that many people have changed since we came out of the little garden? Zoro asked, What are you trying to say? Lin Hai whispered, Have you noticed that your sense of direction has worsened significantly since we left the little garden? Zoro angrily replied, You bastard. Lin Hai, feeling frustrated, said, I'm not laughing at you. Think about it, we walked straight ahead, but why did you inexplicably walk backward? We should ask Chopper about this later. At that moment, Zoro's face turned red from holding back his anger, unable to speak, while Lin Hai tried to suppress his laughter and said, If you can't even face your own weaknesses, how can you become the world's greatest swordsman? Zoro retorted, You bastard, don't lecture me like that. Lin Hai asked in confusion, Why not? I'm your brother, after all. When I got back to the ship, Lin Hai was helpless and turned to Zoro, saying, What are you thinking all day? It's just a straight path. And you've gone off course a few times? Zoro didn't know what was going on. He clearly walked straight. How did he end up veering off without realizing it? But such an embarrassing thing couldn't he be let out. Thinking of this, Zoro quickly changed the subject. What about Luffy and Ace? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Let's go back to the ship first. If they're all back, we'll set sail immediately. Zoro asked in confusion. In such a hurry? Lin Hai laughed. Smoker's temper is as stubborn as a bull. Once he wakes up, he'll definitely come after us. Zoro exclaimed. So you got a drunk on purpose? Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. When he wakes up and finds out that he actually had dinner with pirates, and he really ate, what do you think he'll think? Zoro replied speechlessly. You really haven't changed at all. You're so malicious. At that moment, Vivi and Nami heard the noise outside and came out from their room, seeing Lin Hai and Zoro each carrying someone. Nami asked, What are you doing? Cough, cough. Lin Hai replied, Zoro is carrying Ace, Luffy's brother. They were thirsty and drank someone's wine, thinking it was water, so they got drunk. Have Sanji and the others come back? Let us hurry and set sail. Luffy and the others haven't paid for the wine they drank. Zoro was confused. Was it him who was drunk? Or was it Lin Hai? Why did it sound so different from what he thought? Upon hearing that someone was coming to collect a debt, Nami quickly said, They're back. Let us hurry and set sail. Meanwhile, the drunk smoker woke up and thought back on his dinner and drinking with Lin Hai and the others, suddenly slapping his forehead, realizing he was in trouble. Because that bastard Lin Hai, Smoker felt that his reputation was ruined. As a Navy officer, how could he have dined with pirates? Not only did they chat so intimately, but he also couldn't outdrink them. Doesn't that imply that the Navy is inferior to pirates? At that moment, Dasky came in with a hangover remedy and, seeing Smoker awake, couldn't help but ask, Colonel Smoker, how do you feel? Smoker rubbed his temples and replied, I have a bit of a headache. Where's this place? Dasky answered, This is the place the restaurant owner provided for us to rest. You just. Smoker replied blankly, Just say what you need to say. Dasky secretly glanced at Smoker and weakly asked, Did you really have dinner with the Straw Hat crew? This. Smoker felt utterly speechless. He himself felt a bit embarrassed. After a moment of silence in the room, Smoker said, Dasky, give me the transponder snail to contact Admiral Akiji. Dasky exclaimed, You. Smoker sighed. I feel like the Straw Hat crew is a bit different from other pirates, especially that certain bastard. I'm really having a hard time deciding. So I have to consult Admiral Akiji and let him make the judgment. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Goodread novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates for the pirate crossover. I have a stylish system updating. Chapter 80. Zoro, where are you going? Free reading. Chapter 81 Ace. A real man after the marry, set sail in a hurry. Nami sorted through the events again and felt that Lin Hai had been lying just now. Therefore, Nami walked over to Lin Hai and asked, Lin Hai, did Luffy really go to steal some alcohol with his brother? Then why do you and Zoro smell so much like alcohol? Sitting on the deck, Lin Hai had no choice but to look up and explain we were eating, and then we were chased by Colonel Smoker from Lowtown. Now do you understand? That's more like it. Nami glanced at Zoro and the others who were sleeping nearby and couldn't help but ask, you should move them inside to sleep. Seeing Lin Hai standing still, Nami helplessly turned to Sanji and Chopper and said, what are you doing? Move them all inside. Sanji nodded with heart-shaped eyes and said, of course, Nami-san, happy to help. At that moment, Usopp said, Nami, I can help you install your weapon so it could be used. Saying that, Usopp ran off to do his own thing. Vivi stepped forward and asked, Lin Hai, it seems you drank quite a bit too. Are you okay? Do you want to go inside and rest for a while? Lin Hai smiled and said, thanks, I'm just enjoying the sea breeze here. While saying this, Lin Hai raised an eyebrow and glanced at Nami, implying, look how gentle she is. Duant. The response to Lin Hai was Nami's violent strike. As the sea breeze blew, Lin Hai unknowingly dozed off while leaning against the mast until Nami nudged him. Lin Hai groggily said, Nami? What's wrong? Nami said irritably, they've all woken up. You should get up and join us for dinner. Lin Hai naturally wouldn't tea-kiss randomly since everyone was in the kitchen. For a moment, Nami felt that fluttering sensation again. After a while, Nami noticed something and quickly pushed Lin Hai away, her face flushing as she rolled her eyes and said, go wash up quickly, you smell terrible. Watching Nami's departing figure, Lin Hai couldn't help but clap his right hand. He couldn't hold back, and as a result, Nami ran away embarrassed. At the dining table, Ace was helping Sanji serve food, acting as a good assistant. Seeing this, Sanji said, Ace, you're a guest. Go sit down. You don't need to help here. Ace smiled and said, no need to be polite. My brother loves to cause trouble. Really causing everyone trouble. Everyone scratched their heads and said, what trouble? He. Zoro exclaimed excitedly. Ace is really Luffy's brother? Nami replied, impossible. Someone with this much common sense cannot be Luffy's brother. Sanji sighed, the sea is truly full of wonders. Usopp nodded and said, today has really opened my eyes. Chopper was in tears, saying, such deep brotherly love, it's so touching. Vivi awkwardly said, I say you guys. Ha ha. Luffy happily said, Ace, my friends are all very interesting, right? At that moment, Lin Hai walked in from outside and humorously asked, what are you all talking about? Oh, Luffy, Ace, does your head still hurt? Seriously, if you can't drink, don't drink, and you still had me and Zoro carry you back. Ace and Luffy immediately became unhappy and said, what did you say? Lin Hai provocatively said, I said your alcohol tolerance is on the same level as smokers. One word. Weak. Smoker? Everyone exclaimed in unison. Sanji exclaimed, isn't Smoker that smoking guy from Lowtown? He chased you all the way here? Nami said speechlessly, it seems we've been targeted by a troublesome person. Usopp asked in confusion, why does he keep chasing us? From Lowtown to here. Everyone exchanged glances, feeling quite speechless. At this moment, Luffy laughed and said, yeah, that Smoker, we were eating and drinking together today, and we all got drunk, ha ha ha. Zoro countered, it was you, Ace, and Smoker who got drunk, not us. Vivi asked in confusion, isn't Smoker chasing you? How could he eat with you? Chopper and Usopp asked simultaneously, what's going on? Luffy laughed and said, it was Lin Hai who invited him to dinner, and that smoking guy got drunk while drinking. Nami turned to Lin Hai. You invited the Navy to dinner? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. At that time, he was going to capture us. I invited him to dinner, and after getting him drunk, we could escape, right? Luffy exclaimed, I see, Lin Hai, you're really smart. After saying this, Luffy turned to Nami and said, Nami, give me some money. Next time a Navy officer chases me, I'll invite him to dinner. Duong. Before he could finish, Luffy got hit. Lin Hai waved his hand and said, why say all this? We are pirates. We have no fixed abode. Why worry about this and that? Let's eat. Oh. After a while, Lin Hai couldn't help but ask, Ace, I heard you're chasing someone? Ace nodded and said, yeah, his name is Marshal D. Teach. He killed his comrades and then escaped. I came this time to find him and settle this matter. Killing comrades? This person is really despicable. This person is really bold. As a member of Whitebeard's crew, he actually dared to kill his own comrades. Lin Hai felt it necessary to remind him, so he guided, I've heard of this person. He once fought with one of the four emperors, Shanks. The scar on Shanks' eye was left by Teach. Ace you. Luffy wanted to ask what the four emperors were and about Shanks, but he was directly interrupted by Lin Hai. Ace raised his hand to stop Lin Hai from continuing and interrupted, I know what you want to say. You're saying I might fall into his hands, right? Lin Hai, do you know? That guy's been under Dad's care for over 20 years, and now he dares to tarnish Dad's reputation. And he is still a member of my crew. As captain, shouldn't I personally understand this matter? If I submit to power out of fear, does that make me a man? If that is the case, then I've lived my life in vain. Indeed, a real man. No wonder Ace has such special charm. So many people like him. Yeah, if someone insulted your parents, would you hide away like a turtle just because the other party is strong? Seeing this, Lin Hai couldn't say anything more. Even if he advised Ace not to settle accounts with Teach, although it was good advice, it might make them unable to remain friends. So, Lin Hai took out a bottle of Ergo 2 from the system and poured a small bowl for everyone. Lin Hai raised his bowl and said, I toast to you with this bowl, but I remind you, since Teach dares to do that, it means he has his own confidence. I think he's a schemer. You should go back and discuss it with Whitebeard first. Hey, don't get agitated. This is just a suggestion. Whether you listen or not is up to you. Everyone looked at Ace with admiration. Ace raised his bowl, downed it in one go, and then laughed, saying, Don't worry. If anything happens to me, you'll just come to save me, right? Lin Hai laughed and replied, Then it's settled. After Luffy finished his drink, he said, I don't believe that Guy Teach can be Ace's opponent. Ace is really strong. Let's not talk about unhappy things. Welcome Ace as a guest. Cheers. Cheers. Hey Lin Hai. Why is there only one bottle of wine? Is there more? Hurry and bring it out. Don't be so stingy. At that moment, Ace still had no idea how big of a trouble he had caused, just because of a joke Ace made at that time. During the future Marineford War, the so-called strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, would be chased for a debt of 250 berries. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? How could Lin Hai, in front of 100,000 elite navy in the world, shamelessly ask Whitebeard for money? Because of this, Lin Hai became infamous. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Goodread novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates on the pirate world. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 81 Ace, a real man, free reading. Chapter 82. Ace's new hairstyle the next day. After last night's dinner, Ace quickly blended into the Straw Hat Pirates. Once he started drinking, he foolishly let himself be persuaded by Lin Hai to showcase his fire abilities. When he woke up in the morning, Ace recalled the events of last night and couldn't help but cast a few resentful glances at Lin Hai as he walked to the deck. However, Lin Hai ignored Ace's gaze and instead took out a cigarette, wanting to borrow some fire from Ace, as his Mera Nami ability was quite convenient for lighting up. At that moment, Ace was still thinking about what happened last night. When he saw Lin Hai approaching with a cigarette, he assumed it was for him and casually took it, biting it between his teeth. Lin Hai was momentarily stunned and said, I was asking to borrow fire. Why are you taking my cigarette? Ace awkwardly replied, I SNT it for me to smoke? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. You want to smoke? That LLB 250 berries. Ace returned the cigarette to Lin Hai, saying, I don't want it. Lin Hai took out another cigarette and started smoking himself, then said, You've bitten this one. You owe me 250 berries. It's just a cigarette. Ace said nonchalantly as he started to smoke. What Ace didn't expect was that this 250 berries would lead to him being embarrassed in the future. He would be laughed at by Marco, by Karp, and by everyone. Suddenly, the Mary was surrounded. Vivi exclaimed, Everyone, it's bad. We're being targeted by the Baroque Works billion-dollar elder. Ace laughed, Let me handle it. Realizing that aside from Lin Hai, the rest of the Straw Hat crew had never seen true combat, Lin Hai decided to let Ace take the lead. Ace stepped onto a small boat and used his abilities to accelerate it, facing off against 7 or 8 ships alone. Yesterday, while drinking, Ace had told Lin Hai where his small boat was, so he had tied it to the Mary, which is why it was still there. Usopp exclaimed, Hey Luffy, aren't we going to help? There are so many of them. Can Ace handle it alone? Chopper agreed. This is too dangerous. Ace is on such a small boat. How can he fight? They have guns and cannons. Zoro comforted them. Be quiet. Let us see the strength of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division commander. Lin Hai laughed. You guys should focus on studying. Even if you can't learn anything, you should think about how to escape in situations like this if your abilities are insufficient. Luffy asked, Escape? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Just watch. With your weak 2nd gear, you can't even touch a Logia user. If you don't escape, you'll be waiting for death. Just as Luffy was about to retort, thinking he could get stronger in the future, Ace had already made his move. Ace found an angle, jumped up, leaping across the ships before landing back on a small boat, and started channeling power into his fist. Fire Fist. A massive fiery fist shot out, piercing through several ships, turning them into a pile of wreckage floating on the water. This flashy yet practical technique was something Sanji, Luffy, and the others had never seen before. Wow, Ace. I didn't expect him to be this strong, taking out the opponents in an instant. Luffy, his punches are much more useful than yours. Is this the power of a Logia devil fruit? When Ace jumped back onto the Mary, Usopp and Chopper couldn't help but approach Ace, filled with curiosity. Meanwhile, Lin Hai pretended to be sour and said, "TCH, just showing off, I could do that too." Hearing Lin Hai speak, Sanji couldn't help but retort, "Are you jealous of him?" Lin Hai replied, surprised, "Jealous of him? Why would I be jealous?" Zoro said, speechlessly, "If you're not jealous, then why are you grabbing his hair?" Ace glared at Lin Hai, as if to say, "What do you mean?" Lin Hai said, "I'm styling your hair. What are you looking at? Do you believe I'll beat you until you run back to Whitebeard?" Hey. Ace rolled his eyes. "Can you let go? What are you doing to my hair?" Luffy's eyes sparkled. "Ace, let Lin Hai help you with your hairstyle. He makes the best hairstyles." Ace asked, "Really?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "I'm your brother, and you don't even trust me?" Saying that, Lin Hai quickly took out scissors, gel, and a hairdryer. Ace exclaimed, "Where did you get those things?" Then, realizing something, Ace quickly added, "We haven't fought yet. You'll definitely be the one calling me brother." Lin Hai had already started cutting Ace's hair, saying as he worked, "Ace, I wouldn't dare to fight you for real." Ace chuckled, "Even if you did, it wouldn't matter because whether you can hit me is still a question. I advise you to just call me brother. By the way, you're not going to mess up my hair, right?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "Am I that sadistic? I just think your hair looks a bit unnatural, so I'm making it look cooler. But in terms of fighting, you really aren't my opponent. If I go all out, I'm afraid I'd chop you down." Luffy agreed. "Ace, Lin Hai is right. He can use armament Haki, and he can also use observation Haki. And what is that other Haki?" Zoro added, "That Conqueror Haki. Right. Luffy excitedly gestured. "Last time, there was an enormous crab that Lin Hai chopped down in one strike." "Conqueror Haki?" Ace looked at Lin Hai with some surprise, but still laughed. "You've never seen a real pirate. Once we fight, you'll know." Cough, cough. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "Ace, if you underestimate me like that, if I don't beat you up later, I really feel sorry for you. By the way, I heard that when you were with Luffy, he said you often sneaked a peek at Dayton while she was bathing. Is that true?" "Nanny." Everyone looked at Ace in surprise. Luffy's eyes were confused. "Did he say that?" Ace's face turned bright red, and he shouted, "Luffy!" Luffy quickly waved his hands. "Hey, Lin Hai, don't say random things. I never said that." Lin Hai pressed Ace down again and said irritably, "Your temper is like fire. It ignites easily. Be careful not to get set up." Ace paused, realizing Lin Hai seemed to have some hidden meaning in his words, but he still said, "If I said you were peeking at Dayton while she was bathing, let us see how you'd react." Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "Go ahead, just dare to say it in front of her." After some adjustments and improvements, Ace's hairstyle was completed. Pirate Chun Haonan. That's right. The hairstyle Lin Hai designed for him was based on the character Chun Haonan from the movie Young and Dangerous. Zoro seriously examined it and commented, "Lin Hai really does have skills." Sanji and Luffy's eyes sparkled as they asked, "Lin Hai, can you give us the same hairstyle as Ace? It looks so cool." Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "Your hair isn't long enough. I can't do it." Chopper looked around in confusion, wondering what was so cool about it since he couldn't feel it all. Lin Hai jokingly said, "Chopper, how can you a reindeer understand the romance of us men?" Chopper immediately got angry and shouted, "What did you say?" After that, Chopper directly bit Lin Hai's leg. "Lin Hai et Galim, you're not a dog, you're a reindeer. You don't bite people, let go of me." The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Good Reading Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Good Reading Novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates on the time-traveling pirate with a fabulous system. Chapter 82. Ace's new hairstyle for free reading. Chapter 83. Embarrass Lin Hai on the Mary. While chatting with Vivi, Nami noticed that the group was too noisy and reminded them by slapping her forehead. "Hey, can you all be quiet? The ship is about to dock." As she spoke, Nami glanced in Ace's direction and exclaimed, "Wow, Ace, your new hairstyle looks great." So, Nami complimented, "Ace, you become more handsome." Ace had never heard a girl around his age say he was handsome before. Feeling a bit shy, he waved his hand and said, "Thank you for the compliment. It was Lin Hai who helped me with my new hairstyle just now." Sanji couldn't hold back and rushed over to Lin Hai with a pitiful expression, saying, "Lin Hai, can you help me with my hairstyle too? I want to be complimented by Nami." Lin Hai ignored Sanji's pleas and tossed a pair of sunglasses to Ace, then said, "Nami said we are about to dock soon, so everyone should act more mature and get ready." The group looked at Lin Hai with disdain and then went about their own preparations. At this moment, Ace walked up to Lin Hai and asked, "Are you giving me these sunglasses to wear?" Cough, cough. It just feels a bit lacking without sunglasses with this hairstyle, right? Lin Hai nodded and said, "Yeah, any problem with that?" After spending some time together, Ace found Lin Hai quite interesting, so he decided to let his true nature show. Ace put on the sunglasses and smiled. "Lin Hai, they all say I'm handsome now, but you haven't said it yet." Looking at Ace, Lin Hai felt a bit annoyed. "Thank you?" He didn't even say thank you and wanted Lin Hai to compliment him. In his dreams, "Shaw, Lin Hai Vito, as long as you don't talk, you actually look quite handsome." Ace turned and laughed. "I'll take that as you being jealous of me." What nonsense. The hairstyle was done by Lin Hai himself. Why would Lin Hai be jealous? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Are you still half asleep? Me jealous of you?" Ace raised an eyebrow, turned around and put his arm around Lin Hai's neck, saying, "Is saying I'm handsome going to kill you?" "It might." Lin Hai zeeply. Thus, the two began to bicker on the ship. At this moment, Luffy walked over, saw Lin Hai and Ace messing around, and scolded, "You two are really immature. Aren't you? You don't even know how to prepare, just playing around." Before Luffy could finish his sentence, both of them started to hit him. After a while, Nami asked, "Ace, we are preparing to go to the capital of Alabasta, and there's a place called Rain Base. What about you?" Ace glanced at Lin Hai with a resentful look, put on his hat, and said, "So, we're heading to the next place together. Why do you still want to split up? But I remind you, your actions may have already been grasped by Crocodile. That guy, a pirate, actually wants to settle down and seize power. That's a bit too much of a joke. Or maybe he has ulterior motives." Luffy shook Lin Hai's arm and said, "Lin Hai, can I swap routes with you? Let me go with Nami to find Crocodile, and you go with them to that Alabasta place, okay?" Ignoring Luffy, Lin Hai turned to Ace and laughed. "Look at Luffy. That Crocodile has the power of a Logia-type devil fruit, and Luffy doesn't even know Haki, yet he wants to cause trouble for him." Saying this, Lin Hai directly tossed Luffy away, who knew Luffy would run back and say, "I don't care, I'm not going to lose." Ace awkwardly said, "Luffy, this time Lin Hai is right. You won't even be able to touch him. How are you going to fight? But that Crocodile is a Shichibukai, Lin Hai. You can handle it, right?" As soon as Ace asked this, Zoro quickly turned to the horizon because he knew what Lin Hai was planning. Sure enough, Lin Hai looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, with a profound expression, and said, "In the past, I single-handedly plucked the stars and buried the setting sun, unmatched for eternity." Saying this, Lin Hai turned to Ace and continued, "Ace, are you kidding me? I can't defeat Crocodile. Chopper, Usopp." And Luffy looked at Lin Hai with shining eyes. "What? Unmatched for eternity? Lin Hai, can you really pluck the stars? Can you pluck one for me, please?" Lin Hai waved his hand and said, "Calm down, it's just stars. What's so great about that? Back in the day, I had a sword that could move mountains, could overturn seas, could..." This kind of talk isn't often said and can easily be forgotten. Now Lin Hai was in that situation. So he took out his notebook from his space backpack. At that moment, everyone looked at Lin Hai with black lines on their foreheads. Was he serious? If you're going to act, at least remember the complete lines. How come you always forget the words? And he even read from the notebook in front of everyone. It was really shameless. Author's note. Lin Hai is such a fool. He went to an acting training class and even offered money. Yet they wouldn't want him. What the heck? So he was reading from a notebook. I thought Lin Hai was really that impressive. No way, Luffy. You don't really believe that nonsense, do you? Right, it's always like that. Usopp is still the best. Yo, Chopper, you have good taste. I'll tell you about my new adventure later. Really, Usopp? An adventure? That sounds great. Faced with the disdain of these guys, as well as Nami and Vivi who were giggling with their mouths covered, Lin Hai's cheeks instantly flushed red, and he angrily said, "You bastards. Don't even think about drinking my alcohol in the future. Not a drop, not even cola." At this moment, Nami walked over, tried to hold back her laughter, and said, "All right, we're about to dock. Everyone get ready." As soon as they heard they were about to dock, everyone instantly forgot what happened earlier because there were many adventures in the desert. After all, although they had seen it before, they hadn't really explored it. Seeing everyone eager to disembark, Vivi quickly instructed everyone make sure to bring warm clothing. Nami asked why. Vivi explained, "The desert can reach over 50 degrees Celsius during the day, but drop to -10 at night." Luffy's eyes instantly lit up. "What? I can't wait to go play in the desert. It must be so much fun." Nami said helplessly, "Luffy, hurry and go get your clothes. Do you know what Vivi means?" Luffy replied, "It's just an incredible desert. It sounds interesting. Usopp, help me pack." Everyone facepalmed. Chapter 84. Only by catching can one qualify for the competition after the Mary docked. Everyone agreed on the current route, so they did not part ways. However, Vivi, for the sake of caution, wrote a letter for the swift runner to take to the capital of Alabasta, Alabarna. to inform her father of Crocodile's true nature and the cause of this incident. She also urged him to avoid engaging with the Baroque works as much as possible, or to postpone the matter until Vivi and the others arrived. After walking a distance in the desert, Lin Hai couldn't help but ask, "How far is the next city from here?" "We need to buy a camel for the desert journey," Vivi explained. "It's still quite a distance to the city." Luffy shouted from the side, "It's so hot, Lin Hai zeeply, help, Luffy. Can you not scream so obnoxiously? It sounds like you're crying." Nami looked at the sky and said, "Everyone, it's getting dark. Let's find a place to rest for the night." Luffy exclaimed excitedly, "Can we rest now?" "Sanji, bring me some water, I just want to sip." Sanji retorted, "No way. If you drink like that, we'll run out of water by tomorrow." At that moment, Ace said, "Something is coming." Lin Hai rolled his eyes at Ace. "This guy really does have observation Haki." Nami asked, "What is coming?" Lin Hai adjusted his hairstyle and waved his hand. "Don't worry, it's just a few tornadoes." "Ha. Today I can finally cut down that annoying tornado," Usopp exclaimed. "So you still haven't forgotten about that incident?" Zoro asked in confusion. "That's a fierce tornado. What are you going to do?" Lin Hai confidently said, "It's just a tornado in the desert, no big deal. Today I'll show you what a sword really is." In the distance, the tornado, accompanied by strange howling, was heading towards Lin Hai, bringing with it a lot of sand and stones. Spatial field. Suddenly, a transparent membrane expanded from Lin Hai's palm, and the tornado was about to enter the space field he created. Ace, who was nearby, was curious about what ability Lin Hai was using. It seemed quite special. Just as he was preparing to observe closely, he suddenly realized that his position seemed to have changed. Of course it changed because Lin Hai realized that his sword couldn't stop the tornado, so he could only use his spatial ability to move everyone to a safe place. At this moment, everyone looked at the receding tornado and finally reacted. Sanji asked, "Lin Hai, is this what you wanted to show us?" Chopper honestly said, "It seems like we changed positions just now. Was that Lin Hai's doing?" Luffy expressed his disdain. "What? Weren't you going to cut the tornado?" Everyone couldn't help but start to mock, while Lin Hai felt quite helpless. If he had done it like Zoro and cut a tornado, it wouldn't have negated the tornado that had just blown through. Only Ace curiously stepped forward to ask, "Lin Hai, your ability is a bit abnormal. What exactly is it?" Lin Hai immediately perked up. Finally, someone who understands. "So," Lin Hai proudly said, "this is spatial ability. I am a user of the space fruit. How about that? Much cooler than your flame fruit, right?" Ace rolled his eyes and said, "If I had done it just now, it would have just taken one punch. Your ability is just for running away." Lin Hai shouted angrily, "Aren't we supposed to compete? The sky is getting dark anyway. Let's have a match." Ace had long wanted to punch Lin Hai, so he replied, "Wait, I'll make you beg for mercy." At this moment, Luffy and Usopp approached with sparkling eyes. They were excited to see a big show. Luffy said, "I want to compete too." Sanji dragged Luffy away. "Luffy, you should just watch quietly." Zoro was interested to see how Lin Hai and Ace's abilities would measure up. Nami and Vivi were speechless, but they were still very interested in the duel between Lin Hai and Ace, so they joined the others to watch. Soon, the two chose a place for their duel. Who do you think is stronger, Lin Hai or Ace? Of course it's Ace. I've never won against Ace in a fight. I think Lin Hai can win. After all, his ability is too bizarre. At this point, after staring at each other for a long time, Lin Hai said, "Shall we compete in physical skills first or directly in overall strength?" Ace laughed. "I don't mind. You choose." Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. "Let's see if you're still so cocky later. Let's just start." Spatial field. They started right away. Lin Hai immediately used his ability to envelop Ace. This was Ace's first time facing such spatial ability, and he didn't quite understand it. Just as he was trying to observe the situation, he felt an inexplicable sense of danger from his sixth sense. Ace's intuition was correct. Before he could even make a move, the stick hit his stomach, and it was coated with armament Haki. Ace shouted in surprise, and he was sent flying. Lin Hai laughed. "How's that? I win." "Oh yeah." Ace rubbed his stomach and stood up, confused. "We just started. How can you say you won?" Lin Hai explained. "If I had used my sword, do you think you would still be standing there?" Ace protested. "No way, that doesn't count. I wasn't ready, and you seem to have switched my position, and then I just ran into your stick?" Luffy exclaimed. "Lin Hai, that is so despicable. He did the same thing to me when we dueled." Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "That's my secret move. If you can't handle it, can you blame me? Remember, in front of experts, you can only qualify for the competition if you can catch those secret moves. It's about competing in strength, speed, practical experience, and other overall abilities." Ace said helplessly, "Let us do it again. This time I won't get hit by you." Lin Hai sat down on the ground, acting shamelessly. I already won. I'm not fighting anymore, Ace was furious. This bastard, how infuriating. He hit himself with a stick and then refuses to continue fighting. At this moment, Luffy excitedly approached. Lin Hai, let us have a match. Lin Hai got up, clapped his hands, and laughed. Sure, come on. Sanji couldn't help but mutter. So Lin Hai is afraid of losing, huh? He dares to fight Luffy, but not Ace. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm stupid? Ace's ability is fire. If he lets loose, the destructive power is too great. What if I get hurt? Ace quickly said, I'll control it. Lin Hai replied helplessly. Come on, I'm not fighting you. To be honest, if I fight you, I can only use my secret moves, and that means one of us will definitely get hurt, so I'm not fighting. Meanwhile, Luffy felt like he was being offended. What happened to the promised duel? Why are they just chatting? The web version is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Goodread novel app. The fastest updates for crossing the pirate world, I have a flirty system are provided for you. Chapter 84 Catch It. Only then do you have the qualification to compete is available for free reading. Chapter 85. Lin Hai and Ace sparring ignored by the others. Luffy complained, hey, can you let me compete with Lin Hai first? Lin Hai smiled and replied, sure, just attack like last time. Luffy grinned, you better be careful. I'm not the same as last time. At this moment, Luffy was in a half-squat position, one hand pressed against the ground, entering gear second. Suddenly, Luffy's skin turned red and steam began to rise from him. Ace, standing nearby, asked, what is Luffy doing? It looks really strong. Chopper exclaimed. Luffy used this technique once on Drum Island, but it wasn't that great. That's because last time, Chopper couldn't see Luffy's movements clearly. He only remembered Luffy's body steaming for a bit, and then nothing else. This was because Chopper simply couldn't keep up with Luffy's speed. At this moment, Luffy clenched one fist at his waist and extended the other hand, palm, facing Lin Hai, aiming. Luffy said, Lin Hai, you better watch out. Lin Hai nodded. Bring it on. As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy had disappeared from his spot and reappeared diagonally above Lin Hai. Jet pistol. Lin Hai merely shifted slightly, and it seemed the sand at his feet was hit by a bullet, creating a dent. But that wasn't all. Luffy kept changing his position, and dents appeared around Lin Hai. Jet pistol. Rocket launcher. In an instant, Luffy's afterimages surrounded Lin Hai, creating a visual illusion due to his excessive speed. Except for Ace, Sanji and Zoro were having a hard time keeping up with Luffy's speed, let alone the others. Chopper, confused, asked, huh? Why are there so many Luffys in the sky? What is happening? Why are there suddenly dents around Lin Hai? Usopp, holding his head in shock, exclaimed, how strong are they? I feel like they're getting more and more insane. Sanji and Zoro exchanged glances, both feeling anxious inside. Was their growth really this exaggerated? Meanwhile, Nami and Vivi were in a daze, wondering if this was a duel. If one got hit by a punch, it was unimaginable. Just look at the dents on the ground. At this moment, Ace couldn't help but admire. I didn't expect Luffy to have improved so much. Luffy, who was moving rapidly, found it really annoying. The observation Haki was too bothersome. After several moves, Luffy gave up attacking Lin Hai. And after releasing gear second, he said dejectedly, Lin Hai, my speed has improved a lot. How come I still can't hit you? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and replied, because my speed is faster than yours. If you encounter an opponent with observation Haki who can foresee the future, that would be truly devastating. So you should practice hard. Ace asked, puzzled. Observation Haki can foresee the future? Lin Hai replied, didn't your crew tell you about this? Realizing, Lin Hai laughed, I forgot. You're a proud person who wouldn't bother to ask others. But I must tell you, to improve, you need to keep learning and innovating. Stagnation can be very dangerous. After hearing Lin Hai's words, everyone pondered, and Ace looked at Lin Hai meaningfully, as if Lin Hai's earlier actions were reminding him of something. Do you have to master an ultimate move to qualify for a competition? Continuous learning and innovation? The peak of being a pirate is indeed not that easy, but Ace could be sure of one thing. Lin Hai was definitely not simple in the future. At this point, Luffy rubbed his stomach and said, I'm so hungry. Can we eat now? Sanji rolled his eyes. Wait a minute, I'll prepare the food. By the time dinner was ready, it was already dark, and the desert night had become particularly cold, dropping to -10 degrees. At this moment, Lin Hai walked over to Ace and smiled. Ace, I could down a whole bottle of that Erguo 2 we drank last night in one go. What does that mean? Showing off again? He just gave himself a bruise. And it still hurts. Thinking of this, Ace couldn't help but retort, that Erguo 2? I could drink a bottle and a half in one breath. Damn. Lin Hai raised an eyebrow and replied, I could drink 2 bottles. Ace refused to back down. I can drink 3 bottles. for bottles. 5 bottles. Zoro, unable to refrain from asking, what are they doing? Sanji tried to explain. It seems like they're competing to see who can drink more. Chopper asked in confusion. But they haven't drunk any alcohol. Nami slapped her forehead. Were they children? What was there to compete about? At this moment, Usopp hugged Chopper, saying, Chopper, you're so warm. Chopper angrily replied, do you look down on reindeer? Zoro said helplessly, Chopper, change back quickly, or you'll get cold again. Luffy then jumped up and directly pounced on Chopper. Usopp asked, Luffy, aren't you going to check on them? Luffy smiled and said, they have a good relationship. Let's not disturb them. Hey, where's the good relationship? They're about to fight. Meanwhile, Lin Hai and Ace were arguing. After a while, Ace said, the flame fruit is not only a Logia-type devil fruit, but its flame abilities are extremely powerful, much more practical than your space fruit. Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. Oh, you want to compare? Then let's have a good comparison. Lin Hai retorted, the space fruit is invincible within the established spatial field, because I can attack or dodge in that space. It's top-notch. Your stinky flames are useless against someone with stronger Haki. Practical? Uffed. Ace, annoyed, said, with your broken space fruit, you have to create a spatial field. It has such a small range that when I punch, you can't dodge at all. And you still say you're invincible? You're just shameless. Lin Hai angrily responded, what did you say? Ace shot back, do you want to fight? The two glared at each other, and suddenly they both sensed something. Lin Hai and Ace simultaneously exclaimed, there's a hidden weapon. Bang, bang. It turned out to be Nami, throwing Sanji's cooking utensils at Lin Hai and Ace. Nami, hands on her hips, angrily said, really? Are you two going to let anyone sleep? Chopper shrank his head, unable to help but think, Nami, so scary. Those two strong guys were taken care of by Nami. Usopp, who couldn't help but boast for a day without feeling uncomfortable, said, Chopper, did you see the stars in the sky? Chopper nodded. It's my first time seeing the stars. They're so beautiful. Zoro asked, surprised, no way. Is it your first time? Chopper replied, because I've always been on Drum Island, where it snows all year round, so I can't see the stars. Usopp said, what's the big deal? These stars scattered because I shot a sun a long time ago. Chopper and Luffy exclaimed, really? Usopp. Zoro said irritably, I'm going to sleep. The web version of the chapter loads slowly. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Goodread novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates for crossing the pirate world. I have a fabulous system. Chapter 85. Lin Hai and Ace's Banter is available for free reading. Chapter 86. God help. The next day, after traveling a distance, everyone arrived at a ruin. Looking at the desolate ruins where no one lived anymore. Many buildings have been weathered by time. Vivi couldn't help but pick up a handful of yellow sand and said, what wrong did the people of this city commit? Born in the land of sand. While struggling against nature, Crocodile has made the lives of those who are desperately trying to survive a complete mess. Why? Does that guy have the right to do such things? Why, at the same time, does he claim to be a hero under the name of the Seven Warlords, while secretly toying with the people? Yet, no one sees his true face. Like many places, it used to be an oasis, but since 3 years ago, Crocodile's Baroque works has turned many areas into deserts due to the use of dance powder to induce rain. And this incident in the Alabasta kingdom was also caused by that. The capital of Alabasta is called Alabasta. Because of dance powder, only Alabasta receives rain, while other places no longer do. Coupled with Crocodile's instigation behind the scenes, after 3 years of fermentation, it has led to the current situation in Alabasta. Luffy said angrily, Crocodile, boom. A precarious building collapsed under Luffy's attack. Nami walked to Vivi's side and comforted her. Vivi, we will soon reach the capital of Alabasta, Alabasta, and this matter will be resolved quickly, so don't be sad. Vivi shook her head and said, I'm fine, it's just that looking at these places, I can't understand why Crocodile is so cruel. After resting for a while, Vivi's mood improved a bit. At this moment, Sanji couldn't help but say, this should be a ruin, right? Vivi nodded and said, yes, it's quite ancient. The civilization of this land has existed for thousands of years, giving birth to countless nations, which then disappeared, sometimes migrating in search of water, and sometimes wars occurring. Such ruins often appear on this land, filled with many mysteries. Sanji sighed. So after the passage of time, it became the current Alabasta kingdom, right? Truly a magnificent history. Even prosperous countries cannot escape the fate of disappearance, just like Rome. Nami was speechless, thinking he was bringing up the wrong topic, quickly reminded. Sanji. Realizing. Sanji hurriedly said, sorry, Vivi, I didn't mean it that way. How should I put it? My wording was inappropriate. I'm sorry. Vivi shook her head. It's okay, actually, I often think about this too. Everyone looked at Vivi. She fell into deep thought, and then said, what is a kingdom? After all, even if the king changes, people still live, culture remains, life goes on. Even if the kingdom changes, as long as these do not change. Is there really no need to protect the kingdom? What needs protection must be something else. I'm sorry, did I say something strange? Even I haven't found the answer. But I'm very clear about what I should do now. Baroque Works wants to secretly incite some meaningless disputes. I must stop this. Because what they're doing is trying to destroy this land. Even if I become infamous in the future, it doesn't matter. I won't let Crocodile's scheme succeed. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Hai couldn't help but applaud. Vivi, you've made a lot of progress. You know how to inspire people. Stir up the emotions of these fools, and then help you solve this matter, right? Saying this, Lin Hai pointed at the excited crowd Vivi had just roused. And everyone suddenly realized that while Lin Hai was right, being called fools was indeed true, causing everyone to look at Lin Hai in embarrassment, with an impulse to punch him at any moment. However, Lin Hai didn't mind and said, Vivi, didn't I tell you before? You are the only princess of the Alabasta kingdom, responsible for Alabasta. This is your duty. What are you thinking about those distant matters? Making sure your people live in peace is what you should be thinking about. Right now, your most important task is to resolve the crisis in Alabasta, which is to live in the present. Don't get caught up in irrelevant matters. Because ruins have become history, they can only be referenced. As for us, of course, we will go to Crocodile to demand compensation. Fools, do you all remember? Damn, you don't follow the rules of combat and hit me. You say we are fools. I'll let you say. Lin Hai, can't you say something nice? Always scolding us. Just wait until I beat you up. Vivi, come and hit him too. This guy is too infuriating. After a while, Lin Hai, who had tidied up his clothes, glared fiercely at everyone, then wrapped his arm around Vivi's waist and smiled. Vivi, you now have the qualities of a hero, truly worthy of royal lineage. What could Vivi do? She had witnessed the capabilities of the Straw Hat crew. Currently, the key figures who could resolve the Alabasta crisis were the Straw Hat crew, and from a young age, following her father, Vivi understood some encouraging words to a certain extent, but she didn't expect Lin Hai to say it so bluntly. For a moment, Vivi, with a flushed face, said to everyone, I'm sorry, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper widened their eyes at Vivi. No way. Could it be that what Lin Hai said is true? Luffy exclaimed, Vivi, your brain is really too good. Vivi awkwardly nodded. Do you all think I'm very sinister? Vivi's face turned red as she lowered her head. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. I'm not saying this to imply how sinister Vivi is, but to let everyone understand the cause and effect of the situation. As my partner, Lin Hai, you can't always be foolish, right? However, our goal this time is the same as what Vivi wants. You all shouldn't mind how we get there, right? Oh, Lin Hai, your head is also quite useful. Luffy couldn't help but admire him. Usopp said speechlessly, Hey, are you all comfortable being around a guy like Lin Hai? Sanji laughed. Why don't you take my kitchen knife and kill Lin Hai? As soon as Usopp saw Lin Hai looking at him with a dangerous gaze, he immediately shouted, help, Lin Hai is going to kill someone. Upon hearing Usopp's words, Chopper actually believed it, and with tears in his eyes, he walked up to Lin Hai and pleaded, Lin Hai, Usopp is our companion. Can you not kill him? Lin Hai, who had his arm around Vivi's waist, suddenly felt it wasn't as pleasant anymore. He couldn't help but slap his forehead and then shouted to the sky, God, help me. Ace, who was nearby, almost burst out laughing. Chopper was just too cute, and Zoro, seeing Ace trying to hold back his laughter, couldn't help but blush, glancing away, really not knowing which nerve he had misfired to end up on this ship. At this moment, Nami kicked Lin Hai away, then hugged Vivi's arm and smiled. What are you talking about? We help you because you are our friend, and it has nothing to do with anything else. That's all. Luffy nodded and said, Yes, that's it. Oh. Sanji's eyes turned into hearts as he spun around Vivi and Nami, saying, I don't mind. As long as I can help Vivi-san, I don't care if I go to hell. Zoro couldn't help but retort, then hurry up and go to hell. Sanji immediately shot back, What are you saying? Do you believe I'll kick you to death? Zoro angrily replied, If you have the guts, come at me. Let's see if I won't chop you up, you perverted cook. In the scorching ruins of the desert, Sanji and Zoro started fighting again. Nami, beside Vivi, slapped her forehead and imitated Lin Hai, saying, God, help me. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Goodread novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates on Crossing Pirate. I have a flirty system. Chapter 86 God, help me. For free reading. Chapter 87. Lin Hai and Nami walking in the desert for a long time makes one feel exceptionally irritable. The heat is one aspect, and the other is that. Just like the sea, the scenery here is unchanging, with sand everywhere. The initial excitement has turned into torment now, especially for Luffy. Vivi, how much longer until we arrive? I'm gonna melt, Luffy said, imitating an old man with a cane, his eyes vacant. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Luffy, if you keep calling out like that, everyone will be influenced by you. How about this? Clear your mind and try to look around. A moment later, Sanji exclaimed, Lin Hai, your method really works? Could not work. I did this in class back then, and the teacher's words became a lullaby. However, they soon arrived at a village. Everyone finally revived. What did you say? There is no news about Blackbeard here? Upon entering the village and asking around, Ace heard someone say that news about Blackbeard Teach had appeared to the west. So Ace had wasted all that time. Nami asked, Ace, are you still coming with us? Luffy pouted, Ace, aren't you going to be my crewmate? Why not reconsider? Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Luffy, how can you still have the face to invite him? He could beat you without even using his powers. Aren't you ashamed? At that moment, Ace handed his life card to Luffy and said, next time at the Pirate Summit. See you. Luffy bid farewell. Ace, see you at the next Pirate Summit. After Ace left, it was Lin Hai and Nami's turn. Lin Hai said, everyone, we will split up here. Nami and I will go find Crocodile, and you all go directly to the capital of Alabasta. Remember, be careful of those billionaires who have infiltrated the kingdom. Sanji grumbled, Nami, why are you going with Lin Hai? Saying that, Sanji ran in front of Lin Hai and said, you better behave yourself. If you dare to get handsy with Nami, I definitely won't let you go. Lin Hai turned to Nami and raised an eyebrow and said, what are you talking about, Sanji? I'm a serious person. Hearing Lin Hai say such shameless words, everyone couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their eyes, because Lin Hai's hand was already around Nami's waist. Sanji let out a beastly roar, bastard. Take your hand off her, or I'll kick you to death. Lin Hai ignored Sanji and followed Nami as they set off towards Dream City, Rainy Land. After walking for a while, Lin Hai couldn't help but ask Nami, are you tired? Listen to me, it would have been great to have a camel. Nami replied incredulously, didn't we encounter a camel on the way? You directly killed it with one stroke. If you bought another one, you might have killed that one too. Can Lin Hai be blamed for that? The camel was too lewd. It was just a beast. Yet it dared to show that kind of look to a human. So Lin Hai simply roasted it for Luffy and the others to eat. At that moment, Nami voiced her doubts that had been bothering her for days. Lin Hai, why do I feel like you've been distant from me since we left the garden? Cough. People always grow, after all. We see each other every day, and given our relationship, we need some time to think, right? Lin Hai stepped forward and wrapped his arm around Nami's waist to explain, I was afraid I might hurt you, but later I realized. Nami asked in confusion, realized what? Lin Hai smiled. My Nami is actually very smart and generous, not so easily hurt. Nami's face turned red, but she still retorted, who's yours? Shameless. Lin Hai asked, Nami, I want to kiss you. Nami replied, we're on our way, stay away from me. Night fell again. The evening breeze blew over a patch of brightly blooming flowers, emitting an intoxicating fragrance. Alilby was still hard at work, unlike others who had gone to rest early. The cool dew on the petals moistened one side of the pollen, and the bee's job was to handle this pollen. That is how honey is made. However, this damp pollen seemed a bit sticky, so the bee had to be careful. Life is not easy. People should cherish the present. Seeing such a touching scene of life, how could Nami not be moved? At that moment, Nami closed her eyes tightly, tilted her head, and quietly felt the traces of the breeze. Everything was so quiet, so intoxicating. The night wind's call was sometimes intense, sometimes gentle, blowing in strands. Seeing this beautiful scenery, how could Nami remain calm? So, she sang a song to express her praise and love for the quiet night. Another new day came. When Nami woke up, she found herself resting in Lin Hai's arms. Remembering last night, she couldn't help but glare at the person beside her and urged, Lin Hai, wake up quickly, we still need to hurry to Rainy Land. Huh? Lin Hai mumbled, what time is it? Let me sleep a bit more. At that moment, as Nami got up, she suddenly lost her balance and almost fell on Lin Hai. She glared at him fiercely and said, wake up quickly. Crocodile caused such great harm to Vivi's country. You need to deal with him. Looking at the flower-like Nami in front of him, Lin Hai got up and said, I'll go, but are you okay? I told you not to push yourself. Look. Nami's face turned red as she pinched Lin Hai hard. She didn't even know what was wrong with her last night, so she was pushing herself. Lin Hai raised an eyebrow. Come on, I'll carry you. Nami's face flushed. This is you wanted to carry me. Not me wanting you to carry me, Be careful. Lin Hai asked. How long until we reach Rainy Land? Nami replied. We should arrive by tonight. Lin Hai exclaimed. Isn't that still a day's journey? Nami retorted. Are you complaining about walking with me? What do you mean? Ignoring Nami, Lin Hai purchased the song Ju Beiji carries his wife from his system. Although there were no lyrics, the music, he wanted to experience that mood, right? Nami, who was on Lin Hai's back, exclaimed, What music is this? It sounds weird. Lin Hai laughed. Doesn't it sound funny? Nami said awkwardly, What is funny about it? Turn it off. Nami felt like she was being teased by this music. Lin Hai insisted, I just like it. Don't you think this music makes your mood inexplicably bright? Nami was speechless. Forget it. If you want to listen, then listen. By the way, I want to ask you a question. You have to answer me honestly. Lin Hai slowed down, turned his head, and asked, What is it? Nami hesitated for a moment and asked, Do you like me? Lin Hai nodded and said, I like it. Why are you asking such a silly question? If I didn't like you, would I have? Last night? Nami bit Lin Hai's ear and angrily said, That's not what I meant. You. Let go, I'm telling you. Lin Hai explained, To be honest, you will. Although your temper isn't great, you love money and you're violent, your figure is really good. Nami's face darkened. Put me down. I don't want you to carry me anymore. Lin Hai stubbornly replied, No way. As long as I can carry you, I will. The sudden confession made Nami's face blush. Some things, when said too plainly, lose their original flavor. Nami stopped asking and instead pressed herself back against Lin Hai's back, suddenly teasing, Giddy up, giddy up. Lin Hai exclaimed, You brat. Get down from me. Chapter 88, Is This a Normal Person? During the time when Lin Hai and Nami were on their way, without Lin Hai restricting Luffy's movements, things took a turn for the worse. Luffy and his crew got lost. They arrived at Dream City, Rain Base even earlier than Lin Hai and Nami, and then fell in a crocodile's trap. At this moment, in a small room made of sea prism stone, Luffy was imitating Sanji, making a gesture like he was holding a cigarette, and said, Did you steal the meat? Ha ha, Luffy, your imitation is really spot on. Usopp exclaimed excitedly from his side. Luffy continued to mimic Lin Hai, ruffling his hair with one hand and closing his eyes, he sighed. Ah, another day of being awakened by my own handsomeness. Before the Straw Hat crew could start laughing, Smoker couldn't hold back anymore. But once he realized it, he quickly turned his head away. What's going on with the Straw Hat crew? Meanwhile, Sanji couldn't help but twitch his eye. Watching Luffy and the others being so relaxed while they were locked up, and Zoro still sleeping soundly on the ground. Unable to take it anymore, Sanji first gave Luffy and Usopp a hit each and angrily said, You bunch of idiots, are you all clear about the current situation? After that, Sanji hit Zoro as well, angrily shouting, You're still sleeping? Get up. Zoro groggily sat up, rubbing his eyes and asked, Oh, is it morning? Sanji shouted in anger. It's noon already. Outside the room, Crocodile, sitting in a chair, couldn't help but say, Enjoy your playtime. Make sure to get along well in your final moments, huh? Sanji retorted. You enjoy your leisure time now, but when Lin Hai gets here, let's see if you'll still be so smug. With that guy's temper, he won't talk nicely to you. Luffy nodded and said, You bastard. If you don't let us out, be careful Lin Hai comes to find you for trouble. Crocodile shook his glass of red wine, took a sip, and replied, It seems that this Lin Hai really has your trust, but trust is the most useless thing in this world. Soon, I will have him come and keep you company, don't worry. In the small room, Vivi couldn't help but ask, Crocodile, what is your true purpose? Why do this to the Alabasta kingdom? If you hadn't come to this kingdom, Alabasta could have maintained peace forever, but now, Crocodile, you are the most despicable one. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha. Crocodile laughed maliciously, then proudly explained, The one who should die is this boring kingdom, Miss Wednesday. Saying this, Crocodile stood up with a smug face and continued, I want Alabasta to disappear from this planet. I want those desperate citizens to fall in painful struggles, swallowed by eternal darkness. The ideal country battle plan is about to begin. As he spoke, Crocodile gazed at the ceiling with a look of ecstasy, as if what he had always dreamed of was about to be fulfilled. Seeing Crocodile like this, everyone couldn't help but twitch their eyes. What is wrong with this guy? Is this a normal person? However, Vivi was still very concerned about what Crocodile meant by the ideal country battle plan. So, Vivi quickly asked, Crocodile, what do you want to do to Alabasta? Tell me quickly. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha. Crocodile laughed again, then said proudly, Do you want me to tell you about the kind of people I despise the most? Those who pretend to care for the citizens while being selfish hypocrites. Vivi was taken aback, then shouted, You want to kill my father? How can you do this? Crocodile replied, Don't scream like that, I don't plan to do that. Isn't worth killing. I want to make Cobra experience humiliation more brutal than death. Watching everyone's expressions, as if they wanted to kill him but were helpless, Crocodile enjoyed teasing. As a princess, you can't make this kind of face. Vivi, I'll ask you one more time. What exactly is the ideal country battle plan? Tell me quickly. Hey, Crocodile said. Do you even understand your current position? Well, the battle is about to start anyway, so it doesn't hurt to tell you. After all, I've been preparing for this for 3 years. And if I don't show it off, I'll feel lonely. Crocodile said. So I'll tell you, it's the plan to end the Alabasta kingdom. The ideal country battle. Then Crocodile revealed how he would control King Cobra and have Mr. 2 impersonate the king to incite this war. Meanwhile, on the streets of Rainbase, Lin Hai said, Nami, you have to give me some face, right? Just let me show off once, okay? Saying this, Lin Hai playfully shook Nami's arm. Helpless, Nami asked, pretending to be your maid is fine, but I want to wear a maid outfit. You must design a set of clothes I like for me. Also, all the compensation money that comes later belongs to me. Fine. Lin Hai leaned close to Nami's ear and whispered, a few $100 million is no problem. Nami's face turned red, rolling her eyes. Say it. How do you want to do it? Lin Hai explained, when we meet Crocodile later, just stand by my side and don't say anything. The rest is up to me. Nami nodded. That's fine, but if you don't get the compensation money, you're dead. Lin Hai pulled Nami to a changing area, walking while saying, you don't know my abilities yet? Even if Crocodile doesn't give it. I have ways to get you a pile of gold coins. Nami suddenly realized the benefits of space abilities. So, Nami pretended to be gentle, hugging Lin Hai's arm and said sweetly, Lin Hai, could you? Lin Hai rolled his eyes, no? Nami was speechless. I didn't even say it. Why did you refuse? Lin Hai poked Nami's nose. Human desire is infinite. What you control is yourself. Don't get lost in a pile of money and become a high-level tool that only collects treasures. That will be the greatest tragedy. TCH. Nami said gloomily. I haven't received a single berry. What right do you have to lecture me? By the way, what type of clothes are you going to give me? Chapter 89. Another awkward moment. After changing into her outfit, Nami stared at her reflection in the mirror, seemingly not recognizing herself, as her look was simply stunning. However, Lin Hai, who was beside Nami, shook his head and said, Nami, let's change into something else. I didn't account for your aura. This outfit doesn't quite suit you. Nami quickly protested. No way, I want to wear this. Ahem, at this moment. Anyone who had seen the movie Resident Evil would certainly give Lin Hai a look, as Nami's outfit was almost identical to that of the movie's heroine, Alice. However, Nami's figure was better than Alice's, because Alice was an A cup, while Nami was almost an E cup. After admiring herself for a while, Nami turned and asked, what about you? Are you really going to meet Crocodile dressed like that? Lin Hai laughed. You don't need to worry about me. By the way, have you mastered the skills in the weapon Usopp gave you? After all, sometimes I can't look after you, and if we're going to travel the world, you need to learn to protect yourself. Nami rolled her eyes. You've said that so many times. When I was out at sea, you were still drinking milk. Ignoring Nami's complaints, Lin Hai started styling his hair. If you remember correctly, the first time Nami used the weather stick, she almost got taken out by Mr. One's partner because she hadn't used the weapon before, right? While using a hairdryer to style his hair, Lin Hai said, remember, Nami, your illusion trick is useless against those who can use observation Haki. So if you sense something is off, find a way to escape. Before he could finish, Nami leaned against Lin Hai's back playfully and said, you're so naggy. Are you actually concerned about me? As she spoke, Nami playfully licked Lin Hai's ear. Lin Hai couldn't help but pause his breathing. He was in the middle of getting ready, so stop it. No wonder the people in your village always say you're a bad girl. Nami didn't stop teasing Lin Hai. She leaned closer to his ear and whispered, don't you like it? At this point, Lin Hai turned around and kissed Nami directly. Ahem, was this the perfect opportunity? Much later, as they walked down the street, Nami's face still bore a blush as she held onto Lin Hai's arm, heading towards Crocodile's location. The outfits of Lin Hai and Nami were simply too eye-catching. At that moment, Nami's figure was curvaceous and hinted at a mature woman's aura, adding to her charm. Lin Hai's outfit was the same as when he was singing that day. Black pants, a white shirt, and a low-key jacket over it. It wasn't that Lin Hai didn't want to dress more flamboyantly. He simply couldn't afford it lately. The flamboyant currency was almost gone. Soon, the two entered the busiest casino in Rain Base, where Crocodile was located. Not far away, Nico Robin was already waiting for Lin Hai and Nami. When she saw the two, she was momentarily stunned, as their outfits were too dazzling. Once she regained her composure, Nico Robin said, please follow me, the boss is waiting for you. For some reason, at that moment, Lin Hai truly wished he were taller, as at 177 centimeters, he felt like a dwarf standing in front of the 2-meter-tall Robin. At this time, Lin Hai smiled and said, "You must be Nico Robin, right? I met you once before. Your boss is about to take his final bow. How about you join us instead?" Hee hee. Robin turned and smiled. "You seem quite confident, huh? We'll see about that later." Seeing Robin smile faintly and continue to lead the way, Nami pinched Lin Hai and couldn't help but say, "You wouldn't have a crush on her, would you? Such a flirt." Lin Hai felt helpless. Robin did have a great figure, but he was just looking. How could that mean he had a crush on her? However, Nami was right. Lin Hai was indeed moved, but he absolutely couldn't admit it. Just as they reached the door of the room, Lin Hai let Robin go in first because he had designed a dramatic entrance for himself. At that moment, Crocodile, who was in the reception room, noticed that only Robin had entered and asked, "Where are they?" Robin stood beside Crocodile and replied, "He's here." The people in the room suddenly heard an exhilarating piece of music. This background music was the BGM when Mihawk made his move and Shanks made his entrance. The author can't remember the name of this BGM. Accompanied by this exhilarating BGM, Lin Hai made his entrance. He appeared with his head slightly lowered, his beautiful hair flowing in the breeze, and at that moment, Lin Hai was extremely satisfied with himself, but his mind was occupied with the thought of Luffy and the others. Weren't they supposed to be in the capital of Alabasta? Why were they all locked up in that small room? While pondering the situation, Lin Hai suddenly found that the path ahead was sloping downwards, and as a result, he stepped into thin air and tumbled down the stairs outside the door. Nami was still at the entrance, reaching out as if to grab Lin Hai. The group inside the small room was instantly stunned. What was Lin Hai doing? Hey, what kind of joke is this? Is he trying to be funny? What are you guys talking about? Hey, Lin Hai, hurry up and get us out of here. At this moment, Crocodile, who was sitting calmly in his chair, turned to Nico Robin and thought, "Is this guy really worth 300 million berries? He seems like an idiot." At that moment, Lin Hai, who had gotten up, felt a burning sensation on his face and quickly turned off the music. Since his attempt to show off had failed, he might as well negotiate properly. Lin Hai glared fiercely at Luffy and the others in the small room. They quickly shut up. Then, Lin Hai sat down on a chair facing Crocodile, and Nami stood beside him. At this point, Lin Hai took out a half-meter-long cigar and lit it with a 10,000 berry bill. Everyone was shocked by this scene. It was just too cool, right? I want to light up like that in the future. Why didn't I think of this before? Does anyone have money? I want to try it. Ignoring the commotion from the small room, Lin Hai exhaled a puff of smoke. Fortunately, he managed to hold it together. That half-meter-long cigar was so hefty that he almost choked. At this moment, Lin Hai knocked on the table and said, "Not long ago, I took one of my maids to travel around the world, and we passed by a place called Whiskey Peak. We almost got assassinated, and their goal was to take my head for the bounty. Every time I think about it, it gives me a faint pain." After finishing his sentence, Lin Hai took another puff of smoke, while Crocodile, who had a cigar in his mouth, quietly stared at Lin Hai. After exhaling a puff of smoke, Lin Hai said, "I heard that those who tried to assassinate us were arranged by you, Crocodile, right? I don't think I've offended you, have I? Mr. Zero." "Oomph. Ha. Crocodile grinned devilishly and provocatively stared at Lin Hai, asking, "They're my subordinates. What do you want to do?" Lin Hai leaned against the edge of the chair, with his heels on the table, and said recklessly, "Intimidation fees, shock fees, lost work fees, mental damage fees, expenses for coming here, and so on. You must compensate." "Oomph. Ha. Space Field. Look at how arrogant Crocodile is. It seems he has no intention of compensating." Lin Hai also doesn't plan to waste words, taking the initiative. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Goodread novel app. The network provides you with the fastest updates for crossing the pirate world. I have a charming system. Chapter 89. It's awkward again. Free reading. Chapter 90. Lin Hai's blush, who is Crocodile, sitting across from Lin Hai. He once challenged the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. Although he lost, Crocodile has always regarded himself as being slightly below Whitebeard's level. As for Lin Hai, his bounty is only 300 million berries, which Crocodile doesn't fear at all. At this moment, Crocodile was just curious about what this transparent film was, when suddenly a sharp pain shot through his stomach. "Ah, biling!" Before anyone could react, Crocodile was swept away by Lin Hai's leg, which was imbued with armament Haki, crashing through the door of the corridor and flying out. Lin Hai didn't intend to kill Crocodile, as the relationships in this world are too complex. Looking at the original story, Luffy was able to escape from the underwater prison partly thanks to Crocodile, right? During the Marineford War, when Luffy was being chased by Mihawk, Crocodile had helped him once. When Ace was about to be executed, Crocodile saved him as well. And when Luffy was pursued by Akainu, Crocodile also intervened. Letting him go this time could mean Crocodile might save him in the future. This kind of mysticism, Lin Hai couldn't help but believe in. After flying for quite a distance, Crocodile finally reacted, feeling dazed. Isn't he a Logia-type devil fruit user? It seemed like he had just been kicked by someone and flew far away. Cough, cough, cough. Crocodile couldn't help but spit out some blood, staring in the direction of the room where he had just negotiated with Lin Hai. At this moment, Crocodile was not afraid, but filled with rage. Who is he, Crocodile? He has always aimed for the pinnacle of piracy, and to be kicked away by some sudden upstart with a bounty of 300 million is something he cannot let slide. Thinking this, Crocodile straightened himself up to reclaim his dignity. Meanwhile, Lin Hai used observation Haki to sense that Crocodile was coming back. At the right moment, Lin Hai utilized his abilities to switch everyone inside the cage outside. Smoker stepped forward and asked, "What is going on with your ability?" "This small cage is made of sea prism stone." Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Hurry up and go to the capital of Alabasta. Crocodile's plan has already begun." Luffy asked in confusion, "What about you?" Lin Hai replied, "That guy won't give up. Just go quickly, I'll hold off Crocodile." Facing a war of millions, Luffy understood the gravity and quickly made a decision. But Smoker was still hesitating. Lin Hai rolled his eyes again. "Come on, Smoker, wake up. The lives of so many people are more important than your theories. Hurry up and resolve the crisis. Don't cause trouble for Luffy and the others until this is settled." Smoker retorted angrily, "Don't talk to me like that. Also, I'm older than you, so you should call me brother." "All right, Smoker, brother, then it's all up to you," Lin Hai replied with a teasing grin. At this moment, Crocodile had arrived, and Smoker knew he wasn't a match for him, so he followed the Straw Hat crew outside. Crocodile's expression darkened as he said, "Who are you? What is your goal?" Lin Hai answered ambiguously, "Are you really a pirate? I think pirates should be free and homeless. But look at yourself, trying to seize that so-called Pluton and rule the world? Ha ha, that's just laughable." Crocodile narrowed his eyes and said in a low tone, "You seem to know a lot." As he spoke, Crocodile prepared to attack. Lin Hai quickly said, "Wait, there's water all around us. Are you sure you want to fight? Why don't we go to the desert for a proper duel?" Crocodile smirked. He was a sand fruit user, and Lin Hai actually chose to duel him in the desert. Thinking this, Crocodile replied, "Since you want to seek death, I'll oblige." Soon, Lin Hai and Crocodile arrived at an open area. Crocodile disdainfully said, "Today, I'll bury you here. Consider it your lucky day." Lin Hai helplessly said, "If you don't leave the Alabasta Kingdom, I'll have to knock you out and take you to the Navy for your bounty. I heard you're worth quite a bit. How much is it again?" "Ha, you little brat, who do you think you are? If you have the ability, come at me." Desert Blade. Sure enough, Crocodile's abilities worked even better in the desert. He quickly formed a giant blade made of sand and swung it at Lin Hai. Cough, cough. Lin Hai decided to play with Crocodile while also learning from his strengths, as growing through learning is something every protagonist should be able to do, right? Thus, Lin Hai twisted his body and yawned. "Oh, how impressive." Crocodile's forehead twitched. What is wrong with this guy? In a furious rage, Crocodile extended his right hand, and a small whirlwind appeared in his palm. "Hey, brat, come and take this move. Spatial field." "Ah." Crocodile once again felt sharp pain. Before he could react, he was kicked away. Cough, cough in the spatial field. Lin Hai felt like a cheat, ignoring the distance between them, as he could switch Crocodile's position and then passively accept the kick that Lin Hai had already prepared. If it were Doflamingo, he might have caught it, because Doflamingo understands such similar abilities deeply. At this moment, Crocodile, who had gotten back on his feet, wiped the blood from his mouth and asked, "What did you do to me?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Can't you see? You've been crushed by me." Crocodile was awakened to reality. His goal was Pluton, and there was no need to forcefully confront this inexplicable guy. Moreover, the Straw Hat crew was already heading to the capital of Alabasta. Thinking this, Crocodile put on a disdainful expression and said, "Crushed by you? Ha ha. Be careful not to talk too big. You might trip over your own tongue. Take this move, Desert Sunflower. Grass." Upon hearing the name, Lin Hai immediately thought of the whirlpool in the sea, and he quickly jumped away to avoid being buried by Crocodile's big move. At this moment, a massive whirlpool of quicksand appeared in the desert, with sand from all around flowing down to the lowest center, creating a shocking sight. Lin Hai stared at the center of the quicksand, unable to comprehend the principle behind it. Just as he was lost in thought, "Oh no, There was no longer any trace of Crocodile's presence within the range of his observation Haki. At this moment, Lin Hai in the desert couldn't help but blush. He had been played. Damn it. What a warlord, running away like that. How shameless. This isn't Lin Hai's fault. It's Crocodile who is too shameless. The web version is slow. Please download the How You a Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the How You a Novel app. The fastest updates for crossing the pirate world. I have a flamboyant system are provided for you. Chapter 90. Lin Hai Blush, available for free reading. Chapter 91. Companionship after the shameless Crocodile escaped. Lin Hai initially wanted to chase him, but as soon as he took a step, he realized he didn't know how to get to the capital of the Alabasta kingdom, Alabasta. Therefore, Lin Hai had to return to Rain Base to buy a map and prepare supplies for the journey. Upon returning to Rain Base, he saw Smoker sitting in a spot as if he was deep in thought, with Tashigi standing behind him. Lin Hai et Gleam, Smoker. Aren't you supposed to be going to Alabasta? Why are you still here? Smoker immediately brandished his cross-shaped weapon, pointing it at Lin Hai, and said, Pirate Lin Hai, do you really think I won't catch you? Lin Hai replied gloomily, Are you a bull? Stop with the useless talk. I was tricked by Crocodile, and he should be heading straight to Alabasta now. After saying this, Lin Hai ran up to Tashigi and asked, Big Beauty, can you take me to Alabasta? I don't know how to get there. Tashigi stared at Lin Hai blankly, recalling what happened that day, and couldn't help but blush, stammering, You're a pirate. It's impossible between us. Tashigi's irrelevant answer left both Smoker and Lin Hai momentarily stunned. Smoker, coming back to his senses, angrily said, Bastard, what did you do to Tashigi? Saying this, Smoker swung his weapon at Lin Hai. Lin Hai grabbed Smoker's weapon with one hand and said impatiently, I say, Smoker, what's going on with you? The most important thing right now is Crocodile. Once we get to Alabasta and I knock Crocodile out, I'll hand him over to you Navy guys. And I should be able to collect his bounty, right? Tashigi exclaimed, What did you say? But you're a pirate. Lin Hai rolled his eyes at Tashigi and then placed a hand on Smoker's shoulder, saying Crocodile's bounty seems to be over 80 million berry. If I get it, I should have over 70 million berry, right? Don't worry, I'll treat you to a meal and cover your smoking expenses for a year. Smoker and Tashigi were somewhat confused. Hey, what's going on now? After a moment, Smoker shouted angrily, What kind of joke is this, Pirate Lin Hai? Damn, Smoker's temper is really explosive. Lin Hai also retorted, Just tell me if Crocodile's bounty is still valid or not. Tashigi answered for Smoker. Crocodile used the forbidden dance powder of the world government. He is no longer a warlord of the sea, so his bounty is naturally valid. Lin Hai asked again, Since it's valid, if I knock him out and hand him over to you Navy, can I collect the bounty? Smoker responded in a low tone, But you're a pirate. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. The princess of the Alabasta kingdom can act as an intermediary. You could just give the bounty to her, right? With that, Lin Hai poked Smoker's forehead and said, What are you thinking in that head of yours? With all the cigars you smoke every day, you must have owed quite a bit of money, right? Ignoring Smoker, who was on the verge of exploding, Lin Hai winked at Tashigi and continued. No wonder you left Lowtown. I bet you owed a lot of money there. And since you couldn't pay it back, you just ran away, right? Without saying a word, Smoker directly used his cross-shaped weapon to attack Lin Hai. Vertical slash, left slash, right slash, diagonal slash, and more. Smoker was going mad. Why couldn't he hit Lin Hai? Even hitting him once would be good. And Lin Hai, spinning and jumping, he closed his eyes, oblivious to the chaos around him. Was Tashigi mesmerized? After a while, Smoker was panting heavily, glaring angrily at Lin Hai. Lin Hai said impatiently, All right, I'm done playing with you. Can I just go buy a map myself? Wait, Smoker said, Come with us. I won't let Crocodile go. This mere pirate dared to mock the Navy. Hearing Smoker agree, Lin Hai immediately joyfully wrapped his arms around Tashigi's waist and said, Then I'll trouble you, Tashigi. Tashigi's face instantly turned crimson. Let go. Cough, cough. I couldn't help it. Soon, Lin Hai and Smoker set off towards Alabasta. Smoker had no choice, compared to the lives of the people of Alabasta. He now trusted Lin Hai a bit more. As for the world government, what kind of character were they? Smoker was well aware. The warlord system was created by them, and now they were facing the consequences without resolving the issue. Would those high and mighty nobles come to handle this matter and lose face? Smoker had no hope. On the way, Smoker grew more and more furious, and the angrier he got, the more frustrated he became, continuously glaring at Lin Hai, who was holding Tashigi's hand. Unable to hold back, Smoker shouted angrily, You filthy pirate, stay away from Tashigi. Also, when we get to Alabasta, don't walk with us. Otherwise, I'll arrest you too. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. I say, Smoker, Why don't you learn from that old man, Karp? He knows how to adapt and survive, unlike you, who is just a stubborn bull. You'll offend people like this. Smoker didn't hesitate to attack White Hurricane. Lin Hai simply caught that puff of white smoke and laughed. I still have White Windmill and White Lover. Can we talk it out? Is there really that much hatred in the world? After releasing his grip, Lin Hai continued. Smoker, after this is resolved, how about we have a few drinks? Your alcohol tolerance really isn't good. Before he could finish, Smoker punched him. Pirate, aren't you being too arrogant? How dare you underestimate the Navy? Tashigi helplessly said from the side. Can you two give me a break? Alabasta is still in turmoil. Calming down, Smoker said, Tashigi, once we get there, we'll handle the aftermath, but we won't get involved. Tashigi asked in confusion why. Lin Hai poked Tashigi's forehead and joked. You Navy don't belong to the Alabasta Kingdom. You have no right to interfere in their matters. Didn't you know this? Tashigi looked at Smoker in confusion. Smoker nodded helplessly. Although Alabasta belonged to the world government, the Navy was just a branch of the world government and had not received orders from them. This Smoker was still clear about. At this moment, Smoker responded, he's right. Lin Hai looked at Smoker in frustration and said, I say, Smoker, can you stop wearing that face all the time? Even if you can't pay off your debts, you don't have to frown all day, right? If not, I can help you pay them off. What a joke. Smoker picked up his cross-shaped weapon and chased Lin Hai. But unfortunately, Smoker couldn't catch Lin Hai. The gap in their strengths was indeed quite large. Thus, the three of them rushed towards Alabasta amidst their bickering. Chapter 92. Luffy's defeat. While Lin Hai and the others were on their way, Luffy's group arrived at the capital of Alabasta, Alabasta, and indeed encountered the senior agents of Baroque Works blocking their path. During this, Luffy had met Crocodile once on the way, and when everyone saw Crocodile, Nami was the first to ask, Crocodile, how come you're here? What happened to Lin Hai? Luffy also asked, what did you do to Lin Hai? Ha. Crocodile said shamelessly, why don't you go check in Rain Base and find out? Ha. Usopp shouted excitedly, stop joking. We know very well what Lin Hai's abilities are. What trick did you use? Where is Lin Hai? Crocodile disdainfully replied, my presence here says it all. Just accept reality, huh? At this moment, Luffy stepped forward and said, I don't believe Lin Hai is in trouble. You all go ahead. I'll handle Crocodile. Vivi stepped forward and said, Luffy, Lin Hai. Luffy turned and smiled. Don't worry. That guy is definitely fine. You still have things to deal with. Why do these people trust that annoying bastards so much? Crocodile, who had been kicked by Lin Hai before, was still angry and was just waiting to vent on this group. Just as Crocodile was about to strike, a fist suddenly came straight at his head. However, Crocodile was a Logia-type Devil Fruit user and wouldn't be affected by Haki unless a weakness was found. Otherwise, they really had no way to deal with him. His head exploded into sand and then reformed again. Crocodile mocked. You trash really think you can defeat me? You all go ahead. I'll handle him. Luffy activated his second gear mode. As the opponent was a warlord, Luffy went all out from the start. Luffy. Everyone worriedly called out. Go quickly. Luffy said firmly. At this moment, Zoro said, let's hurry and leave. Listen to the captain. Usopp was still hesitant, Luffy. Sanji directly pulled Usopp away, reminding him, we have other important things to do. Let's go. Luffy stared at Crocodile and shouted, the rest is up to you. Luffy, be careful. We'll meet again in Alabasta. Hey, is Lin Hai alright? He wouldn't really be. I say, Chopper, do you really believe Crocodile's words? We should know how strong Lin Hai is. Sanji couldn't help but retort, hey, green hair, how come your tone sounds so unsure? Zoro angrily said, what did you say, you perverted chef? Do you believe I'll cut you down? Nami intervened. Can you two stop arguing? Watching the Straw Hat crew leave, Crocodile said to Luffy, why does a pirate like you want to stop me? Luffy replied expressionlessly, because Vivi loves her country, and I won't allow you to hurt her. Ha. Crocodile laughed. Do you really think you can defeat me? How will you know without trying? Luffy took a half-squat position, one fist on his waist, the other hand reaching out, aiming at Crocodile. Jet pistol. Saying this, Luffy took the initiative to attack, but Crocodile just stood there and let Luffy hit him. Yet he couldn't land a blow, which frustrated Luffy. Lin Hai had previously warned that Crocodile's right hand couldn't be approached. If caught, his body's moisture would be drained. Water? Luffy suddenly remembered that Lin Hai had said the weakness of the Sansan fruit was water. At this moment, seeing Luffy standing not far and not continuing to attack, Crocodile mocked, ha, figured it out? You can't touch me. There are plenty of pirates like you. After finishing, Crocodile also launched an attack, Desert Sword. A massive slash formed from sand rushed straight at Luffy's head. Fortunately, Luffy's keen eyesight and instinctive danger perception allowed him to instinctively dodge this slash. Looking at the giant crack formed on the ground, Luffy couldn't help but say, "That was close." "Ha ha." Crocodile arrogantly said, "Kid, I'll bury you here today." Desert Sword. Again with this move, Luffy exclaimed and dodged. Then activated his second gear again. This time, Luffy's second gear was a bit different as water droplets were falling from his body. Luffy knew he couldn't sustain this for long, as prolonged use would lead him to lose combat ability due to dehydration. Just then, Crocodile saw Luffy trying this move again and couldn't help but mock, "Still don't understand." Before he could finish, Luffy punched Crocodile, sending him flying. That guy Lin Hai is indeed powerful. How did he know? Luffy was delighted that he could land a hit this time. The success of the first hit made Luffy think of that smoke guy, who was also a Logia-type user. If he couldn't use Haki, how would he hit him? While Luffy was deep in thought, his abdomen was suddenly pierced by a hook-like object. It turned out that Sandified Crocodile used his ability to quickly move behind Luffy and landed a heavy blow. Crocodile leaned close to Luffy's ear and whispered, "Looks like you figured out my weakness, but do you know who I am? I am a warlord. Daring to fight me while being distracted means your end." After saying this, Crocodile pulled out the hook from his left hand and laughed without looking back, haha. At this moment, after being pierced in the abdomen, Luffy's mind recalled Lin Hai's repeated warnings. During battle, always concentrate. On the surface, you can belittle your opponent and play with their mentality. But you must not let your guard down. Once you fall for someone else's deadly move, you will regret it immensely. Luffy gritted his teeth, forcing himself not to faint, secretly cursing why he made this mistake. This was Luffy's first encounter with an opponent of Crocodile's level, and he had failed. But who is Luffy? The protagonist, the bloodlocking monster. Not long after, a user of the bird fruit, the captain of Alabasta's guard, Bell, passed by and saved Luffy. Chapter 93. A sword opens the sky. As Bell passed by, he saw a lot of blood flowing from Luffy's stomach and couldn't help but ask, "Are you okay, kid?" Damn, if Lin Hai were here, he would definitely confront him directly, asking if getting your stomach pierced by someone will be fine. However, Luffy was different at that moment. He tugged at Bell's clothes and said, "I want to eat meat." On the other side, Zoro and Nami encountered Mr. One and his partner Miss Doublefinger, who blocked their path. Mr. One was a user of the chop fruit, blending martial arts and swordsmanship. Miss Doublefinger, originally named Bala, was a user of the thorn fruit. After the two sides met, they each chose their opponents. Without hesitation, Nami chose to run away, while Bala chased after her. Seeing Nami stop, Bala teased, "Little girl, why aren't you running anymore?" Nami waved her weather stick, stuck out her tongue, and playfully said, "Look above your head." "Above my head?" Bala curiously looked up and was struck by lightning. It was that simple. Nami won. The plot twist was too sudden, catching everyone off guard. Looking at the fainted Bala, Nami sighed, "Seriously, I had other tricks up my sleeve." Meanwhile, Zoro was fighting with Mr. One, also known as Das Bones. After exchanging a few words, Zoro was buried under the rubble of a collapsed building by a flashy slash. Daz looked at the direction where Zoro was buried and said, "Tsh, the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro is only this capable? How disappointing." Just as Daz turned to leave, a sound came from the debris, and Zoro stood up. With a blank expression, Zoro said, "I have a sword that can move mountains. I have a sword that can overturn seas. I have a sword that can open the sky. In this world, nothing can stop me. This is called the three-sword style. Hey, you over there." Saying this, Zoro raised his eyes to look at Daz with indifference. This gaze, combined with his previously vague yet impressive words, made Daz's heart skip a beat. Oh! Daz suppressed the fear in his heart, realizing that the person before him seemed a bit abnormal. He had taken so many of his moves, and now with that look in his eyes, was he someone to be trifled with? Daz stubbornly said, "You're still not dead? But it doesn't matter, because I'm a user of the chop fruit. My whole body can turn into blades. Swordsmen can't do anything to me unless you can cut iron." Zoro picked up a sword from the ground and pointed it at Daz, saying, "Thank you for making me stronger. I finally understand why Lin Hai practices chopping movements there every day. It turns out it's like this. Looks like I need to train again." Daz was confused and asked, "What are you talking about?" Upon hearing this question, Zoro recalled Lin Hai's dark humor and blurted out, "What I say has nothing to do with you, does it?" Wow. Once Zoro let that out, he seemed to discover a new world. It felt so good to confront someone like this. But the main thing was urgent. He had to cut that guy first, before Daz could get angry. Zoro already held his sword and slowly said, "One sword style, a sword opens the sky." A shadow flashed past Daz, and moments later, he felt a sharp pain. He was a user of the chop fruit. He had always been the one to cut others, but who would have thought he would be cut himself? If Lin Hai were here, He would definitely challenge Zoro to a duel. How dare this shameless guy use his powerful name? It was just cutting some scrap iron. But look how proud he was, claiming to open the sky. And in this battle, Zoro won. Elsewhere, Luffy revived, went to trouble Crocodile again. After a brief fight in the palace. Although Crocodile was heavily beaten by Luffy, Luffy accidentally touched Crocodile's right hand and got. Fortunately, when Crocodile, King Cobra, and Robin entered the underground palace, Luffy was revived with water. The protagonist is indeed indestructible. At this moment, Lin Hai and Smoker were rushing to Alabasta. Lin Hai said irritably, "You Navy guys are so useless. You don't even know how to navigate this stretch of road." Smoker retorted, "If it weren't for you, idiot, always getting on my nerves, would I forget to take the map?" "Tisich," Lin Hai disdainfully said, "with that head of white hair, looking old before your time. How dare you call others idiots?" Smoker, furious, said, "Do you want to fight again?" Tashigi weakly interjected, "Can you guys stop arguing? How many times have you quarreled on the way?" Lin Hai shot back, "Don't argue with him? Always talking about justice. I don't see people calling him a hero. He's just a dreamer, living in delusions." Smoker was truly helpless. He couldn't beat him, and now he found he couldn't even out-argue him. Frustrated, Smoker shouted, "We're already at Alabasta. Hurry up and do your thing. Don't let me see you again." Cough. Lin Hai naturally ignored Smoker and blew a kiss to Tashigi, heading straight for the palace square, where a battle had already begun, and they could hear the shouts from over there. When Lin Hai arrived, he saw Nami and the others trying to persuade Vivi not to get involved. At that moment, when Nami spotted Lin Hai, she exclaimed in delight, "Lin Hai. Oh, Lin Hai, it's really you. Crocodile just said you were defeated by him, and we were all so worried about you." Chopper said with tears in his eyes. Lin Hai was somewhat doubtful of his ears and confirmed, "What did you just say? That I was defeated by Crocodile?" Nami nodded and said, "Crocodile said so, but we don't believe it." Vivi stepped forward and said, "I'm so glad you're okay." Usopp, wrapped like a mummy, said, "Lin Hai, hurry and help Luffy. He's fighting Crocodile with all his might." Lin Hai asked, "Where are they? Take me there." Sanji stopped him, saying, "Let's deal with the trouble in front of us first. Look, if we don't stop them from fighting, the consequences will be unimaginable." Zoro chimed in. Luffy said he has found a way to defeat Crocodile. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "I still believe what the captain says. I regret not finishing him off back then. That shameless guy actually said I was defeated by him." Nami, annoyed, said, "Forget about that for now. Think of a way to solve the current situation." "Cough, that's simple." Saying this, Lin Hai quickly took out his gear from his backpack. Now, no one could stop Lin Hai from showing off again. Especially in front of so many people, Lin Hai couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Goodread novel app. The website provides you with the fastest updates on crossing the pirate world. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 93. A sword opens the sky. Free to read. Chapter 94. Give me some face soon. Lin Hai made a long robe from the remaining fabric of the day. Put on a wig, took out the high wind from his spatial backpack, and tied it to his back. From a distance, he looked just like a sword immortal. Chopper's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Wow, Lin Hai, you're the coolest I've ever seen." Usopp shouted, "I've seen this outfit before. Back at the sea restaurant and the little garden." Chopper, calm down. Chopper replied, "Let go of me, I want to dress like that too." Sanji, feeling annoyed, said, "What's there to be envious of? That bastard's robe was made from my curtains." Vivi couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her eye. Sanji's curtains? Lin Hai ignored their complaints and used his ability to slowly step into the air. Although Zoro and the others had seen it before, they couldn't help but be amazed again. Those who didn't know the details would indeed be shocked by Lin Hai's actions. After reaching a certain height, Lin Hai stood still. The spatial barrier would disappear in 5 seconds, but Lin Hai had already improved it. He could just condense another one, right? He laughed. "Bow down, mortals." Oops. He almost lost focus. At that moment, Lin Hai was lost in his own world when the sounds of fighting below snapped him back to reality. He then shouted loudly, "Residents of Alabasta, give me some face and stop what you're doing for a moment." Was his voice too quiet? Did they not hear him? So, Lin Hai pulled out a loudspeaker. "Residents of Alabasta, listen to me." The people in the square heard Lin Hai's voice and all looked up at the figure in the air. Seeing this, Lin Hai felt very satisfied. But just as he was about to speak, the residents started fighting again. At this moment, Lin Hai was furious, so he shouted again, "You all listen to me first. Damn it, stop fighting and let me say a word." Cough, cough, cough. Down below, Sanji couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha! What is Lin Hai doing? Asking for face? His face is so big, ha, it's killing me." Zoro tried to hold back his laughter. turning beet red from the effort. Usopp and Nami exchanged glances, and the two of them understood Lin Hai's feelings the most. They knew him well enough to understand how embarrassed he was right now, and soon they both rolled on the ground laughing. Chopper, confused, asked, "What are you laughing at? Aren't we supposed to stop the fighting?" Seeing her people sacrificing themselves for no reason, Vivi couldn't smile, while Sanji, noticing this, quickly put on a serious face and said, "What are you laughing at? Everyone focus." At this moment, Lin Hai descended from the air with a dark expression. "Vivi, has the bomb on the top floor been dealt with?" Vivi nodded. "Yes, I told Belle to take care of that bomb already." In that case, Lin Hai struck his most handsome pose. Activate summoning mode, come forth high wind. A spatial vortex about 30 centimeters in diameter appeared on Lin Hai's left side, and an astonishing sword slowly emerged from it. Zoro exclaimed, "Hey, Lin Hai, what are you trying to do?" "What am I trying to do?" Lin Hai angrily replied. "They actually dare to disrespect me. I want to chop them." Before he finished speaking, Usopp quickly hugged Lin Hai, saying, "Calm down, need calm down. Don't go around chopping people." Upon hearing Usopp's words, Vivi immediately became anxious. "Lin Hai, you wouldn't really." Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "I was just going to chop down all the buildings around to scare them, not chop them." "Okay." Sanji retorted. "Don't you have Conqueror's Haki? Just knock them out." "Huh? Why didn't I think of that earlier? I must have lost my mind from anger." Coughing, Lin Hai's face turned red. "Usopp, let go of me. I need to start acting. Cough. I need to knock them out." Vivi asked, "That won't hurt them, right?" Zoro explained, "They'll just faint, it's fine." At the right moment, Lin Hai stepped out, slightly lowering his head. Before he could unleash his Conqueror's Haki, Sanji jealously said, "Hurry up, stop trying to look cool." Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "I need to build up some energy." Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the square, blowing all the dust in the air to one side. Lin Hai raised his head, his eyes narrowing, and a more domineering light blue aura enveloped the vast square in a vortex. This was the unparalleled Haki, the Conqueror's Haki that shocked the world. The previously noisy crowd suddenly fell silent, as if frozen in place, and one by one, their eyes rolled back, and they fell down. After a while, Chopper, regaining his senses, wondered, "Why is there music playing? But it sounds so exhilarating." Zoro replied, "Lin Hai, can you turn off your music? You should think about how to clean up this mess." Coughing, when Lin Hai was about to release his Conqueror's Haki, he was actually setting the background music, the BGM, for when Mihawk made his move and Shanks appeared. In such a situation, how could Lin Hai not have background music to match his coolness? Suddenly, Lin Hai shouted, "Who dares to ambush me?" Nami gave Lin Hai a smack on the head. Annoyed, "Vivi is about to die from sadness, and you're still doing such a silly thing. Go check on Luffy." However, just as Vivi was about to take Lin Hai to the underground palace to help Luffy, the ground nearby was smashed through, and someone flew up into the air before falling down again. That person was none other than Crocodile. Lin Hai and his group rushed to the spot where Crocodile fell, and Lin Hai asked, "Vivi, do you have any sea prism stone?" Vivi asked in confusion, "We do, but what do you want to do?" "What do I want to do?" Lin Hai said angrily, "Of course I'm going to hand Crocodile over to the Navy and collect the bounty." "Nanny!" Everyone exclaimed in unison. Only Nami, with sparkles in her eyes, said, "Lin Hai, you're a genius. By the way, what's Crocodile's bounty?" Sanji's eyes sparkled with hearts. "Nami looks so charming like this. Leave this to me, Nami-san." Lin Hai kicked Sanji away and said, "It's around 80 million berries. We're going to get rich. We're going to get rich." As she spoke, Nami couldn't help but give Lin Hai a kiss. Sanji immediately shouted, "Lin Hai, I want to challenge you to a duel." Zoro rolled his eyes. "Can you even beat him?" Sanji shot back, "Do you believe I can kick you to death first?" Zoro shouted angrily, "Come on, you cook. Let's see if I won't chop you up." And so, Sanji kicked up, down, left, and right, kicking away. And what about Zoro? Slash up, slash down. Slash left, slash, slash, slash. Everyone. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, "Are you too toxic? Grow up a bit. Damn, do you really think I can't beat you?" Thus, the three of them started a chaotic battle. Everyone. The web version chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Goodread novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates for the time-traveling pirate story. I have a charming system. Chapter 94. Give me some face, free to read. Chapter 95. So flamboyant, while the Straw Hat crew was dealing with the Kusha and Cobra armies in the square, Smoker was on the phone with his friend, Admiral Akiji. "Aha, Akiji, what brings you to contact me?" Akiji asked curiously. Smoker, holding the Den Den Mushi, explained, "You must have heard about what Crocodile has been doing in Alabasta, right?" Akiji was silent for a moment before asking, "What do you want to say?" Smoker, feeling angry, replied, Akiji, why do I feel like our Navy is really just the lackeys of that bastard Lin Hai? I can't believe you guys know nothing about what's happening here. How could Akiji respond? After all, he was sitting next to high-ranking Navy officials, including Sengoku, Karp, and Vice Admiral Tsuru, although it was an official meeting. Seeing everyone looking at him without speaking, Akiji had no choice but to say, Smoker, I know what you're thinking. Just go with your own thoughts. Smoker coldly stated, I think the Shichibukai system is completely unreasonable and should have been abolished long ago. After saying that, Smoker directly hung up the Den Mushi, leaving a moment of silence in Sengoku's office. At this moment, Sengoku said, Akiji, I heard the Straw Hat crew is also in Alabasta, right? Ha ha. Karp suddenly laughed. Everyone, don't be so serious. Let me treat you to some sunbae. Sengoku angrily retorted, Karp, you bastard, take this seriously. And you're using my sunbae to treat others. At this time, Vice Admiral Tsuru interjected, Karp. You knew that little guy named Lin Hai from the Straw Hat crew before, right? Karp replied seriously, yeah. That little guy probably didn't want to join the Navy because of those people messing around. And now he has actually become a pirate. Aha, Akiji shook his head. That's just one reason. Lin Hai has actually attacked a celestial dragon. If he joins the Navy. The rest of the sentence didn't need to be said. Everyone understood that if Lin Hai were recognized by the celestial dragons, the consequences could be imagined. Oh, nowadays the youth actually dare to hit celestial dragons. How terrifying. Kizara mockingly added. Sengoku glanced at everyone and helplessly said, According to you, Akiji, is Lin Hai a harmless person? Akainu looked at Akiji and expressed his view, a pirate is a pirate. These scum shouldn't exist in this world at all. What harmless? We should directly eliminate him, especially since the celestial dragons are still looking for him. Karp fell silent. Not only was there Lin Hai and Straw Hat crew, but there was also his own grandson. The concerns he had before were finally coming to fruition. Sengoku naturally knew about the pirate named Monkey D. Luffy and his relationship with Karp. Just from that surname, one could guess. Seeing this, Sengoku said, Akiji, contact Smoker again. Let us observe the Straw Hat crew first and then decide on our next course of action. Not long after Smoker hung up the Den Mushi in the capital of Alabasta, Alabasta, he received another call from Akiji, who surprisingly asked him to test the Straw Hat crew. For a moment, Smoker was puzzled and could only comply. Smoker handed the Den Mushi to Tashigi and instructed, Tashigi, when we find the Straw Hat crew, turn on the recording Den Mushi and broadcast our situation to Admiral Akiji. Tashigi nodded. It seems this situation is a bit unexpected for everyone. Smoker nodded. The Shichibukai plotting to seize a country is too heinous, and the Straw Hat crew's intentions are unclear. So Admiral Akiji wants to use us to. As Smoker and Tashigi walked, they finally spotted the Straw Hat crew. However, Smoker and Tashigi were puzzled to see so many people lying on the road, many of whom still had breath. Were they tired from fighting and taking a nap? Even more absurdly, why were 3 members of the Straw Hat crew fighting each other? Smoker stepped forward, pointing his cross-shaped finger at Lin Hai and the others who were fighting, and shouted, Lin Hai, Pirate Hunter Renoa Zoro, and Chef Sanji, stop fighting and surrender. At this time, Tashigi had already turned on the recording Den Mushi, and everyone in the Navy headquarters, including Sengoku, could see the scene in front of Tashigi. However, Sengoku and the others were quite confused. Was the Straw Hat crew fighting amongst themselves? Sure enough, pirates were indeed pirates, a group of ruthless criminals. They must have fought over uneven distribution of benefits. After Smoker's words, Lin Hai and the others finally reacted and realized Smoker was there. The 4 of them exchanged glances and stopped their actions. At this moment, Lin Hai smiled and said, Honest Smoker, you came just in time. That crocodile guy's already been knocked out, saving your Navy the huge manpower and resources needed to capture him. Seeing Smoker looking at him without saying anything, Lin Hai continued, No need to say thanks. As kind pirates, we don't need your rewards. Just give us Crocodile's bounty. Where's the bounty? You Navy would go back on your word, right? For a moment, many high-ranking Navy officials felt as if they had been struck by lightning and exchanged glances. Kind pirates? What a joke. Also, when did pirates start receiving bounties? Moreover, it was the bounty of a Shichibukai, recognized by the world government. This joke was too big. If they really did this, the expressions on the faces of those high-ranking officials in the world government would surely be spectacular. Moreover, it seemed like the Navy had stipulated that pirates couldn't receive bounties, right? It would be so amusing to receive such a bounty. Slapping the world government in the face like that. In the square, Smoker truly didn't expect that this damn Lin Hai would actually dare to think like that. But he shouldn't be saying this now. Sengoku and the others were watching from behind. Furious, Smoker pointed his cross-shaped finger at Lin Hai again and asked, "Pirates, tell me, what is your purpose for coming to Alabasta?" Lin Hai was taken aback, and then his eyes lit up. The opportunity had come again. Everyone step aside. I'm just going to be flamboyant to the sky. Those around Lin Hai, including Smoker, who knew him well, vaguely guessed that this unruly Lin Hai was definitely going to pull off another mind-boggling stunt. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Goodread novel app. The website offers you the fastest updates for crossing pirates. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 95. Flamboyant again is available for free reading. Chapter 96. Vice Admiral Tsuru is crying for some unknown reason. Lin Hai suddenly got inspired. After all, he had failed the last time he sang, right? A real man should get back up from where he fell. Therefore, Lin Hai said to Smoker, "Give me a few seconds." In front of everyone, Lin Hai took out a mirror, a comb, hair gel, a hairdryer, and other items and began to groom himself on the spot. Smoker was bewildered, thinking, "What are you doing? I asked you about your purpose in coming to Alabasta, and you're messing with your hair." Meanwhile, the people in Sengoku's office at the Navy headquarters were also confused, wondering what Lin Hai was up to. After Lin Hai finished grooming, he placed a small microphone near his mouth and pulled out 2 large speakers from who knows where. Finally, he sprayed some perfume he had borrowed from Nami onto himself. Nami exclaimed, "Lin Hai, when did you take my perfume?" Sanji angrily said, "You bastard, how can you use Nami's stuff? Get it back to her." Lin Hai ignored them because he noticed that Tsuru was holding a transponder snail. Many people were likely watching the scene, so he couldn't afford to make a mistake this time. Spraying perfume was because a pleasant scent could elevate one's mood and inspire creativity, right? Hey, does anyone know what he's planning to do? Is he preparing to sing? However, they couldn't help but notice that he looked pretty cool, and he was good-looking too. Idiot. Is now the time to worry about how cool he looks? By the way, he hasn't answered Smoker's question yet. At this moment, Lin Hai struck a pose. This time, he was going to perform live. As the background music of Chasing the Wind started playing, Lin Hai bowed his head, stood there with his legs slightly apart, one hand in his pocket, and slowly raised the other hand as if grabbing something, then clenched his fist. The audience immediately felt a different vibe coming from him. It was pure, it was passionate, it was unstoppable, and it was cool yet somewhat awkward. Everyone swallowed hard, curious about Lin Hai's next move. Before anyone could react, Lin Hai had already started singing, shouldering the wind and stepping on the ground. Lin Hai's eyes sparkled as he stared ahead, singing and dancing with a lot of flair, especially when he sang about stepping on the ground. He even pointed at the ground with his middle finger. At that moment, in Sengoku's office, if anyone had noticed Akainu's facial expression, they would have seen his mouth twitching under his hat. Karp stared wide-eyed at the projection from the transponder snail in disbelief, with long snot hanging from his nose. He knew Lin Hai was unpredictable, but he didn't expect him to express his feelings through song. That's right, Smoker had been chasing after the Straw Hats, wanting to know their purpose. Since he asked today, Lin Hai loudly proclaimed it in a cool and wild singing style, expressing the pursuit of the passionate youth. This was the purpose of the Straw Hats. The Navy could not stop them, and they shouldn't stop them. The lyrics of Chasing the Wind youth were filled with positivity and determination to move forward. Now, while the Navy was excited, they were also silent. How could such a song come from a pirate's mouth? Who could make the cold and ruthless Akainu's mouth twitch? Who could make Karp, after living for so many years, act like a child and let's not drip? That's right, it was that man, the one who was going to be flamboyant to the sky. Smoker, standing aside, was inexplicably influenced by such passionate music and almost jumped up with Lin Hai. When he realized it, his face turned red, but he noticed that the Navy behind him had actually started jumping up, which made Smoker feel embarrassed and angry. At this moment, in Sengoku's office, after a moment of silence, Sengoku signaled Akiji to turn off the video transponder snail. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Tsuru, feeling emotional, listened to the song Lin Hai had just sung. The positivity and determination reminded her of her younger self, the time gone by, and those 2 fools who pursued her. Thus, Vice Admiral Tsuru turned to Karp and Sengoku, shedding tears inexplicably. Time, those beautiful memories buried deep in her mind, truly made one feel moved. Kizuru with keen eyes noticed Vice Admiral Tsuru was crying and couldn't help but ask, "Vice Admiral Tsuru, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" Vice Admiral Tsuru inexplicably replied, "Being young is wonderful." At this moment, Sengoku said, "Everyone, let's refocus. We need to discuss how to set the bounty for the Straw Hats, and also talk about Crocodile." However, the transponder snail on Sengoku's desk rang again. It turned out to be the 5 elders calling. One of the 5 elders directly ordered, "The credit for defeating Crocodile goes to Smoker." In a square in Alabasta, Lin Hai had just finished singing a song. The flamboyant system prompted, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing a flamboyant operation, leaving some high-ranking Navy members in silence, and making Vice Admiral Tsuru silently shed tears. Rewards: host's physical skills, observation Haki, and armament Haki each increase by 1 level. Since the host understands the importance of continuous learning and improvement, the flamboyant system privately rewards the host with a resurrection opportunity upon death, encouraging the host to flamboyantly express themselves to the sky." Resurrection upon death? So, Lin Hai had gained an incredible opportunity for rebirth. Just as everyone was staring blankly at Lin Hai, he, filled with excitement, did a few backflips, and then he crashed into a wall. What is he doing? Is he committing suicide? It shouldn't be, right? It seems like he was too happy and flipped into the wall. How embarrassing. Why was I admiring such a fool earlier? Smoker looked speechlessly at Lin Hai, who was pressed against the wall, wondering how to deal with this Lin Hai. The Straw Hats really hadn't done anything wrong. They were just sailing under the pirate flag. If Smoker were to capture them, what would be the justification? Would it really be that Smoker, is the Navy and they are pirates? But they hadn't done anything wrong. For a moment, Smoker felt like he was going crazy, all because of Lin Hai and the things he had said to him, leaving him in a dilemma. Frustrated, Smoker charged at Lin Hai with his cross-shaped weapon, angrily shouting, "Pirate Lin Hai!" Nami immediately exclaimed, "Lin Hai, watch out." Chapter 97, it turns out it's all a trap. Lin Hai, who crashed into the wall, fell directly to the ground. He was speechless. Now he was going to be laughed at again. As Lin Hai got up, he saw Smoker rushing over angrily, but he didn't sense any killing intent. Lin Hai asked in confusion, "Hey Smoker, what are you doing?" Smoker swung his stick horizontally and shouted, "You bastard. Why did you want to become a pirate?" Lin Hai squatted down to avoid the attack and replied, "Why can't I become a pirate?" Smoker then slashed vertically, "Isn't this era already chaotic enough because of pirates? You bastard." Lin Hai dodged to the side and said, "That's none of my business. I'm not the one who messed up the world. You should ask those old guys." He changed the subject. "How about we go eat and have a drink instead?" Smoker slashed diagonally and then horizontally, angrily exclaiming, "What kind of joke is this? Damn pirates." For a moment, Smoker kept attacking Lin Hai with his cross-shaped stick, while Lin Hai closed his eyes and dodged each blow. What were they doing? Were they fighting? If they were fighting, why wasn't he fighting back? "Smoker, don't joke around with us. With your abilities, how could you not hit him? Be serious." After a while, Smoker stopped attacking and kicked the ground in frustration. "Damn it. Why can't I hit this stinky pirate? Does he have observation Haki?" Before Smoker could continue thinking, Lin Hai opened one eye and said, "Why don't you continue? I haven't had enough fun yet. Come hit me." Smoker almost spat out blood. This guy was really asking for it. Smoker pointed his cross stick at Lin Hai and said, "If you have guts, stand there and don't move." Lin Hai rolled his eyes and retorted, "Good thing I didn't join the Navy. If all the Navy's brains were like yours, I'd." Smoker chased after Lin Hai with his cross stick, making the onlookers feel utterly powerless. After the playful banter, when the king of Alabasta, Cobra, arrived carrying the unconscious Luffy, everyone prepared to get back to their own business. Smoker took his subordinates to escort Crocodile to the Navy headquarters to meet the arriving Rear Admiral, while Cobra was the busiest because there was so much to deal with after the battle. In a large room of the palace, the Straw Hat crew was sleeping, and Nami and Lin Hai had nothing to do. Among them, Usopp and Zoro were moderately injured, while Luffy was the most seriously hurt, having been poisoned by Crocodile's scorpion poison, but luckily Robin had the antidote. At the right moment, Nami gave Lin Hai a look, and when they reached a quiet place, Nami couldn't help but ask, "You guy, didn't you say you were going to deal with Crocodile? What happened? Not only did we deal with Crocodile, but we also took care of all the agents from Baroque Works. What did you do?" Lin Hai replied gloomily, "Isn't this your excuse to confiscate all the treasure?" "Nami, there are so many treasures. Can I take just 2 gems?" Nami decisively refused. "No way. You didn't take action this time, so don't even think about the treasure." Lin Hai felt frustrated. Why didn't he secretly hide some away back then? Now all of it was taken by Nami. Ahem. Lin Hai pretended to pull Nami's hand and walk to an open area, saying, "I know you really like treasure, so since you want it all, you can have it." Nami's eyes sparkled, but she remained cautious. Based on her understanding of Lin Hai, she couldn't let her guard down. Looking at the broken buildings in front of her, Nami recalled some past events and couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect someone like Crocodile to be so dangerous. Just one person stirring things up in the dark caused such serious consequences for Alabasta. Lin Hai nodded, indeed. However, Vivi's father is already dealing with the aftermath. Nami looked up at the sky and replied, that's right. Looking at the aftermath of the battle, many people have lost their loved ones. It reminds me of Belle Emery. Lin Hai took Nami's hand, and after they sat down, he said, you can't just call her by her name. You should call her mother Belle Emery. How can you just call her by her name? Remember that. Nami rolled her eyes at Lin Hai. I like calling her that way. What does it have to do with you? Ignoring Nami's words, Lin Hai softly said, some people are indeed hard to forget because their voice and smile have long been etched into our bones. Just like your mother, she not only raised you, but also taught you how to be a person, how to get along with others, what pursuit is, and what persistence is. Nami looked at Lin Hai in surprise, puzzled. How do you know so much about my mother? Lin Hai waved his hand. Don't mind those details. Your mother also taught you that you should share with those around you, and that one shouldn't be so greedy for wealth. Just like the big bag of treasure I just took. Nami, you should at least share a little with me, right? You took it all. Doesn't your conscience hurt? If your mother knew, she would definitely be heartbroken. As Nami listened to Lin Hai, she realized he had been scheming all along. He had pretended to say a lot of reasoning just to get treasure. Nami's eyelid twitched. She had thought Lin Hai understood her well, but it turned out to be all a trap. Seeing that Nami didn't respond, Lin Hai turned to look at her and couldn't help but ask, Nami, are you listening to me? Duong. Nami directly gave Lin Hai a knock on the head and, with her hands on her hips, said, stinky Lin Hai, you can give up on that idea. I won't give you a single gem. Watching Nami's retreating figure, Lin Hai felt really frustrated. It seemed that Nami's obsession with wealth was truly incurable. That's right, Lin Hai definitely didn't care about those treasures. After a while, Vivi found Lin Hai and exclaimed in surprise, so you're here? I've been looking for you everywhere. Lin Hai turned and asked, what do you need me for? Vivi sat down in the spot where Nami had just been and said, it's nothing. I saw everyone resting, but you weren't here, so I came to find you. As she spoke, Vivi turned to look into Lin Hai's eyes. Suddenly, an inexplicable feeling of attraction between the opposite sexes spread. After a moment of eye contact, Lin Hai turned to look at the sky and said, Vivi, you are the future of this country, and I am a wandering drifter. Do you understand? Vivi nodded. I understand. After you travel around the world, will you come back? Lin Hai shook his head. Who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe one day, I just won't be around anymore. So, who can say for sure? After a moment of silence, Vivi said, Lin Hai, thank you for your guidance and reminders before. You've helped me understand some very important truths. Just as Lin Hai was about to say you're welcome, the internet provides you with the fastest way to traverse the pirate world. I have a flashy system update, Chapter 97. It turns out it was all a setup. Available for free reading. Chapter 98. Wavering after a long time, Wei Wei blushed deeply as she looked at Lin Hai. Lin Hai, you quickly take your hand away. This is outdoors. Lin Hai awkwardly withdrew his hand and patted the hand he just used with the other one, wondering why he couldn't change this old habit. Coughing. Lin Hai said, Wei Wei, your figure is considered the best in the entire Alabasta kingdom. Why bring up such an embarrassing topic? To be honest, Wei Wei had really lost control just now, and it had nothing to do with anything else. After all, given Lin Hai's kindness to Alabasta and their time spent together, Wei Wei had truly fallen for Lin Hai. At this moment, Wei Wei whispered, Lin Hai, let us go back. Lin Hai raised an eyebrow and replied, sure. How about we go rest a bit as well? Wei Wei looked up at Lin Hai and softly said, Lin Hai, I know you like to go on adventures at sea, but you must remember, in Alabasta, there's someone thinking of you, waiting for you in the future. We made a promise. Lin Hai know that? Since you don't regret it, what else can I say? Time flies. Let us go handle the important matters. Important matters? Space field. After a few spatial shifts, Lin Hai and Wei Wei arrived in a room. Soon after, Wei Wei frowned and then relaxed. The recent events in Alabasta felt like a nightmare, and recalling them made her initially show a painful expression. But fortunately, that nightmare was over. Wei Wei finally experienced the beauty of life and the preciousness of existence. Thus, Wei Wei began to sing a gentle song. I float, you sway rootless wild grass. When entering dreams, the sky changes, it feels so ethereal. Love for one more second. That one more second, the shortness brings distress. If you don't mind, then let us burn bright for a moment. When Lin Hai woke up, it was already past 9 the next morning. Looking at Wei Wei nestled in his arm, Lin Hai softly asked. When did you wake up? Why are you staring at me? Wei Wei sweetly smiled. I just wanted to look at you for a little longer. Lin Hai playfully pinched Wei Wei's nose. Get up quickly. If they can't find you, Alabasta might be in chaos again. Only then did Wei Wei remember, and she hurriedly got up, but then wrapped herself back in the blanket. Lin Hai chuckled. There are only the two of us here. Why are you still shy? Wei Wei's face turned red, instinctively reacting like this. After all, she still had gotten used to it. Once they were both dressed, Wei Wei asked, Lin Hai, what about you and Nami? Lin Hai lauget. Just as you think, but I will remember yesterday as promise. Wei Wei smiled. All right, I need to go to my father. See you later. Muai. When Lin Hai arrived at Luffy's room, Luffy was still fast asleep, and a doctor was sitting beside him checking him. Lin Hai couldn't help but ask, has his fever gone down? The doctor took out a thermometer and replied, fortunately, the toxins in his body have been cleared, and his temperature is now normal. Lin Hai said, thank you. If you need medical fees, go find Nami. We have no money on us. The doctor was taken aback and quickly replied, no. You saved. Stop. Lin Hai hurriedly said, don't start with that. It's all their contributions. By the way, where are my companions? The doctor replied, they all went to do their own things early this morning. Do you need me to take you to find them? Lin Hai shook his head. No need. Just leave them for me to take care of. Thank you. Haha, you're too polite. Meat. I want to eat a lot of meat. Both looked at the sleeping Luffy, and the doctor couldn't help but praise this young man's vitality is really strong. He is hurt like this and still shouting for meat. Ha ha ha. After the doctor left, Lin Hai began to have some fun. Since Luffy was shouting for meat, he took out a fragrant chicken leg from his spatial backpack and placed it near Luffy's nose. To his surprise, Luffy, still unconscious, instinctively took a bite, and Lin Hai raised the chicken leg higher. He can't reach it. Thus, the two began a fishing game. After a few attempts, Luffy seemed to be having a nightmare, with a pile of delicious food in front of him, yet he couldn't reach it. Even in his sleep, Luffy's face showed an extremely frustrated expression. Duan. Nami returned and immediately gave Lin Hai a violent hit, scolding, stop being silly here. Luffy's wounds haven't healed yet. Before she finished speaking, Lin Hai exclaimed, Luffy, you bastard my hand. Just like that, not paying attention. Luffy bit down on the chicken leg along with Lin Hai's hand while still dreaming. After finally getting his hand out, Lin Hai quickly asked the newly arrived Chopper. Chopper, do you have rabies vaccine here? Chopper looked puzzled. I have it, but did someone get bitten by a dog? Lin Hai pointed at the sleeping Luffy. I was bitten by Luffy. Duong. Lin Hai was furious. This woman, why does she keep hitting herself? Lin Hai's face darkened as he slowly turned around and spoke in a low tone. Nami, try hitting me again. Duong. Nami was speechless. Really? You all are like this. Who knows how long Luffy will stay unconscious? At this moment, Zoro walked in. Yo, Lin Hai, good morning. Chopper exclaimed, Zoro, why did you take off your bandages? Zoro poured a glass of water and replied, it's too troublesome to leave them on. By the way, Lin Hai, I need to talk to you. Can you come with me? Lin Hai glared at Nami and replied, what is it? Just say it. Seeing the situation was not right, Zoro quickly said, maybe we should talk later. Sanji, returning, saw the scene and immediately got angry. Lin Hai, how dare you glare at Miss Nami? Be careful, I'll kick you to death. Ignoring Sanji, Lin Hai said, one gem. Nami exclaimed, you haven't given up yet? Don't even think about it. I want to give it to you. TCH. Lin Hai gave up and turned to Zoro. Just ask what you need to. Seeing Sanji still glaring at him, Lin Hai directly retorted, you bastard, you need to take your medicine. What did you say? Nami slapped her forehead. How did it start again? Ah, Zoro cried out in pain. What does it have to do with me? How dare you kick me? I'll chop both of you. A three-way brawl began. Chopper innocently turned to Nami. Nami, what do we do? They are at it again. Nami's eyebrows twitched. Duong. X3 Nami clapped her hands, finally quieting them down. Chopper admired. Silk Cake 1. The web version is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Goodread novel app. The fastest updates for Crossing Pirate. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 98 is available for free reading. Chapter 99. Zoro versus Lin Hai. After a noisy commotion, a few bored people in the room went outdoors. Lin Hai asked, Zoro, is there something on your mind? Zoro took out his sword and lightly swiped it across a nearby boulder, and the stone split in two. Lin Hai praised, Zoro, you've entered the ranks of great swordsmen, but you're still just at the threshold of the sword path. Just at the threshold? Zoro was immediately displeased. He felt he had made significant progress. And now Lin Hai was saying he was still at the threshold? Really? How about we have a match? Zoro challenged. Sanji advised, hey Zoro, maybe you shouldn't push yourself like this. Chopper agreed. Zoro, you can't exert yourself with your injuries. Zoro interrupted. Stop babbling. I need to capture that feeling from before. Otherwise, I won't improve. Coughing. Lin Hai tried to act like the Hawkeyes from that day and took out a small knife from his system backpack. Sanji couldn't help but remind, hey, what's with Lin Hai imitating Hawkeyes? Nami exclaimed, Lin Hai, don't underestimate Zoro. Be careful, or you might end up with another person lying on the bed. Usopp held his head in both hands and said, what is Lin Hai doing? Chopper, still confused, stared blankly at the scene unfolding before him. Seeing Lin Hai draw a small knife to spar with him, Zoro felt insulted once again. Hawkeyes was the world's #1 swordsman, and that was already accepted. But why was Lin Hai doing this too? Zoro's face darkened. What do you mean by this? Lin Hai replied, I don't mean to insult you. I just want you to feel that there's a vast difference among great swordsmen. Zoro remarked with a smirk, you've got some guts. Just don't blame me if you get hurt. Lin Hai laughed. Go ahead and use your best moves. If you can hit me, feel free to try. Seeing this, Zoro's eyes twitched. Ever since his duel with Hawkeyes, he had been training day and night, especially after his battle with the assassin Mr. One. Zoro felt he had made great progress. Could it be true, as Lin Hai said, that he was still a novice? A sense of urgency welled up in Zoro's heart as he drew his 3 swords, took his stance, and said, Lin Hai, today is different from the past. If you can't handle it, you better take out your sword and fight me properly. Lin Hai replied, just focus on attacking. Do you think I'm that ignorant? Come on. With a clang, Zoro drew his sword, biting down on his famous sword Wado Ikamanji, and crossed his hands to grip the other 2 swords, forming a shape. For a moment, Zoro stared at Lin Hai like a beast, and this invisible pressure startled several people nearby. Seeing such a fearsome Zoro, Nami nudged Usopp. Think of something. Are they really sparring? Usopp, terrified, said, what can I do? Don't push me. Sanji advised, let's not disturb them. Let's just watch the situation. Just then, Zoro made his move. Onigiri. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Everyone's eyes widened. Lin Hai used that small knife to block Zoro's deadly strike, just like Hawkeyes had done. Zoro's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, and he began to question his life. Why? Why, after all the training day and night, after putting in more than double the effort of others? Was he still in this situation? Seeing Zoro's chaotic aura, Lin Hai quickly sheathed his knife and explained, Zoro, you should know that I practice those simple chopping movements on the ship every day, right? Zoro nodded. Indeed. Lin Hai continued, I'm not just pretending. I set a direction to chop and a point to retract my sword every day. This mainly practices control over force and direction. But up to now, I still can't get it right. This is completely different from a beginner's chopping practice. Do you understand? Zoro nodded thoughtfully, but still questioned. Then why could you block my deadly strike with just a small knife this time? Are you close to Hawkeye's level now? Lin Hai poked Zoro's forehead and said with a smile, I have Haki, which already places me among the masters. Your speed and strength are nothing in front of me. And when you fought Hawkeyes, your Onigiri's weakness had already been noted. I was watching from the side. How could I not learn? To this day, you still haven't improved your moves, so why is it surprising that I blocked you? So, have you jumped out of the well? Hearing Lin Hai's explanation, Chopper asked, Jumped out of the well? What does that mean? Usopp and Nami shook their heads in confusion. Sanji, with a smirk, said a frog in a well, aha. At this moment, Lin Hai's finger was still poking Zoro's forehead, and Sanji's words ignited a fire that turned Zoro's face crimson. Embarrassed and angry, Zoro shouted, Lin Hai, I'm going to cut you down. Lin Hai quickly jumped back a step, and Zoro began to slash wildly at him. Thus, Lin Hai closed his eyes again, letting Zoro experience the feeling of smoker from that day. Initially, the onlookers were worried, but now they were numb. With his eyes closed, Lin Hai said, Haven't eaten yet? Speed it up. You're using so much strength, yet you can't hit me. Isn't that wasting your energy? Zoro, blushing, retorted, Stop talking. I don't believe I can't hit you. You bastard. After messing around for a while, Lin Hai pulled up his personal panel. Flamboyant system. Host. Lin Hai physical condition. Level 8, top level 10. The host's current physical condition, including recovery, strength, and bodily functions, has entered a high level. Observation Haki. Level 3, enhanced perception of surrounding presence. Increased mental strength, armament Haki. Level 3, exceptional attack and defense, Conqueror's Haki. Level 3, freely controls and intimidates targets. Effects depend on the host's charisma. Skill 1. 1. Established space field space exchange, skilled use. As long as stamina is sufficient and speed is fast enough. The host is invincible. Space cutting effect depends on the host Haki too. One sword style skill 2. 1. Space slash, advanced use of a space fruit. Requires high wind in summon form to use. 2. Space barrier. Unlimited. Depends on the host proficiency. Items owned. 1. Space backpack. Only the host can enter and exit freely. The best place for a desperate escape. 2. Dugga 9 swords borrowed. 3. Basic swordsmanship. In learning, difficult tasks in the world must be done easily. The host is different. Only by facing difficulty before ease can one stand out. 4. Radio already has songs. Chasing the Wind. Specific BGM from Pirate World. 5. TT ham sausage, dinosaur meat, wig, cloak, hairdryer, comb mirror. System store now open. Flamboyant coins. 1125 special note. The host gains 1 resurrection opportunity. After the host is resurrected, all formats will be reset, including bodily functions, strength, age, and other statuses, returning to the point in time when the host received the reward. Looking at the special note, Lin Fan confirmed again, flamboyant system. Does this special note mean that no matter how strong I become or how old I am in the future, as long as I die and then resurrect, I will directly revert to the physical condition at the time you issue the reward? Flamboyant system, yes. Ahem. So you're saying that Lin Fan just needs to die of old age normally to have some more life? No worries, take off. The web version's chapter content is slow. Please download the Uedu novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Uedu novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates on crossing the pirate world. I have the flamboyant system. Chapter 99 Zoro versus Lin Hai free to read. Chapter 100. Refreshingly unique Usopp the next day. Luffy was still sound asleep in his hospital bed, not yet awake. In the room, Chopper admired. So that's how it is. I didn't expect Zoro to be so strong. And that guy called Hawkeye is even stronger than Zoro. The world is indeed terrifying. Usopp said proudly, Chopper, you don't know. When Zoro and Lin Hai teamed up to fight Hawkeye that day, they were completely outmatched. Just when their lives were in danger. Do you know who saved them? Chopper asked curiously, come on, tell me, Usopp. What happened next? Usopp looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle and said leisurely, it was me. At that time, Lin Hai was severely injured and had already passed out, just as Hawkeye's sword was only 0.01 centimeters away from Zoro's throat. I shouted, stop. Hawkeye was stunned by my Conqueror's Haki and stopped. Chopper's eyes lit up. What happened next? Did you guys fight? Usopp cleared his throat and mimicked Lin Hai's stance from that day, placing his hands behind him and speaking in a mysterious tone as the world's #1 swordsman. Hawkeye naturally has his pride, and being a sword fanatic, he had a duel with someone of my level. In the end, I fought him. Chopper couldn't help but swallow hard, sweating profusely. What happened then? Who won? Usopp replied, later, we fought high above the sea restaurant for a full 10 days and nights. With no victor. The clouds in the sky were sliced apart by our sword energy. We realized too late that if we kept fighting, the sea restaurant might never see rain again, just like the Alabasta kingdom, which had 3 years without rain. So, Hawkeye and I agreed to cease fighting and meet again to settle the score. Thinking back to that battle really brings back memories. I wonder how Hawkeye is doing now. Chopper's eyes sparkled. I didn't know you were so amazing, Usopp. You have to protect me from now on. Nami returned just in time to witness this scene and was truly amazed that someone could blow their own horn so refreshingly and uniquely. She was speechless. Ignoring Usopp and Chopper's antics, Nami asked, Chopper, how's Luffy doing? It's been 2 days. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Chopper replied, Luffy is fine now. He should wake up today. Nami looked around the room, puzzled. What about Lin Hai and Zoro? Usopp hurriedly ran to Nami's side and whispered, they're next door. But I advise you not to go over. Nami curiously asked what happened. Usopp explained, you know Zoro is a competitive person. After Zoro lost to Lin Hai that day, he has been competing with him nonstop. Right now, they're stacking cards. Nami questioned, stacking cards? What's that? Take me to see. Usopp immediately laid down on the ground. Oh no, I've caught a disease that makes it impossible to walk. Chopper, remember to burn more paper money for me. Ah, I'm dead. Chopper exclaimed. Are you okay, Usopp? Aren't you supposed to have a romantic duel with Hawkeye? You can't die. Nami raised an eyebrow and violently grabbed Usopp's long nose, dragging him towards the next room. Usopp cried out, you can go by yourself, let go, it hurts. When Nami and the others arrived at the next room, they saw Lin Hai and Zoro stacking cards, which involved leaning 2 cards against each other to form a triangle shape, laying 1 card flat at the adjacent tip, and so on to create a large triangle. Vivi and Sanji saw Nami enter and rushed to stop her from interrupting Lin Hai and Zoro's contest. Nami quietly asked, how long have they been at this? Vivi replied, since this morning. Usopp said, that's not the point. If there's no conclusion, they won't keep competing indefinitely, will they? At that moment, Lin Hai continued to carefully stack his cards, feeling frustrated about why he had claimed in front of Zoro that he had better control over power. Plus, that Sanji guy suggested this game. And now look at the situation. Lin Hai was utterly annoyed. After stacking for so long, it kept collapsing. Zoro's competitive spirit was intense. But Lin Hai didn't want to admit defeat either. Opposite Lin Hai, Zoro raised an eyebrow and glanced at him playfully. Lin Hai felt like a fool, wondering why he was competing with Zoro in this. Finally, unable to contain himself, Lin Hai shouted, "Ah!" At that moment, everyone watched as Lin Hai scratched his head repeatedly, then knocked all the cards on the table out of order, picking up a handful of cards and throwing them on the ground, stepping on them repeatedly. What kind of ridiculous game is this? Is this something people play? What control over power? It's driving me crazy. Eek, eek, eek. Lin Hai finally lost it. Everyone stared in shock at Lin Hai's unexpected outburst, and Zoro was also startled by him. Usopp asked in confusion, "What's wrong with Lin Hai?" Sanji replied, "He must be extremely annoyed." Nami said exasperatedly, "Is Lin Hai a child?" Everyone's expressions darkened. He really was acting like a child, taking his frustrations out on the cards. Just then, someone pushed the door open and announced that Luffy had woken up, so everyone prepared to go see him. Zoro nudged Lin Hai. "You can't be serious?" Lin Hai angrily replied, "What kind of ridiculous game is this? Don't you think we look like fools being tricked by that Sanji guy into playing such a boring game?" Zoro shrugged. "Well, I won. So aren't you going to see Luffy?" Lin Hai retorted, "You won? You actually managed to stack them?" Zoro replied, "You couldn't hold out first. So that means I won." He. Lin Hai furiously shouted, "Bastard, take this kick." Just as Zoro was about to retaliate, Duong. Nami angrily exclaimed, "Seriously? Have you two not grown up?" Vivi said with deep sympathy, "You really have it tough." Nami, feeling emotional, said, "At least you understand me." At that moment, Luffy had already come over. "Hey, everyone is here. Long time no see." "Huh? Why am I saying long time no see?" Sanji explained to Luffy. "You've been unconscious for more than 2 days." Luffy reflexively replied, "So, that means I haven't eaten 8 meals?" Usopp exclaimed, "Why are you so precise about this? And you calculate it as 4 meals a day?" At that moment, the head chef brought over a bunch of fruits. "You guys are all here. Have some fruits to fill your stomach first. The main meal will come later." Luffy replied, "Annie, I want to eat lots and lots of meat." Lin Hai, lying on the ground, quickly added, "I want noodles. Remember to add mushrooms and meat slices." The head chef responded, "No problem. Coming right up." In an instant, the cart full of fruits disappeared, and everyone shouted at Luffy, "Are you performing magic?" There is still some time before mealtime. Lin Hai's eyes glinted, and he was determined to make Luffy experience his pain. After seeing the head chef leave, Lin Hai approached and said, "Luffy, there's a really fun game. Do you want to play?" Luffy's eyes lit up as he replied, "A game? Hurry up and tell me." Everyone looked at Lin Hai's wolfish eyes and mischievous demeanor, their expressions darkening. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Good Reading Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Good Reading Novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates of crossing into One Piece. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 100, Fresh and Unconventional Usopp for free reading. Chapter 101. Farewell. Just thinking about Lin Hai's crazy look earlier, and knowing that Luffy is not the type to keep his composure. Nami quickly intervened. "What game are you playing? It's time to eat. Stop playing." Seeing Nami giving him a look, Sanji also advised, "Luffy, you just recovered from your injuries. You should rest a bit." Lin Hai laughed and said, "Luffy, don't listen to them. It's still a while until mealtime. You don't know how fun the game I just played with Zoro was. Isn't that right, Zoro?" Before Zoro could answer, Luffy couldn't hold back any longer. "Lin Hai, quickly tell me what game it is. Let's play it first." Soon, Luffy set up a large triangular card game, and after a while, he knocked it down. After doing this twice, Luffy's state was just like Lin Hai's earlier craziness, scratching his head and then scattering the cards. Everyone stared blankly at the restless Luffy. Chopper said, "It's over. Luffy is just like Lin Hai now." Nami said, "I now believe Lin Hai is Luffy's brother." Sanji remarked, "The sea is truly full of wonders." Usopp added, "No wonder they came from the same village." Just then, the frantic Luffy suddenly caught a whiff of food, instantly forgetting his troubles, and exclaimed, "It's time to eat." "Lin Hai Sautet, Luffy, you haven't finished experiencing that feeling yet. Come back." "Enough already, you jerk." Everyone shouted in unison. Once the food was served, Luffy immediately entered grab mode. He wasn't eating because he didn't even bother to chew. Zoro said, "Luffy, there is so much food next to you. Why are you grabbing mine?" Usopp yelled, "Luffy, you jerk, you're stealing my food again." Then let me add more ingredients. Nami angrily said, don't come over here. After that, Nami turned to ask, Vivi, aren't you coming to eat with us? Vivi waved her hand. I've already eaten. This is specially for you. At this moment, Luffy turned to Lin Hai. Lin Hai leisurely said, I mean, Luffy, what kind of behavior is this? Are you even eating? Don't think about taking my face. Luffy said, Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Get lost. If you want to eat, go get it yourself. If you dare reach your hand over here, I'll sell your hat. Luffy's eyes bulged. Nanny. Sanji kicked him. You filthy jerk. Sanji then turned to Lin Hai and asked, when did you start liking noodles? Didn't you used to like meat? Lin Hai laughed. Actually, noodles have their own knowledge, mainly about the ingredients. As he spoke, Lin Hai meaningfully glanced over Nami and Vivi. The two women inexplicably blushed. Meanwhile, Chopper, upon hearing this, started eating noodles like crazy. Really? Are noodles that delicious? I want some. Damn Luffy, this time I absolutely want to let you steal them. Not long after, Usopp suddenly exclaimed, Quick, get some water. Chopper is choking. Watching this group eating like they were in battle, Lin Hai irritably tapped the table with his chopsticks and said, Can you all not be so reckless? It's just a meal. Making it seem like others don't know you're eating, damn. Before he could finish, because the noodles were in soup, Luffy directly used his hand to scoop the noodles up. Terrifying. Luffy, do you believe I'll chop you up? Zoro was extremely frustrated. He was just trying to eat. Why did soup suddenly pour over his head? After some time, Luffy asked Vivi, Vivi, we are partners now, right? Vivi nodded. MHM. Luffy invited. Come adventure with us. The sea is really fun. Nami had a flash of insight. After all, she was the only lady on the ship, and there were some things she couldn't say. Plus, after spending time together, Nami also invited. Vivi, come with us, okay? Sanji looked at Vivi with hard eyes. Vivi-san. Vivi smiled gently. Everyone, thank you for your invitation. If it were before, I would go to sea with you. But you can see the situation now. I have become a spiritual support for Alabasta. I can't just come and go as I please. I'm sorry. Everyone fell silent for a moment. But Luffy still insisted. Vivi, can't you think about it some more? We're leaving soon, and we can't bear to part with you. Vivi glanced subtly at Lin Hai and smiled. Luffy, even if I don't go with you, we're still partners, right? Sanji looked at Vivi pitifully. Vivi-san. Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said irritably, Can you not act like this, making it seem like a love saint? Ugh. Sanji immediately exploded in anger. You jerk, just watch me kick you to death. Duong. X2 at this moment. Vivi asked, Aren't you going to stay a few more days? Are you really leaving so soon? Nami explained, Our ship is still docked far from here, and we're a bit worried. Vivi confirmed. So when you plan to set sail? Nami raised an eyebrow. Tomorrow morning. When one day the raindrops lightly tapped your window, when the wind disrupted your thoughts, could you take a moment to think of this old image? Ahem. As the farewell was imminent, Lin Hai naturally wanted to say goodbye to Vivi properly. As night fell, Vivi hugged Lin Hai's neck dreamily and said, Lin Hai, I don't know when we'll meet again after this farewell. I will miss you. Lin Hai, sweating, replied, I will miss you too. Vivi almost lost her composure, and when she came to her senses, she playfully scolded, You jerk, with your behavior. I just hope you don't forget that there's someone in Alabasta thinking of you. Outside, the sky had started to drizzle, occasionally tapping on the windows, sometimes turning into a storm. The people of Alabasta had waited for this rain for 3 years, and it finally returned today. And tonight, Vivi felt a bit happier than others, especially since Lin Hai had given her a lot, not only spiritually, but also materially. In the early morning, looking at Vivi's peach blossom-like face, Lin Hai couldn't help but ask, We are about to set sail you. Vivi gently smiled. I'll have our fast runner see you off. Lin Hai nodded. Ahem. Is that convenient for you? Vivi blushed, but replied, Don't worry. Although the water tank was full of rainwater last night, the water has already been taken out. The webpage version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Goodread novel app. The website provides you with the fastest updates for crossing the pirate world. I have a flirtatious system. Chapter 101. Farewell for free reading. Chapter 102. New partner on the Mary. The Straw Hat crew stood in silence, occasionally interrupted by the cries of seagulls, as they watched Princess Vivi sitting on the back of the running horse on the shore. After spending so much time together, people inevitably develop emotions and habits, especially someone as caring as Princess Vivi. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has her own unique charm, making the farewell difficult. In the end, Lin Hai spoke up. Vivi, you should go back now. Alabasta is still waiting for you. Is this moment really here? Both Nami on the ship and Vivi on the shore couldn't help but shed tears. Vivi choked back her sobs, covering her mouth. Everyone, we're still partners, right? Luffy replied, loudly with tears streaming down his face. Of course. Vivi, you are our partner. Even if you don't sail with us, we will always remember you. Sanji, like a love-struck poet, said, Vivi-san, I will definitely remember you. Vivi realized that continuing like this wasn't the solution. Ultimately, she hardened her heart, glanced at everyone a few times, especially lingering on Lin Hai, and rode away on the running horse without looking back. And the Mary finally set sail. Lin Hai glanced in the direction of the cabin, knowing that Robin was already on board. However, he chose not to reveal it, and instead found a spot to take a good nap. After all, he had listened to the rain all night, and if he didn't sleep, it would affect his looks. The ship quickly embarked on a new course, and the Straw Hat crew lay listlessly on the second deck. Zoro looked at them and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you guys? It's so lonely." Everyone shouted in unison, "So lonely." Zoro replied irritably, "If you miss Vivi so much, why didn't you just pull her onto the ship?" Upon hearing Zoro's suggestion, everyone began to retort. Sanji, green-haired idiot. Nami, so useless. Chopper, barbarian. Luffy, three-sword style. Usopp corrected, Luffy, three-sword style is not an insult. Luffy, six-sword style. At that moment, a sound of a door opening was heard, followed by a female voice. You all still have so much energy. When everyone realized, they fell into a state of panic. Chopper hid behind Zoro and questioned, "How did you get on this ship? Are you here for revenge against Baroque Works?" Zoro drew his sword and pointed it at Robin, asking, "What do you want?" Sanji, for once, joined Usopp in pointing a gun at Robin. Robin used her abilities to quickly subdue the confused crew. She casually took a deck chair and explained, "You shouldn't point such dangerous things at me. I have no ulterior motives. Your captain, Monkey D. Luffy, did something excessive to me, so he has to take responsibility." Sanji immediately grabbed Luffy by the collar, angrily demanding, "Luffy, what did you do to this beautiful big sister? You better explain." Luffy, speechless, said to Robin, "Don't say things like that. Did I do anything to you?" Robin sat down in the chair, resting her chin on her hand as she explained, "Yes, when I had given up on survival. You saved me." Luffy asked, "So what do you want?" Robin replied flirtatiously, "Now that I have nowhere to go, let me board your ship and be your partner." "Nanny," everyone exclaimed in unison. Usopp was the first to oppose. Luffy, no way. She was the vice president of Baroque Works. Such a dangerous person can't be our partner. Nami agreed. Usopp is right. If we let her follow us, we won't feel safe even when we sleep. By the way, where's Lin Hai? Why isn't he here? Chopper seemed to find his sense of security and quickly looked around for Lin Hai, while Zoro pointed to a spot and said, "He's been sleeping since he boarded the ship." Sanji couldn't help but say, "He's just as bad as you, Zoro." "No, we should be figuring out how to deal with this woman." Robin, sitting in the chair, ignored the chatter around her and elegantly locked eyes with Luffy. At that moment, Luffy replied, "Sure, I agree. Nanny." Everyone was shocked by Luffy's decision. Luffy smiled brightly and said, "Don't worry, she's not a bad person." Robin brushed her shoulder-length hair and smiled. "Then I look forward to working with you, Captain." "Ha ha ha," Luffy laughed. "Don't mind it, everyone relax." Although Luffy agreed, the others had no trust in Robin at all. Seeing Lin Hai still sleeping, Nami angrily walked over to him. Bang. Nami, with her hands on her hips, said, "Still sleeping, get up now." Lin Hai groggily sat up, yawned, another day waking up to my own handsomeness." Everyone looked at Lin Hai and turned dark. Nami, annoyed, said, "The vice president of Baroque Works is going to be our partner, and you're still sleeping." Luffy agreed to her, "You better come up with an idea and talk him out of it." As Lin Hai stood up, Robin smiled gracefully. "Hwashedi. Lin Hai, you are so handsome." Lin Hai immediately perked up, quickly took out his mirror to check, then spat on his hand to smooth down his hair and turned to Robin, smiling, "You're beautiful too." Ugh. Everyone almost vomited. What kind of habit does this annoying Lin Hai have? Always applying his spit to his hair. Lin Hai rolled his eyes because time was limited to maintain his image. Using spit to style his hair was the quickest way, right? What? This group of people is just jealous of him. That's all. At that moment, Zoro quickly jumped away, distancing himself from Lin Hai. Sanji couldn't help but point at Lin Hai and said, "You bastard, can you be more hygienic? Change this bad habit." Lin Hai turned to ask, "Are you jealous of me?" "Who is jealous of you, you bastard?" Sanji wanted to punch Lin Hai. Usopp quickly held Sanji back, advising, "This isn't the time to discuss that. We still haven't resolved the issue of that woman wanting to be our partner." Unexpectedly, Sanji's eyes turned into hearts. He spun around and said to Nami and Robin, "Beautiful ladies, let me make you some drinks." Watching Sanji's departing figure, Zoro and Usopp's faces turned dark. Forget it, there was no hope for him. Chapter 103. Robin blushed. Usopp said, "These people's stances are so unstable, especially Lin Hai. As soon as someone compliments him on being handsome, he runs off to sleep." Zoro nodded and said, "It's just the two of us left. What a bunch of wishy-washy guys, TSK." At this moment, Nami leaned against the door with her arms crossed, one foot on the railing, and said sideways, "Seriously, being led around by her like this is useless. That guy has been the vice president of the crime syndicate all this time. How could such a woman become our partner?" Clap, clap, clap. Usopp was applauding from side. "Oh," Zoro agreed, ignoring Usopp and Zoro. Nami turned to Robin and warned, "Even if you can fool those idiots, I won't be deceived. If you dare to mess around, I'll throw you off the ship." Robin replied, I'll keep that in mind. By the way, I have some of Crocodile's jewels on me." Nami's expression changed instantly as she rushed to Robin's side, her eyes sparkling with money, and said sweetly, "Love you, big sister." Seeing this, Usopp and Zoro's faces darkened. Hey. At this time, Sanji had finished preparing the drinks and spun out from the kitchen, exclaiming, "Ah, love, the fickle love. I am just a charred piece of wood, lying down with the waves, moved by your beauty named Thunder and caught in the rapids. Sister Robin, please have some tea." Robin smiled lightly and said, "Thank you, Sanji." Then Sanji started twisting his body while mumbling, "Love, love." Usopp scoffed, "I knew it, that guy's Sanji." Zoro nodded and said, "It's just us two left. We must defend the last bastion." Usopp echoed, "Don't worry, Zoro." But before he could finish, Luffy called out, "Hey, Usopp." Usopp turned with a gloomy face and asked, "What is it?" With Robin's flower fruit ability, Luffy simulated two antlers on his head and imitated Chopper, saying Chopper. Usopp was instantly captivated, and then he joined Luffy and Chopper in their antics. Zoro felt abandoned by the world. Just a moment ago, he was so resolute, and now he ran off to play. However, in the end, Zoro fell for it too, under a single glance from Robin. On the deck, Lin Hai had been sleeping for an unknown amount of time when he was awakened by a waft of floral fragrance. It turned out that Robin had walked over to look at the distant view after getting tired from reading. Noticing Lin Hai looking at her, Robin greeted, "You're awake?" Lin Hai stretched and replied, "I didn't expect your fruit ability also has the function of purifying the air. It's really refreshing." Purifying the air? Robin smiled at the first person to say that about her ability. "Do you know the meaning of the D family?" "D family?" Lin Hai shook his head vigorously and replied, "I don't understand this. By the way, how are you getting used to being on this pirate ship?" Robin shook her head after glancing at Lin Hai. Lin Hai smiled and said, "It's normal to feel a bit out of place in a new environment. Just be yourself. With your ability, you should adapt quickly. Look over there, what a bunch of kids still rolling on the deck at their age." At that moment, Sanji walked over and replied, "You're not much better." As soon as he finished speaking, Sanji started spinning around and called out, "Miss Robin, it's time to eat." In the Mary's dining room. "Eat, eat, eat." Luffy was shouting continuously with his utensils. "Usopp, Sanji, I want meat buns. Chopper, I want potato pancakes. Zoro, and a bottle of sake. Lin Hai, Sanji, I want noodles. Remember to add various ingredients. If it doesn't taste good, you better watch out." Sanji turned around angrily and shouted, "You bastards, quiet down. The food will be ready soon." Robin covered her mouth and chuckled. What a lively scene. Nami asked warmly, "Sister Robin, what do you want to eat?" "I'll get it for you." Usopp and Zoro chimed in. Hey, you must have taken her treasure, right?" Lin Hai sent out his Ergo 2 again. "Come on, everyone gets a share." Nami said, "Are we drinking now? We still need someone to watch the ship later." What's most important about being a pirate? Luffy, to become the pirate king. Zoro, the world's greatest swordsman. Usopp, a brave warrior of the sea. Lin Hai quickly interrupted, "Stop. Don't go off on a tangent. The most important thing is to be carefree and happy in this moment. Now, we have a new partner, a big beauty. Shouldn't we celebrate?" Usopp asked suspiciously. "What if we all get drunk and no one is watching the ship? What if we stray off course or enemies attack?" Lin Hai put a foot on the chair and said, "I'll take care of watching the ship, and I'll drop anchor too. It's getting dark anyway. Come on, cheers to welcome Robin as our new partner." Everyone raised their glasses and laughed. "Welcome our new partner." At that moment, Zoro looked at Lin Hai with a different gaze. Lin Hai angrily said, "Don't compare yourself to me. How many bottles of wine have we had?" And Lin Hai directly grabbed Zoro by the neck and lectured, "Can you stop being so aloof? Quickly say hello, Sister Robin." Zoro said anxiously, "I won't say it. You go say it yourself." You must be getting revenge on me for losing to me last time, right? Lin Hai angrily shouted. What did you say? Zoro provocatively said. Want to have another match? Luffy's eyes sparkled. Count me in. Duong. X3 Nami said speechlessly. Seriously, are you all not going to eat? After dinner. It was already dark. Lin Hai sat on a small platform made of wood on the main mast, which was known as the lookout. Cough, what is there to see? It's pitch black. Who would come to plunder here? So, in a starless night, Lin Hai began to secretly doze off. Unexpectedly, Nami sneaked up and the two enacted a scene reminiscent of Titanic's stunning romance. Lin Hai said, Nami, spread your arms out, tilt your head back, and close your eyes to feel the sea breeze. Nami questioned, what are you trying to do? Lin Hai explained, in my hometown, a couple did this on a huge ship, and I want to try it. Nami insisted, don't be silly, Robin is in the room. If I'm out too long, I'll be found out. Lin Hai rolled his eyes. Robin already knows, right? She's using her flower fruit ability to sneak a peek. But it doesn't matter. Looking at Nami's eager gaze back at him, what does he have to worry about? In Nami's room, Robin was just curious about what Nami was running out to do at this time, and she didn't expect it to be this. Suddenly, Robin's face flushed red. Her breathing became unsteady, and her heart raced, especially with the conflicting feelings of wanting to look but not wanting to, and not being able to bear not looking. In the end, Robin silently began to watch. Meanwhile, Nami was unaware that someone was observing her. Lin Hai originally thought that Robin would retract her abilities after discovering it, but to his surprise, she became addicted to watching. Since she liked to watch, then let her watch to her heart's content. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Goodread novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates of crossing the pirate world. I have a flirtatious system. Chapter 103. Robin blushed for free reading. Chapter 104. This is definitely not Nami the next day. Lin Hai was sound asleep on the deck. Zoro was training on the main mast, while Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper were fishing. Suddenly, Chopper's fishing rod started to move, and he caught a fish weighing over 2 pounds. Chopper couldn't help but boast to Luffy beside him. I caught a fish. Luffy praised. You're amazing, Chopper. Just as he finished speaking, Usopp's fishing rod also started to move. Feeling the force on the rod, Usopp exclaimed, I caught a big one. Really? Chopper and Luffy responded excitedly. Usopp used all his strength to finally pull the fish up, but it turned out to be the size of a thumb. Luffy scoffed. Is this a big one? It's not even enough to fill my teeth. Stop talking nonsense. Usopp retorted. You haven't caught a single fish yet. Luffy replied. Just watch me. I will definitely catch one. At that moment, Sanji came out of the kitchen. Miss Nami, I made a juice that helps with beauty and makes your skin smoother. Beauty? Smooth skin? Nami couldn't help but glance at Lin Hai, who was sleeping, and her face turned red. Upon hearing Sanji's words, Luffy and the others fishing all said at once, we want some too. Sanji scoffed. What do you guys want with smooth skin? Just after he said that, Luffy's fishing rod started to move, and sure enough, he caught a gigantic snail, which then fell on Lin Hai's head. Lin Hai, who was sound asleep, was awakened and groggily said, Nami, did you hit me again? Nami's face darkened. Crack. The center of the giant snail opened up, and out came a formally dressed salesman with a pronounced brow. Lin Hai asked in confusion, Who are you? Did you just attack me? The man stood straight and introduced himself. Sorry, let me introduce myself. I am a salesman, Reese. I encountered a strong storm at sea and was shipwrecked. Thank you for rescuing me. Rescue you? Lin Hai was puzzled. Usopp explained. It was Luffy who pulled him up. Reese, being a salesman, quickly started introducing his products and making sales. At this moment, Nami approached and asked, Do you have paper for sale? Reese replied, Paper? Nami explained, Yes, big and tough paper that won't tear even in strong winds. Reese understood and became excited. Count on me. He then took out a large stack of white paper and explained, This is the highest quality millennium paper. It won't be eaten by insects. And it won't change color, even if left in sunlight, for 1,000 years. Perfect for making family trees and treasure maps. Luffy curiously asked, Can we make paper airplanes with it? Reese sweated. You can, but that would be a waste. Nami examined the white paper and asked without hesitation, How much? Luffy was puzzled. Are you going to buy it? Nami replied, Of course. Nami's dream since childhood was to draw maps of the places she had been, and to do that, she needed good quality paper, so she had to buy it. Seeing Nami like this, Reese thought he had found a big spender. Based on past experience, Reese replied, That's not easy. This is a very rare and precious item. Even if you place an order now, it will take 5 to 10 years to receive it. Nami gently said, Can you sell me some right now? I'll pay whatever it costs. Luffy exclaimed, Nanny, Usopp held his head with both hands. Nami, who would even skip meals for counting money, actually. Zoro was sweating profusely. Nami, who treats money like life, actually said she would pay any amount. Everyone exclaimed together. Sanji, speechless, said, "It can't be that exaggerated, right?" Realizing what was happening, Sanji turned to Lin Hai, only to see him banging a pot on his head with a confused expression. Sanji couldn't help but ask, "What happened to you?" Lin Hai exclaimed, "I must be dreaming. This is definitely not Nami." At this time, Reese replied, "I understand. A set of 1,000 sheets of Millennium paper is worth 60 million berries." Just as Nami and Reese were haggling, Sanji directly tied up Lin Hai and said, "We're buying it." Luffy asked, "Do you have money?" "No." Sanji pulet Lin Hai for what? Who is it Lin Hai? Bounty of 300 million berries. Just sell him, and we'll have the money. Lin Hai's face darkened. This guy is really a genius. And today, Lin Hai, was actually outsmarted. However, as soon as Sanji finished speaking, Reese immediately recognized the Straw Hat crew, abandoned his merchandise, and hurriedly fled on his snail. At this moment, Nami picked up the Millennium paper that Reese had left behind and said excitedly, "I can finally do my own thing." Saying this, Nami turned and warned, "Don't disturb me later. Remember, if anyone interrupts me, I'll fine you 100,000 berries." Thus, everyone started doing their own things. The next day, the Mary finally docked at a deserted island, and everyone excitedly disembarked, while Lin Hai was still sleeping in his small room. After all, he had been on night watch for the past 2 nights. Although Nami was with him, he couldn't help but feel tired during the day. As soon as they landed, Nami began assigning tasks through a draw, deciding who would fetch water, who would hunt, and who would collect fruit. Zoro was quite displeased and said to Nami, "Why should I listen to you?" Nami glared at Luffy, who was playing in the sand like a child, and retorted, "Do you think the captain of this ship would do such a thing?" Zoro, speechless, took his sword and went into the forest to collect fruit, while Nami used equipment to map the island. Chopper drew the short straw and had to stay on the ship to watch it. Back on the ship, Chopper looked at the empty deck and the quiet surroundings and became curious. So, he climbed up to the lookout on the main mast and pointed forward, loudly declaring, "From today on, I am Captain Chopper." This feeling was simply exhilarating. Captain Chopper waved his hand and pointed at the empty deck. "Hey, all crew members, look this way. Luffy, don't eat other people's food. Usopp, you better work seriously. Sanji, make something delicious, and Lin Hai, you have to give me your noodles later." Just then, Lin Hai came out of his room, looked up at Chopper, and said with a smile, "Captain Chopper, what did you just say? I didn't hear clearly." Wow. Chopper was startled by Lin Hai and fell off the lookout. Lin Hai caught Chopper in one hand, and once Chopper regained his senses, he hurriedly said, "Why you still on the ship?" Lin Hai chuckled. "Who just woke me up?" Robin, why aren't you going to the island with them?" Robin glanced at Lin Hai and quickly looked away, replying, "I prefer to read quietly." Cough, cough. These past 2 nights, Robin was also tired. At least Lin Hai knew she had stayed up late. However, Lin Hai would naturally not expose this. Glancing at Chopper, Lin Hai said, "Our fresh water on the ship is almost gone. Why don't the 3 of us go collect some fresh water together?" Chopper asked, "Don't we need to leave someone on the ship?" Lin Hai patted Chopper's head and smiled. "Did you forget that I can use observation Haki? I can still sense what's going on in this area, regardless of whether anyone is on the ship." "Observation Haki?" Robin muttered. "Having this ability is really convenient." Lin Hai nodded. "It is indeed convenient." "Robin, you should stop reading for now. Do you want to be a homebody? It's fine to come out and take a walk with us." "What's a homebody?" Robin interrupted. "Wait, I still want to read." Lin Hai directly pulled Robin up and said impatiently, "You should change your lifestyle and be more optimistic. Life is still very interesting. If there are mushrooms around, the noodles tonight will taste much better." Chopper exclaimed, "Really? I love mushrooms." Lin Hai questioned, "Aren't you like Usopp, who loves meat buns?" "Wait," Robin said. "Let go of me. I want to go to the island with you. The notifications are so slow. It's really frustrating." 23 SK. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Halloween novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Halloween novel app. The fastest updates for crossing the pirate world. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 104. This is definitely not Nami. Free to read. Chapter 105. Zoro loves to show off in the forest. Zoro saw so many fruits on the trees that he immediately put down the basket on his back, slowly drew his 3 swords, and struck a pose he believed was cooler than Lin Hai's. Then he murmured, "One sword to open the mountain, one sword to cut the sea, one sword to split the sky." Clang! The sound of his 3 swords being drawn echoed through the forest, startling some birds. Feeling the atmosphere around him, Zoro began to enjoy this feeling more and more. Now, he somewhat understood why Lin Hai loved to show off so much back then. Ahem. Zoro quickly regained his focus and continued to murmur. This is called the three-sword style, the ultimate technique of the three-sword style, tornado. Zoro made his move, and 3 streams of sword energy formed a small whirlwind that headed straight for the fruits above him. One by one, the fruits fell from the tall trees, and Zoro quickly grabbed his large basket to catch them. Just as he was feeling quite satisfied, suddenly, fruits began to rain down from the trees, and Zoro got buried under them. Meanwhile, Usopp started his personal adventure in the forest. He claimed he wanted to become a brave warrior of the sea, but in reality, his courage was as small as a mouse, and he boasted louder than anyone else. Just then, while walking in the shadowy depths of the forest, a single drop of dew fell on him, and he immediately laid down on the ground pretending to be dead. As for Luffy, he was climbing a tree and communicating with the monkeys. Although neither side understood what the other was saying, it didn't hinder their ability to communicate through expressions. As for Sanji, he was following Nami closely, trying to win her favor, completely unaware that Nami didn't feel the same way. At the same time, Lin Hai, Chopper, and Robin were also heading towards the forest. Chopper had never seen a forest before while on Drum Island, which was frozen all year round. Passing through Alabasta, where the landscape was mostly desert, he couldn't help but marvel at the lush greenery here. At this moment, Chopper looked around as if he had discovered a new world and asked Lin Hai, "Is this the forest? It's so beautiful." Robin asked in surprise, "You've never seen a forest before?" Chopper cutely replied, "No." Lin Hai smiled and said, "I told you, Chopper, what does it feel now? If you were still on Drum Island, you'd be living in that little world every day, completely unaware of how wonderful the world is, right?" "Yeah," Chopper exclaimed excitedly. "Thank you for inviting me to go to sea with Luffy back then." "Wow, what is that? A mushroom?" Lin Hai quickly grabbed Chopper and explained, "That's a colorful mushroom. I heard it's highly poisonous, so let us not pick it." Upon hearing it was poisonous, Chopper immediately exclaimed in fear, "How scary. This world, huh?" Seeing Chopper's innocence and sincerity, Robin chuckled and said, "Chopper, you're so cute." Chopper froze for a moment and then shyly said, "You jerk. Even if you say that, I want to be happy." Lin Hai rolled his eyes and continued on with the two. Not long after, the three arrived at a small lake. The water was blue, and the shore resembled a scene from The Wizard of Oz, with butterflies dancing around. Robin took out her book and lay on the grass to read. Lin Hai said speechlessly, "I say, Robin, with such a beautiful view, you're doing something so boring?" Robin asked in confusion, "Isn't it a pity not to read with such a good view?" No. Lin Hai looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and pretentiously said, "The smoke and light dim the mountains, and the blue fields warm the sun as colorful butterflies fly. With such a beautiful view, why, Red, we should sit down and talk about life, and discuss what happiness is." The blue field refers to the small lake before them, not a field. Robin was a knowledgeable person, although Lin Hai's lines were cobbled together. Robin didn't know about the profound poetry of Huaxia, and besides, what Lin Hai said was fitting for the scenery. As for talking about life, discussing happiness, when Robin thought of that moonlit night, her face couldn't help but flush, and she quickly averted her gaze, not planning to respond to Lin Hai. Chopper, on the other hand, was confused and couldn't understand what Lin Hai was saying today. So he couldn't help but ask, "Lin Hai, what do you mean? What smoke and light? What blue field?" Originally, Lin Hai intended for Robin to respond, but Chopper's question broke the atmosphere. Lin Hai's face darkened as he replied impatiently, "Kid shouldn't ask so many questions. Have you collected the water?" "Oh, I've collected it," Chopper replied. "Should we go back?" Lin Hai's expression darkened again. "What do you mean go back? If we go back, how can we?" Cough. "How can we communicate with Robin?" Lin Hai put on a big bad wolf expression and turned around, smiling. "Chopper, with such a beautiful view, you should lie down and take a good rest. Feel the beauty of nature." "Really?" Chopper asked. After hearing Lin Hai's words, he indeed laid down on the grass to enjoy the gentle breeze. "Kimoji," Chopper said dreamily, "Lin Hai, you should lie down too, it feels so good." "Huh, can you not talk?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes at Chopper and began to enjoy the scenery around him, especially as he noticed that Robin's figure was truly great. Compared to Nami, they were completely different styles. Just as Robin, who was preparing to read, noticed Lin Hai staring at her, she awkwardly said, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Hai shamelessly waved his hand and said, "Don't be so stingy, your figure is so good. Is it wrong for me to look?" Chopper, being his usual meddlesome self, interjected, "Is Robin's figure really that good?" "I don't think so." Lin Hai turned to him and said speechlessly, Can't you just keep quiet? Chopper asked in confusion, why not? Looking at the adorably clueless Chopper, Lin Hai held back the impulse to throw him away and said impatiently, I don't know. Huh? Robin sat up and curiously asked Lin Hai, did you really fight against the celestial dragons before? Lin Hai nodded and said, yeah, it was one autumn evening, the weather was nice, the sun was shining, and there was a gentle breeze blowing, just like a mother's gentle embrace. It's truly memorable. Robin and Chopper were both puzzled, wondering what Lin Hai was talking about. Seeing their expressions, Lin Hai quickly clarified, it was that day when I punched a celestial dragon and then got a bounty of 300 million berry. So that is how it is. Chopper immediately got excited and said, Lin Hai, if I go punch a celestial dragon too, my bounty. Lin Hai quickly interrupted, are you trying to get yourself killed? Forget that thought immediately. If a Marine Admiral chases after you, it won't be fun. Chopper asked in confusion, are Marine Admirals very strong? Robin explained with some fear, Marine Admirals are the highest combat power of the Marines. Chopper exclaimed in horror, the highest combat power of the Marines? Then wouldn't that make Lin Hai very dangerous? Seeing Robin's fearful expression, Lin Hai stood up and interrupted. Let us not talk about this anymore. Let us head back to the beach and prepare for dinner tonight. Seeing Robin still in a daze, Lin Hai pulled her up and said with a smile, I say, Robin, what kind of expression is that? It's just death at most. If you're not afraid of dying, what is there to fear about Marine Admirals? Moreover, give me some time. In this world, no one can really compete with me. Chopper's eyes lit up as he said, Silk Cake. Lin Hai, have you become so powerful already? Lin Hai wrapped his arms around Robin's waist and smiled. Why are you asking so many questions, little kid? Let's go back. The book is still under review. Dear handsome readers, the chapter released yesterday was to prevent any interruptions. If you enjoy reading, just send a free power-up gift, cough, cough, cough. Please don't send such expensive gifts like explosive updates and flowers anymore. Yesterday, I was almost scared. The web version of the chapter is slow. Please download the Goodread novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Goodread novel app. The website provides you with the fastest update to crossing the pirate world. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 105. Zoro also loves to show off. Free to read. Chapter 106. Electric shock after Lin Hai and the others came out from the water source in the forest. Robin also recovered from her state of fear. Once she gathered her thoughts, Robin realized that her hand was somehow holding Lin Hai's. She turned her head and secretly glanced at Lin Hai, their eyes meeting for a moment. Robin quickly averted her gaze, feeling her heart race. This strange sensation was something she had never experienced in her more than 20 years of fugitive life. Lin Hai also noticed Robin's state. Her flustered demeanor seemed like she was shocked. No way. A subtle atmosphere spread between Lin Hai and Robin. However, the mood was broken by Chopper, who turned around with a water bucket and said, Lin Hai, should we put the water on the boat? Just that one voice shattered the evening's tranquility and the inexplicable feelings. Robin quickly let go of Lin Hai's hand and distanced herself. The intoxicating fragrance faded away, and Lin Hai's expression darkened again. Cough, cough, Lin Hai said in frustration. If we don't put it on the boat, do you want to leave it here to be sunbaked? He. Robin noticed Lin Hai's frustration, rolled her eyes, and stepped forward to Chopper, saying, let's go back to the boat together, Dr. Chopper. Dr. Chopper? Chopper's pupils shrank, stammering. Can you say that again? Robin, not understanding, repeated it. Chopper insisted again. Robin, can you just say that last part? Dr. Chopper? Robin said tentatively. Chopper immediately dropped the water bucket and made a wave-like gesture with both hands, pouting. You jerk. Robin, you jerk. Even if you say that to me, I won't be happy. You jerk. Fortunately, Lin Hai caught the water bucket when Chopper threw it. Watching Chopper like this, Lin Hai really wanted to take off his oversized slippers and slap him in the face. This troublemaker. So annoying. One bucket of water was naturally not enough. After Lin Hai put the water on the boat, Robin couldn't help but ask, is one bucket enough? Lin Hai replied, did you forget what kind of ability user I am? I already collected enough fresh water. Oh, that's good. Saying this, Robin walked back to her chair and continued reading her book. Lin Hai said speechlessly, Robin, stop reading. Look at the beach. The sand is shining golden under the sunlight. Such a beautiful scene, and you still want to read. Having not noticed before, now both Chopper and Robin realized it was indeed beautiful. Chopper immediately jumped off the boat, rolling in the sand like Luffy did before. Hey. Robin laughed softly. Chopper is so cute. Lin Hai complained. He's not cute at all. Robin naturally understood what Lin Hai meant, but in this situation, she really didn't know how to interact with him, so she just stared blankly ahead, silent. At this moment, Robin herself didn't know what she was thinking. Suddenly, Lin Hai moved closer, and Robin tensed up all over. Lin Hai, you. Robin stammered with excitement. Lin Hai gently wrapped his arms around Robin's waist from behind and said softly, "Life has many beautiful things. Shouldn't you consider living in a different way?" A moment later, Robin said softly, "Lin Hai, do you know? In the past, I lived in constant escape, having to guard my own safety every day. I never expected that I would have a day to enjoy life." Lin Hai held Robin's hand and smiled gently. "In my hometown, a sage once said, 'Life is but a fleeting moment, just like a white horse passing through a gap.' Right now, besides doing what we want to do, nothing else should become our stumbling block." Robin shook her head. "You don't understand the power of the world government." Lin Hai interrupted. "We have already become their targets by going out to sea as pirates. If their power were really that great, why haven't they caught you yet? I say, you dreamers should move forward boldly." After a long while, Lin Hai and Robin began to play on the beach with Chopper. At this moment, Robin, compared to before, clearly showed much more joy on her face, unlike before when she always seemed to have an unsolvable melancholy. Hey, six-petal flower." Robin playfully looked at Lin Hai and said, "Lin Hai, do you admit your mistake?" Lin Hai, with both hands and feet locked by Robin, did not respond to her. TSK. Lin Hai tilted his head as if reminiscing about something. 36F? Seeing Lin Hai's expression, Robin's face flushed again, but at that moment, a sound came from the forest, and Robin quickly returned to her usual expression. This scene left Lin Hai dumbfounded. Women are indeed born actors. They can act so skillfully without any training. At this moment, from the exit of the forest, Zoro's grumbling voice could be heard. "What the hell is going on in this forest? It's like a maze. I just can't get out." Zoro, who was originally walking towards the exit, suddenly turned 90 degrees while walking. Indeed, every member of the Straw Hat Pirates is a genius. Chopper turned around in confusion and asked, "Lin Hai, what is Zoro doing?" Lin Hai replied with a black line on his face. "Ever since we came out of Little Garden, Zoro's sense of direction has gotten worse. You're a doctor. Can this illness be cured?" After that, Lin Hai said impatiently, "Zoro, where are you going?" Upon hearing Lin Hai's words, Zoro turned around again and finally found the right path. Once out, Zoro boasted, "How about it? I collected quite a lot of fruits, right?" Saying this, Zoro placed all the fruits behind him in front of Lin Hai. Lin Hai looked at Zoro, who had a strong competitive spirit and didn't allow others to point out his shortcomings, and said in a bad mood, "You're really amazing, Mr. Directionally Challenged." As soon as he finished speaking, a scene of chasing each other appeared on the beach. Not long after, the other members of the Straw Hat crew also came out of the forest as night fell. By the campfire, Nami pointed at Luffy and Usopp and asked, "What did you two do all afternoon? I asked you to collect ingredients, and you both came back empty-handed?" Luffy wanted to explain something, but Lin Hai spoke first. "You let Luffy go collect ingredients? No matter raw or cooked. He ate everything on the way." Luffy quickly looked away, pouting, "Lin Hai, don't talk nonsense, I didn't." Seeing Luffy's expression, everyone was too lazy to comment. Usopp, noticing everyone looking at him, quickly explained, "You guys don't know, I experienced the great Usopp adventure in the forest. There was a gorilla as big as a small mountain." All talents. Nami, too lazy to argue with Usopp, praised, "Zoro is still the most reliable. He collected so many fruits, enough for us to sail for several days." Sanji quickly added, "Nami-san, I could do it too." Being praised by others, Zoro felt quite pleased. While sipping a drink, Nami said, "Zoro, could you please collect some more?" Zoro spat out his drink, thinking, is Nami some kind of devil? It's already dark outside, and just because he collected more, she could be so rude to him? Just as Zoro was about to retort, Nami stuck out her tongue and laughed. "I was just kidding." Zoro turned to look at Nami, unsure of what to say. Was he being played? For a moment, Zoro's face turned red. "Don't ask. The book hasn't been released yet. The web version is slow. Please download the Good Read Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Good Read Novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates for crossing the pirate world. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 106. Electrocuted. Free to read. Chapter 107. Luffy is tied up. It's rare to see Zoro blushing, and Luffy, being the tease he is, deliberately asked Zoro, "Why is your face so red? You didn't drink any alcohol just now." Usopp, trying hard not to laugh, covered his mouth, his shoulders shaking. Seeing this, Zoro, feeling embarrassed and annoyed, replied, "Stop rambling." Zoro's expression was incredibly cute in Robin's eyes. She genuinely felt the atmosphere on the ship was relaxed. Completely different from her previous life. and she happened to encounter a man who made her heart flutter. In that moment, with her mood lifted, Robin covered her mouth and let out a heartfelt giggle. Everyone noticed that Robin was no longer pretending, and such genuine emotions couldn't be faked. Thus, Luffy joyfully exclaimed, "Everyone, let us have a feast." Sanji, gazing at Robin's charming smile while she covered her mouth, felt his hormones surge and spun around quickly, his head filled with hearts as he loudly declared, "Love, love, this is love." Nami brought over some prepared fruit and sat next to Robin, smiling. "Robin, try this, it's really good." Seeing Robin's confusion, Nami explained, "Don't worry. The juice in this isn't toxic. Luffy and the others just drank it, and look at them, they're fine." "Nanny." Luffy's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Nami, you're really clever. Are you a genius?" Usopp, with a face full of black lines, retorted, "Nami, you devil, you really are evil." Sanji continued to spin. "Even if Nami is a devil, she's still so beautiful. Ah, love, this is love." Lin Hai, on the side, had a face full of black lines. Thinking Sanji was so annoying, Lin Hai grumbled, "Love my ass. Did you finish cooking the beef I gave you?" "Beef?" Luffy's eyes lit up immediately. "Where is it? Where is it? I didn't know." Soon, Sanji came over with a roasted beef leg. Lin Hai said, "The beef is very chewy and nutritious. Especially you, Luffy. Don't treat beef like other meat and swallow it whole without chewing." Luffy, eyes shining, said, "Is it really that delicious?" "Hurry, let me try." Zoro asked curiously, "Where did you get this beef from?" "Naturally, it's exchanged from the flirtatious system." Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "Why should I tell you? Just sit tight. I'll cut it for you." After cutting it for everyone, only Luffy was left. Luffy hurriedly said, "Lin Hai, let me cut it myself. Don't worry. I won't snatch everyone's food." Lin Hai eyed Luffy suspiciously and cautiously moved the plate in front of him. Luffy really did cut a slice down, as he said. Before Luffy could continue, Lin Hai quickly pressed down on his hand, as he sensed through his observation haki that Luffy was planning to leave that small slice for everyone and wanted to keep the big piece for himself. Sanji, curious, asked, "What's going on?" Lin Hai shouted, "Chopper, quickly hold Luffy down. This guy wants to keep that big piece of beef for himself." "Nanny." Chopper jumped up and immediately pinned Luffy down, scolding, "Luffy, you bastard, you're stealing from everyone again." Seeing his intentions exposed, Luffy stopped pretending and started to wrestle with Lin Hai. "Let me go. I want to eat meat." "Meat?" Sanji exclaimed. "It really is like that." With that, Lin Hai, Sanji, and Chopper all pinned Luffy down, and a bizarre dinner began. Watching Lin Hai and Sanji each holding Luffy's hands while Chopper tightly hugged Luffy's legs, Zoro was speechless. Just roast another piece. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Hai turned around and retorted, "There is only this one piece." At this moment, Luffy said, "You guys let me go. I wouldn't steal anymore." If anyone believed Luffy wouldn't eat meat, they might as well believe a sow could climb a tree. Soon, the three directly tied Luffy to a tree while Luffy, with shining eyes, stared at the piece of beef, saying, "I said I wouldn't steal anymore. Why are you tying me up? Let me go." Sanji retorted, "Look at that expression. Who are you fooling?" Chopper angrily said, "You bastard, we don't believe you." Usopp, sitting by the campfire, turned to Zoro, utterly speechless. "Is this really our captain?" Zoro turned his face away, remaining silent. He. Robin couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably. She realized she had never been this happy her whole life. "Ha ha!" Nami, leaning on Robin's leg, almost laughed herself to tears. They truly didn't expect such a quirky group on this ship. Their captain, in his quest for meat, ended up tied to a tree by his own crew. If other pirate crews knew about this situation, they wouldn't know what to think. Chapter 108. Sweet dreams. The Straw Hat Pirates spent an unforgettable night on a deserted island, and the next day, they set sail again. Lin Hai, as usual, fell into a deep sleep in his usual sleeping spot. The scenes in his dreams were enchanting, captivating, and intoxicating. "Oh, honey, taste the grapes I picked for you." At this moment, Empress Boa Hancock was holding a fresh grape to Lin Hai's lips, waiting eagerly for his response. As Lin Hai prepared to taste the fruit, satisfied by the stunning beauty before him, Nami handed him a drink. Nami gently said, "How about you finish the fruit first, and then have a drink?" Lin Hai replied contentedly, "Yeah, I'll eat the fruit first." Before he could finish, Robin began to massage Lin Hai's shoulders, saying, "Lord Lin Hai, let me give you a good shoulder rub, okay?" "All right, that sounds great." At this moment, Hancock seductively brought the fruit to Lin Hai's mouth, and naturally, he ate it. Unexpectedly, Hancock's face turned red as she exclaimed, "Lord Lin Hai has eaten the fruit I fed him. I feel so happy. Is this what marriage feels like?" Lin Hai pulled Hancock over, patted his thigh, and laughed. "Don't sit there, you'll catch a cold." Come sit here. After a while, Lin Hai took a sip of his drink and said contentedly, Nami, Hancock, you two help me massage my legs. Robin, you help me with my shoulders. In reality, on the merry, Chopper looked at Lin Hai, who was drooling in his sleep, full of confusion. So, he called everyone over to ask what was wrong with Lin Hai. Seeing Lin Hai in such a state, Luffy slapped his palm and, with a light bulb moment, guessed. Lin Hai must be dreaming about a lot of delicious meat. Usopp quipped, do you think everyone is like you? I bet he's dreaming about. Before he could finish, Lin Hai mumbled in his sleep, Robin, your shoulder massage technique is really good. Thanks. Nami, a bit harder. Yes, that's about right. Sanji yelled angrily, bastard. Zoro rolled his eyes and said, he's dreaming. Why are you getting so worked up? What did you say? Sanji replied angrily. Even if it's a dream, it shouldn't be like this. Ignoring the others, Nami gave Lin Hai a light hit, thinking, how dare this guy ask me to massage his legs in his dreams? Does he think I'm his servant? After being hit, Lin Hai suddenly exclaimed in a half-dreamy state. Nami, you. Coughing, Lin Hai finally noticed Nami, who had her hands on her hips, looking at him playfully. Realizing he had been dreaming, Lin Hai reacted, oh, I was just dreaming. Seeing Lin Hai staring at her blankly, Nami laughed and asked, do you want me to massage your legs? And maybe have Robin help with your shoulders? Coughing, Lin Hai weakly replied, if you insist on doing that, I guess I can reluctantly accept. How shameless! Nami exclaimed angrily. Lin Hai, how dare you dream like that? I'm fining you 200,000 berries. You owe me a total of 2 million berries. Nanny, Lin Hai et Galim. Did you fall into a pile of money? Am I being fined for dreaming? Oomph. Nami turned and walked away. At this moment, Luffy finally came to his senses. Oh, so what Lin Hai dreamed about wasn't meat, but Nami and Robin? Usopp said in disbelief, you just realized that? He then asked, by the way, who is Hancock? Luffy slapped his palm again, another lightbulb moment, and guessed, I know, Hancock must be delicious beef. Ha ha ha, beef is the best. But it's so rare. Everyone fainted. At this point, Robin muttered, Hancock? Could it be that Lin Hai is talking about the world's #1 beauty? The world's #1 beauty? Everyone asked curiously. What's that? Luffy said disdainfully, so it wasn't beef? Once again, everyone fainted. Sanji, sweating, stepped forward to ask Sister Robin, is Hancock really the world's #1 beauty? Yes, Robin nodded. She is the Empress of Amazon Lily and one of the warlords of the sea, ruling over the latter half of the Grand Line. Nanny, the world's #1 beauty is one of the warlords? That woman is that powerful? By the way, didn't Lin Hai just call her to massage his legs in his dream? Everyone looked at Lin Hai curiously, impressed by his bravery. At this moment, Robin asked Lin Hai, do you know the Empress? Lin Hai replied speechlessly, no, I don't know her. You guys are too nosy. Just let me enjoy my sweet dreams. Usopp quipped, you really dare to dream. She's a warlord. Hee. Robin stepped forward and asked, Lin Hai, how about I give you a shoulder massage? Coughing. Lin Hai quickly said, no need. I was just dreaming, okay? Robin, thinking of something, suddenly ran away. Thus, the Mary sailed for several days at sea. And then Nami suddenly didn't know how to navigate. Seeing Nami looking worried, Robin asked, what's wrong, Nami? Nami pointed at the log pose in her hand and said gloomily, is my log pose broken? Look, it's pointing to the sky and not moving. Zoro asked curiously, could it be that the next island we are sailing to is in the sky? Usopp immediately dismissed it. What are you talking about? How could an island appear in the sky? Nami, is your log pose broken? Lin Hai replied speechlessly, this is the Grand Line. Don't use your fixed mindset to deny the existence of sky islands. Robin nodded, that's right. As a navigator, you should never doubt whether the log pose is malfunctioning. Nami, what you should think about now is how to reach the next destination. Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately perked up. Yash, let's head for the island in the sky. Hee. Nami, with her eyebrows twitching, asked, how we get up there? Are we going to fly the ship up? Luffy nodded, fly up. Duong. Nami gave Luffy a light hit and explained, to be honest, I don't know how to get to the next island. Meanwhile, Lin Hai knew a method to ride the underwater currents, but the sea is so vast, who knows where. Just as Lin Hai was about to call Nami to inquire about nearby islands, some debris and wrecked ships fell from the sky. Chapter 109. Do you really think I'm easy to deal with? Is that a ship? Zoro asked first. Everyone looked up at the sky, where a broken ship was falling down. Usopp couldn't accept it. What's going on? Why is there a ship falling from the sky? Luffy wondered, is there meat on it? Zoro also asked, I wonder if there's any alcohol. Sanji said speechlessly, is that what we should be focusing on right now? Lin Fan hurriedly used his abilities to collect some tools and bones from the fallen ship not far away. Meanwhile, Robin quickly took out her tools and began to study them. Hey, Usopp said speechlessly. Robin, what are you doing? Robin chuckled and explained. Of course, it's archaeology. Archaeology? Everyone was puzzled. What is that? Lin Fan clarified. It's incredible archaeology. Zoro and Luffy replied simultaneously. I see, Sanji exclaimed. You guys really don't understand at all, do you? After a while, Robin said, from the bones, this person must have died over 200 years ago, and the deceased was probably around 30 years old. Luffy curiously asked, how can you tell how many years ago he died so clearly? Robin replied, I inferred it from the evidence left on him. Nami, who was nearby, wondered, why would a ship from over 200 years ago fall from the sky here? Lin Fan speculated. These people must have had an accident on Sky Island a long time ago, and then were washed here by some currents. Usopp shook his head. Do you really believe in Sky Island? Lin Fan retorted. If Sky Island doesn't exist, then how did this ship from over 200 years ago fall from the sky? Immediately, Luffy's eyes lit up. Let's go to Sky Island. Hee. Zoro laughed. How we get there? Luffy replied, we just go. Nami said speechlessly. I already said I don't know how to get there. If you ask again, it will cost you 100,000 berries. Lin Fan suggested. Nami, why don't we first go to a nearby island to gather some information? Since the record pointer is pointing to the sky, it means Sky Island exists. We just don't know how to get there. So let's collect information. Seeing that no one objected, the Mary set sail for the nearby island, Kaya Island. Salvage it. Not long after the Mary set sail, a whistle and synchronized shouts came from afar, drawing everyone's attention. Soon, a huge ship appeared not far from the Mary, and the people on the giant ship divided into two sides. From the middle walked out a tall, ape-like man who said, in this sea area, all the sunken ships belong to the monkey pirates. The salvage king, ooh. After speaking, this self-proclaimed salvage king turned to the Mary and asked, I ask you, what are you doing here? This is my territory. Your territory? Nami couldn't help but ask. The ape replied, that's right. All the sunken ships in this sea area belong to me. You haven't touched them, have you? Lin Fan replied unhappily. So what if we did? Just because you say it's yours, it's yours? If I pee in the sea, is that yours too? Suddenly, the members of the monkey pirates glared at Lin Fan with unfriendly expressions. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere, Usopp quickly pulled Lin Fan and whispered, we shouldn't provoke him without knowing his strengths. Lin Fan turned and asked confusedly, are you okay with that guy's tone? We're pirates. If that guy continues to challenge me, I'll chop them all down. Usopp and Chopper hurriedly held Lin Fan back, saying, don't be so scary, okay? At this moment, Luffy stepped forward and said, I am the captain of this ship, Monkey D. Luffy, are you an ape? As soon as Luffy finished speaking, the ape on the opposite ship pulled down his mouth and whistled, very satisfied as he said, ooh, are you saying I look so ape-like? I think I have a lot of manly charm, ooh. Sanji said speechlessly, what's up with that guy? At this time, the ape said, I am Masra, captain of the monkey pirates. Upon seeing the skeleton on the Mary, Masra's eyes narrowed. Then he angrily said, I say, you guys, is that thing on your ship salvaged from the sea? Luffy laughed. No, it fell from the sky. Masra instantly went into a rage. You dare to salvage our things. I told you, those things are all mine. Saying this, Masra leaped up, preparing to jump onto the Mary to take back those things. This is outrageous. Although Lin Fan knew that they needed Masra's help to reach Sky Island, this guy's attitude made him very displeased. Lin Fan said, Usopp, let go of me. Usopp asked curiously, what's wrong? Lin Fan replied, let go quickly. Something big is about to come out from the sea. Something big? Everyone was puzzled. Huh. As soon as Usopp let go, Lin Fan jumped and grabbed Masra by the neck as he was about to leap onto the Mary. Lin Fan glared. If you dare to damage this ship, I will snap your neck. The members of the monkey pirates saw their captain being grabbed by the neck and immediately pointed their guns at Lin Fan. Bastard, let go of our captain. Captain, are you joking? With your huge strength, how could that little guy be your opponent? I say, let go of my captain or we will shoot. Lin Fan glared at them. Although he didn't use his Conqueror's Haki, it scared the monkey pirates into a cold sweat. It was terrifying. Lin Fan said in an annoyed tone, I'm just making your captain quiet. If you're not afraid of death, feel free to shoot. Do you really think I'm easy to deal with? After speaking, Lin Fan looked at the sea surface. Seeing that Lin Fan was so concerned about a spot on the sea surface, Luffy curiously asked, what's wrong? Lin Fan explained, something big is about to come up from below the sea. Something big? Nami wondered. Ooh. Masra was extremely uncomfortable being held by Lin Fan. Lin Fan said, I will let you go, but you better be quiet. If you dare to move, just try it. Just as he finished speaking, the The sea surface in the distance suddenly rose. Chapter 110. My Hancock not far from the Mary. The sea level kept rising, revealing something as large as a mountain. Everyone was momentarily confused. What is that? It's so big. Hey, what do we do now? That can't be a creature, right? Now is not the time to discuss this. Stabilize the ship quickly, or we'll be swept away by the current. Soon, the creature emerged, and everyone realized it was a gigantic turtle. The Mary looked like an ant in its eyes. At this moment, Lin Hai turned to Sanji and asked, Sanji, can you make soup with this big turtle? Luffy immediately drooled and said, Can we eat this? Usopp, unable to believe it, held Lin Hai's face and pointed at the giant turtle, crying, Look at its size. It's bigger than that giant crab from last time. Shouldn't we be thinking about escaping first? The Salvage King, the gorilla, had already forgotten his earlier fear, as he was now even more terrified, especially with such a large creature in front of him. He lost composure and shouted, Run away. Nami and Chopper quickly chimed in, Run. We're going to be eaten. Lin Hai said helplessly, If it dares to eat our ship, I'll chop it up first. After saying that, he stepped on the railing and pointed at the turtle, saying, Hey, you big guy, there's nothing for you to eat on the surface. Hurry back where you came from, and don't scare my friends. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky suddenly darkened. Luffy asked in confusion, Did it get dark so quickly? The people on another ship looked terrified towards the back of Lin Hai and the others. Curious. The people on the Mary followed their gaze, and at first, Lin Hai was startled too. The three gigantic shadows of celestial giants were indeed frightening. Looking at the towering shadows, one couldn't help but feel that way. However, Lin Hai quickly realized that these should be the people from the Sky Island, a natural phenomenon caused by sunlight. Since it was the first time everyone had seen such an illusion, they didn't understand what was happening and thought they were being targeted by something terrifying, momentarily scared. Even a giant turtle was no exception. However, soon the Straw Hat crew's ability to adjust and survive kicked in, and they all mobilized to escape. The Salvage King had already forgotten the earlier conflict and was now following Nami's orders to help. The only one who didn't move was Lin Hai, who was still in a bad mood after being woken up from a good dream. He suddenly saw fear on Zoro and Luffy's faces, and his mood improved. He definitely wanted to mock them next time and see if they would still act cool. For a moment, Lin Hai felt good. After everyone got out of danger, they all collapsed on the deck. It was terrifying. Is this the Grand Line? Were those three shadows humans? Don't say silly things. Can humans be that big? If not, why do they have hands and feet? As everyone discussed what those three gigantic shadows were, Lin Hai stood on the railing, ready to enter mockery mode, while also looking down on them. Ha ha, you guys are too cowardly, right? I know what that shadow is. You know? Luffy immediately asked curiously, Tell me, what is it? Cough cough. Lin Hai explained. Did you forget something? Sky Island. Remember? Sky Island? Everyone asked in unison. The Salvage King got excited and said, Sky Island? You believe it exists? Lin Hai nodded. Sky Island certainly exists, and those huge shadows were actually people from Sky Island. Under the sunlight, their shadows were projected onto tiny dust particles in the air, creating this phenomenon. Before Lin Hai finished speaking, Robin suddenly realized, if that's the case, then those shadows make sense. Exactly. Lin Hai smiled. Look at you guys, talking about becoming the Pirate King, the world's greatest swordsman, and yet you got scared by someone else's shadow like this? Haha, it really cracks me up. Damn, it was just someone else's shadow. Luffy felt uncharacteristically upset. Nearby, Zoro glanced at Luffy, his face inexplicably turning red. He had been scared by someone else's shadow? Damn. Plop. Lin Hai, who was standing on the railing and laughing proudly, lost his balance and fell into the sea. For a moment, the few people on the ship looked at each other in confusion. What the heck? Soon, the Mary sailed into the harbor of Gaia Island. On the way, the Salvage King returned to his own ship to continue salvaging. After all, it was their first meeting, and Lin Hai really didn't know how to ask the gorilla how to get to Sky Island. Plus, there had been some unpleasantness before. Looking at the harbor filled with pirate ships, Usopp asked curiously, Why are there so many pirate ships here? This place isn't like Whiskey Peak, is it? Nami exclaimed, No way. Is this a bounty hunter's den? Luffy laughed. Don't worry. If they dare to mess with us, I'll knock them all away. Nami said helplessly, It's because of you that people don't feel at ease. Once the ship stopped, Luffy and Zoro insisted on going to town to explore. Nami had no choice but to instruct, Listen up, Luffy and Zoro. Robin has already gone to gather information about Sky Island, and while you go by supplies, you absolutely must not cause trouble. Why? Luffy asked in confusion. Zoro also asked, If someone causes trouble, can't we fight back? Nami explained, Didn't you see all the pirate ships at the harbor? If a conflict arises and causes a commotion, we won't be able to stay on this island. Then how can we gather information? Let alone go to Sky Island. Forget it, I'll go with you. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Hai prepared to lie down on the deck to sleep. Nami couldn't help but ask, Lin Hai, what are you doing? Lin Hai waved his hand. You guys go to town. I want to see if I can dream of the world's #1 beauty again. Duong, you come with us. Nami was so angry, that damn bastard. Lin Hai said gloomily, let go of me, I'm not going. I want to have my beautiful dream, my Hancock. Sanji also wanted to go, but was directly stopped by Usopp and Chopper. Usopp pleaded, Sanji, they've all left. If you go too, what will we do? You have to stay and watch the ship. Sanji said gloomily, I know, just let go. The internet provides you with the fastest pirate crossover. I have a stylish system update. Chapter 110, My Hancock, free to read. Chapter 111, Born Enemies Marshal D. Teach was previously a member of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division. In order to obtain the Dark Fruit, he killed the captain of the 4th Division and has now fled to Gaia Island. Today, Marshal D. Teach has established his own pirate crew, known as the Blackbeard Pirates. He is in this pirate gathering place to make a name for himself. With Crocodile ousted, the position of Warlord of the Sea has become vacant. From this, Blackbeard sees an incredible opportunity to capture a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million and hand him over to the Navy as leverage to become a warlord. After that, Blackbeard can use his identity as a warlord to plot his own goals. However, after so many days here, Blackbeard has only encountered small fry, which has been quite frustrating. As soon as Lin Hai and the others landed, Luffy and his crew went unnoticed, but Lin Hai was already being targeted. At this moment, a sniper, one of Blackbeard's crew members named Van Oka, was standing on a rooftop. Van Oka said to his companion, Gizes Bages, what a fateful encounter, Huaxia Di. Lin Hai, bounty of 300 million berries. Bages, our captain's troubles can finally be solved. 300 million berries, that's a substantial bounty. Should we capture him directly or notify the captain first? Bages laughed. Van Oka thought for a moment and replied, after all, he's a 300 million bounty criminal. We should go find the captain and act together. By the way, where's Poison Q? As Lin Hai walked down the street, he naturally heard the conversation between Van Oka and Bages. Goodness, these reckless guys are actually targeting him. If he could take down Blackbeard first, that would be a great idea. Lin Hai pretended to know nothing and joined Luffy and the others in a tavern to gather supplies and inquire about information regarding Sky Island. Lin Hai knew what the outcome would be, but how could he explain this to Luffy and the others? Should he say that the people here have no dreams? That they should contact Womber and Kulik if they want to go to Sky Island? If he said this, what would he say when Nami and the others asked? Lin Hai was too lazy to deal with such troublesome matters. The outcome wasn't the focus. Enjoying the process was the most interesting, right? Soon, after entering the tavern, Lin Hai noticed that the person sitting at the bar was none other than Blackbeard. This guy is really tall, probably over 3 meters. At that moment, as soon as Luffy entered the tavern, he immediately sat at the bar and ordered the island specialty, cherry pie. After Lin Hai and Luffy took a bite, they both exclaimed, Boss, why is your cherry pie so terrible? Blackbeard simultaneously said, Boss, why is your cherry pie so delicious? At that moment, Blackbeard did not recognize that Luffy and Lin Hai were pirates. He was confused because he thought the cherry pie was delicious, yet those two said it was terrible. Luffy and Lin Hai exchanged glances with Blackbeard, but it was no big deal. The three of them picked up their drinks and took a sip at the same time. Lin Hai and Luffy both said, this drink is really good. Blackbeard said, this drink is really terrible. Now the three of them were annoyed. Lin Hai was the first to confront Blackbeard, saying, I say, is there something wrong with your taste buds? Luffy glared at Blackbeard and echoed, yeah, is there something wrong with your taste buds? Blackbeard angrily replied, I think it's your taste buds that are the problem. The three of them stared at each other for a moment and simultaneously said, want to fight? On the side, Zoro and Nami were both facepalming. Zoro was the first to speak. Why do you guys have to argue over such trivial matters? Nami reminded them, what did you promise me before? The tavern owner also tried to mediate. I'm sorry. Every customer's taste is different. Please understand, 3 of you. At this moment, Blackbeard asked, are you pirates? Luffy nodded and said yes. Blackbeard asked, what's your bounty? Luffy replied, 30 million berries. Blackbeard, not believing it, said, just you little guy? Stop lying. Luffy wanted to retort, but Lin Hai turned to Luffy and said, why would we pirates show off our bounties? Can you eat this? Hearing about food, Luffy immediately forgot about the earlier argument. After eating for a while, Lin Hai remembered he needed to buy something and said, Boss, pack us 10 portions of meat. Unexpectedly, Blackbeard provocatively said, Boss, Pack me 11 portions of cherry pie. Luffy was taken aback and immediately said, I want 12 portions. Blackbeard replied, 13 portions. Lin Hai said, 20 portions. Blackbeard shot back, 25 portions. Luffy insisted, I want 50 portions. Blackbeard countered, I want 60 portions. Lin Hai, unable to tolerate it any longer, shouted, you bastard. Blackbeard also yelled, want to fight? Zoro was exasperated and said, what the hell is wrong with you guys? Can you argue over this? Nami, speechless, said, you two are enough. I don't have that much money. Seeing that the three were at odds, the tavern owner hurriedly handed over the cherry pies Blackbeard had ordered earlier, and Blackbeard left after receiving them. At this time, Nami asked the tavern owner, excuse me, do you have any clues about how we can get to Sky Island? Suddenly, the tavern fell silent. What was she saying? No way. Everyone seemed to be encountering something unbelievable. This atmosphere left Nami feeling baffled, but she continued to ask, if you know how to get to Sky Island. Ha ha. Before she could finish, a loud burst of laughter erupted in the tavern. She wants to go to Sky Island? Give me a break. Nami, frustrated, said, what's so funny? The log pose is clearly pointing to the sky. Ha ha. The log pose is clearly pointing to the sky. Ha ha. The log pose is very easy to break. Being laughed at by the tavern patrons, Nami's face turned bright red. Meanwhile, Lin Hai was contemplating whether to teach them a lesson. As the saying goes, you can't talk to summer insects about ice. Although Lin Hai didn't care, it was clear that Nami was very upset. Just as Lin Hai was about to speak up, a pirate with a bounty of 60 million, Bellamy, walked in. Bellamy laughed as he walked in. I really give up on you guys. How can you believe in such outdated legends? Islands in the sky? Ha ha. What era are you from? The mysterious sea currents of the Grand Line have proven this time and again. The upstream current is one of them. It seems you haven't even heard of it, right? Chapter 112. Being targeted upon hearing Bellamy's words, Lin Hai stood up and said, you know about the upward current, right? If the upward current is strong enough, it can push an island into the sky. Then, with gravity working its magic, that island could orbit the Earth like the moon. Huh? Did you understand what he said? I don't know, but he seems to believe in the existence of sky islands. Ha ha. Where do these people come from? It's truly terrifying how ignorant they are. Bellamy laughed and said, did you guys encounter ships that fell from the sky, which led you to believe in the existence of sky islands? Let me tell you this. Those ships were swallowed by the upward current, pushed into the air, and eventually fell into the sea. The ancient sailors, unaware of the truth, saw the phenomenon of ships falling from the sky and imagined that there were sky islands. They claimed there must be another world up there. Ha ha ha, how stupid. Every phenomenon has its cause. The dreams you see are now all unraveled. I really give up on you guys. I initially wanted to test you and see if you could join the ranks of a new era, but I didn't expect you to be delusional. Listen well, the era of pirates chasing treasure dreams has ended. The land of gold, the city of emeralds, and the great treasure One Piece exist only because there are fools deceived by treasure dreams, ignoring the benefits right in front of them. Even those stronger than anyone else, who dominate this ocean, are toyed with to death by a fantasy that doesn't even exist. The fools who die are talked about like this. That guy can live in his dreams. How happy. Ha ha. This is simply a mockery of a lost dog. Therefore, I get really annoyed whenever I see fools chasing treasure dreams. As soon as Bellamy finished speaking, he made his move. Just as his fist was about to hit Luffy's face, Lin Hai caught Bellamy's hand with one hand. At that moment, someone recognized Lin Hai, with a bounty of 300 million berries. However, those who recognized Lin Hai were too terrified to speak, and Bellamy didn't know about Lin Hai's bounty. Someone had told him earlier that there was a straw hat-wearing guy here with a bounty of 30 million berries, which is why Bellamy came to meet him. Seeing Lin Hai blocking Bellamy's hand, Luffy calmly said, Lin Hai, this fight Lin Hai knew what Luffy was going to say. It was that this fight shouldn't happen. Because from Bellamy's words earlier, Luffy felt that Bellamy was a person worthy of sympathy, living in a narrow world. Such a person wasn't worth arguing with. But that was Luffy's perspective. Lin Hai was different. Just because Bellamy didn't believe in the existence of sky islands, he didn't have to act like a thug and beat up those who did believe in them, right? Why did Lin Hai go to sea in the first place? Was it to be a punching bag for this guy Bellamy? Or to be like Luffy and embrace him with love? Get lost. The guy in front of him actually made a move, and Lin Hai had no love for him. Lin Hai directly grabbed Bellamy's head and slammed it onto the bar. Bang! How annoying. Lin Hai clapped his hands and turned to explain, I just tolerated him because he made the first move. Scared me to death. Looking at the already unconscious Bellamy, Zoro's eye twitched. This bastard. Luffy furrowed his brows for some reason. Lin Hai, if we fight now, we lose. Lin Hai replied speechlessly. What do you mean lose? If he came at you with a knife, wouldn't you fight back? Anyway, I don't care. This guy is acting like a thug. Wait for me a moment. I'll kick him again. Nami quickly grabbed Lin Hai. Let's get out of here. After the four of them left the tavern, Lin Hai spoke first. Luffy, you guys go back to the ship first. I've been targeted. Targeted? Luffy asked. Do you need help? Nami wondered. Is it the accomplice of the person you just hit? Lin Hai shook his head. No. Got it. Luffy simply said, then be careful. Okay. Lin Hai didn't plan to tell Luffy that the person looking for him was actually the person Ace wanted to find. Because right now, Luffy and the others truly weren't a match for Blackbeard's crew. Soon, Lin Hai led Blackbeard's crew to a less crowded area. Based on his observation, Haki, Van Oka had chosen the best spot for a shot and was ready. Not far away, three figures emerged. Two big men and an ailing old man on horseback. Wahaha! Burgess laughed. Captain, that guy's up to me. I'm the fighting champion, waha. He wahaha. Blackbeard replied. But that guy has a bounty of 300 million berries. We should show him some respect. I hope he doesn't get defeated by us in one blow. Hick, what a twist of fate. It seems that guy is really unlucky. Hick, this time our Blackbeard pirates are on the move. That guy's end is here. The one on horseback acted as if he were about to die. Looking at the three men in front of him, Lin Hai just stood there watching them. These guys. Blackbeard and Burgess stopped not far from Lin Hai, looking at him with interest. Lin Hai waved his hand. What are you looking at? Are you more handsome than me? Blackbeard said playfully. Hua Sha Di. Lin Hai, do you know why we're here looking for you? Lin Hai shrugged. You're not here to invite me to eat that terrible cherry pie, are you? Wahahaha. Burgess turned to Blackbeard and said, Captain, this guy is quite interesting. Why not invite him to join our Blackbeard pirates? The one on horseback, Poison Q, said, if he joins, what will happen to the captain's plan? Where will we find someone with a bounty over 1 billion? Fate has already been decided. Lin Hai replied speechlessly. I said that about to die guy. Can you stop with all this fate nonsense? If you want to die so badly, I don't mind sending you on your way. Bang! Before Lin Hai could finish speaking, Van Oka had already made his move. A gunshot broke the conversation between the two parties. Blackbeard quickly shouted up high. Oka, we came to capture him alive. If you give the Navy a corpse, will they buy it? Don't mess around. Chapter 113 Lin Hai versus Blackbeard Pirates. Before Blackbeard could finish speaking, his companion Bagus quickly reminded him. Captain, that guy has disappeared. At this moment, Poison Q's expression became more serious. It seemed that the 300 million berries were not just for show. Lin Hai had already used Shave to move several distances in an instant, appearing above Van Oka in a very short time. Armament Haki, hardening. Take my kick. Lin Hai was ready to strike hard. He wouldn't act like Luffy, needing to be provoked by his opponent to unleash his power. That was a childish behavior. He had no intention of holding back against the Blackbeard pirates from the very beginning. However, Van Oka, who had eaten the superhuman-type teleportation fruit, was not an easy opponent. Not only was he fast with his gun, but his physical capabilities, combined with the enhancement from the devil fruit, gave him incredible reflexes. Van Oka quickly responded by raising his gun to block Lin Hai's kick coming from above. Because Lin Hai's speed was too fast, Van Oka could only block. Crack. Boom. Van Oka's long gun was broken by Lin Hai's kick, and he was sent crashing into the house below, which instantly collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. Seeing this, Blackbeard couldn't help but mumble. Oka. Bagus, next to Blackbeard, immediately picked up the nearby house and threw it at Lin Hai like a stone. Blackbeard quickly reminded, don't act recklessly. You are not his match yet. However, Blackbeard's warning was of no use, as Bagus had already charged at Lin Hai with the house. In the face of Bajus's attack, Lin Hai did not intend to draw his sword. So far, whether it was physical techniques or swordsmanship, or even the power of the space fruit, the ultimate move could only be the combination of swordsmanship and the space fruit. Lin Hai planned to save this ultimate move for Blackbeard. He didn't want to use it now, as it was meant to lower Blackbeard's guard, and later, he would make his head fly for a while. At this moment, Lin Hai saw a house coming towards him and used Shave again. Not far away, Blackbeard quickly warned, Bagus, be careful above. Bagus didn't react in time and fell into the same fate as Van Oka. Boom, boom. There was the sound of Bagus throwing the house and the sound of him being kicked down by Lin Hai. Once standing again, Lin Hai couldn't help but frown. The members of the Blackbeard Pirates were surprisingly tough. His own physical condition was already beyond that of an ordinary person. And with the third stage of armament Haki, they still wouldn't go down. They were really durable. At this moment, Blackbeard looked at Lin Hai with a dark expression, making Lin Hai feel a wave of evil power. Ha ha! Blackbeard said, no wonder you're a pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. Your moves are extraordinary. However, your journey ends here. Being stared at by Blackbeard. Did he really think Lin Hai had a good temper? The Blackbeard pirates? Lin Hai's eyes blazed with fire. Blackbeard, do you believe I will shave off all your facial hair? Ha ha ha. If you can do it, then try. Blackbeard said cruelly with amusement. Suddenly, an explosion occurred where Lin Hai was standing. To be honest, if he hadn't been focused just now, he might have been caught off guard. Damn! Lin Hai quickly jumped aside, angrily shouting, "Old man lying on the horse, are you in a hurry to find death?" Blackbeard turned to glance at Poison Q and then said, "Poison Q, don't interfere. Today I will take this guy down." For a moment, Lin Hai and Blackbeard locked eyes. Suddenly, Blackbeard grinned. "Lin Hai, let you see my ability." He extended a hand, and a cloud of black smoke erupted from it, spreading around his shoulder. Blackbeard proudly introduced, "Look, this is my ability. Do you know? This ability is what I have always dreamed of. It is known as the most ferocious ability in history. The dark fruit, which is an anomaly among the natural type fruits." Lin Hai interrupted, "Wait, what exactly do you want to say?" "Ha ha, you'll find out soon enough." Dark hole, whoosh. Lin Hai suddenly flashed in front of Blackbeard, wanting to test Blackbeard's physical techniques. After all, the scar on Shank's eye was caused by Blackbeard. If he wanted to improve, how could he not spar with such a pirate? Blackbeard didn't expect Lin Hai to attack so suddenly without any warning. In an instant, Lin Hai, empowered by armament Haki, punched towards Blackbeard's face, while Blackbeard swung his left fist towards Lin Hai's shoulder. Bang! Bang! Both flew back simultaneously. Lying on the ground, Lin Hai didn't expect Blackbeard to be so strong. His body was as solid as a bull. It hurts so much, you bastard." Not far away, Blackbeard was rolling on the ground. Lin Hai was fine because he had already used armament Haki to defend against Blackbeard's punch. Watching Blackbeard rolling on the ground, Lin Hai was very curious. Was this guy really that weak? Oh, the weakness of the dark fruit is that it enjoys double the pleasure of pain. After a while, Blackbeard, sweating on his forehead, sat up, and it was seen that he had lost a few more teeth. After standing up, Blackbeard quickly unleashed his ability, Dark Hole. The area where the two were was immediately shrouded in the black smoke of the dark fruit, and Blackbeard, as if nothing had happened, cruelly said, "You, my friend, have been swallowed by my darkness." Lin Hai also used his ability, Space Field. In an instant, a white membrane surrounded Blackbeard, and a sword appeared in Lin Hai's hand, which was none other than Gao Foam. Finally, using his ability, Blackbeard was somewhat surprised, but he didn't care. His dark fruit was the nemesis of all devil fruit users. Blackbeard said playfully, "So you're also a devil fruit user? Huh, dark water." Chapter 114. Blackbeard's right hand, a few strands of black gas formed a fan-like shape in Blackbeard's hand, his palm facing forward, pointing at Lin Hai. He was ready to use the power of the dark fruit to pull Lin Hai over and deliver a fatal blow. Seeing that Blackbeard was about to unleash a powerful move, Lin Hai had no choice but to reveal himself. Lin Hai quickly drew his sword, employing the one-sword style. Space exchange slash. Ka-ching. Boom. A brilliant flash of light passed by, and Lin Hai and Blackbeard narrowly missed each other. Everything fell silent. Before Lin Hai, the mountainside was cleaved open by his sword energy. However, Blackbeard had no mood to appreciate such a shocking scene. He suddenly realized that his right hand seemed to have flown away. After a moment, Blackbeard reacted, and the pain surged into his mind. Damn it hurts like hell. Blackbeard rolled on the ground again. At this moment, Lin Hai was quite irritated. Just a moment ago, his slash had aimed at Blackbeard's neck, but he was distracted by that sickly guy nearby and changed his attack method. In other words, Lin Hai used the power of the space fruit to swap Blackbeard's position, and the powerful slash was originally meant to cut through his neck. Surprisingly, while Blackbeard was still in a daze, that guy Poison Q unexpectedly used some means to cause a massive explosion at Lin Hai's location again, leading Lin Hai to swap places once more, resulting in his previous slash only hitting Blackbeard's arm. At this point, Lin Hai narrowed his eyes and glared at Poison Q, not expecting this guy to be such a nuisance. Damn it, I miscalculated. Damn. Boom. Lin Hai quickly jumped away from his previous position, only to see another massive explosion where he had just stood. To be honest, isn't Poison Q the ship's doctor? Why is he acting like a terrorist? Moreover, how'd he manage that trick just now? But none of that mattered now. He had to deal with Blackbeard first. However, just as Lin Hai was about to strike Blackbeard again, a wave of black mist dispersed. And where was Blackbeard's crew? Lin Hai quickly used his observation Haki to search around, but there was nothing. After escaping, Blackbeard arrived at a safe location. Wahahaha. It was a total failure. We all got beaten up so badly. Captain Buggy, who had been healed by Poison Q, laughed. Fan Oka glanced at the long spear Lin Hai had broken and turned to Blackbeard, asking, "What should we do next after the capture failed?" Poison Q lay on the ground with his horse. I didn't expect that guy's martial skills and speed to be so impressive. Fate, he really is lucky. Blackbeard looked at his arm, which had been reattached by Poison Q, and said, "Stop complaining. I didn't expect Lin Hai's compatibility to be so strong. Let's set that aside for now. Let's all heal up. If that target doesn't work, we could just switch to another one, right?" Blackbeard recalled the scene of fighting Lin Hai earlier, his eyes narrowing. What kind of ability was that? Why did his position suddenly change? And why didn't the dark hole pull Lin Hai over? Unable to figure it out, Blackbeard stopped thinking and turned to Poison Q, asking, "Can this arm still move as before?" Poison Q replied weakly, "Cough, Captain, are you doubting my medical skills?" Blackbeard's expression turned fierce. On the merry-go, Nami, who had returned, asked worriedly, "Luffy, that Lin Hai guy had a serious expression just now. Did a formidable opponent target him?" Zoro replied, "Don't worry. With his abilities, if he wants to escape, no one can catch him." Luffy nodded. Lin Hai said to let him handle it, so it should be fine. Hearing Luffy's and Zoro's conversation, Usopp couldn't help but ask, "What are you guys talking about? What's wrong with Lin Hai?" Luffy explained, "He said someone has their eye on him." Chopper exclaimed, "Then we should hurry and save him." Usopp agreed, "Yeah, we're partners. How can we leave him behind?" Zoro interrupted, "Calm down, Usopp. Lin Hai said to let him handle it, so it should be fine. From what we saw, that group is very strong. Let's wait for him to come back on the ship." Luffy smiled, "Don't worry. That guy Lin Hai is very strong." At this moment, Chopper curiously asked, "Did you find out anything about Sky Island?" Nami recalled the mocking voices from the tavern when Sky Island was mentioned, and she immediately got angry. Turning to them and yelling, "Sky Island?" Chopper instantly cried out in fear. Nami angrily said, "Who knows about that kind of ghostly place?" As soon as Sky Island was mentioned, everyone in the tavern burst out laughing. As she spoke, Nami turned to everyone and shouted, "Did I say something funny? Was so amusing, huh?" Usopp quickly pretended to be dead with ketchup, using his ultimate ketchup star attack. Chopper, while crying, assumed a defensive stance. "What's all the commotion? Why so excited? What happened?" Robin, who returned from gathering information, chuckled. Sanji's eyes turned into hearts as he waved. "Welcome back, Robin. Do you want to eat first, or take a shower?" Seeing Robin return, Nami immediately got furious. "Robin, it's all because you mentioned Sky Island that we have these problems. If there really is no Sky Island, I'm going to kick you into the sea to feed the fish." Startled by Nami's shout, Chopper jumped up and fell into the sea, and Zoro rushed to save him. At this moment, Usopp quickly said, "What Nami means is, don't provoke her right now. Just stay away from her. She's in a rage." Robin casually handed Luffy the map of Gaia Island and explained, "The town marked on the left side of the map is Moku Town, where we are now. The place marked on the east side has a strange old man who isn't accepted by the people of Gaia Island." "Strange old man?" everyone asked curiously. Robin explained, "His name is Mont Blanc Correja. He was exiled for talking about dreams. He should be someone we can relate to." Luffy quickly made a decision. "Then, when Lin Hai comes back, let's go take a look." Chapter 115. Startled just as Usopp was about to ask when Lin Hai would be back, Lin Hai came down from the roof. Sanji curiously asked, "How did that guy come back from midair?" He must have gotten lost, because after fighting Blackbeard, Lin Hai forgot the way back to the coast. While he could indeed sense the Mary with observation Haki, there was no path ahead. So, Lin Hai chose to return from high above. The space fruit is awesome, just amazing, truly amazing. However, as soon as he returned to the ship, Lin Hai couldn't help but frown. He didn't feel anything earlier, but now his shoulder hurt a lot. Luffy noticed Lin Hai's discomfort and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Hai took off his clothes to reveal a bruise on his shoulder. Usopp exclaimed, "You're injured?" Lin Hai laughed, "Can't you tell? I really didn't expect that guy to be so strong. That punch really hurt." Sanji stepped forward curiously and asked, "What kind of opponent could injure you like this?" Lin Hai retorted, "What do you mean injure me like this? He's not that much better than me." Seeing Lin Hai hurt, Usopp turned to Chopper and asked, "Chopper?" Chopper was lying on the ship, panting heavily. "I thought I was going to die." Zoro twisted the seawater out of his clothes and said, "Seriously, always causing trouble." Chopper sulkily replied, "It's Nami's fault." Nami exploded, "What's wrong? What did I do? Do you want to call me simple and stupid too?" "Ha!" Lin Hai laughed heartily. "What is wrong with them? Who would dare to insult Nami?" Duong. Nami, hands on her hips, said, "Lin Hai, it's because you..." This bastard said something about the Sky Island that I was mocked by the people in this town. Do you want to laugh at me too? Lin Hai quickly covered his mouth. Was Nami really about to blow up? To avoid getting beaten, Lin Hai pretended to be hurt. Chopper, I'm injured, come help me. Luffy poked Lin Hai's shoulder wound and asked, does it hurt a lot? Lin Hai ziplit specules. You're not here to take revenge on me for not listening to you earlier and hitting that guy, are you? What are you talking about? Luffy said, at the tavern, you acted to protect me from getting hit. How could I blame you? Lin Hai's face darkened. Then why are you poking it? It hurts, you bastard. Luffy looked innocently at Lin Hai and replied, does it really hurt? Just then, the Mary had not sailed long when a huge ship approached, and the whistling sound was uniform, reminding everyone on the Mary of something unpleasant. Lin Hai said helplessly, Chopper, don't listen to them. Come help me with my wound. Huh? Oh, you wait a moment. Chopper, realizing Lin Hai was injured, remembered to help him. Meanwhile, Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp looked at the giant ship, and Luffy asked, why do we keep running into these strange things as soon as we set sail? But it doesn't seem like the same guy as before. Sanji frowned. Whether this is good or bad, we still don't know. Usopp said, anyway, we've spotted each other. Are they residents of this island? Hey, what are you guys chattering about on that ship? A guy resembling a gorilla on the giant ship asked. The gorilla continued towards the Mary. Really? I thought you were from some other area. You made me nervous for nothing. Luffy replied, your features are really unique. Were you? The gorilla guy replied, human. You bastard. You guys are too reckless. That's right. Our boss is the undersea exploration king of the gorilla pirates. Yes. How could you not know the great name of Lord Gorilla? You better not provoke our big boss. While healing, Lin Hai was quite curious about how Luffy would handle this situation. If it were him, cough cough, he would just chop them down. At this moment, the so-called exploration king gorilla waved his hand. Forget it, it's fine, it's fine. Saying this, the gorilla asked the people on the Mary, it seems like you're pirates too, right? Then you should know that the warlord crocodile has been captured. In terms of strength, I'm not below him. One day, I might take his place, and I'm eagerly waiting for that day. Oh, Luffy asked curiously, you want to join the warlords? The exploration king gorilla replied, well, if I have any special talent, it's that I haven't cut my hair for 25 years since I was born. How about that? Did that surprise you? Lin Hai almost laughed to death. This guy is quite something. Cough cough, I must remember this line for future use. At that moment, Luffy sincerely replied, you sound like an idiot. Unexpectedly, the exploration king gorilla patted his chest and said, wow, you scared me. Bastard, how dare you disrespect our big boss? The exploration king gorilla waved his hand. Forget it, it's fine, it's fine. Really, your answer is truly shocking. Listen well, if you dare to trespass into my angry sea, it will be a sea of blood. Luffy replied, whatever, we have a place we want to go, so move aside. Too reckless. The exploration king gorilla suddenly got angry. This sea area is under my control. If you want to pass, leave the toll first. At this moment, Chopper had already bandaged Lin Hai's wound. To be honest, Lin Hai really didn't expect that this so-called exploration king gorilla would be so funny with his words, only to suddenly act like a robber. To avoid that guy using sound waves to damage the Mary and to avoid trouble, Lin Hai directly used Conqueror's Haki, knocking out everyone on the opposing ship except for the exploration king gorilla. Seeing everyone on the Mary looking at him, Lin Hai helplessly said, you all heard it. That guy said if we wanted to pass, we had to leave a toll. We're pirates. If we don't do that, do you expect us to give him money? Well done. Nami was the first to say, want our treasure? Absolutely not. Luffy curiously asked, Nami isn't a devil anymore. Chopper exclaimed, really? Usopp laughed. She vented for so long. She should be fine now. Lin Hai looked at the patched up Mary and said helplessly, guys, shouldn't we find a shipwright? Look at this ship. Be careful. If we encounter a storm, the ship will fall apart. Everyone couldn't help but observe the Mary. The situation was indeed as he said. Luffy shouted, okay, let's find a shipwright while we go to Sky Island. The web provides you with the fastest traversal of pirates. I have a flashy system update. Chapter 115. Scare me for a moment. Free to read. Chapter 116. So terrifying soon. The Mary reached the place where Mont Blanc Correja lived. In the distance, the entrance of Mont Blanc Correja's residence was exceptionally lavish. Luffy's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, that person seems really rich. Look at his entrance, so cool. Chopper gasped. Could it be that the legendary gold that sank to the bottom of the sea was all picked up by him? Is that why his house is so grand? Usopp replied with wide eyes, it must be. If that person didn't have money, how could he build a house that looks like a palace? So cool. Zoro, feeling speechless, said, open your eyes and look clearly. Sanji agreed. Well said, he is not a dreamer. He is just a guy who loves to show off. Although Lin Hai knew it was just a facade, he couldn't deny that Montblanc was indeed a genius for coming up with such an idea. So, Lin Hai couldn't help but retort, "What else with the sour comments from you two? Are you jealous of him? What are you talking about, you jerk?" Sanji and Zoro shot back simultaneously. Lin Hai continued to challenge them. "Do you even understand the design of such a genius? I think you're just jealous of him." With a disagreement, the three of them immediately started fighting. Duong, X3 Nami, feeling exasperated, said, "I say, you guys." Hey. Robin chuckled lightly. "You've really had a hard time, Nami." At this moment, Luffy had already jumped onto the grass, and upon seeing the side of the house, he exclaimed, "It's just a wooden board." Nanny, Chopper, and Usopp exclaimed in unison. Sanji explained, "Lin Hai, you jerk, did I say anything wrong? The Real house is only half of it. The rest is just plywood. Looks like he's really a stingy man." Lin Hai immediately scoffed, "You're just jealous of him. And now you're criticizing him. Sanji, you really are an ignorant person. What did you say?" Sanji was ready to fight Lin Hai again. "Everyone quiet down." Nami turned to Robin and asked what kind of dream he was celebrating to get expelled. Robin explained, "I'm not too clear on the details. It seems a guy said there's a huge pile of gold buried on that island. Gaia. Gold." Nami's eyes immediately sparkled with money, excitedly pointing to the grass. "Chopper, dig quickly, there's gold." "Oh." Chopper immediately started digging into the grass with the horns on his forehead. "Is there really gold if we dig?" Lin Hai, who was about to disembark, was shocked to see Nami and Chopper and fell off the ship. "Ouch, the grass." Lin Hai cried out in pain. Zoro, who had already jumped onto the grass, turned and asked, "Hey Lin Hai, after such a serious injury, you shouldn't push yourself. Just go rest on the ship." Lin Hai's eye twitched. That jerk was getting more and more annoying. At this time, seeing that there was no one around the simple house, Luffy opened someone else's door without permission. Lin Hai hurriedly reminded him, "Luffy, the owner isn't home. How can you just go into someone else's house? Be careful not to get scammed." Nami replied, "Lin Hai, stop talking nonsense and dig quickly. You still owe me 2 million berries." Lin Hai exclaimed, "You stinky woman. Have you woken up yet?" Before Lin Hai could finish, Sanji found a book on a wooden table, drawing everyone's attention. Nami picked up the book and saw that it was called The Great Liar, Nolan. Since Nolan was from the North Sea, his story was well known there, and Sanji, being born in the North Sea, had naturally heard of it. Sanji briefly introduced The Great Liar, Nolan. Although it's a fairy tale, Nolan was a real person. About 400 years ago, in a certain country in the North Sea, there was a man named Montblanc Nolan, who was an explorer. One time, after returning from a journey, Nolan immediately went to the palace to report to the king that he had seen a mountain of gold on an island in the Grand Line. To verify if it was true, the king immediately led 2,000 soldiers to the Grand Line. They faced storms and fought various monsters along the way, eventually reaching that island of gold. In the end, only the king, Nolan, and 100 soldiers made it there. The losses were heavy, but when they arrived, they found nothing but a jungle. As a result, Nolan was executed for treason. His last words were, "I understand now. That mountain of gold sank to the sea." After Sanji finished telling the story, Lin Hai couldn't help but feel that Nolan was wronged. It must have been the ocean currents that caused the trouble, right? Meanwhile, in Mocha Town, the awakened Bellamy sat gloomily at the bar drinking. After a while, Bellamy looked at the latest bounty notices brought by his subordinate, which read, Lin Hai, bounty of 300 million berries. Monkey D, Luffy, bounty of 100 million berries. Roronoa Zoro, bounty of 60 million berries. Blackleg Sanji, bounty of 40 million berries. Nico Robin, bounty of 80 million berries. Tony Chopper, bounty of 50 berries. Usopp and Nami had not yet been given bounties. Looking at these bounties, Bellamy remained skeptical, based on his impression. The guy with the straw hat and the swordsman beside him shouldn't be his match. As for the man with the bounty of 300 million berries, Bellamy wanted to fight him once. After all, he still didn't understand how he had passed out before. Moreover, he heard from his subordinate that the Straw Hat crew had gone to see that expelled man, who seemed to have gold salvaged from the bottom of the sea. After downing his drink, Bellamy said, "Let us go, as pirates, we'll settle the score with the Straw Hat crew in true pirate fashion. And that guy named Montblanc has a lot of gold, right?" Ha ha. Bellamy's first mate, Sachis, reminded him, "Bellamy, if these bounty notices are real." Bellamy sneered, "Hey, Sachis, spare me. Do you really think those little kids are worth that much bounty?" Sachis picked up his sword and said, "I'll follow your lead." Thus, the realist Bellamy pirate crew took their knives and headed to Lin Hai's location, ready to slay the dragon. So terrifying. Chapter 117. The fury of Mont Blanc Koreha at the place where Mont Blanc Koreha lives. Everyone noticed Lin Hai suddenly lying down, and Luffy asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is your shoulder wound too painful? What's with all the nonsense?" Lin Hai waved his hand. "Why are we going to sea?" Without thinking, Luffy replied, "Of course. To become the Pirate King." Lin Hai sighed. "You're too focused on the outcome. Whether you become the Pirate King or not doesn't matter. What's important is to be happy. You all have too much purpose, and that will make life very tiring." T-Seach. Sanji turned his head away unhappily. Luffy then asked curiously, "Will lying on the ground really make you happy?" Chopper and Usopp leaned in, asking the same. Lin Hai rested his hands behind his head, crossed one leg over the other, and gazed at the blue sky, replying leisurely, "Happiness is different for everyone. Look at the blue sky, the white clouds, the lush greenery. What a beautiful scene." Ignoring the puzzled looks from everyone, Lin Hai took out a cigarette, took a puff, and sighed. "You guys are too foolish to understand my state of mind, eh?" Before he could finish, Lin Hai was attacked by the group. Sanji shouted, "You bastard. Let me show you what happiness is." Zoro said playfully, "Beating you makes me happy." Usopp shouted angrily, "Only sailing the seas is a man's romance, you idiot." After a while, Lin Hai quickly stopped them, saying, "Everyone stop. The master of this place is back." Suddenly, a person jumped out from under the sea, with a small head and a tuft of hair the same color as Sanji's. Lin Hai exclaimed, "Sanji, is he your dad?" "Idiot." At this moment, Mont Blanc Koreha saw the pirate flag on the Mary, and thought these pirates had come to steal his treasure. Without a word, he kicked Luffy, who was about to ask him something, flying away. The sudden scene made everyone serious. Zoro's face darkened as he asked, "What do you want?" Mont Blanc Koreha took a fighting stance and asked, "Aren't you here to steal gold? Why are you still asking me what I want?" Nami's eyes lit up. "Is there really gold?" Usopp exclaimed, "Hey, if you keep this up, we'll really be misunderstood." Luffy returned from a distance and quickly explained, "Uncle, we're not here to steal gold. We actually came to ask." Thud. Before Luffy could finish, Mont Blanc Koreha fainted on the ground. Everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Hai, as if to say, "Did you use your Conqueror's Haki again?" Luffy complained first, "Lin Hai, don't mess around. We still need to ask him how to get to Sky Island." Lin Hai replied, speechlessly, "Go play somewhere else. Am I that kind of person?" He probably just fainted due to illness. Fainted due to illness? Quick, call a doctor. Aren't you a doctor? Huh, I'm a doctor. Soon, everyone carried Mont Blanc Koreha to his own bed, and Chopper treated him. It turned out that Mont Blanc Koreha had a chronic illness that had accumulated over time, and if he continued to dive without caring for his health, it could be life-threatening. After a while, Mont Blanc Koreha's two subordinates, one resembling a gorilla and the other an ape, returned. They found their boss unconscious on the bed, and the gorilla angrily asked, "What are you doing here?" The ape added, "What did you do to my boss?" Luffy, with a naive expression, replied, "What are you talking about? We're taking care of this sick uncle. You two better get out of the way." Usopp exclaimed, "Idiot, they won't listen to you. Don't forget they're wild animals." Everyone escaped through the window, learning from Luffy. Lin Hai finally understood Luffy's charm. With such a pure heart, as long as the other party wasn't bad, they could really communicate well. And just like that, the gorilla and the ape were moved to tears, replying, "You guys are really good people." Meanwhile, the frightened Usopp and Chopper fell over, astonished that they actually believed it. Since Mont Blanc Koreha hadn't woken up yet, everyone went outside to chat. Luffy asked, "You guys live here too?" The ape replied, "Because the boss's house is the base of our Ape Mountain United Army." The gorilla added, "But we usually sleep on the ship. This place is too small for us." Luffy said, "It's because you two are too big. But if the giant uncle from Little Garden saw you two, he would probably think you look like a lump of earwax." Listening to their conversation, Lin Hai was speechless, thinking, what is wrong with Luffy? Usopp weakly said, "What's going on? They're chatting so happily." Zoro replied, "Because they have common ground." After chatting for a while, Mont Blanc Koreha finally woke up. Luffy couldn't help but step forward and asked, "Uncle, I have something to ask you." Mont Blanc Koreha took a puff of a cigarette and replied, "What do you want to ask?" Luffy excitedly said, "Uncle, we really want to go to Sky Island. Can you tell us how to get there?" "Sky Island?" Mont Blanc Koreha laughed heartily. "Humph, do you really believe in Sky Island?" Nami thought Mont Blanc Koreha was mocking her like the people in town, so she exploded again and went to hit him. Seeing this, Lin Hai quickly hugged Nami's waist, explaining, "He-s not mocking. He-s just expressing joy at finding a kindred spirit." After laughing for a while, Mont Blanc Koreha replied, "Sky Island. Actually, I don't know if it exists, but I do know someone who believes in its existence. But that person became a world-famous big liar, and his descendants can never hold their heads high." As soon as he finished speaking, Luffy looked at Usopp in disbelief. and Usopp exclaimed, "It's not me." At this moment, Sanji asked, "Mont Blanc, uncle, you have the same surname. Could you be a descendant of Nolan?" Mont Blanc Kureha nodded. "That's right, I am the descendant of that big liar Nolan." "I see," Usopp said excitedly. "Uncle, you're trying to clear the Mont Blanc family's name by finding the gold from under the sea, right?" Mont Blanc Kureha angrily raised his gun. "Idiot. What did I say that?" Lin Hai instantly appeared in front of Usopp, catching the bullet that was shot at him. Based on the bullet's trajectory, Kureha was just trying to scare Usopp, while Lin Hai was reacting on instinct. Mont Blanc Kureha was not surprised that Lin Hai caught the bullet. He was furious and said, "No matter how honest and upright my ancestor was, no matter how great an explorer he was, it has nothing to do with me. Just because I share a bit of blood with that idiot, I am scolded by strangers. Can you understand the feeling of childish grievance? I grew up in that kind of environment. I have always been ashamed of having such a family." For a moment, the room fell silent. The web version of the chapter content loads slowly. Please download the UUN Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the UUN Novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates for crossing the pirate world. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 117, The Rage of Coolie Kai, available for free reading. Chapter 118, Cowered after hearing Kulik's words, everyone fell silent. At this moment, Lin Hai suddenly stepped forward and said, "I say, uncle, actually your ancestor Norlin was innocent." "Innocent?" Everyone looked at Lin Hai curiously. "That's right," Lin Hai explained. "I guess that the Golden Island at that time didn't sink to the bottom of the sea, but was swept up into the sky by a massive updraft. Under the magical effect of gravity, that island became the Sky Island we know today." Kulik expressed disbelief. "Do you have any evidence?" "Evidence?" Lin Hai took out a map and explained, "When we came to the sea area, a ship from over 200 years ago fell from the sky, and this map was found on that ship." After Kulik took the map from Lin Hai, it indeed showed a map of the Sky Island. However, Kulik still said, "Just because a ship fell from the sky doesn't prove the existence of the Sky Island, right? And this map could also be forged." I asked for evidence. Lin Hai was at a loss for words. That ship is from over 200 years ago. If there were no Sky Island, why would a ship from over 200 years later fall down? Also, we saw the huge phantom that day, which also proves the existence of people in the sky. At this moment, the monkey exclaimed, "I know this. That day I saw it too." After hearing Lin Hai's explanation, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. If the Sky Island exists. Suddenly, Luffy said, "What are you all talking about? We came to ask how to get to the Sky Island." Hee ha ha. Kulik couldn't help but laugh. Upon hearing this laughter, Nami couldn't hold back anymore and exploded, "Are you laughing at me for being naive and stupid?" Lin Hai quickly stopped Nami and awkwardly said, "Don't mind her. This woman has been stimulated." "Don't be so anxious," Kulik said nonchalantly. "To be honest, I'm not sure if the Sky Island exists. However, if you really want to go, you need to be prepared to risk your lives. The updraft. As long as you ride this current, you can reach the sky. This is a theoretical issue, understand?" Zoro asked. "So it's the current that sweeps the ship up, right? Is it?" Luffy laughed. "As long as we get swept up, we can go to the clouds, right?" On the side, Robin calmly analyzed, "That's the lucky scenario. If things go wrong, we could fall from midair, possibly into the sea or on a land. But in either case, we would all be killed, right?" Usopp and Chopper exclaimed. "We're not going to the Sky Island anymore." Usopp quickly said to Lin Hai, "Lin Hai, you have to persuade Luffy. What Robin said is too terrifying." Chopper also clung to Lin Hai's leg and said, "Yeah, you have to persuade Luffy. We're not going to the Sky Island." Lin Hai laughed. "Don't worry. With my space fruit ability, you won't get killed. You don't need to be so afraid." With Nami's terrible navigation skills, Nami looked at her fist and said, "What terrible woman. Call me a beautiful lady." Afterward, Nami's eyes sparkled with money as she continued, "What's there to fear about going to the Sky Island? I've heard there's a land of gold there. Uncle, hurry up and tell us what to do." Lin Hai slapped his forehead, realizing that this woman had truly fallen into a pile of money. At this moment, Kulik said seriously, "Listen carefully first. Being pushed into the sky by the updraft sounds easy, but it's definitely not the kind of easy sky travel you imagine. The updraft can be considered a disaster, something that should be absolutely avoided. The principle of this monstrous current can only be speculated, as no fool would go there to investigate. Although theoretically, there's a large cave at the deepest part of the sea where cold seawater flows in, combined with geothermal heat producing massive steam pressure. It will eventually reach a limit and cause an explosion at the seabed. The result of this explosion causes the current to burst out of the seabed and reach the sky. This lasts for about a minute, and seawater will continuously rush into the sky." Nami exclaimed, seawater rushing into the sky? How massive would that explosion be? Kulik continued without answering the question. The explosion site is different each time, and the frequency is 5 times a month. Of course, expressing the grandeur of natural phenomena in words and theory is an extremely foolish thing to do. Usopp asked curiously, so the Sky Island must appear right above that current that only appears 5 times a month? Kulik nodded, yes, otherwise it would be a wasted effort. If it doesn't land on something and just falls back into the sea, Robin calmly interjected, everyone would perish at the bottom of the sea. Usopp, all right, let's give up on the Sky Island. Chopper, that's right, we're not going to the Sky Island anymore. Ha. Luffy excitedly said, it's fine, let's go. On the side, Lin Hai and Zoro simultaneously slapped their left palms with their right hands and said, so it turns out to be the incredible current and the incredible clouds. Sanji suddenly exclaimed, you two really don't understand, do you? At this moment, Lin Hai pointed at the Mary and said, Luffy, going to the Sky Island is fine, but look at our ship that's about to fall apart. Will it not be swept apart by the current? Kulik followed Lin Hai's gaze and was at a loss for words. It looked like a patchwork of old clothes an old man would wear. Indeed, given the condition of that ship, Kulik said, even a brand new one wouldn't make it. Speed, weight, and strength, given the condition of that ship, it would be shattered in the explosive current. Lin Hai asked, Uncle, do you have a solution? Kulik nodded, there's a way. Wait a moment, I'll have the monkey and gorilla assist you in navigating. Of course, you need to reinforce the ship from top to bottom first. Oh, the monkey and gorilla replied simultaneously, leave it to us. Luffy smiled, thank you. Usopp and Chopper, what a busybody. At this moment, Kulik turned around and said, you all prepare. There will be an updraft at noon tomorrow. Isn't that just in time? Usopp questioned suspiciously, is this a trick? This is too strange. We just met today, and you're being too enthusiastic about us. And besides, Luffy stepped forward angrily. Usopp, on the side, Lin Hai couldn't help but frown. This Usopp, you shut up. Usopp continued to question Kulik. You say we can go to that legendary and uncertain place, the Sky Island, tomorrow? And for that, you will reinforce the ship and assist us in navigating? This is too coincidental, right? What exactly are you plotting? Are you the descendant of the big talker Roland? Totally untrustworthy. Kulik turned back and said, on the second day, when the phenomenon of day and night appears on the gorilla's base, the clouds will appear in the southern sky. And based on the frequency of 5 times a month, the activity of the updraft should be tomorrow. Moreover, it will also happen in locations south of here. Although it's not 100% guaranteed, the probability of it overlapping tomorrow is very high. Kalikai's words were reasonable and well-founded, causing Usopp to immediately shut his mouth. As Kalikai walked back to his room, he continued, I'm really happy to meet fools like you. Come on everyone, let's go eat. Today, let's enjoy it slowly at my house. Hee. Luffy happily said, it's time to eat. Hurry up, Usopp. Lin Hai looked at Kalikai's back and then at Luffy. Both of them are really good people, at least in terms of treating others. They are much gentler than Lin Hai himself. Lin Hai suddenly exclaimed, Uncle, do you have noodles? I want to eat noodles. Seeing Usopp slumped on the ground. Not following them in, Lin Hai patted Usopp's shoulder and said, Uncle has a really good temper, just like Luffy. We should study hard. And you don't have to be like this. They won't care about your rudeness just now. But Usopp, you can't offend the captain's authority again. Usopp replied off-topic, Lin Hai. Am I a coward with no future? Lin Hai nodded, yes, not only are you a coward, but you're also a scatterbrain. You bastard. Usopp's face darkened, but he still listened to Lin Hai's words and hurriedly ran into the house. Uncle, Luffy, I'm sorry. Soon, Kalikai's angry voice came from not far away. Bastard, don't wipe your snot on me. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Good Reading Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Good Reading Novel app. The web provides you the fastest updates for Pirate Crossing. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 118. Coward, free to read. Chapter 119. Hunting Dog Bellamy Chopper. You really have some guts to steal my food. Lin Hai was holding a half piece of mackerel, while the other half was already in Chopper's mouth. Ooh. Chopper quickly reminded Lin Hai, your food on the table is running out. Realizing this, Lin Hai immediately pinned Luffy down. Stinky rubber, don't you worry about becoming fat with how much you eat every day? Luffy, still savoring the taste, replied, thank you for your concern, but I'm not afraid. Usopp exclaimed, is he really concerned about you? The gorilla suddenly spat out fire from its mouth. It's so spicy. Usopp covered his mouth and laughed. How about that? My spicy sauce torpedo. Damn it. The gorilla angrily shouted, you long-nosed brat. Stay still. Meanwhile, Kai, who had drunk some alcohol, blushed and said to Nami, "Miss, come sit over here." As he spoke, he patted the seat next to him. Sanji couldn't help but retort, "You think you can hit on Nami? Wait 100 years before you talk about it." Haha. Kai laughed. "If you don't want to sit, then don't. This wine is really good." Amidst the chatter, Kai suddenly realized, "Oh no. You all hurry to the southern forest and catch a navigator bird. Otherwise, we won't be able to set sail tomorrow." "Why?" everyone asked in confusion. Luffy asked, "Uncle, what are you talking about?" Kai explained, "This is the Grand Line. Once the ship goes out to sea, can you still tell the direction? Stop eating and hurry up." "All right." Nami suddenly understood. This time the target is not an island, but the ocean current. "That record pointer 1TB of any use?" Kai nodded and said, "This time we need to ride the southern current and the navigator bird, no matter what. Its habit is to point its head south." "Haha," Luffy laughed. "So that means Zoro is worse than animals." Lin Hai exclaimed, "What a brilliant comparison." Zoro widened his eyes, veins popping, and said, "Do you two bastards have a right to talk about others?" Kai urged, "Hurry up and find the navigator bird, otherwise, don't even think about going to Sky Island. You won't even be able to find the current." "Why did you wait until now to mention such an important thing?" "I just remembered it too," Luffy said seriously. "Although I don't understand, but that bird sounds really important to us. Everyone, let us set off." By the time everyone got ready to catch the navigator bird, it was already deep into the night. Kai was speechless. How could one meal take so long? "Remember, you must come back before dawn." "Don't worry, Uncle will definitely catch it," Luffy replied while walking. Soon, Luffy noticed something odd about Lin Hai and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Lin Hai stopped and said, "You all go catch the navigator bird. We have guests coming. I'll go greet them." "Really?" Luffy's eyes sparkled. "Are we having another banquet?" "No way, I want to join." "Bah," Zoro said in disbelief, looking at his expression. "Is he really preparing for a banquet?" Nami asked, "Is it okay, Lin Hai?" Lin Hai waved his hand, "Just some small fries. But Uncle and the others might not be their match. You guys go on, I'll stay and deal with them." "We're not their match?" That really surprised me. The gorilla beside them patted its chest, but still grumbled. "Little brother, although I admit you're strong, you're underestimating us too much, right?" Lin Hai said helplessly. "Then let you guys take the lead and spar with them first. If it doesn't work, I'll step in." The gorilla patted its chest and said, "Leave it to me, I'm the salvage king." Meanwhile, Kai looked at the pitch-black sea surface and wondered, "Is there really someone coming this way?" Lin Hai nodded. "There's a ship coming." "Is that so?" Kai muttered. "Looks like that pirate crew is here to steal gold from us. Let us give them a warm welcome then." "Ooh." The gorilla and the chimpanzee replied in unison. Soon, a ship indeed docked near Kai's house, and a tall figure jumped off the ship. Who else but Bellamy? The chimpanzee spoke first. "Little brother, I advise you not to mess with us brothers." The gorilla echoed. "You guys aren't thinking of robbing gold under the cover of night, are you?" "Sure, guys, hurry back home. Don't bother us. We still have important business to attend to." Ooh. Lin Hai was lying on a patch of grass, thinking that he would let them take the initiative, as they underestimated him. But they had nothing bad to say about the Straw Hat crew, who would even help them remodel the ship tomorrow. So, to preserve their dignity, he had no choice but to let them handle it themselves. But would they be a match for Bellamy and the others? The answer was obvious. But if he didn't intervene, what if they got hurt? Repairing the ship while injured? Oh dear, being a person is so difficult. Thus, Lin Hai decided to just lie down and sleep for a while. At this moment, as the gorilla and the chimpanzee finished speaking, Bellamy laughed. "Ha ha ha, you guys are the gatekeeper monkeys? Didn't he expect you to be here, pirate Kai, and the one next to you?" Lin Hai waved his hand. I said, "Why are you acting like a mad dog? Go play somewhere else. Don't disturb my sleep." "TCH, I'll make sure you sleep well later. I still want to settle the score for the last time." After saying that, Bellamy turned to Kai and said, "I heard the tragic story of your Mont Blanc family in the tavern. It's really touching. However, there's a unique flavor in robbing the treasures that others have fought hard for. I'll just tell you directly what everyone calls me. It's hunting dog. Not mad dog, ha ha ha. Robbing treasures that others have fought hard for." Lin Hai, lying on the ground, was speechless. This is not just rogue behavior. Is it a distortion of human nature, or is it a good teaching from Doflamingo? Hunting dog, huh? Just wait until I turn you into a dead dog. Chapter 120, Bellamy's Question O? Hunting dog? The gorilla said, "Since you came looking for us, don't blame us for being merciless." The ape agreed. "Don't underestimate our Ape Mountain United Army. Everyone charge." Bellamy's crew immediately drew their swords and took the lead. Bellamy's first mate, Sachi's, directly confronted Kalikai, obediently handing over the gold coins, or else he would suffer. Sachi's and Kalikai quickly exchanged blows, with Sachi's throwing rapid punches aimed at Kalikai's face. But Kalikai skillfully blocked each of Sachi's punches. Seizing the moment when Sachi's retracted his fist, Kalikai kicked him in the chin, sending Sachi's flying. Lin Hai, standing nearby, was somewhat surprised to see that Kalikai, with a bounty of 38 million berries, actually lost in a fistfight. The gorilla and the ape swiftly dealt with the minor soldiers. At this moment, Sachi's pulled out his sword. His real skill was in swordsmanship. He spun his sword rapidly and then leaped, preparing to slash diagonally downward. However, as his sword approached Kalikai, Kalikai kicked Sachi's hand, sending the sword flying out of his grip. Lin Hai gasped and exclaimed, "Uncle, that startled me." The gorilla patted his chest and said, "You idiot, keep your voice down, you made me so nervous." Kalikai glanced at Lin Hai and then said to Sachi's, "You little brat, swinging that big sword around is very dangerous." Slurp. Meanwhile, Bellamy licked his lips. All right, the most exciting show of the night is about to begin. Spring Sniper. Bellamy's legs sprang up like a spring, and the ground cracked under the force. Due to Bellamy's incredible speed, the gorilla and the ape were instantly subdued by him. Using his observation Haki, Lin Hai realized that Bellamy would use the spring fruit's power to leverage the Mary to attack Kalikai again. Lin Hai couldn't sit still now, because as soon as Bellamy's foot landed on the Mary, it would break apart. Spring Sniper. As Bellamy leaped into the air, ready to strike Kalikai whoosh, Lin Hai instantly vanished from his spot. In an instant, everyone saw Lin Hai holding Bellamy by the neck. Kalikai, realizing what happened, dropped his cigarette in shock and couldn't speak, wondering what kind of speed that was. He hadn't even noticed. Sachi's, holding his sword, dropped it to the ground. Mumbling in confusion, "This can't be real, right?" "Hey," Sachi shouted, "Bellamy, don't joke with us. This isn't funny at all." "Ah." Sachi's companion sat down in shock, staring in disbelief at the scene before her. Cough, cough. Bellamy struggled to say, "But let go of me." Ignoring Bellamy's words, Lin Hai asked, "Isn't it quite a thrill to rob treasures that others have fought so hard for? Answer me." Cough, cough. Bellamy evasively replied, "How did you keep up with my speed?" Lin Hai turned to Kalikai and asked, "Uncle, this guy is trying to rob you. How do you want to deal with them?" Kalikai glanced at the downed gorilla and ape and calmly said, "Let them go." Lin Hai was speechless. What kind of situation is this? Aren't you going to charge for medical fees? Looking at the terrified Bellamy pirate crew, Lin Hai released his grip and then drew his sword, Gaofeng. Lin Hai said, "If it were my old temper, you would all be feeding fish in the sea by now. Pirates like you, thinking too highly of yourselves, are frankly too low level." Clang. As he spoke, Lin Hai swung his sword towards the sea, cutting upwards. Boom! The sound of massive waves echoed through the quiet night. In an instant, the sea seemed to split apart. Pirates like Bellamy had never seen such power before, and now they were terrified by Lin Hai's sword that split the sea, especially Bellamy's first mate, who was so scared he wet himself. What is that? Is this human strength? Oh my god, the sea has been cleaved open. What kind of existence have we provoked? Run, hurry. Soon, all of Bellamy's crew began to scatter in panic, hoping to escape this terrifying place as quickly as possible. They were afraid that if they ran too slowly, they would be cut down like vegetables by Lin Hai's sword. After a while, Lin Hai couldn't help but frown. Bellamy was staring blankly at the sea's surface. "So calm?" Bellamy asked, "How could someone like you be in the East Sea?" "I'm not in the mood to answer your questions or chat with you," Lin Hai said as he turned to leave. "If you come looking for trouble with my uncle again or try to rob him, no matter where, I will kill you. Get lost." Bellamy stared blankly at Lin Hai's back, feeling inexplicably upset. That move just now seemed to have awakened something in Bellamy. Especially Lin Hai's words made him feel like an ant in someone else's eyes. Suddenly, Bellamy asked, "Huaxia, D. Lin Hai, does Sky Island really exist?" Lin Hai pauset, turned back, and replied, "Whether it exists or not, go find out for yourself, instead of beating up those who believe in it like a thug. I have a very poor impression of you. Get lost. Do you still expect me to treat you to supper?" Sachi's, coming back to his senses, quickly grabbed Bellamy. "Are you crazy? Let's run. I never want to see such a terrifying existence again. This world is so magical. A complete villain, once he finds his belief, becomes extraordinary, just like Bellamy at this moment." After returning to the ship, Bellamy became quiet and started to truly reflect on whether he was really just a low-level pirate. Does Sky Island really exist? How should pirates survive? Thus, Bellamy began a new chapter in his life. However, Lin Hai had no interest in Bellamy's transformation. What troubled Lin Hai was that in the future, Bellamy was determined to stick with him. After Bellamy and his crew boarded the ship, Lin Hai and Kalikai carried the gorilla and ape back inside. Looking at the two who had regained their vitality, Lin Hai said, "You two are really beasts." The gorilla slapped his chest and exclaimed, "That really startled me. I didn't expect to be defeated in one move, but thanks for saving us." Lin Hai rolled his eyes. "I didn't want to save you. I was afraid my ship would be damaged." The ape clapped Lin Hai on the shoulder and laughed. "Don't deny it. Thank you. Stop being so sentimental and let go of your hand." Kalikai rolled his eyes at them and asked, "Are you guys all right? Let's start modifying their ship." "No problem, boss. The web version is slow. Please download the UUN Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the UUN Novel app. The fastest updates for crossing the pirate are provided for you, with Chapter 120 Bellamy's question available for free reading. Chapter 121, What is a Pirate? As the night deepened, Luffy and his crew went into the forest to capture the guide birds, while the gorilla and the ape went to call their crew members. Kalikai was outside observing the Mary, contemplating how to reinforce it. Lin Hai lay in a spot, hands behind his head, pondering what was happening to him lately. After all, he saw that the Straw Hat Pirates were actually a group of adventurers under the banner of piracy, influenced by Luffy's charm and the pressures of the times, each setting sail for their own purposes. In this world, there seems to be little difference between pirates and adventurers. Listening to the sound of the sea breeze and the occasional crashing waves, Lin Hai wondered what direction he should take. He realized he had changed a lot, and how to be a person had troubled him for a long time. Was a pirate. In Bellamy's eyes, pirates belonged to a new era, and they should discard those fanciful ideas and focus on immediate benefits. In Luffy's eyes, pirates are free and should adventure on the sea at will. In the Navy's eyes, pirates are all unforgivable and have done terrible deeds. And in the eyes of the common people, some pirates are good while others are bad. Different people have different perceptions of pirates, but do pirates really have so many concepts? In this world, pirates are merely different people in the same time and space, shaped by their experiences and perceptions, leading to their varying understandings of piracy. And being a pirate is just a label. There is no need to impose a strict definition that pirates must do what is expected of them, or else they are unworthy of the name. At that moment, Lin Hai recalled why he initially set sail. Did he really need to change himself to fit in with others? Ha ha! Suddenly realizing, Lin Hai burst into laughter. What happened? Kalikai outside heard Lin Hai's laughter and thought he had gone crazy, so he hurried back inside to see what was going on. Once he realized, Lin Hai waved his hand and said, "Uncle, you're a big guy. Can you please put on some clothes? What kind of decorum is this? Are you showing off your muscles to me?" Kalikai was baffled by Lin Hai's words, but he looked at himself and then angrily replied, "Why are you acting crazy in the middle of the night?" Just as he was about to leave, Kalikai turned back and said, "You little brat, aren't you going to help them? The forest at night is very dangerous." Lin Hai replied speechlessly, "Go play on your own. What time is it? Don't disturb my sleep. I have to get up early tomorrow." It was unclear how long it had been, but Lin Hai was awakened by a commotion. He immediately shouted, "What now?" Before him stood Luffy and Chopper, both with lumps on their heads. Lin Hai kicked out, "Who dares to scare me?" "Woo woo woo." Chopper cried, "Lin Hai, I went with Luffy to the forest to catch that bird." Luffy chimed in, "Yeah, that incredible bird, and then we were chased by a swarm of bees." Lin Hai pondered, "So, you guys are even worse than those insects? What did you say, you bastard?" Both of them exploded in anger. At that moment, Zoro came back holding a strange bird and asked, "This is the bird you wanted us to catch, right?" Kalikai was immediately delighted. "Yes, this is the guide bird. Good job catching it. It could be hard to find." Zoro proudly stepped forward to show off. "What were you guys doing in the forest?" "You were chased by a few bees. How useless." Before anyone could respond, Lin Hai stepped up and said, "You're great. No wonder you're Roronoa Zoro. But for safety's sake, could you please catch another one?" Zoro incredulously replied, "You bastard. What are you talking about? If you want another, go catch it yourself." Ha ha. A little while later, Robin curiously said, looking around, "Didn't TA battle just happen here?" Lin Hai nodded, "Yes, they were just small fries. It's all good now. Everyone, take a rest. We have to go up in the morning. Pull it up, pull it up." Listening to these sounds, Lin Hai said with frustration, "I said gorilla and ape. Did you deliberately design our ship's bow like this?" Luffy casually replied, "I think it looks great. Yes, very majestic." Zoro said seriously, "I think it should be designed like a dove's head. Doves can fly better than roosters, right?" "Enough." Lin Hai pulled Luffy and pointed at the bow's design, sweating on his forehead. "Did you see clearly? That is a rooster. With this design, if other pirates see it, we be laughed at to death? An ape on another ship said, how about we sail back and help you redesign it? What are you talking about? Lin Hai angrily said, you must be doing this on purpose. Are you still angry that I scared you back then? It has to be that way. Luffy turned to the others and asked, why is Lin Hai so against this design? I think it's pretty good. Everyone shook their heads, expressing they didn't know. As for why Lin Hai opposed the design so much, well, that's obvious. It's a rooster's head. In Lin Hai's hometown, what did that represent? Could he not be against it? That really startled me. The gorilla asked little brother about the treasures you gave. Lin Hai waved his hand. That's what you deserve. If you dare to refuse, it's an insult to us, and we'll have to beat you up. Your answer really made me nervous. The gorilla patted his chest and replied, if that's the case, then we'll accept it. Next to Lin Hai, Nami had a gloomy expression, because Lin Hai had taken some of Nami's treasures as repair costs for the ship and given them to the gorillas. Now hearing the gorilla bring it up again, Nami angrily said, what are you nervous about? If you bring this up again, give me back my treasure. That's my treasure. After saying that, the furious Nami immediately twisted Lin Hai's ear and said, Lin Hai, remember this, if we can't find the land of gold, I'll throw you down from the sky. Luffy innocently said, Nami, Lin Hai is right. We have to pay for the ship repairs. Before he finished speaking, Nami shot back, that's your business, but that treasure is all mine. Lin Hai pulled Luffy over and quickly said, Nami, Luffy is my captain. If we can't find a land of gold, you can throw him down. If there is something to discuss, find him. It has nothing to do with me. Nanny. Luffy's eyes bulged out. Am I that great? Sanji said speechlessly, what does this have to do with your greatness? How scary. Usopp and Chopper were trembling together in fear. Chopper, terrified, said, it's over, the terrifying Nami is back. And so, amidst the noise, everyone set off on the path of the rushing sea current, embarking on their aerial journey. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Goodread Novels app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Goodread Novels app. The fastest updates for Crossing the Pirate and I Have a Flamboyant System are available. Chapter 121. What is a pirate? Free reading. Chapter 122. Actually, I'm pretty awesome. After the ship sailed for a while, the silent Koko suddenly said, little brothers, we will soon be saying goodbye. However, there's one thing you must understand. The Golden Bell and Sky Island have never been proven to exist by anyone in the past. Perhaps someone will laugh at me and say that this is made-up nonsense, but what's wrong with that? This is the romance of a man. Homancy. Luffy and Usopp exclaimed excitedly. Lin Hai said speechlessly, old man, you've been diving in the sea every day and have gotten sick. What kind of romance is that? You're almost at death's door, and you still talk about romance? Koko raised an eyebrow. You bastard, we're about to part ways. Can't you say something nice? Oh, all right then. Lin Hai immediately changed his tone and sang a terrible song. Wishing you good health every night in New Groom. Every year we have today, every year we have now. You, enough. Everyone near Lin Hai was covered in goosebumps. Lin Hai, you're disgusting. They all shouted in unison. Lin Hai retorted, you're just jealous of my talent. Can you come up with something as, Sanji, while hitting Lin Hai, said, why do I feel like I went to the forest and came back to find that annoying Lin Hai is back? Zoro nodded. I thought this guy had changed. But he is just as infuriating as before. Ha ha. Luffy noticed Lin Hai's change, but now that he had reverted to his old self, he found the previous Lin Hai more fun and laughed heartily. Hey, at this moment, the gorilla reminded them, you better get ready. We're almost at our destination. Unbeknownst to them, the sky had turned gloomy, as if it were about to rain heavily. On another ship, the gorilla waved, all right, brothers, from here on out, you're on your own. Okay. Luffy waved back. Thank you for the escort. Hey. What they said was self-preservation. Did you hear that clearly? Suddenly, the Mary was sucked into a massive whirlpool. Wait. Usopp cried out in terror. I can't take it anymore. Spare me. This is too scary. Come back, you bastard. Chopper cried, come back, you bastard. I don't want to die. Looking at the large whirlpool not far away, Nami also panicked. Quick, give me back my treasure. You bunch of liars. Liars. With such a big whirlpool, we're going to die. The sky darkened, and the gigantic whirlpool made a deafening noise, as if the end of the world had come. Damn it. A cold sweat dripped from Lin Hai's forehead. This scene was really terrifying. However, Lin Hai still said, Luffy, this whirlpool is several times larger than the one we encountered when we first set sail. Right? Damn it, I want to chop it. Zoro exclaimed, hey, don't do anything reckless. Nami. Lin Hai said helplessly, I'm not cutting the whirlpool. Something big is coming up. Something big, coming up, soon. A fish several times larger than the Mary leaped out of the whirlpool. Spatial field. Spatial exchange. Lin Hai used his ability to swap positions with the fish, placing it closer to the center of the whirlpool, and everyone watched as the fish was swallowed by the massive current. Seeing this, everyone on the ship swallowed hard. Robin calmly analyzed, "Wait, does this mean our fate will be the same as that fish instantly swallowed?" Usopp widened his eyes and said, "Luffy, should we go back? It's not too late to turn around now. With such a large whirlpool, we will definitely perish at the bottom of the sea. Sky Island is just a dream of a dream." "A dream of a dream? That is true," Luffy said calmly. Nami cried, "Yes, Luffy. I also think we're pushing it too far this time." Luffy said to himself, "A dream island of dreams. Missing out on such a big adventure would be regrettable for a lifetime." After saying that, Luffy turned to everyone with shining eyes. Seeing Luffy so excited, Lin Hai was speechless. This guy seemed fearless. At this moment, Zoro said, "I say, isn't it the time to be scared? Look, the ship is about to be swallowed by the whirlpool." Lin Hai quickly asked, "Nami, what should we do?" Before he could finish, the ship had already fallen into the whirlpool. Just as Lin Hai was about to use his ability, everything suddenly became eerily calm. "The whirlpool has disappeared? Why?" Sanji asked first. Luffy also asked what happened. Usopp exclaimed, "Such a big whirlpool, and it just vanished? What's going on?" "Nami, according to the information from my observation Haki, the water below the sea surface is very unstable." "No way." Nami realized the underwater explosion has started, so the whirlpool has temporarily disappeared. "No, it can't be." Usopp looked in horror at the bottom of the ship. Lin Hai quickly said, "Just as you thought. Grab the ship or hide in the cabin. Don't get thrown out." "Whoa," everyone exclaimed. Lin Hai puzzled. "Nami, what are you doing? Do you want to die in my arms?" Nami angrily replied, "What nonsense are you talking about? You have to protect me. You still owe me 2 million berries. Sanji was immediately filled with tears and said, "Nami, why don't you hide in my arms? I can also owe you 2 million berries, no 1 billion. 10 billion. Zoro rolled his eyes. "Stop the nonsense. The ship is about to fly." Suddenly, the Mary was shot upwards at the center of the upward current. An upward current instantly shot into the sky, taking the Mary along with it. Everyone, unable to adapt to this vertical direction, could only hold on tightly to the ship's mast. "Whoa, this is so much fun. What is this principle? This is great. We must be going up to the sky." Lin Hai said speechlessly, "Don't celebrate too early. Quickly pull down the sails." "Why?" Soon everyone noticed something was wrong. The ship started to float up from the water column. If it didn't pull down the sails and use the upward wind from the current, the whole ship would be thrown out. Usopp exclaimed, "What should we do?" "All we could do now is hold on tight." As soon as he finished speaking, objects began to fall from above the water flow. Some sea kings. And some disintegrated ships. Chopper shouted, "So many things are falling from above. Those are the sacrifices of the upward current. It's over, it's over." Usopp cried, "We're really done for. Falling from such a high place into the sea, we will definitely die." Lin Hai said helplessly, "Is it really that terrifying? I told you, my spatial ability can protect your lives, as long as you don't get thrown out, haha." "Nami, you have to command how to use the upward wind. I don't understand." "Upward wind?" With a slight hint, Nami quickly understood and immediately said, "Set sail immediately. Move faster." Seeing that everyone was still confused, Nami explained, "This is the sea, not an ordinary water column. It's a soaring ocean current. Moreover, the wind blowing up from below is the rising airflow generated by geothermal heat and steam explosions. Since the objects are wind and sea, I have a way to navigate. Don't forget, who is the navigator of this ship?" Looking at Nami's confident demeanor, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of relief and pride. "It's Miss Nami," Sanji exclaimed with heart-shaped eyes. Lin Hai grumbled, "Nami, can you stop being so full of yourself? I was the one who first suggested lowering the sails, and I told you all these principles. Hey, why is no one listening to me? I'm pretty amazing too, you know." Lin Hai's words were ignored by everyone. "Brothers, let's do what Nami said. All right, the starboard side is catching wind. Immediately turn the left rudder and try to line the ship with the ocean current." "Aye, aye." Soon, the ship began to hover at the edge of the water column, soaring into the sky. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please download the Good Reading Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Good Reading Novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates for crossing the pirate world. I have a flamboyant system, chapter 122. Actually, I'm pretty amazing too, for free reading. Chapter 123. Take a kick from me, a towering column of water shot up into the sky. and the Mary floated at a 90-degree angle on this column, as if it were riding a maglev train. Faced with such a natural wonder, it was truly exhilarating. Wow, everyone, we're really going to the sky. Look at the scenery beside us. It's so exaggerated. Lin Hai shouted et Sitan Li. Yeah, it's amazing. Our ship is flying up. Luffy added with excitement. Usopp, reminded by Lin Hai, looked to the side and instantly trembled. Wow, it's so high. Ah, I'm afraid of heights. Help me, Zoro. Damn it, you're choking me. He rushed towards the cumulus clouds. After a while, the view suddenly became blurry, indicating they were about to pass through the clouds, making everyone feel a bit breathless. After a moment, a bright light suddenly appeared, and the Mary soared above the clouds, flying high into the sky, in the open space. After the ship stabilized on the sea of clouds, everyone lay on the deck, gasping for air. It turned out the oxygen content in the air at high altitudes was thinner than on land, making it hard for everyone to adapt for a moment. This is uncomfortable. Zoro leaned against the railing and asked in confusion, "What happened? Is everyone okay?" Lin Hai replied, "Everyone is fine. We just need to adapt to the air here." Before he finished speaking, Luffy shouted excitedly, "You guys look outside the ship." "Where's this?" Sanji asked. "It's all white." Chopper exclaimed, "Is it clouds?" Everyone's earlier state changed, and they became energetic again. Lin Hai exclaimed, "What kind of monsters are you all? You recovered so quickly?" Sanji rolled his eyes. "You're the monster? Okay. Are we on clouds?" Nami looked at the sea of clouds and asked, "Why aren't we falling?" "Why not?" Luffy explained, "Well, clouds can be sat on." Hey, Lin Hai's face darkened. In the future, at this altitude, people can't survive at all, and the interior of the clouds is much more terrifying. There are too many clouds, right? Usopp exclaimed, "What is this?" Nami explained, "This should be the so-called sky sea." But Nami pointed to the log pose in her hand and asked, "Look, the log pose is still pointing up." Robin, sitting on the railing, replied, "It seems we're just in the middle of the cumulus clouds." Chopper asked, "So we still have to go up?" "But how do we go up?" Robin shook her head. "I don't know about that." "Damn it." Sanji exploded. "Lin Hai, you bastard, let go of your hand. Who allowed you to hold Miss Robin's waist?" Lin Hai replied speechlessly, "Aren't I afraid Robin will fall?" Roar. Sanji glared at Lin Hai. But Lin Hai couldn't care less. "Is this the sea?" Usopp looked at the sea of clouds, promptly took off his clothes, revealing his bony figure, flexing his muscles and laughing. First step, Captain Usopp swims. BB. Luffy whistled from the side. Awesome. Chopper also started cheering, while Lin Hai directly yanked Usopp down from the railing violently. "Bastard Lin Hai, what do you want to do? Don't stop me from swimming." "Yeah. Why are you stopping, Usopp?" Lin Hai replied, "Did you guys not notice we came up from the gaseous clouds? Do you think there's a seabed here?" Sanji exclaimed, "If we swim down, will we fall through the clouds?" Lin Hai nodded. "Usopp, you can verify it. I promise to burn more paper money for you." Usopp, thinking of falling from the clouds, panicked, "The sky sea is too scary. I want to go home." Zoro questioned, "Lin Hai, what are you doing?" Lin Hai was practicing punches in the air. Hearing Zoro's question, Lin Hai explained, "I need to adapt to the environment here. If there's an emergency." "Emergency?" Luffy asked in confusion. "What are you talking about?" Lin Hai replied, "There's an ill-intentioned guy coming this way." Where? Chopper quickly looked around. "Lin Hai, you're not lying to us, are you? Where's the person?" Zoro readied his sword and stepped forward. "We just arrived, and someone is looking for trouble." Luffy said enviously, "When will I be able to use observation Haki?" Lin Hai grinned. "That's easy. Just blindfold yourself, and I'll hit you with armament Haki. Whenever you can dodge it all, you'll have it. It'll be fun. Luffy, want to try?" Everyone's faces darkened. This guy. But soon, Lin Hai's words proved true. A guy wearing a mask, one hand holding a cannon and the other holding a shield, wearing the unique shell shoes of the Sky Island, approached and directly attacked the Mary without saying a word. "Stop," Sanji said first. "What do you want?" The man simply replied, "Elimination. This guy doesn't come with good intentions." Sanji said, "Lin Hai, leave this guy to me. Miss Nami, Miss Robin, watch my handsome pose." Zoro looked at the man with a dark face and whispered, "P.S. really bold. What's going on?" Luffy asked. In an instant, before Sanji could finish his sentence, the man kicked him away. Zoro had just drawn his sword, and he was also kicked away, and Luffy met the same fate. "What happened?" Nami asked in confusion. "You three actually can't defeat one?" Hey, you're too weak," Lin Hai said darkly. "They probably still can't adapt to this environment." The man had already jumped into the air, aiming the cannon at the Mary. Chopper exclaimed, "The Sky Island is so scary. The Sky Island is so scary." Whoosh! Lin Hai, standing still, instantly disappeared, before the man attacking the Mary could react. Lin Hai had already appeared above him. "Take a kick from me." Lin Hai didn't feel like asking, directly kicking him into the sea of clouds. Just like he did with Van Oka. Chapter 124. Letting it go? As soon as Lin Hai returned to the Mary, Chopper rushed over and pleaded. The Sky Island is too terrifying. Lin Hai, you have to protect me, okay? What's wrong? Lin Hai said, someone is coming. What? Everyone exclaimed in unison. Usopp cried out, what is going on here? Is he here to attack us too? Lin Hai laughed, don't worry, if one comes, I'll take him down. Hey. Usopp quickly reminded, don't act recklessly like before. Soon, an old man in knight armor with a white beard landed on the railing of the Mary, riding a creature resembling an eagle. Nami was the first to ask, who are you? Are you here to attack us too? The knight replied, I am the Sky Knight. That little brother over there, you have some impressive skills. Sky Knight? Lin Hai looked him over, gave him a knight salute, and said, my name is Lin Hai, and these are my crew members. We come from the sea below. What do you call yourself? The Sky Knight glanced at everyone on the ship and replied, my name is Sky Knight Gone Full. The one next to me is my partner, Pierre. I'm not with that guy. Upon hearing that he wasn't here to cause trouble, Nami immediately relaxed but looked at Luffy and the others who were panting heavily and said, what on earth are you doing? You're really useless. The three of you teamed up and still got beaten so badly. Sanji said gloomily, Nami is right. It's really embarrassing. Luffy replied, I feel weird, I can't get energized. Robin explained, didn't Lin Hai just say? The air here is too thin. Zoro nodded. Yeah, that should be the reason. At this moment, Gone Full walked to the second floor of the Mary and said, you are Blue Sea people, right? Blue Sea people? Nami asked, what does that mean? Gone Full explained, Blue Sea people is what we call those who live below the clouds. To get straight to the point, did you come up from the Blue Sea? Lin Hai's face darkened. Hadn't he just said that? Why ask again? At this moment, Luffy, lying on the deck, replied, yeah, then that's right, the Sky Knight said. This place is 7,000 meters above the Blue Sea, and the layer of white sea above it is even higher, reaching 10,000 meters. Generally, Blue Sea people would certainly be immobilized when they get here. Good, I'm finally getting used to it. Luffy sat up. Zoro also sat up and replied, indeed, it's much easier compared to just now. To be honest, the Sky Knight explained, I am a professional mercenary. This is a dangerous white sea, and those who are not clear about the situation above will either be targeted by the type of people who attacked you just now or become food for skyfish. So as long as I hear a whistle, it's 500,000 IK for me to come to your rescue. A whistle for 500,000 IK? Luffy asked in confusion. What are you talking about, old man? The Sky Knight replied helplessly, my price is already very cheap. Don't try to bargain with me. I want to lower it by even 1 IK. Don't make it hard for me. I have to live too. Lin Hai said helplessly, old man. Can you explain the exchange rate between IK and berry? If we can afford it, we'll agree to your business. The Sky Knight looked puzzled. Aren't you coming down from the peak of the high-speed Sky Road? You must have passed at least 1 or 2 islands on the way, right? Luffy asked again in confusion. Old man, what country are you speaking from? Wait a minute. Nami asked, from what you said, it seems there are other ways to get to the Sky Sea. Seeing the Sky Knight nod, Nami cried, I knew there were other routes. After saying that, Nami angrily grabbed Luffy by the collar and shouted, we almost fell to our deaths because of you. If it weren't for you, we could gathered information and taken a safe route here. It's all your fault, you bastard. At this moment, the Sky Knight threw a whistle to Lin Hai and explained, a whistle means just blowing this whistle, no matter when or where. I will fly down from the sky to save you. Normally, I charge 500,000 IK for one rescue, but this time consider it a greeting gift. I'm giving you the whistle for free. After finishing, Gone Full mounted his partner and flew away. Realizing what had happened, Lin Hai suddenly exclaimed, hey, you Haven T, answer my question about the exchange rate between IK and berry. Unfortunately, Gone Full had already flown far away. Luffy patted his clothes and walked over to Lin Hai, saying, didn't he say he would come if we blew the whistle? Saying that, Luffy took the whistle from Lin Hai's hand and was about to blow it. Usopp, Chopper, and Lin Hai quickly stopped him, with Lin Hai saying first, can you not waste this opportunity? This should be saved for Nami in case she runs into danger. Usopp said helplessly, why can't I use it? I need protection too. Lin Hai retorted, Nami is a beautiful woman. Are you a beautiful woman? Go play somewhere else. Sanji echoed, Lin Hai is right, Nami. Quickly keep that whistle safe. Lin Hai laughed, Sanji, after knowing you for so long, you finally said something sensible. What are you talking about, you bastard? Do you believe I'll kick you to death? Sanji immediately retorted. Zoro said helplessly, can you all stop arguing? By the way, that Sky Knight seems to have said nothing. What should we do now? Robin said, for what he said, there's a white sea above. That should be the Sky Island. Chopper pointed to a distant area that looked like a waterfall and asked, Is the entrance to the upper level over there? Luffy replied, we'll know when we sail over there. At this moment, Lin Hai walked over to Nami and asked, Nami, how much berry do we have left? Berry? Nami suddenly exclaimed, what are you planning to do? Lin Hai, remember, you owe me 1,200,000 berry, and if there is no golden country here, you're finished. You old hack. Lin Hai retorted, do you think money is more important than life? Nami replied matter-of-factly, of course it's berry. Fine. I didn't say anything. Lin Hai spread his hands, speechless. Soon, everyone found the entrance. What? 1 billionic? 8 people? 800 million? No matter how you calculate it, that should be 1 billion berry, right? Is it really that much money? Or is it the rule here? Excuse me, old woman. How much berry can one be exchanged for? Usopp couldn't help but mumble. Is this how much it costs to get in? This old woman isn't trying to scam money, is she? Nami quickly stopped him and asked, excuse me, about this entrance fee. What if we hypothetically don't have any money? The old woman replied, you can still go in, and if you don't go in, that's fine too. Everyone was confused. Is this old woman really that carefree in her old age? But Lin Hai couldn't be bothered to ask. If he remembered correctly, the ruler of this sky island, Inaru, was a sadistic person, and his goal was probably to destroy the sky island, right? As an outstanding youth of the 21st century, raised in good traditions, would he really let this kind of thing go? In that case, do we still need to care about the present situation? Since we will end up being hostile anyway, we might as well eat and drink while we can. At this moment, the old lady at the door explained, because I'm not a gatekeeper or a guard, I just want to ask what you mean. Luffy laughed and said, then let's go. We are heading to Sky Island. Usopp said, old lady, we don't have any money. Please let us in. The old lady replied, all right, do all 8 of you want to go in? Yes. Soon, a special product of the White Sea appeared, a fast shrimp, which used its claws to grab both sides of the Mary and brought it into the unique passageway leading to Sky Island. The webpage content is slow. Please download the Good Reading Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the Good Reading Novel app. The web provides you with the fastest updates on crossing the pirate world. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 124. Letting go. Free reading. Chapter 125. The scene of the accident. As soon as the Straw Hat crew left, the old lady immediately reported to the authorities. It turned out she was the watcher of the gate of heaven, Amazon. Amazon reported to the Almighty God and the priest that there were 8 illegal intruders in the kingdom of God, requesting their punishment. The Straw Hat crew had fallen into a trap. At this moment, apart from Lin Hai, they were still unaware that they were being watched. After passing through a spiral cloud passage, the Mary finally reached the real Sky Island. What came into view was a sea of white mist dotted with dreamlike buildings. Some castles were built on clouds, and beside these layers of structures were towering giant vines, adding a touch of green to the white sea of clouds, enhancing the beauty of the scene. In the face of such an incredible place, not just Luffy, even Lin Hai was momentarily speechless in awe. It's an island, a sky island, Luffy exclaimed first. Wow, wow, wow. Lin Hai asked everyone, I've never seen such a wonder even in paintings before. Ha ha, it's really beautiful. Usopp looked at Lin Hai. The 3 of them, Lin Hai, Usopp, and Luffy, exchanged glances and immediately put their arms around each other, chanting, Sky Island, Sky Island. Chopper jumped up and joined Lin Hai and the others, shouting, Sky Island, Sky Island. Soon, as the Mary docked, Luffy couldn't contain his excitement. Where's this place? It must be very interesting to explore. Just as Luffy was speaking, Lin Hai jumped up first and started rolling on the shore, exclaiming, oh, the blue sky, the white clouds, Nami and Robin, you're all mine. Sanji shouted angrily, bastard, what are you saying? Nami and Robin on the ship exchanged glances, their faces turning red. Nami immediately retorted, who belongs to you? He. Robin chuckled, Nami, shall we go down to play as well? At this moment, Chopper jumped up, mimicking Lin Hai, and began rolling on the beach. Lin Hai asked Chopper, how is it? Isn't it fun? Yes, Chopper exclaimed excitedly. The Sky Island is truly an incredible place. Hi, Lin Hai. Luffy, who was hanging from a tree with his feet, picked a fruit that looked like a giant pumpkin. Finding it hard to bite, he threw it at Lin Hai's face and said, here's a fruit, catch it. While Lin Hai was lost in enjoyment, he suddenly felt a hard object hit his head. Lin Hai immediately shouted angrily, bastard, do you want to kill me? Come down here. Luffy stuck out his tongue and replied, you come up here. Lin Hai said, you come down and see if I don't knock you flying. Luffy retorted, come up and see if I don't send you flying to the sky. Lin Hai, you think you're tough, huh? Come down. Luffy, no, you come up. Zoro, who had walked over, said speechlessly, what are you two doing? As he spoke, Zoro revealed a fox in his hand and asked, "What is this?" The fox was pure white and very cute. It was Lin Hai's first time seeing a fox. He quickly took the fox from Zoro's hands. "Kiki." The fox squinted its eyes and called out a few times at Lin Hai. At this moment, a melody began to play. Not far from the beach, a graceful figure stood atop the clouds. Zoro said, "Look over there." Usopp hid and asked, "Could it be those masked freaks again?" Chopper hugged Lin Hai's leg and hurriedly said, "Where's the whistle? Quickly call that old man to save us." "Wait," Sanji said. "No. Is that an angel?" "An angel?" Lin Hai's expression darkened. Although the woman had wings on her back, they were so small. What kind of angel was that? Besides, angels should look like beauties such as Crane Creek, Kaisa, and Yen, right? At this time, the woman looked at the fox in Lin Hai's hand and smiled. "Cece, come here." She the fox called out and jumped towards the woman. The woman approached and asked, "Did you come from the Blue Sea?" "Yes," Luffy replied. "We flew up from below. Do you live here?" The woman replied, "Yes, I'm a resident here. Welcome to the Angel Beach of the Kingdom of God." Do you want to drink that?" Luffy handed the green fruit that resembled a giant pumpkin to the woman, who then used a small knife to cut open the top and explained, "The shell of this coconut is as hard as iron. You can't bite through it no matter what." "Well, here, please drink. It's so delicious," Luffy exclaimed. "Hee." The woman introduced herself. "My name is Cornus, and this is Cece, the cloud fox from here. If you have any questions, I will try my best to assist you." "Wow," Lin Hai exclaimed. "Nami, look at her. So gentle, so polite, so articulate, and now look at you." "Duong." At this moment, Sanji stepped forward and said to the woman, "Please listen to me. Your eyes have healed the burns in my heart." "Duong." Nami stepped forward with a smile. "That's great. We happen to have a lot of questions. In short, this place is truly unbelievable to us." "Okay." Cornus smiled. "Feel free to ask any questions." "Hey," Zoro said. "It seems someone is coming." Cornus replied, "That's my father." Across the cloud sea, a person rode one of the unique vehicles of the Sky Island, a wibba, coming towards the shore, waving and calling out, "Cornus, Cece, I'm back." Cornus waved back, "Welcome back, father." Seeing Cornus's father riding the wibba, Luffy exclaimed, "That thing looks so awesome. I want to ride it." Cornus explained, "That's the transportation tool of the Sky Island, wibba, but you can't control it without at least 10 years of training." Hey. Lin Hai shouted, "Uncle, stop. Stop." Cornus's father suddenly crashed into a big tree. "Are you hurt?" Cornus's father asked as he got up. Zoro said speechlessly, "You should worry about yourself first." "Ha." Lin Hai walked over and asked, "Uncle, you're so interesting. Are you okay?" "Huh." Cornus's father waved his hand. "I'm fine." Lin Hai glanced at the wibba, which looked somewhat like a motorcycle from later generations. Cough, cough. He wanted to ride it and feel the wind. So, Lin Hai pointed at the wibba and asked, "Uncle, can I ride that thing?" Cornus's father replied, "Sure, but it's hard to control, so don't force it." Lin Hai smiled. "Don't worry." After Lin Hai got the wibba ready, everyone asked, "Can you ride this?" Lin Hai rolled his eyes, of course. Luffy's eyes sparkled. "I want to ride too." Lin Hai took out his mirror and styled his hair into a slick back, while also helping Luffy achieve the same hairstyle. Luffy asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Lin Hai tossed a pair of sunglasses to Luffy and said, "Put these on, bro. I'm going to take you to experience the feeling of the wind." Chopper and Usopp's eyes lit up as they exclaimed, "Take us with you too." Chopper excitedly said, "The feeling of the wind? That's awesome." Lin Hai nodded and said, "I'll take Luffy for a spin first, and I'll bring you guys along." "Luffy, hold on tight." "Okay." Luffy replied excitedly, "I'm ready. Let us go." "Why aren't you taking us? Did you even see the space? It can only fit 2 people at most." Soon, the dashing Lin Hai and Luffy stood atop the Weiba and shot into the clouds with a whoosh. Luffy felt a rush of wind sweep across his face. Then he exclaimed, "Danger!" The onlookers on the shore watched as the two rode the Weiba into the clouds, and just 2 seconds later, Lin Hai and Luffy fell directly into the clouds. Zoro, somewhat baffled, asked, "What are they doing?" Chopper and Usopp huddled together, both exclaiming, "The Sky Island is terrifying." Kenneth, who had been bewildered until now, suddenly shouted, "Quick, save them." Sanji reassured, "Don't worry, with that guy around, they'll be fine." Chapter 126. Lin Hai the Big Fool at Koni's house. After some introductions, it turns out that Koni's father is named Pagaya, and he is a mechanic. The Straw Hat crew was invited to his home for dinner. At this moment, Lin Hai sat gloomily in a corner, and Nami also sighed, "Lin Hai, I haven't had enough fun riding the flying Nimbus. Why did you suddenly stop me?" Chopper replied, "He's jealous that you ride so well." Lin Hai said in a low voice, "What did you say?" Chopper hurriedly hid behind Usopp and exclaimed, Lin Hai is so scary. Huh? Lin Hai the big fool. Luffy said to a sound shell from the Sky Island, Conies, you said this is for recording, but it has no sound? Usopp laughed. You fool, this is how you use it. Saying this, Usopp pressed the top of the sound shell and pushed the switch down. The sound shell said, Lin Hai the big fool. Nanny, Luffy exclaimed. Even the sound shell looks down on Lin Hai. Lin Hai raised an eyebrow on the sofa, thinking, this bastard is definitely getting back at me for that earlier incident. Damn, Lin Hai decided not to respond, absolutely not to mention that incident again. Then everyone would surely forget about it. Right, that's it. But unexpectedly, the sound shell repeated, Lin Hai the big fool. Over and over again, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper were having a blast. It wasn't over yet. Luffy excitedly ran over to Lin Hai with the sound shell and said, Lin Hai, come play with us. Look how interesting this sound shell is. It says you are a big fool. The others nearby covered their mouths and chuckled. This is ridiculous. Lin Hai's face turned red, and he angrily said, Damn straw hat, are you done yet? I said that was an accident. Do you believe I'll throw you out? Lin Hai the big fool. The sound shell continued to play Luffy's earlier words, as if mocking Lin Hai. Lin Hai furiously shouted, Can you shut it off already? Are you done with this? Everyone. At this moment, Coney said, Dinner's ready. Please come over to eat. The aroma was undoubtedly the result of carefully cooked seafood, and Lin Hai immediately forgot about the earlier incident. After kicking Luffy away, Lin Hai stepped forward to greet. Thank you for your hospitality. You are really good people. Coney smiled and said, You're too polite. After saying that, Coney's covered her mouth and giggled, and Lin Hai's face turned red again. Meanwhile, Chopper, seeing Luffy kicked out, rushed outside and exclaimed, Luffy, are you okay? After a while, everyone gathered at the dining table, where various dishes were placed in bowls. Not only fragrant, but especially the large lobster was so appealing that it made one's mouth water. Sanji introduced, All right, everyone. This is a full meal with the special products from Sky Island, the fruits of the sea. Oh, that's great. At this moment, Nami sat next to Lin Hai and smiled. The Sky Island is truly amazing. Soft clouds, sound shells, wind shells, grilled shells, and these things. I've never seen them before. So incredible. Robin nodded. I wonder what principle these are based on. Luffy grabbed a lobster, took a big bite, and then replied with his mouth full. It's just incredible clouds and shells. Lin Hai said helplessly, Luffy, these things are made with care. You should taste them, not just swallow them. But they're just too delicious. Luffy swallowed the remaining lobster in one bite. Fine, talking was pointless. Coney's poured everyone a glass of red wine and said with a smile, There's still plenty in the kitchen, so everyone don't be shy. Looking around at the buildings, to be honest, they were clean and tidy, looking very nice, and this father-daughter pair was indeed warm and hospitable, with such good hearts. Lin Hai secretly made a calculation in his heart. He absolutely could not let Enel destroy this Sky Island. So delicious. This shrimp is so good that I don't know how to describe it. It's simply amazing. After a while, Pagaya said, Everyone, there's something I need to explain. What is it? Pagaya exchanged glances with Conies, and Conies explained, in the land of God, there's a place that one must never step into, and that place happens to be right next to our island. If you ride the flying Nimbus, it won't take long to get there. Usopp asked in confusion, Not even one step can be taken inside? What kind of place is that? Pagaya replied, That is the Holy Land. Holy Land? Robin asked in confusion. Yes, Conies explained. People call it the land where the gods reside, the island of God, Appiato. Island of God? Lin Hai laughed. That's really ridiculous. Luffy exclaimed, Are there really gods? Living in that place that must not be approached. Conies nodded yes. Chopper's sweat dropped and asked, The god you're talking about is the god people speak of? Is there really a god living on the Sky Island? Yes. Conies nodded. Our land of God is ruled by the omnipotent god. Enel. Omnipotent god? Sanji asked in confusion. Conies explained, Enel knows everything and controls everything in the world. Everything we do, he sees it all. The space field. What is wrong, Lin Hai? Luffy turned to Lin Hai and asked. Lin Hai stood up to explain that Enel he is talking about is just a guy who ate a Logia-type devil fruit. What god? It's really quite arrogant. Conies and Pagaya stood up in panic, wanting to say something, but Lin Hai raised his hand and said, Don't worry. Even if he uses observation Haki now, he won't be able to sense us. Nami curiously asked, Lin Hai, that Enel you mentioned is a Logia-type devil fruit user? Usopp exclaimed, Is he like that smoke guy and that crocodile? Lin Hai laughed. Not on the same level. That Enel is a user of the Rumble fruit. Rumble fruit. Everyone exclaimed. That's right, Lin Hai explained, which means that guy can not only release thunder and lightning, but without Haki, no one can hit him. Nanny. Releasing thunder and lightning? ISNT he invincible? Is there such a terrifying devil fruit in the world? Lin Hai rolled his eyes and said, first, can you listen to me? That guy, after eating the rumble fruit, utilizes the magnetic field of the Sky Island, making his observation Haki cover the entire island. Saying he is omnipotent? That is a bit exaggerated. Sanji asked curiously, so you're using your ability to prevent him from hearing us? Zoro also asked, your space field can even do that? Lin Hai replied, in my space field, the magnetic field has already changed, so he can't use observation Haki to hear our voices. Silk Cake, Chopper exclaimed. Meanwhile, Usopp asked curiously, Lin Hai, is this your first time here? How do you know so much about that Enel? Damn. Lin Hai turned back and fabricated, I can also use observation Haki, okay? Naturally, I understand. By the way, I have to remind you that from the moment we entered the gate of the Sky Island, we have already been targeted. The online chapter content is slow. Please download the Uedu Novel app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page and download the Uedu Novel app. The website provides you with the fastest updates for traveling through One Piece. I have a flamboyant system. Chapter 126. Lin Hai the Big Fool. Available for free reading. Chapter 127. Be good. Mom is here. Are we being targeted? Everyone shouted in unison. Nami immediately grabbed Luffy by the collar, angrily saying, it's all your fault, you bastard. What do you mean by going to the Sky Island? Now we're being targeted by such a terrifying person. We need to leave this place quickly. Usopp nodded and said, Nami is right. Luffy, let's get out of here. What? Luffy completely ignored the so-called god and complained, I thought there was really a god, but it turns out to be a devil fruit user. Everyone stared blankly at Luffy, wondering what was going on in his mind. Ha ha. Lin Hai laughed and said, don't worry, we won't die. If I run into Enel, I'll take him down with one strike. Besides, Luffy is a rubber fruit user, so he's not conductive. Robin exclaimed, are you saying that lightning has no effect on Luffy? Lin Hai nodded and said, in this world, Luffy is Enel's nemesis. Luffy proudly showed off a smug expression to everyone. Nami, Usopp, and Chopper started punching and kicking Luffy. What are you being smug about, you bastard? You might be fine, but if we get